Chapter 71. Who's the mole? Up ahead is Piapiao Canyon. Wind-chasing youth pointed toward the massive ice chasm and said, "The terrain inside the canyon is very complex, filled with ice caves and crevices everywhere. Vehicles can't drive in." Bai Chenyue nodded, stopping about 3 kilometers away from the canyon entrance. She stored the vehicle in her space, then took out 2 sharp daggers, handing one to wind-chasing youth. "From now on we'll proceed on foot." She lowered her voice, her gaze turning sharp. "Remember, hide yourselves well and don't make too much noise. Our targets aren't just the ice crabs." "I understand." Wind-chasing youth gripped the dagger tightly, his entire demeanor becoming focused and serious. Moving one after the other, using the protruding ice rocks and shadows on the ice plain as cover, they crept toward Piapiao Canyon's entrance like 2 ghosts, completely silent. The closer they got, the stronger the fishy smell belonging to ice crabs became in the air. At the same time, Bai Chenyue's passive skill, Crisis Premonition, began emitting faint warnings in her mind. There were people ahead, and not just 1 or 2. It seemed the cold faction group had already arrived. Bai Chenyue made a hand signal to wind-chasing youth, and the 2 hid behind a massive ice rock, carefully peeking out toward the canyon entrance. At the canyon entrance, cold winds howled. Several figures were gathered there, seemingly discussing something. Bai Chenyue narrowed her eyes. The distance was considerable, but she immediately activated her AI recognition assistant. Character Ito Kenji. Game nickname, Sakura Samurai. Status, Cold Faction player. This person is extremely arrogant and self-confident, follows Bushido spirit, and has absolute confidence in his own abilities. Currently troubled by the number of ice crabs in the canyon. Note: a terminally Chinibu patient immersed in his own world, always thinking carrying a sword can save the world. Ito Kenji? Sakura Samurai? Bai Chenyue remembered this name. This was the Sakura Samurai who previously thought her items were too expensive and didn't want to trade. She shifted her gaze to the person beside Ito Kenji. Character: Yamashita Hiroshi. Game nickname, Sacred Mountain Guardian. Status: Cold Faction player. Ito Kenji's loyal follower, cautious personality, skilled at using items. Note: typical sidekick character does whatever the boss says, brain is basically decoration. 2 more Japanese players. Bai Chenyue's gaze continued moving, landing on 2 other people. Character Wang Ba. Game nickname, I am your real grandpa. Status: Cold Faction player. Arrogant and domineering personality, selfish and self-serving, greedy and short-sighted. Currently scheming about how to use others as cannon fodder, while keeping the spy capture reward for himself. Note: a keyboard warrior who's submissive in real life but aggressive online. Don't be intimidated by his bravado. Actually just a weak coward putting on a strong front. Character Lu Yun. Game nickname Lu Yun. Status: Cold Faction player. I am your real grandpa's girlfriend, vain and materialistic personality, sharp-tongued and mean, skilled at stirring up trouble and twisting facts. Note: a perfect match for the guy above, birds of a feather flock together. The world is truly small. This was the same despicable couple who cursed at her most enthusiastically in the shop, and were most active with moral coercion. Bai Chenyue's gaze instantly turned cold. At that moment, the 4 people clearly noticed the movement from their direction. "Who's there? Come out!" Wang Ba shouted loudly, raising an electric glowing rod while staring vigilantly at the ice rock where Bai Chenyue and the others were hiding. Ito Kenji also gripped the hilt of the katana on his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Since they'd been discovered, there was no point in hiding further. Bai Chenyue walked out openly from behind the ice rock, with wind-chasing youth following closely behind. Her current game nickname was Body Stronger Than Living Li Kue. Aside from herself, nobody knew this ID belonged to the same person as, "Who's that guy?" Seeing that the people who emerged were 2 unfamiliar faces, 1 male and 1 female, Wang Ba's courage immediately swelled, his tone becoming even more arrogant. "Who are you 2? What were you doing sneaking around hiding there? Trying to ambush us?" Lu Yun also crossed her arms and said with sarcasm, "Look at their shabby appearance, not even decent equipment, just holding broken daggers. Probably here to scavenge leftovers." Bai Chenyue ignored these two clowns, her gaze directly landing on Ito Kenji. Ito Kenji was also examining her, his brow slightly furrowed. From Bai Chenyue, he sensed a calm temperament completely mismatched with her ordinary appearance, a composure that could only be honed through countless life and death battles. This person was not simple. We're also here to catch the spy. Bai Chenyue didn't wait for them to continue questioning, directly getting straight to the point. Her voice was very calm, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. Catch the spy. Wang Ba was stunned for a moment, then sneered. With just you two? Don't joke around. Which backwater did you crawl out from? I haven't seen you in the faction. We just saw the message in the channel and came directly. Bai Chenyue lied without changing expression, while deliberately taking 2 steps forward, pretending to be eager. So? Have you found that woman called Red Bird yet? Hearing the name Red Bird, the suspicion on Wang Ba and Lu Yun's faces immediately dissipated by more than half. After all, Red Bird was the code name for the Heat faction spy, information only known to cold faction players. Since the other party could accurately name this, they should be allies. The arrogance on Wang Ba's face receded somewhat, but his tone still carried a condescending air. So your allies should have said so earlier. We just arrived too, preparing to go in. But I should warn you, the ice crabs in Piapiao Canyon are numerous and fierce. With your equipment, going in would be suicide. Lu Yun also chimed in. Yeah, I think you two better not go in, just wait outside and cheer us on. When we catch Red Bird and get the 20,000 game coins reward, if we're in a good mood, we might even give you 80 or 100 game coins for tea. After speaking, she exchanged a smile with Wang Ba. Their eyes filled with contempt and mockery toward Bai Chenyue and her companion. Bai Chenyue sneered inwardly, but put on an indignant expression. Who says we can't do it? We're both very capable. All right, stop bragging. Wang Ba waved impatiently. Since we're all here to catch the spy, we'll act together temporarily. But it's agreed you two are the weakest, responsible for clearing small mobs on the periphery and being lookouts. If there's danger, shout loudly. We'll handle the main damage output, and we'll give you a share later. He said this as if it were completely natural, already acting as the leader of this temporary team. However, Ito Kenji, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Wait. His sharp eyes fixed tightly on wind-chasing youth. What are your game nicknames? He felt this man was very threatening. Chapter 72. Who's the mole? Ito Kenji's sudden question instantly made the atmosphere tense. Wang Ba and Lu Yun both looked at him with confusion. Bai Chenyue understood clearly that this Japanese man was much more troublesome than that brainless couple. He was still suspicious of her identity. Wind-chasing youth. Wind-chasing youth rolled his eyes and showed his faction channel again, pointing at the information on it. Didn't you guys call for the gathering? Now you're suspicious again. When everyone saw the faction channel, their doubts completely disappeared. Wang Ba said impatiently, since we all have the same goal, let's stop dawdling. Get inside quickly. If we're late and Red Bird escapes, none of us will get anything. The temptation of 20,000 game coins was too great. With 2 more people, they had 2 more helpers. Although these 2 people looked very poor, they could at least serve as cannon fodder. Although Ito Kenji still had doubts in his heart, he couldn't find any obvious flaws. The Heat faction spy indeed couldn't enter the Cold faction's faction channel, so it couldn't be faked. Alright, let's act together then. Ito Kenji finally nodded in agreement, but still added, however, before we catch Red Bird, I hope everyone can be honest with each other, and not try any tricks. That goes without saying. A temporarily assembled 6-person team was thus formed, each with their own hidden agendas. Okay. Now let's discuss how to get inside. Wang Ba cleared his throat and began putting on his team leader airs again. There are too many ice crabs in this canyon. We need to figure out a way to charge through. He pointed at the dense swarm of giant blue crabs wandering on the ice surface inside the canyon, a trace of apprehension showing on his face. These ice crabs were even larger than the ones Bai Chenyue had encountered in the Rift Valley before, with deeper blue shells that clearly indicated they wouldn't be easy to deal with. What's there to discuss? Why don't we just fight our way through? Bai Chenyue deliberately used a very reckless tone. Fight our way through? You make it sound so easy. Lu Yun immediately rolled her eyes. Do you know how many ice crabs are here? Over 100. Killing them one by one would take forever. By the time we finish, Redbird would have long disappeared. Then what do you suggest? Bai Chenyue pretended to know nothing and asked in return. Use our brains, of course. Lu Yun proudly lifted her chin. Brother Ba and I already have a plan. You two take the lead clearing the path, and we'll follow behind to cover any gaps. This way it's both safe and efficient. We go in front? Are you sending us to our deaths? With just these daggers, how could we possibly fight such huge crabs? Bai Chenyue shook her head frantically. Buy yourselves an electric baton from the mall. One costs 12,000 game coins. I don't have that much. I'm really poor. When Bai Chenyue mentioned being poor, she genuinely felt like crying. I can't even afford to open the chat channel. Lu Yun's look of disdain intensified. So they were just two poor losers coming to beg for a team, thinking they could follow behind and pick up scraps? Dream on. Then you two go to the back. At least you can finish off weakened enemies, right? Wang Ba said helplessly. Bai Chenyue, however, was secretly delighted. Having her follow behind? Wasn't that giving her the perfect opportunity to observe and take action? Fine, we'll do as you say. Bai Chenyue readily agreed. Seeing Bai Chenyue being so sensible, Wang Ba and Lu Yun's expressions grew even more smug. In their view, they had Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth completely under their control. After finishing their discussion, the six of them wasted no more time and began advancing into the canyon. Wang Ba and Lu Yun walked at the front, each taking out a meter-long rod with a metal fork at the tip from their inventory. Bai Chenyue scanned it with her AI assistant. Item: high-voltage electric baton. Price: 12,000 game coins. Description: entry-level control weapon that can instantly release high-voltage electricity, causing paralysis effects on unarmored or low-level armored creatures. Note: specializes in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. One shot guarantees you'll feel exhilarated singing and dancing. Disadvantages include high power consumption and reduced effectiveness against thick-skinned opponents. Definitely a mall product. Bai Chenyue then looked at Ito Kenji and his companion. Ito Kenji still carried his katana on his back, while his follower Yamashita Hiroshi pulled out a strangely shaped short gun from his chest. Item: flame pistol. Price: 21,000 game coins. Description: a weapon that can fire small fireballs, dealing additional damage to ice-attribute creatures. Note: Bai Bibu experienced the thrill of being a mage. Friendly reminder: don't fire it at your own face, or you'll get a free perm service. It seemed these people had invested some resources into this dungeon run. Only she and wind-chasing youth held the most primitive daggers, looking completely out of place among all the high-tech weapons, like two primitive people who had wandered onto the wrong movie set. Lu Yun glanced back at their shabby equipment, her mockery becoming even more blatant. Hey you two, are you really going with those little knives? She gestured with her chin toward Bai Chenyue's dagger. Going to give the ice crabs a manicure? Bai Chenyue ignored her. Her words were really unpleasant. As they went deeper into the canyon, the number of ice crabs indeed increased. One after another, giant blue crabs scuttled sideways across the ice surface, waving their massive claws and making click-clack sounds that made one's scalp crawl. Everyone stay close. Wang Ba shouted loudly, exchanged a look with Lu Yun, and both simultaneously activated their high-voltage electric batons. Zazap! Two blinding electric arcs shot from the tips of the batons, accurately hitting two ice crabs blocking the path ahead. The two ice crabs' massive bodies shuddered violently, smoke rising from their shells as their 8 legs began twitching uncontrollably, temporarily losing their ability to move. Quick! Charge through! Wang Ba shouted triumphantly. The 6 of them quickly passed by the paralyzed ice crabs. This method was indeed effective. Although the electric batons couldn't deal fatal damage to the ice crabs, the brief paralysis effect was enough to let them pass through safely. Along the way, Wang Ba and Lu Yun took turns using the electric batons to clear the path. The group advanced several hundred meters deeper into the canyon, managing to avoid danger despite some close calls. See? This is what using your brain looks like, Wang Ba said while electrocuting another ice crab, turning back to boast to Bai Chenyue. If we followed your suggestion of fighting head-on, we'd still be fighting for our lives at the entrance right now. Lu Yun also giggled in agreement. My brother Ba is so smart, unlike some people who are all brawn and no brain. Bai Chenyue completely ignored them, rolling her eyes when they couldn't see. These two idiots. The electric batons could indeed temporarily paralyze the ice crabs, but once the paralysis wears off, we'll be completely surrounded. Chapter 73. Bai Chenyue didn't speak up to warn them, silently following behind while continuously observing the backs of the couple in front. Her absolute insight skill allowed her to easily see the bright red weak points on the ice crabs, while also revealing the completely unguarded fatal spots on Wang Ba and Lu Yun's bodies. If she wanted, she could launch a surprise attack from behind at any moment, sending them back to the starting point. The game rules stated that players couldn't attack each other, but players could attack spies, and spies could attack players. But now wasn't the right time. She needed a better opportunity. Just then Wang Ba, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. Hey, let's get this straight first. When we catch Redbird, we four will take 18,000 of the 20,000 game coins reward, while you two get 2,000, Wang Ba suddenly said to Bai Chenyue's back. He felt it was time to clarify the profit distribution in advance to avoid arguments later. In his view, giving these two paupers 2,000 was already an incredible act of generosity. Bai Chenyue stopped walking and slowly turned around, her eyes filled with shock. What did you say? I said, you two get 2,000, Wang Ba repeated, speaking with righteous conviction. We four are responsible for the main damage output and clearing the path, while you two just follow behind doing odd jobs. Giving you 2,000 is already more than generous. People should know when to be content. Ha! Bai Chenyue laughed in anger. She had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. 6 people total, with their 4 taking 18,000, averaging 4,500 per person, while she and wind-chasing youth worked themselves to death for just 2,000, 1,000 each. Were they treating them like beggars? On what basis? Bai Chenyue's voice turned cold. We're all farming the same ice crabs and you only give us 1/10? You've got some nerve. Take it or leave it. Wang Ba, being contradicted by Bai Chenyue, immediately flew into a shame-fueled rage. Are you pushing your luck? If you don't want 2,000, then don't expect even a single coin. Brother Ba, don't stoop to their level. Lu Yun immediately chimed in, rolling her eyes at Bai Chenyue and speaking with sarcastic mockery. Brother Ba is already kind enough to bring along you two weaklings, and you still want more game coins? How can you be so delusional? If you've got what it takes, go catch her yourselves. Stop following us. Ito Kenji and Yamashita Hiroshi remained silent as before, acting like two outsiders, coldly watching this farce unfold. He had no intention of sharing that 20,000 game coins with this group. Whoever found her first would get it all. After all, the game rules prohibited fighting between players. But if they insisted on trying to take it by force later, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Even if they couldn't fight in the game, there would be plenty of opportunities in the real world to deal with them. Who wants it? Bai Chenyue completely lost her patience. She sneered coldly. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's just go our separate ways. From now on we'll each fight our own battles, and no one interferes with anyone else. After speaking, she ignored the furious couple hopping mad behind her, and turned to wind-chasing youth. Let's go. We'll take the other path. Right away, boss. Wind-chasing youth responded crisply. Bai Chenyue stopped wasting words and led him toward the other side. Humph, ungrateful trash. Wang Ba watched her retreating back and spat hatefully. I'd like to see how you two plan to get through. Brother Ba, forget about them. Let's keep going ourselves. Lu Yun pulled his arm. Let them go get themselves killed. Ito Kenji watched Bai Chenyue heading down the other path, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Ito-sama, what should we do? Yamashita Hiroshi asked quietly. We'll go our own way, Ito Kenji said in a deep voice. With a clang, he drew the katana from his back. The blade reflected a chilling cold light under the canyon's blue glow. Just like that, the original 6-person team split into 3 groups. Wang Ba and Lu Yun formed one group, Ito Kenji and Yamashita Hiroshi formed another, and Bai Chenyue with wind-chasing youth made up the third. The 3 groups divided the canyon into sections, each choosing their own path and fighting independently to clear the ice crabs. Wang Ba and Lu Yun continued with their old routine. ZZZT. Wang Ba zapped with his stun baton, and an ice crab convulsed and collapsed. Watch me. Lu Yun immediately followed up, electrocuting another one. Their efficiency was mediocre, but their method was safe, allowing them to advance steadily. Meanwhile, Ito Kenji and Yamashita Hiroshi displayed astonishing destructive power. Ha! With a low shout, Ito Kenji moved like lightning, instantly charging before an ice crab. His katana cut a silver arc through the air, striking the ice crab's eye with perfect precision. Crack! The ice crab's eye was chopped off. Before it could scream, Yamashita Hiroshi had already raised his flame pistol. Bayu! An orange-red fireball shot out. Squelch! Dark blue fluid burst out with a burning smell. The ice crab struggled briefly before going still. One specialized in close combat, the other in ranged finishing moves. Their coordination was seamless, with efficiency far above Wang Ba's group. Wang Ba and Lu Yun watched with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Damn, these two have such good equipment, Wang Ba said sourly. That flame gun looks powerful. It seems to counter these ice crabs, Lu Yun said greedily. Brother Ba, when we get the reward, let's buy one too. Got it. As they spoke, both turned their gaze toward Bai Chenyue. They expected to see her overwhelmed. Instead, the scene nearly made their eyes pop out. Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth moved like butterflies, weaving through the swarm. Her movements left afterimages. She avoided the hard shells, striking only the joints. Every hit caused dark blue fluid to spurt out. Squelch! 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 Fast, precise, ruthless, no wasted motion. A massive ice crab swung its claw, but instead of dodging, she dropped low and thrust upward, piercing its joint. The creature froze, then collapsed. Wind-chasing youth was equally fierce. His strength was astonishing. Facing a giant claw, he blocked it directly. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Chapter 74. Who is the spy? He could actually, with nothing but a tiny dagger, withstand a full-force strike from an ice crab. Then, at the moment the ice crab exhausted its strength, he would seize the chance to surge forward, grab one of the crab's walking legs with his other hand, roar, and forcibly flip the crab onto its back, exposing its soft belly. At once, Bai Chenyue's figure would appear like a phantom, the dagger flashing, and she would harvest it with ease. One was nimble and graceful, the other fierce and powerful, their coordination flawless. Their killing efficiency was actually higher than Ito Kenji and his companion, even though those two were better equipped. What the hell? Wang Ba stared dumbfounded, forgetting to activate the stun baton in his hand. How did they do that? Killing elite monsters with a dagger? Are they even human? Lu Yun turned pale with fright, her voice trembling. On the other side, Ito Kenji also stopped his actions, his gaze grave as he watched Bai Chenyue and the other youth in the distance. Ito-kun, those two people. Yamashita Hiroshi looked shocked as well. Masters. Ito Kenji squeezed out the two words through his teeth. True masters. Their combat technique has reached an astonishing level. Especially that woman, every single attack of hers strikes the ice crab's weak point with absolute precision. Not a single miss. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth had already carved a path of blood, slaughtering the dozen or so ice crabs blocking their way. A field of crushed ice crab corpses lay about, their blue blood staining the ice a deep color. Bai Chenyue stood amid the heap of bodies, looking at the spoils, but irritation churned in her chest. So many ice crabs, all top-tier protein and materials, yet with so many people watching, she dared not store them in her space. Her hoarder syndrome was about to flare up. These are all money. Her eyes swept past the spoils and landed coldly on the four people far away. Wang Ba and Lu Yun still stood there stunned like two wooden posts, while Ito Kenji and Yamashita Hiroshi wore solemn expressions. Eyesore. A total eyesore. As long as those four were around, she was restrained and couldn't do anything. Not only could she not collect these ice crab carcasses, but when they later found the spy Redbird, things would become extremely troublesome. No. She had to come up with a way to get rid of these guys. A neat, clean method that wouldn't bring trouble down on her own head. Her gaze casually scanned the path Wang Ba's group had taken forward. There were several ice crabs that had been stunned by the baton, just regaining composure and slowly crawling up. Bai Chenyue's plan formed in her mind. She lowered her voice and said to wind-chasing youth beside her, "Redbird is in the deepest part of the canyon. That's the ice crab's main lair. We can't keep stalling with them. We must get there ahead of them." "You mean?" Wind-chasing youth was catching up to her idea. "We go, cut through here at top speed and shake them off completely." Bai Chenyue's voice carried an unquestionable decisiveness. "All right, boss. I've hated those guys from the start." Wind-chasing youth answered excitedly, tightening his grip on his dagger. "No more talk, just action." Bai Chenyue made no further reservations, pushing her lightning legs to the extreme. She dashed straight toward the canyon's depths. Wind-chasing youth followed closely behind. The sudden turn of events snapped the four stunned people back to reality. "Damn! What are they trying to do?" Wang Ba's eyes bulged and he swore loudly. "They want to lose us and take the spy for themselves, pocketing that 20,000 game coins?" "I knew those two paupers had bad intentions." Lu Yun also screamed, jealousy and rage all over her face. "Ba, hurry and chase them. We absolutely can't let them get away. Those 20,000 game coins are ours." Ito Kenji's expression immediately darkened. "Baka! They want to steal the credit." Yamashita Hiroshi panicked. "Ito-kun, let's go after them. Their speed is too fast." Ito Kenji stared fixedly at the two rapidly receding figures, anger flashing across his face. "Pursue them. Even if we can't catch them, we can't let them succeed easily." Ito Kenji decided without hesitation. A chase through the canyon erupted instantly. However, ideal plans are often crushed by harsh reality. Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth threaded through the crab swarms like fish through water, moving as if the place belonged to them. The ice crabs blocking their path, under their ghost-like footwork and precise, ruthless strikes, presented no real obstacle. Wang Ba and his three companions were a different story. "Move! All of you, get out of the way!" Wang Ba shouted as he ran, wildly swinging the stun baton, but there were too many ice crabs. Every time he electrocuted one, 3 or 4 more immediately swarmed, severely slowing their pace. "Ba! Help me! My leg!" Lu Yun had her pants leg clamped by a giant crab pincer. Her face drained of color as she screamed. Meanwhile, Ito Kenji and Yamashita Hiroshi were slightly better off, but also overwhelmed by the crab swarm. "Ha!" Ito Kenji split one crab, but his forward momentum was instantly blocked by another. He had to keep fighting and could not fully focus on pursuit. "Damn it! Those two bastards!" Wang Ba's anger nearly exploded. He watched Bai Chenyue and the other silhouettes shrink in the distance until they turned a corner of ice and vanished completely. "Ba, they're gone!" Lu Yun panted, face full of unwillingness. "Trash! All trash!" Wang Ba vented his fury on the nearby ice crabs, electrocuting them madly, cursing non-stop. "Don't think you can shake me off. If you've got the guts, come get me. I'll be right here waiting, see how you get past me." He assumed Bai Chenyue and the other were only trying to use their speed advantage to get a head start into the canyon's depths. Little did he know that from the moment Bai Chenyue decided to accelerate, the fate of these four had already been sealed. They passed through a narrow, twisting ice corridor and suddenly the view opened up. An even greater ice plain spread before Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth. This space was several times larger than the outer canyon. Cold wind howled, lifting ice crystals from the ground. The horizon stretched desolate. Occasional ice outcrops jutted up. An endless silence. Everywhere across the plain were ice crabs, dense and countless, with clusters of them appearing every so often. "Boss, I think we shook them off." Wind-chasing youth looked back, seeing nothing behind them, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Not enough." Bai Chenyue shook her head, expression still calm. "They'll catch up quickly. These people are like flies smelling blood. They won't stop until they get what they want." She knew perfectly well, from the cold faction channel intelligence, that the spy Redbird was in the depths of Piapiao Canyon, the ice crab's old nest. Chapter 75. Who's the mole? This place is too open, the visibility is too good. Not ideal for taking action. Bai Chenyue scanned the surroundings, her brows slightly furrowed. Once we act, they could easily spot us. We need an absolutely safe hiding place. Bai Chenyue focused her gaze and spotted an ice rock not far away. Hiding behind it would be perfect for concealment. You go hide behind that ice rock over there. I'll join you shortly. Bai Chenyue pulled out nimble mushroom cookies, gave one portion to Windchasing Youth, and told him to eat it. Only after Windchasing Youth had moved quite far away did she glance toward the interior of the canyon, then pulled out the monster attraction card. Click to use. The card silently transformed into a wisp of black smoke, rapidly spreading out from her as the center, merging into the air. An extremely low-frequency buzzing sound quietly spread out, undetectable by human ears, but for the creatures on this ice plane, it was no less shocking than a thunderclap. For the first few seconds the ice plane remained calm and peaceful, everything normal. And the moment Bai Chenyue used the monster attraction card, she immediately started running, lightning legs combined with nimble mushroom, pushing her speed to the maximum. Before she even reached the ice plane, the ice crabs began to riot. All the ice crabs started advancing toward the canyon. Wang Ba and his 3 companions were still cursing and swearing while killing ice crabs as they pushed forward. Once we charge in later, first give each of them a stun baton strike. Wang Ba said viciously. Brother Ba is mighty. Lu Yun quickly flattered him. At that moment, a slight tremor came from the ice layer beneath their feet. Immediately after, the tremors grew increasingly intense, sounding from all directions, and getting closer and closer. What's going on? Yamashita Hiroshi's expression changed, nervously looking around. Something's wrong. This sound. Ito Kenji's face turned grave. He suddenly looked up, his pupils sharply contracting. On the distant horizon, at the canyon entrance, countless blue figures were madly surging out. 110, 100. Over 1,000. The crab groups they had encountered before were utterly insignificant compared to the scene before their eyes now. Crack, 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 crack. The sounds of countless crab legs striking the ice surface gathered together, making one's scalp tingle and heart tremble with fear. It's ice crabs. My God! How did so many suddenly appear? Wang Ba's voice had completely changed tone, filled with terror. A blue wave of death composed of countless frenzied ice crabs was madly sweeping toward their position from all directions. Ito-san. The situation is bad. These ice crabs have gone mad. Yamashita Hiroshi screamed in terror. Ito Kenji's expression had turned extremely grim. He instantly drew his katana, holding it horizontally before his chest, sharply shouting. Back to back. Prepare for battle. Fight our way out. However, in the face of absolute numbers, any struggle appeared utterly futile. Zap! Zap! Wang Ba frantically waved his stun baton, the dazzling electric arcs instantly stunning the front few ice crabs. But before their corpses could even fall, they were overwhelmed by more ice crabs behind them, countless frenzied ice crabs trampling over their companions' bodies, continuing to charge. Bayu! 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 Yamashita Hiroshi's flame pistol also kept firing, orange-red fireballs exploding into splashes of blue fluid. But before the endless crab tide, this damage was utterly insignificant. The ice crab's eyes shone with abnormal blood-red light, madly attacking the only targets within their line of sight, these 4 living targets trapped in the center. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the sky. Lu Yun failed to dodge in time, was clamped around the waist by a giant ice crab pincer, and lifted high. Save me! Brother Ba, save me! Yun. Wang Ba's eyes nearly burst with rage, wanting to charge over to rescue her, but he himself was tightly entangled by 3 or 4 ice crabs, a giant pincer suddenly smashing into his back, making him stagger and spit out a mouthful of blood. The katana in Ito Kenji's hands danced like flowing water, each slash precisely taking an ice crab's life. However, his killing speed couldn't keep up with the rate at which ice crabs surged forward. For every one he cut down, 3, 5, 10 would climb over their companions' corpses, fearlessly launching attacks at him. Despair. Complete and utter despair. The 4 players' health bars dropped wildly like floodgates opened. Their curses, pleas for help, and screams were soon completely drowned out by the terrifying crack-crack sounds. A white flash, it was Lu Yun. Immediately after, Yamashita Hiroshi. Then Wang Ba's unwilling roar and the following white flash. Finally, only Ito Kenji remained, struggling desperately. Covered in blood, his blade already chipped, He made his final desperate struggle on a small mountain piled with ice crab corpses. Ultimately, he too was powerless, swallowed by the endless crab tide. White light flashed, the world fell silent. On the ice plain, only thousands of ice crabs remained, spinning around bewilderedly, seemingly not understanding why the targets had suddenly disappeared. The crab tide came quickly and left quickly. The frenzied ice crabs wandered chaotically for over 10 minutes. The bloodthirsty red light in their eyes gradually faded, rationality reclaiming control. They looked around blankly, wondering why they had gathered here. Soon the crab group began slowly dispersing, each returning to their homes. In just half an hour, the ice plain returned to deathly silence. Only the mess left behind in countless ice crab corpses proved the intensity of the massacre that had just occurred. Behind the ice rock, Bai Chenyue slowly straightened up. "Let's go, time to work." She patted wind-chasing youth's shoulder. "Boss, this move of yours is too ruthless." Wind-chasing youth's face was full of admiring stars. "You sent those 4 annoying guys back without shedding a single drop of blood. When dealing with trash, use the most effortless method," Bai Chenyue said lightly. Shortly after the crab group completely dispersed, a figure wearing bright red cold-proof clothing cautiously peeked out from behind a huge ice rock in the distance. It was a foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, tall and slender. She had clearly witnessed the terrifying crab tide earlier, badly frightened, only daring to come out now. Bai Chenyue didn't approach immediately, first confirming. Character: NPC Spy 07. Faction: Heat Faction. Side. Game nickname: Red Bird. Status: Disguised, HP 100%. Status: Heat Faction Undercover Spy. Infiltration mission exposed. Currently being hunted by Cold Faction players. The recent crab tide temporarily freed her from crisis, but she remains highly tense and confused. Note: an unlucky individual with poor luck, who became the entire server's public enemy right after becoming a spy. What she probably wants most now is to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Who? Red Bird raised a forearm-length knife, pointing it at them. "Don't be nervous, we're allies." Bai Chenyue stopped, opened her faction channel, and showed her the fiery red interface representing the Heat Faction. Seeing the familiar faction emblem, the vigilance on Red Bird's face gradually faded. Chapter 76. Who's the mole? Channel said you were trapped here, we came to extract you. Bai Chenyue explained concisely. Wait, I never said I was here in the channel. Red Bird paused for a moment, then immediately reacted, raising her knife again. Let me introduce Wind-Chasing Youth. This is the Cold Faction spy I turned, now he's with me. Bai Chenyue gestured toward Wind-Chasing Youth, signaling him to open the Cold Faction channel. Bai Chenyue then opened her personal panel, which showed Successfully Turned Spy, Wind-Chasing Youth. Only then did Red Bird lower all her guard. Thank you for coming to rescue me. Bai Chenyue waved her hand. Protect our spies. She immediately turned to Wind-Chasing Youth and said, Alright, now let's get down to business. Open your faction channel and send a message. Say it like this. Bai Chenyue thought for a moment, teaching him word by word. Wind-Chasing Youth obediently opened the Cold Faction channel. Damn, the ice crabs in Piapiao Canyon have gone crazy. There are too many of them, impossible to kill them all. Didn't find the spy, but my friend and I got sent back to Origin first. So unlucky. The dagger I spent all my savings on got dropped. Bai Chenyue nodded, quite satisfied. She and Wind-Chasing Youth had entered the canyon together with Wang Ba's group of 4. Now that those 4 were wiped out, if only the 2 of them survived unscathed and even found the spy, it would be practically confessing without being asked, telling everyone they were suspicious. But now, with Wind-Chasing Youth sending this message as a victim, the situation was completely different. To others, their poor duo had been wiped out by the sudden crab tide, just like Wang Ba's group of 4, perhaps even worse off since they lost their weapons too. This way, all suspicion against them was completely cleared. No one would suspect 2 unlucky players who were already dead. After completing all this, Bai Chenyue finally looked at Red Bird with satisfaction, then glanced at the ground full of ice crab corpses and equipment. Alright, now let's clean up the battlefield. As soon as Wind-Chasing Youth's message was sent, the Cold Faction channel, already filled with complaints about the failed capture operation, instantly exploded. Ice Plane Wolf? What happened? Sacred Mountain Guardian. Don't even mention it, Ice Crab Riot, we all died. Wang Ba and Lu Yun, who had just respawned, also saw this message. Buddy, look. Those two poor guys died too. And they even dropped their dagger. Ha ha ha, serves them right. Lu Yun laughed gleefully, as if her own lost equipment didn't hurt as much anymore. Wang Ba's expression also improved somewhat, as he typed angrily in the channel. I am your real grandpa at Wind Chasing Youth, tough luck for you guys. That damn place is seriously cursed. My stun baton got dropped too. Damn. Such a huge loss. Though he said this, he was actually quite happy inside. They hadn't captured the spy either. The 20,000 game coins were still there. Wind Chasing Youth. Brothers, if any of you go to the canyon and find my dagger, remember to return it to me. Wind Chasing Youth. I saved up game coins for so long to buy it. I am your real grandpa, right? And my girlfriends and my stun batons too. We're all brothers in the same faction. Return them if you find them. Some people in the channel saw this but didn't reply, though they mentally noted it. People died, but the equipment remained. Meanwhile, Ito Kenji and Yamashita Hiroshi, who had also just respawned, saw the messages too. Ito-san, they died too. Yamashita Hiroshi said gleefully. They didn't find the spy either. Ito Kenji looked at the chat records in the channel, frowning deeply and remaining silent. Although logically speaking, Bai Chenyue and her companion being wiped out by the crab tide made perfect sense, that faint thread of suspicion in his heart never completely disappeared. However, since they were already dead and their equipment dropped, further suspicion was meaningless. He could only attribute this failure to an unlucky accident. As for the storm brewing in the channel, Bai Chenyue paid no attention at all. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Now everyone's attention was drawn to the terrifying crab tide and heavy losses, and no one would focus on her anymore. Plan successful. Feeling quite pleased, she stepped forward and began her grand looting operation. First, the equipment dropped by those 4 unlucky players. She had personally witnessed it. When those 4 died earlier, they returned to Origin completely naked, carrying nothing in their hands. Bai Chenyue first walked to where Wang Ba and Lu Yun had fallen. A metal rod over a meter long lay quietly on the ice surface, exactly the high-voltage electric baton that Wang Ba had previously shown off. Beside it was an identical one, obviously dropped by Lu Yun. Item: high-voltage electric baton. Note: specializes in dealing with all kinds of defiance, but useless against overwhelming numbers of crabs. Now it's yours. Not bad, though it's entry-level trash, it still has some use. Bai Chenyue unceremoniously stored both electric batons in her space. Her inner hoarder spirit was burning fiercely. Even mosquito legs count as meat. Next, she approached Yamashita Hiroshi's inheritance. A uniquely shaped short gun, the barrel still retaining some warmth. Item: flame pistol. Note: Bayubibu, now you can experience the thrill of being a mage. Friendly reminder. This thing works wonders against ice crabs, but against crab tides it's still useless. This gun was much more valuable than the electric batons, plus it had suppression effects against ice attribute creatures. Very practical. 21,000 game coins. Strike it rich. Finally, she walked to where Ito Kenji had fallen. A katana gleaming with cold light was quietly embedded in the ice layer. The blade stained with blue crab blood. Item: Master Grade Katana Shadow. Introduction. A premium cold weapon crafted by a national treasure level artisan from the land of the rising sun. The blade made from special alloy. Extremely sharp, with built-in armor-piercing effect. Note: a good sword unfortunately followed the wrong master. That guy is probably crying at Origin right now. Bai Chenyue's heart leaped violently. Struck gold. Hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Bai Chenyue laughed heartily 3 times on the spot, pulled the katana out in one motion, lovingly stroked the cold blade, then contentedly stored it in her space. This waved massive profit. After plundering all the equipment dropped by the 4 players, Bai Chenyue's mood was soaring with joy. She turned around and saw Wind Chasing Youth and Red Bird staring at her with stunned expressions, probably looking like hardened criminals who just robbed a vault, returned fully loaded but didn't get caught. She had calculated everything from the beginning, first showing weakness to the enemy, then stirring up internal conflict, followed by luring them into a trap, finally using others to eliminate them. All executed seamlessly. Not only solved all enemies, but also made a windfall profit, and completely cleared herself of suspicion. Incredible! The two exchanged glances. Wind-chasing youth. Losing to this kind of player isn't shameful. Redbird. Having this kind of player as an ally feels amazing. Wind-chasing youth. Their feelings weren't mutual. Alright, we shouldn't linger here. Bai Chenyue began handling the scene. Redbird, what are your plans next? Redbird looked somewhat lost. I'm exposed now, I don't know what to do either. I can only find a place to hide for now. Hiding isn't a solution. Bai Chenyue shook her head. The cold faction people already know your appearance and clothing. They won't let it go easily. They'll soon organize second and third waves to capture you. You're too conspicuous alone, too dangerous. She pondered for a moment, then said, You should set out immediately for the Haha Desert. That's our Heat faction headquarters. Once there, blend into the crowd and you'll be safe for the time being. Chapter 77. Bai Chenyue took a backpack from her space, containing some clothes, water, and food, then handed it to Redbird. Take these for your journey. Don't wear these red clothes anymore, they're too conspicuous. When you reach Haha Desert, keep a low profile. Don't expose yourself again before the next mission begins. Redbird looked at the supplies in her hands, then at Bai Chenyue, her eyes slightly reddening. Thank you. What should I call you? Just call me Li Kue. Bai Chenyue waved her hand dismissively. We're teammates, it's only right. Hurry and go, stay safe on the road. After seeing Redbird off, Bai Chenyue could finally indulge in her favorite activity without any reservations. Cleaning up the battlefield. Looking around, the ice plain was covered with a thick layer of ice crab corpses. At least 1,000 of them. Windchaser, time to work. Collect all the ice crab corpses. Right away, boss. The two of them became diligent little bees, frantically scavenging across the ice plain. One by one, the giant ice crabs were stored in the space. Watching the rapidly growing blue mountain pile up in the space gave her hoarding syndrome unprecedented satisfaction. This was all money. This was all food. After more than half an hour, the entire ice plain had been cleaned spotless. Bai Chenyue patted her hands together with deep satisfaction. All right, now it's time for our business, she said, turning to Wind-chasing youth. That cold resistance fruit you mentioned earlier, where exactly is it located? In the northernmost part of Cuku Tribe territory, there's a special grove where they grow, Wind-chasing youth said while pointing in a direction. However, that area has guards. Not just anyone can enter. To pass through safely, you need a Cuku Tribe token. Otherwise, once you get close, they'll treat you as an invader and attack immediately. Cuku Tribe token? Bai Chenyue stroked her chin. It seems we'll have to visit Cuku Tribe territory after all. She clearly remembered the game rules stating that Heat faction members would be attacked by the Cuku Tribe after accepting missions. Boss, the Cuku Tribe people are a bit xenophobic, Wind-chasing youth said with some difficulty. They don't like people from Haha Desert. Where there's a will, there's a way, Bai Chenyue frowned. Let's go take a look first. Without further delay, the two drove the off-road vehicle, speeding toward the Cuku Tribe settlement. Before long, peculiar ice and snow structures appeared on the horizon. They were circular huts completely built from crystal-clear ice blocks, massive structures similar to Eskimo igloos, emitting a dreamlike glow under the dim blue light. When she saw the huts, Bai Chenyue stored the vehicle in her space and entered on foot with Wind-chasing youth. The entire village, like Haha Tribe, was eerily quiet. There were a few wandering players in the distance. They glanced at them but paid no particular attention. Bai Chenyue walked up to one ice hut and noticed that every house entrance was embedded with a semi-transparent, glass-like panel. Item: thermal insulation ice crystal panel. Description: a mineral unique to Cuku Ice Plain. After simple polishing, it possesses strong cold air insulation effects, making it essential building material for Cuku Tribe construction. Note: all-natural double-pane insulated glass, warm in winter, cool in summer, worth having. Just a bit troublesome to mine. So it was high-tech material. What a plant! I want it. I want to dismantle it, but afraid of getting beaten. Bai Chenyue peered through the panel, curiously examining the interior. The scene inside made her freeze on the spot. In the modest-sized ice hut, there was only one Cuku Tribe member, but his sleeping posture was absolutely ridiculous. He wasn't lying on a bed nor sleeping on the floor but rather, sleeping on the wall. Holes of various sizes had been dug into the wall, and the Cuku Tribe member was lying diagonally in one of them in an extremely awkward position, standing while reclining, arms crossed over his chest, clothes neatly arranged, eyes tightly closed like a mummy. Well, very peaceful. But the absurd part was that a long straw was inserted by his mouth, with the other end connected to a massive wooden barrel over 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. The considerate AI assistant immediately popped up with the prompt. Item: cold resistance fruit pulp, family sharing size. Status: concentrated energy drink extracted from cold resistance fruits. Drinking it provides cold resistance and is essential for Cuku Tribe members to survive the long polar nights. Note: truly happy fat homebody barrel. Being able to eat without moving, even immortals would envy this lifestyle. Bai Chenyue looked at the enormous barrel full of fruit pulp, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. So damn extravagant. How many cold resistance fruits would it take to extract this much pulp? Just as she was marveling at this, the Cuku Tribe member sleeping in the wall suddenly moved his eyelids, then opened his eyes. They were pure black eyes without a trace of impurity, staring directly at Bai Chenyue outside the ice hut. Bai Chenyue simply pushed the door open and walked inside. Traveler. A hoarse, weak voice came from inside the hut. Bai Chenyue nodded. Woman. The Cuku Tribe member continued. Haha, tribe traveler. Bad person carrying heat. Not allowed near our territory. I will punish you. As he spoke, the Cuku Tribe member lifted his foot to take his first step, but his legs gave way beneath him. With a thump, he directly slid into a kneeling position about 1 meter in front of Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue? ? There was really no need to punish her like this. The Cuku Tribe member felt deeply embarrassed and tried to stand up, but his vision blurred. He prostrated himself completely, bowing before Bai Chenyue. Bai Chenyue. Punishment received. Stop lying there, I don't have lucky money to give you. The Cuku Tribe member who had fallen struggled for a long time but couldn't get up, finally just panting heavily with blurred vision, though his mouth remained defiant. Humph. This time, I'll let you go. Next time if I see you again, I will definitely punish you. Both of them. If it takes a full minute just to complete one sentence, who exactly can you punish? If this counts as kneeling, then forget it. Blue identification text flashed before Bai Chenyue's eyes. Character: Cuku Wall. Status: vital signs extremely low. Metabolism reduced to 0.5% of normal levels. Currently in semi-hibernation state. In this state, external perception is extremely weak, but still retains the final dignity of being a Cuku Tribe warrior, Tsundere. Note: a Tsundere guy starving to the point of seeing stars, with weak waist and knees, yet still forcing himself to act tough. What he needs most right now isn't dignity, but a full meal. Bai Chenyue. Another guy starving to death. One Haha tribe, one Cuku tribe. One summer hibernation, one winter hibernation. Literally starving themselves to death, truly unmatched. Two bizarre tribes. Chapter 78. Who's the mole? Part 18. Hey, do you want something to eat? She asked. Cuku Wall struggled to lift his head, glancing at her with his pure black eyes, speaking weakly but still arrogantly. I only eat fire lizards, that's our Cuku Tribe warrior's favorite food. Since you're from the Haha tribe side, do you have fire lizards? Humph, I won't eat anything except fire lizards. Fire lizards? Bai Chenyue looked at wind-chasing youth beside her. Wind-chasing youth immediately explained. Fire lizards are a unique creature from the Haha desert, with firm flesh containing fire attribute energy. They're a food the Cuku tribe really likes. Bai Chenyue suddenly felt speechless. This world was truly amazing. The people of Haha desert wanted to eat ice crabs from Cuku ice plain, while the people of Cuku ice plain were longing for fire lizards from Haha desert. What kind of cursed fate did these two races have from their past lives? I don't have fire lizards. Bai Chenyue shook her head. Will you eat ice crabs? No. Cuku Wall refused without hesitation, answering decisively. However, the next second, gurgle. An earth-shattering intestinal rumble came from his stomach, sounding particularly loud in the quiet ice house. Cuku Wall's face visibly flushed red. He awkwardly turned his head away, remained silent for a few seconds, then mumbled in a voice smaller than a mosquito's. Then I can eat a little bit. Bai Chenyue almost laughed out loud. This guy was way too tsundere. She stopped teasing him, took out a cleaned ice crab from her space, skillfully cracked open the shell, revealing the golden yellow crab roe inside that looked like solidified grease. An ultimate fresh aroma instantly filled the entire ice house. Cuku Wall stubbornly lifted his head, drool uncontrollably flowing from the corner of his mouth. Bai Chenyue handed the shell full of crab roe to wind-chasing youth. Understanding her meaning, wind-chasing youth immediately carried the crab shell and carefully brought it to Cuku Wall's mouth. Just as the fragrant crab roe was about to enter his mouth, Cuku Wall opened wide, stretching his neck as much as possible. Wait a moment. Bai Chenyue suddenly spoke. Cuku Wall froze with his mouth open, suspended in midair. Both of them stiffened simultaneously, looking at her in unison. Bai Chenyue crossed her arms, leisurely looking at Cuku Wall on the ground, saying slowly, I can give you the food, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. I need your token for the cold resistance fruit forest. Give it to me and this ice crab is yours. The moment he heard token and cold resistance fruit, Cuku Wall instantly became alert and closed his mouth again. No, he refused decisively. You're from the Haha tribe. Cold resistance fruit is our Cuku tribe's sacred item. Absolutely cannot let you heat people pick it. I absolutely cannot give you the token. Oh? Really? Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow, her face showing no emotion. Since we can't reach an agreement, then forget it. She waved to wind-chasing youth. Windchaser, come back, we'll find our own way in. After saying this, she really turned around preparing to leave, without any hesitation. All right, boss. Wind-chasing youth immediately carried the crab roe, making as if to follow her away. That fatal aroma was about to depart. Wait. Cuku Wall completely panicked. The delicious food was about to fly away. Warrior's dignity, sacred items, all were thrown to the winds. Cuku Wall cried out with a miserable face. Don't go. It's just a token. I'll give it. I'll give it to you, all right? Food. Give me the food. Wind-chasing youth stopped, looking back at Bai Chenyue, asking her meaning with his eyes. Bai Chenyue looked down at Cuku Wall, who was clinging to her thigh without letting go, the corner of her mouth slightly lifting. Little guy, can't I handle you? Feed him. Bai Chenyue instructed wind-chasing youth. Wind-chasing youth immediately carried that bowl of fragrant crab roe back to Cuku Wall. Cuku Wall looked at the food right before his eyes, excitedly opening his mouth wide again, his eyes full of desire. Just as wind-chasing youth was about to feed the crab roe into his mouth. Wait a moment. Bai Chenyue's indifferent voice sounded again. Cuku Wall and wind-chasing youth froze again, both pairs of eyes looking at her in unison. One filled with despair. One filled with confusion. Give me the token first, then I'll let him give you the food, Bai Chenyue said, crossing her arms and looking down at Cuku Wall from above. She wasn't stupid. What if this guy ate his fill and then denied everything? Who would she complain to then? Goods first, payment later, that was only right and proper. No, I'll give it to you after I finish eating. Cuku Wall made his final struggle. He was just too hungry, about to faint the next second. Can't do, Bai Chenyue answered crisply, giving wind-chasing youth a meaningful look. Windchaser, let's go. All right. The two turned around again, making as if to leave. Come back quickly. Cuku Wall was about to collapse. How could there be such annoying heat people? I'll give it. I'll give it to you now. I'll give it to you right away. Give me the food. Bai Chenyue asked. Where's the token? In that small hole in the wall over there. Cuku Wall's eyes drifted toward a corner of the ice house. Bai Chenyue followed the direction and indeed found an inconspicuous small hole at the base of the wall. She walked over, reached in, and sure enough pulled out an icy crystal token carved with strange patterns. Item. Cuku Tribe Pass Token. Introduction. A token personally made by Cuku Tribe elders. Holding this token allows you to be recognized as one of their own by the cold resistance fruit forest guards. Note: your stepping stone is obtained. Facts prove that in the face of absolute hunger, all principles are paper tigers. Confirming she had the token, Bai Chenyue finally nodded to wind-chasing youth. Cuku Wall finally got his wish and ate that mouthful of long-craved crab roe. The delicious flavor exploded in his empty stomach, tears streaming down his face as he ate the entire shell of crab roe clean, even licking every bit of juice from around his mouth. After eating, he finally regained some strength and could kneel up by himself. With strength returned, that Sundra attitude came back too. He cleared his throat, putting on that haughty expression again, saying to Bai Chenyue, since you gave me food, then I'll reluctantly not punish you. Remember to return the token after you use it. Now you can leave. Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered to argue with him, saying nothing as she took wind-chasing youth and headed out. Before leaving, she still took out 5 prepared large ice crabs and several dozen pounds of various fish from her space, piling them up in the ice house. These are the rent for borrowing your token. After saying this, she left without looking back. In the ice house, Cuku Wall looked at the mountain of food, his eyes wide and his mouth open enough to fit an egg. He remained stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses from the shock, looking at Bai Chenyue's departing back, mumbling quietly, "Humph. Quite a generous tribe traveler after all. Just no observational skills. Didn't know to peel it for me and feed it directly into my mouth before leaving?" Chapter 79. Who's the Mole? Part 19. Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth drove to the northernmost part of the Cuku Tribe territory, an area surrounded by towering ice walls. At the entrance of the ice wall stood 2 massive humanoid puppets over 5 meters tall, completely constructed from ice. They emitted powerful energy fluctuations, exactly the guardians wind-chasing youth had mentioned. Bai Chenyue secretly felt relieved that she had obtained the token. Otherwise, if they had to fight these 2 giants, they'd probably be sent back to the starting point immediately. She raised the token high. The 2 ice guardians sensed the token's aura. Their massive heads slowly turned, blue light flashing in their hollow eye sockets. Then they became as still as sculptures. A safe passage opened before them. Bai Chenyue retrieved the token and led wind-chasing youth into the cold resistance fruit grove. The moment they stepped through the ice wall, a completely different atmosphere washed over them. Outside was extreme cold that could freeze people into ice sculptures, but here it was as warm as spring. So warm. Wind-chasing youth couldn't help but remove his hood, savoring the gentle warmth in the air. Bai Chenyue didn't speak. Her gaze was completely captivated by the scene before her. As far as she could see stood peculiar trees that were entirely white, as if carved from ice and jade. The trunks and branches emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the entire grove as bright as daylight. Fist-sized, fiery red fruits hung from the white branches, their surfaces seemingly flowing with a faint, flame-like halo. They densely covered every tree, and the air was filled with a strange sweet fragrance. Just smelling it made one feel that all the fatigue in their body had dissipated considerably. My heavens! Wind-chasing youth was also too stunned to speak. He murmured, "So this is the cold resistance fruit grove." Bai Chenyue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement surging within her, and locked her gaze on a cold resistance fruit closest to her. Item: cold resistance fruit. Description: mature fruit, edible. Fruit produced by the Cuku Ice Plains' unique ice crystal trees, containing peculiar biological thermal energy. After consumption, maintains constant body temperature for 24 hours, resisting extreme cold. Note: a walking heating pad, a mobile energy bar, an essential product for home travel and shady dealings. With it, Mom will never worry about you forgetting to wear thermal underwear in winter again. Holy walking heating pad. Forget walking sideways through this Cuku ice plain. Even in future extreme cold disasters, she could comfortably wear light clothing while eating hot pot. No good, her hoarding syndrome was about to flare up again. Looking at these countless red fruits covering the entire mountains and plains, Bai Chenyue felt her blood flow quickening. A thought screamed madly in her mind. Take them all. Not a single one left behind. Bai Chenyue decisively slapped herself. Calm down, you can't dig them all up. If you take everything, the Cuku tribe will exterminate you. You should leave at least some behind. Boss? Boss. Wind-chasing youth looked at Bai Chenyue, waiting for instructions. Work. Bai Chenyue suddenly snapped back to reality, her voice filled with excitement. She immediately pulled out over a dozen massive woven vine baskets from her space and shoved them all into wind-chasing youth's arms. See these fruits? Bai Chenyue pointed at the red fruits covering the mountains and plains. Pick them. Pick them at the fastest speed possible. Fill all these baskets for me. When they're full, bring them to me. After I collect them, you go back to filling more. Remember, our goal is— Bai Chenyue paused, then said word by word. Not a single one left. They're all mine. Completely mine. Ha ha ha. While frantically harvesting, Bai Chenyue laughed maniacally in her heart. The more beautiful thoughts she had, the faster her hands moved. Before long, the massive basket behind her was already full. She tossed it into her space, grabbed another basket, and continued filling it. On the other side, wind-chasing youth filled one basket, picked up an empty one, and charged back into the grove. Bai Chenyue focused her will, making the basket filled with cold-resistance fruits instantly disappear as she stored it in her infinite space. She raised her head, looking at this endless white forest, the fire in her eyes burning even more fiercely. After several hours of picking, Bai Chenyue gradually sensed something was wrong. She stopped her movements, straightened her back, rubbed her slightly sore lower back, and frowned slightly. Too slow, she murmured to herself, looking at this still endless fruit grove. Although both of them were working very fast compared to the scale of this entire fruit grove, it was still a drop in the bucket. After all this picking, looking around, the red fruits in the grove didn't seem to have decreased at all. At this rate, when would they ever finish? No good, the efficiency is too low. She needed to think of a faster method. Bai Chenyue touched her chin, her gaze sweeping back and forth across the pure white forest. Her gaze moved from the fiery red fruits to the pure white branches, and finally settled on the thick trunks deeply rooted in the ground. A crazy and bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. Why pick them one by one? Why not just pull out the entire tree by its roots and store the whole thing in her space? Yes. How could I be so stupid? Who cares if it's alive? As long as it's an object, can't it all be stored? Then with the entire tree stored inside, the fruits hanging on it could be picked whenever she wanted. Wouldn't that be a natural mobile orchard? If her space could upgrade in the future, she might even be able to plant these trees inside her space. Then she would truly have an inexhaustible production base for cold-resistance fruits. Bai Chenyue walked up to a cold-resistance fruit tree so thick it would take 3 people to embrace it, circling around it once. Then she pulled out the root-by-root squad from her space. Vroom! Accompanied by the low roar of an engine, the massive cold-resistance fruit tree deeply rooted in the ground was forcibly pulled out from the ice. The entire tree was lifted high by the robot. The densely packed red fruits on the tree rustled from the violent shaking, but not a single one fell off. Bai Chenyue looked at this completely uprooted spoils of war with extreme satisfaction. Store! With the thought, the massive cold-resistance fruit tree still covered with fruits, along with the soil wrapped around its roots, instantly disappeared from its original location, completely stored in her infinite space. Inside her space, a complete fruit tree emitting light and heat abruptly appeared beside the pile of cold-resistance fruits. Success! Wind-chasing youth glanced over, his pupils shaking with shock. Looking at the massive crater on the ground, he felt his brain couldn't quite process what was happening. What kind of godlike operation was this? Others came here to pick fruits, but she directly took the entire tree. Chapter 80. Whose mole is it? Part 20. What are you standing around for? Bai Chenyue's fierce gaze swept over wind-chasing youth as he loudly scolded. Keep picking. Our slogan is, pluck feathers from geese passing by, pull up roots from trees passing by. Wind-chasing youth's face darkened. Boss, you're not just plucking feathers anymore. You're packing up the skin, flesh, and bones all together to take away. Under Bai Chenyue's command, 10 robot engines roared, instantly transforming into 10 steel torrents that charged into the fruit grove ahead. An unprecedented, frenzied demolition operation commenced. Boom! Rumble, rumble. Oh! Over the next 2 days, the two of them didn't stop for a single moment. During those 48 hours, they took turns resting. The robots tirelessly uprooted trees without fatigue. When Bai Chenyue woke up, she collected the trees the robots had pulled out into her space. When wind-chasing youth finished resting, he shouldered his basket and continued frantically picking fruits. While collecting trees, Bai Chenyue took a moment to open the faction channel. The chat channel in the Heat faction was filled with joyous excitement. Cousin of old Wang next door brothers. Great news! We caught 3 cold faction spies. Sun was rubbed by me, really? Which 3 unlucky souls? Watermelon is sweetest. One called Ice Skater, one called Snow Hider, and another real player with the ID Desert Little Prince. Ha ha ha, that guy's face turned completely green when he was caught. Wind blows pants cold, damn. An actual player spy? Didn't his team notice him? I'm not a tough guy. If he hadn't tried to ambush us and got caught red-handed, who would have suspected him? His subordinates were completely stunned too. When Bai Chenyue saw Desert Little Prince's ID, her eyebrows raised slightly. The top-ranked big shot. Wealthy tycoon. She closed the Heat faction channel and called wind-chasing youth over to check the Cold faction channel. The atmosphere in the Cold faction wasn't as good. It was practically covered in dark clouds, filled with towering resentment. They had also caught 2 spies, but both were system-arranged NPCs. The real player spy Redbird still hadn't been found. Featherless has no bird, damn it. We've practically turned Piapiao Canyon inside out, but haven't found a single feather from Redbird. Does that bitch know how to burrow underground? Snowfield Flying Chicken at Featherless has no bird. Are you sure she's still there? It's been 2 days since she sent me back to the starting point. Ice Plain Wolf. I just came out of the canyon, forget people, there wasn't even a ghost shadow. Wasted my trip. Pisses me off. Seeing this, Bai Chenyue gave wind-chasing youth a meaningful glance beside her. Wind-chasing youth immediately understood, opened his panel, and sent a message in the Cold faction channel. Wind-chasing youth at Ice Plain Wolf, brother, when you were searching in the canyon, did you happen to pick up any equipment? 2 daggers and a backpack. Ice Plain Wolf replied almost instantly. Ice Plain Wolf, no. I was too busy looking for people. No time to check what crap was on the ground. Did you lose something? Wind-chasing youth. That was mine and my friend's equipment. We were ambushed by Redbird in the canyon earlier, got sent back to the respawn point, and our equipment dropped. Those daggers cost us a fortune to buy. They were our only weapons. Wind-chasing youth said this with such genuine emotion that it would sadden those who heard it and bring tears to those who listened. Someone in the channel immediately chimed in. Sacred Mountain Guardian at Ice Plain Wolf, we went to the canyon afterward too, and didn't find any equipment either. But logically speaking, items can't just disappear for no reason, and Heat faction people can't infiltrate our channel. His words seemed fair but directly convicted Ice Plain Wolf. I am your real grandpa at Ice Plain Wolf, hear that? You guys were the first to go in. If you didn't take it, who did? Spit our stuff out now. Someone on the cloud. Exactly. Some people are so shameless, taking advantage of the situation to steal equipment others worked hard to obtain. Hope their hands rot. Whoever picked up other stuff better return it. Or may ice crabs pinch you to death outside. Ice Plain Wolf instantly exploded. Ice Plain Wolf. Screw your mother. I said I didn't pick it up, so I didn't pick it up. Are you too sick? Biting at me? If I picked up your crappy equipment, may I be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. At this moment, the silent Edo Kenji finally spoke up. Sacred Mountain Guardian at Ice Plain Wolf, that katana cost me 21,000 game coins to purchase. It's my entire current net worth. If you truly didn't take it, please carefully recall whether there were any other suspicious people present at the time. 21,000 game coins. The entire channel fell silent for a moment. Ice Plain Wolf instantly exploded again. Ice Plain Wolf. Screw your Japanese mother. I said I didn't pick it up, so I didn't pick it up. Are you all sick? Biting at me? If I picked up your crappy equipment, may I be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. Wind-chasing youth. Brothers and sisters, if any of you picked up our 2 daggers, please return them to us. They're not worth much, but we spent all our savings to buy them. Now we don't even have weapons. How are we supposed to complete future tasks? A verbal battle about where the equipment had gone ignited the Cold faction channel. Everyone was watching them tear into each other. With I am your real grandpa, and someone on the cloud adamantly insisting that Ice Plain Wolf had taken the equipment. They kept chasing after Ice Plain Wolf with insults, both dirty and vicious. Ice Plain Wolf didn't back down either, directly cursing back. With this, she and wind-chasing youth completely cleared themselves of suspicion and successfully created internal conflict within the cold faction. Perfect. Just as she was in high spirits and about to make the robots work even harder, her peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of an unusual stone beneath the roots of a tree the robots had uprooted. The stone was semi-transparent and against the surrounding ice, emitted a faint, mysterious glow. Her eyes immediately scanned over it. Item: warm ice crystal or unprocessed. Introduction: a unique mineral from the Cuku ice plain. After simple polishing, it has extremely strong cold air insulation effects. It's essential material for the Cuku Tribe's house construction and cold protection. Note: all-natural double-pane insulated glass, warm in winter, cool in summer. You deserve it. It's just a bit troublesome to mine. Bai Chenyue's eyes instantly widened. Thermal insulation ice crystal panel. She suddenly remembered that magical glass at Cuku Wall's home. As long as there was enough quantity, it could be used to build a safe house that's warm in winter and cool in summer. Her heart pounded wildly as she scanned the surrounding ground with burning intensity. Since there was one piece here, there must be more nearby. Bai Chenyue wandered around and finally discovered a cave in one spot. Walking inside, she found walls emitting an eerie blue light, winding and coiling beneath the ice layer. Item: large warm ice crystal vein. Introduction: estimated to exceed 1 million tons. Note: congratulations, you stepped in dog poop. Such a huge gold mine is buried right under your feet. Why aren't you starting to dig? Waiting for it to grow legs and jump into your bag. 1 million tons. Forget about those trees. Let the robots keep pulling them. Bai Chenyue hurried out of the cave to summon Wind-chasing youth. Wind-chaser, come here. We have more important things to do. Wind-chasing youth, who was still in a dazed state, was called over. Bai Chenyue brought him into the cave. From now on, we're not farmers anymore. We're miners. Dig for me. Hollow out everything below. Chapter 81. Who's the mole? Part 21. Mining. Wind-chasing youth was even more confused. Bai Chenyue's mind was completely occupied with mining right now. She opened the game mall without hesitation and immediately started looking for tools. Item: high-energy ion labor-saving hoe. Description: uses the latest ion decomposition technology, can easily break any mineral below A-grade hardness, comes with energy circulation system, saves over 90% effort. Price: 3,000 game coins each. Note: miner's delight. Everyone who uses it loves it. The only downside is the price, but for a newly rich landowner like you, it's just pocket change. Bai Chenyue glanced at her remaining balance of over 7,000 game coins and clicked purchase without hesitation. Buy 2. Ding. Spent 6,000 game coins, remaining balance 1062 game coins. With a flash of light, 2 hoes with extremely futuristic designs appeared in her hands. The hoes were entirely silver white, with an energy display screen on the handle, looking at least 100 times more advanced than ordinary hoes. Here, use this. Bai Chenyue tossed one to Wind-chasing youth. Wind-chasing youth caught the hoe, feeling like he was dreaming. Bai Chenyue selected a spot, raised the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe high above her head, aimed at the hard ice layer beneath her feet, and smashed down fiercely. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering roar as expected. Instead, the front end of the hoe lit up with a circle of blue light. The moment it contacted the ice layer, the incredibly hard ice silently decomposed, instantly creating a half-meter deep crater. Bai Chenyue's eyes lit up. She didn't even feel any resistance, as easy as swinging her arm. Like children discovering new toys, the two wielded their high-tech hoes and began their frantic cuckoo mining operation. Clear and efficient digging sounds echoed through the cave. When Bai Chenyue dug out the first complete, head-sized crystal-clear piece of warm ice crystal, and held it in her hands, she was so excited she laughed like a pig on the spot. The cool yet smooth texture, the dreamy deep blue luster. Store. With a thought, she stored the ore in her space. Looking at the small pile of blue crystals that had appeared in her space, Her hoarding instinct was once again greatly satisfied. Hurry, Windchaser. Keep digging. Dig as much as we can. Don't let a single one escape. Got it, boss. Oh. Time flew by rapidly in their frantic digging. Except for necessary rest and meals, Bai Chenyue and Windchasing Youth devoted all their time to the great mining enterprise. The root-by-root squad continued diligently uprooting trees, neatly arranging the cold-resistance fruit trees laden with fruits to one side, waiting for their master's attention. And their master was currently covered in dust, lying in the huge pit she had dug herself, waving the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe in her hand while muttering constantly, "Mine! It's all mine!" In her space, the originally empty area was now occupied by a massive blue mineral mountain, with countless cold-resistance fruit trees and baskets filled with fruits piled beside it. Just as she was digging happily, Wind-Chasing Youth saw messages in the faction channel. "Winter is coming, brothers, latest news. There are only 2 spies left in our faction now. One is Redbird. And there's one more undiscovered real player spy. Featherless has no bird. Only 2 left? Great. Victory is within reach. Snowfield Flying Fox. Everyone work harder. Let's dig out that bitch Redbird. The 20,000 game coin reward is waving at us. I am your real grandpa. Where exactly is Redbird hiding? Does anyone have clues? I suspect Redbird is the remaining real player spy now. Otherwise, why would an NPC want my equipment? Someone on the cloud, Broba is right. With so many ice crabs, Redbird still escaped. There must be Heat faction people supporting her, and she stole our equipment along the way to Wind-Chasing Youth. Redbird is actually a real spy from the Heat faction? She must have taken our daggers too. Damn it. Wind-Chasing Youth was quite satisfied with muddying the waters, then reminded Bai Chenyue. Boss, shouldn't you go back to turn in the mission? The Cold faction only has 2 spies left to catch. If we don't act soon, they're going to win. Bai Chenyue pried off a piece of ore and tossed it into her space, looking up at him. Spies! Her brain was buffering. She had gotten too carried away with mining. Almost forgot about the mission. Redbird hadn't been caught, and she hadn't been caught either. The Cold faction couldn't win. Then she checked the Heat faction channel. There was still 1 NPC spy left to catch over there? Time to go back and turn in the mission. Bai Chenyue looked at the bottomless mining pit beneath her feet, then at the cold-resistance fruit forest outside the cave, feeling a twinge of struggle in her heart. She really wanted to clear this place out completely, but reason told her no. The Heat faction spies were almost all caught, meaning the game progress was more than halfway through. She had to go back. Time to go back and turn in the mission. Bai Chenyue sighed and said to Wind-Chasing Youth, "Okay, whatever you say, boss." The 2 spent a few minutes as Bai Chenyue stored all the mind-warm ice crystal ore into her space. Then Bai Chenyue walked over to the small forest that had been uprooted by the robots. Looking around, at least 1,000 cold-resistance fruit trees lay on the ground, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Store. With a wave of her hand and a thought, all the cold-resistance fruit trees along with their fruits instantly disappeared from their spots, neatly arranged in her space. Bai Chenyue put away the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe, started the off-road vehicle, and prepared to leave this treasure trove that had given them abundant harvests. When the off-road vehicle drove out of the ice wall, Bai Chenyue looked back. The originally lush, fairyland-like cold-resistance fruit forest now looked devastated. The large area near the entrance had been almost completely cleared out by them, leaving only huge deep pits on the ground and marks from where the robots had uprooted trees. Half of the entire forest had been forcefully cleared out by them. Ah, what a pity. Bai Chenyue looked at the still dense forest in the distance and couldn't help sighing. It's still too big, can't take it all. If she had a few more days, she was confident she could dig 3 feet deep here, not leaving even a single root for the Cuku Tribe. Forget it, leave some for the Cuku Tribe. After all, she's a good person. Hearing this, Wind-Chasing Youth's mouth twitched violently beside her. Boss, have some humanity. You've almost dug up their ancestral graves, and you're still complaining about not being able to take everything? If the Cuku Tribe people saw this scene, they'd probably cry themselves to death. Filled with the joy of a full harvest, the 2 returned the token, got in the off-road vehicle, and sped back along the road they came. On their way back to the Haha Desert, the 2 moonlighted as fishermen again. The sonic self-capture fishing net was cast out repeatedly, piles of fish were caught, and stored by Bai Chenyue in her space. Besides fish, she also used the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe to cut large quantities of pure ice blocks, stuffing them all into a corner of her space. Over 100,000 gene of fish, tens of thousands of ice blocks. Only then was Bai Chenyue satisfied enough to stop. The off-road vehicle finally drove out of the white Cuku ice plain, with scorching air rushing toward them. Before them stretched endless golden desert. Haha desert, they were back. The two changed out of their thick cold-proof clothing, feeling the familiar high temperature, momentarily feeling like a lifetime had passed. Let's go, time to turn in the mission. Bai Chenyue switched back to the all-terrain vehicle and, following the route from memory, sped toward the direction of the Haha tribe. Chapter 82. Who is the spy? 22. Returning to the familiar Haha tribe, Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth went straight to Hahali's home. The entire tribe remained exactly as they had left it, lifeless and stagnant, with Haha tribe members lying everywhere inside the houses. Numerous players were also scattered throughout, moving between each dwelling. Pushing open Hahali's door, they found her still maintaining that serene posture, lying on the ground with hands folded over her chest and eyes tightly closed. Bai Chenyue instinctively glanced over. Character: Hahali. Status: vital signs have dropped to 0.05%, about to enter mandatory hibernation death, due to starvation. Note: a resilient Haha tribesperson, using life to demonstrate that starving is trivial, but lying flat is everything. Only 0.05% health remaining? Bai Chenyue marveled at the sight. This person was truly something else. Several days had passed since their last meeting, yet she still hadn't starved to death, stubbornly clinging to life until now. Hey, Hahali, wake up. Bai Chenyue approached and called out several times. Hahali on the ground remained completely motionless, not even a flutter of her eyelids. She appeared to have completely fainted from hunger. Boss, she seems done for. Wind-chasing youth poked Hahali, who felt limp and utterly unresponsive. She has to wake up whether she's done for or not, Bai Chenyue thought to herself. Even if she were to die, she needed to stamp that certificate first. After a moment's consideration, she retrieved a clean giant ice crab from her storage space. With a crisp crack, she skillfully pried open the crab shell, releasing an intense aroma of freshness that instantly filled the stuffy room. Bai Chenyue could even hear herself swallowing saliva. Yet Hahali, lying on the ground, still showed no reaction. She can't even smell this? Bai Chenyue found it hard to believe. She brought the crab roe-filled shell close to Hahali's mouth. The moment the shell approached, something extraordinary happened. Hahali, who had been completely lifeless, suddenly twitched her nose violently twice. Then her mouth flew open, sucking directly at the crab roe. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound resembling a vacuum cleaner operating, the entire shellful disappeared into her mouth. In less than a second, Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth were instantly stunned speechless. Holy crap! Wind-chasing youth stood gaping. A whirlwind inhalation. Bai Chenyue's mouth twitched. She strongly suspected this person hadn't actually been unconscious at all, but had been pretending to be dead while waiting to be fed. Again. She refused to believe it. Wind-chasing youth opened another ice crab and carefully offered it. Whoosh! Another second gone. Again. Whoosh! After 3 consecutive servings of crab roe entered her stomach, a faint hint of color finally returned to Hahali's face. She let out a long relieved sigh, her eyelids fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes, noticing Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth who had appeared in her room. It's you again, traveler from the ice plains. Her voice remained weak but carried more strength than before. She smacked her lips, wearing an expression of endless reminiscence inside. I think I just had a dream where someone fed me ice crab roe. That flavor. TSK, so incredibly fragrant. What a pity it was just a dream. I'll never get to taste it in this lifetime. Wind-chasing youth. The two exchanged glances, both seeing speechlessness in each other's eyes. Bai Chenyue expressionlessly raised the completely cleaned-out ice crab shell in her hand and waved it before Hahali's eyes. Is there any possibility that wasn't a dream, but that I fed it to you? Hahali looked at the empty crab shell before her, then at Bai Chenyue, her face filled with confusion. Impossible. She shook her head. Ice crabs are so terrifying. How could you possibly catch them? I must still be dreaming. Bai Chenyue couldn't be bothered arguing and went straight to the point. Those 10 ice crabs you mentioned plus 100 cuckoo fish, I've caught them all. Now, can you stamp my certificate? What? Hahali abruptly sat up from the ground. Moving with such agility she seemed nothing like someone just pulled back from death's door. Her gaze swept across the room, and when she spotted the 7 giant ice crabs piled in the corner, plus the large batch of cuckoo fish kept chilled with ice beside them, her pupils shook with earthquake-like intensity. You actually caught them? She stammered, her face covered with utter disbelief. Sitting up, she reached out and touched the ice crab's hard shells. After confirming this wasn't an illusion, she drew a sharp breath. Heavens! You're truly a warrior. Her look toward Bai Chenyue instantly filled with admiration. Bai Chenyue handed over the clearance certificate. So stamp it. Hahali took the certificate but then frowned. Pointing at the pile of ice crabs, she said with serious expression, Wait, traveler. I asked you to catch 10 ice crabs but you only have 7 here. The count doesn't match. I can't stamp your certificate. A vein throbbed at Bai Chenyue's temple. She took a deep breath and pointing at Hahali's mouth, patiently explained, The other 3. You just ate them. I ate them. Hahali pointed at herself with a blank expression, then decisively shook her head. I didn't. I don't know. I forgot. The denial trio rolled off her tongue effortlessly. Bai Chenyue pulled out 3 identical ice crabs from her storage space and tossed them with a smack in front of Hahali. Now is it enough? Seeing the 3 additional ice crabs on the ground, Hahali's eyes instantly lit up. Enough. Warrior, you're truly amazing. She danced with joy, even changing how she addressed Bai Chenyue. She picked up the clearance certificate with one hand, then vigorously rubbed her other arm. Who knows how long it had been since it was washed. From her elbow, she scraped off a small lump of dark brown, greasy-looking grime. Pinching it into a ball between 2 fingers, she pressed it firmly onto the blank space of the certificate. A dark brown, irregularly textured stamp emitting a complex aroma was thus completed. Bai Chenyue watched this entire scene unfold, her entire being petrified. Item. Cuku Tribe's Pinch Grime. Introduction. Formed from the accumulated bodily filth and sweat mixture of Cuku Tribe members over years, possessing unique personal scent. Serves as important token for identity verification and contract certification within the Cuku Tribe. Commonly used for stamping clearance certificates. Note. Congratulations, you've obtained a pure natural additive-free, aromatic limited edition handmade stamp. Friendly reminder. Better not touch this thing with your hands, or the smell won't wash off for 3 days. Bai Chenyue. She swore she had never felt so utterly speechless. Hahali handed back the stamped clearance certificate to Bai Chenyue. Warrior. Your first task is complete. She reached out to pat Bai Chenyue's shoulder, but Bai Chenyue decisively stepped back. Hahali's hand froze midair as she maintained her smile. For your next task, go find Hahe. His house is 10 dwellings to the right of mine. Having said this, she completely ignored Bai Chenyue's now green-tinged face and contentedly returned to her previous lying spot. After straightening her clothes, she lay down, feet together, hands folded over her chest, and closed her eyes. Serene. Bai Chenyue stood there disheveled, clutching the fragrant clearance certificate. Chapter 83. Who's the Mole? Part 23. Suppressing her disgust, Bai Chenyue stored the aromatic clearance certificate away. Following the directions Hahali had given, she found Hahe's dwelling. Before even entering, she could hear a man's helpless sigh coming from inside. Exchanging a glance with wind-chasing youth, Bai Chenyue pushed aside the sunshade and stepped in. The scene inside was even more pitiful than Hahali's home. A white-bearded Cuku Tribe elder with facial hair so long it nearly touched the ground lay weakly on the floor. The man was as thin as dried firewood, with deeply sunken eye sockets and cracked, parched lips. Character: Hey. Status: vital signs have dropped to 0.01%, about to enter forced hibernation death, due to starvation and dehydration. Note: A stubborn old man who shows through actions that he'd rather starve than compromise his palate. Compressed biscuits? Even dogs wouldn't eat them. Good grief, even more extreme than Hahali, with only 0.01% health remaining. Beside the old man, a young man around 27 or 28 years old wearing desert camouflage knelt on the floor with a look of utter despair. He held a small bowl containing a pale, swollen paste, presumably the compressed biscuits. "Elder, please just take one bite, just one." However, the old man merely trembled his lips and symbolically opened his mouth. The moment the paste touched his tongue, he frowned and let it dribble out from the corner of his mouth, his face full of disgust. Witnessing this scene, the young man nearly burst into tears on the spot. Character: Zhu Yunyang. Game nickname: Social Me Brother Pig. Status: extremely agitated, on the verge of breakdown, questioning his life choices over a damned NPC mission. Note: a man whose dreams have been crushed by game NPCs. His greatest wish right now might not be completing the mission, but strangling this old man on the spot. Bai Chenyue was somewhat surprised to encounter a player who had been somewhat famous in her previous life here. Social Me Brother Pig also noticed the two people at the doorway. He glanced at Bai Chenyue, frowned, and asked weakly, "You're here for the mission too?" "Yes." Bai Chenyue nodded, her gaze falling on Hahei on the floor. She asked the obvious question. "Is he about to go?" "You bet." Hearing this, Social Me Brother Pig immediately found someone to vent to, and began pouring out his grievances. He only wants cold resistance fruit, nothing else will do. These Haha tribe people are all crazy. Why can't they just give out all the missions at once and let us complete them together? They have to dole them out bit by bit like squeezing toothpaste. Back and forth between the ice plain and the desert. I've already made 4 round trips. If I ever meet the game designer, I swear I won't beat him to death. Bai Chenyue was shocked. 4 times? That many? What missions did you take? Hearing Bai Chenyue's question, Zhu Yunyang's expression became incredibly vivid, bitter, and astringent. "Don't even ask, it's all tears." He plopped down on the floor and began recounting his misfortunes. "The first time, a young man told me he wanted to eat ice crab roe. I went through tremendous effort, ran to Cuku Ice Plain, barely survived, almost got snapped in half by those giant crab claws, finally gathered 10 ice crab roe, and came running back all excited to turn in the mission." Zhu Yunyang waved his arms dramatically. The second mission was from this old man. He wanted cold resistance fruit, also at Cuku Ice Plain. I thought since I'd been there before, this should be easy, right? Guess what? The cold resistance fruit grows at the freaking northernmost part of the Cuku Tribe settlement. There were 2 guards blocking the entrance who required a token to enter. Where was I supposed to get a token? I considered forcing my way through, but bam, 2 hits. Those 2 hulking doormen sent me back to the starting point. Clearly they didn't want me to complete the mission. Hearing this, Bai Chenyue roughly understood the situation. Back and forth, ice plain to desert, desert to ice plain, I made 4 complete round trips. 4. Zhu Yunyang grew angrier as he spoke. Finally pointing at Hahei, he accused. "When I first came to Haha Desert and saw people lying in the houses, I thought this game was super hardcore, making us help collect corpses. Turns out the mission is to send us to our deaths, so we can collect our own corpses. Neither tribe is normal. These people aren't starving. They're just asking for it." Bai Chenyue. Wind-chasing youth. Collect corpses. Bai Chenyue mentally complained that she'd had similar thoughts when she first arrived. Her eyes shifted thoughtfully as she asked, "I have cold resistance fruit. Do you want to buy some?" Zhu Yunyang's complaints cut off abruptly as he stared intently at Bai Chenyue. "Say that again?" Bai Chenyue repeated. "I said, I have cold resistance fruit here. 1 piece, 1,000 game coins. Do you want it?" Zhu Yunyang stared blankly at Bai Chenyue, his expression shifting from shock to suspicion, then to wild joy, finally settling on disbelief. "Holy crap! You have cold resistance fruit. I don't believe it." He sprang up from the floor and rushed to Bai Chenyue in 3 quick steps, questioning, "Where did you get it?" Bai Chenyue had already prepared her story. She couldn't very well say she'd stripped half of the Cuku tribe's orchard bare and incidentally mined their resources, could she? She said casually, I infiltrated the Cuku Tribe settlement and traded for it using Haha Desert's specialty fire lizards. Fire lizards? Seeing the fruit in Bai Chenyue's hand, Zhu Yunyang paused. He'd been in Haha Desert for quite some time but had never seen any fire lizards, though he'd heard other players mention them. Zhu Yunyang slapped his forehead as understanding dawned. Why hadn't he thought of that? The Cuku Tribe people were also starving, their stomachs pressed against their backbones, just like the Haha Tribe people, stuck to walls unable to move. He'd seen it during his last visit. They didn't even have the strength to walk, let alone attack players. Trading with food. His view of Bai Chenyue instantly transformed, from seeing her as another unlucky player to regarding her as a clever pro-gamer, with unconventional thinking. Brilliant! Zhu Yunyang rubbed his hands together, putting on an ingratiating smile as he began haggling with Bai Chenyue. Beauty, look, we're both brothers in the Heat faction, fellow sufferers in this world. Isn't 1,000 game coins a bit too expensive? How about 500? Without even lifting her eyelids, Bai Chenyue uttered 4 words. 1,000, non-negotiable. As if she'd joke about this, she'd worked hard pulling out trees and mining, risking game system penalties to obtain these treasures. Selling them for 1,000 was practically a friendship price. Even though she had plenty. But others didn't know that, right? Don't be like that, sis. Zhu Yunyang grew anxious. Have some pity on me, give me a discount, okay? How about 600? 1,000? Bai Chenyue remained unmoved. 800? Zhu Yunyang wore a pained expression. Bai Chenyue looked at him, quickly calculating in her mind. 800 for 1 cold resistance fruit. A small loss but still acceptable. Fine, 800 it is. Bai Chenyue pretended to reluctantly agree. Only because you're so pitiful. Deal. Zhu Yunyang was overjoyed. Chapter 84. Who's the Mole? Part 24. Bai Chenyue didn't waste time either, pretending to take something out of her backpack while actually retrieving a cold resistance fruit from her infinite space that emitted a faint blue glow. Zhu Yunyang's eyes instantly went wide. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and reached out to grab it. Bai Chenyue pulled it back. Payment first. Zhu Yunyang quickly opened the trade panel. Ding! Player Social Me Brother Pig has initiated a trade with you for 800 game coins. Do you accept? Bai Chenyue clicked accept. Ding! Private item transaction detected. Deducting 50 game coins as processing fee. Ding! Obtained 750 game coins. Current balance. 1812 game coins. However, just as his hand was about to touch the cold resistance fruit, something unexpected happened. Hahei, who had been lying on the ground with only 1 breath left, looking like he could pass away at any moment, suddenly had his nose twitch violently twice. Then, his eyelids in those deeply sunken eye sockets suddenly twitched, and he actually shot up from the ground into a sitting position. Character Hey. Status. Momentary revival. Vital signs are burning away at an astonishing rate. Note. He smelled it. He's alive. He's about to die again. Startled upright from death's door. All because this fruit smells so divine. This is a foodie's final obsession. Bai Chenyue's mouth also twitched. This reaction was even more exaggerated than when Hahali smelled the crab roe. After sitting up, Hahei's muddy eyes burst with light, firmly fixed on the cold resistance fruit in Bai Chenyue's hand. His lips trembled as he extended a hand that looked like dried firewood. Wait! Just as Hahei's hand was about to touch the cold resistance fruit, Zhu Yunyang picked up the fruit and dodged his grabby hands. With a stern face, he took out his own clearance certificate from his backpack and shoved it right into Hahei's face. Stamp first. Hahei's gaze reluctantly moved from the cold resistance fruit to the clearance certificate. Ultimately, his craving for delicious food overcame everything else. All right. He nodded with difficulty. He tremblingly raised his other hand and began feeling around on his filthy, who knows how long unwashed robe, as if searching for something. Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth watched curiously. Was this old guy's stamp hidden in his clothes? A bit more advanced than Hahali's elbow dirt? Just as they thought Hahei was going to pull something out from his chest, they saw him finally find the button on his clothes and undo it. He reached his hand inside and gave a vigorous rub. Soon, a small lump of blackish-brown spherical matter, darker in color than Hahali's gunk, more oily in texture, and seemingly of much older vintage, was rubbed out by him. Bai Chenyue closed her eyes, not wanting to open them again. Wind-chasing youth. The stamps of the Haha tribe each had their own unique flavor. Hahe pinched that freshly produced, still body temperature gunk with trembling hands, about to press it onto Zhu Yunyang's clearance certificate. However, at this critical moment, his body suddenly stiffened violently. Those eyes that had burst with brilliance upon seeing food instantly lost their sparkle, becoming dull and lifeless. His hand holding the dirt dropped powerlessly. His entire body stiffly fell backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Character Hey. Status. Deceased. Note. He proved one thing with his life: you can eat recklessly, but you shouldn't make reckless declarations. Sitting up like that used up the last of his mana bar. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the three people, Hahe's corpse transformed into a soft white light and vanished into thin air. That lump of dirt also disappeared. Zhu Yunyang looked utterly disappointed. Bai Chenyue looked completely shocked. Wind-chasing youth looked speechless. The entire room fell into dead silence. Bai Chenyue's pupils trembled with shock. How could he just die on the spot like that? With Hahe gone, where was she supposed to get her quest? He died just like that, without any warning at all. She looked down at her own clearance certificate that also needed stamping and for the first time felt doubtful about completing this quest. So what do we do now? Bai Chenyue looked at Zhu Yunyang and couldn't help asking. Does this mean the quest failed? Zhu Yunyang suddenly looked at Bai Chenyue with shock. You're a spy for the Heat faction, aren't you? Bai Chenyue. What did she say? Why was he suddenly suspecting her? She was a spy. For the Cold faction. Without saying anything, she opened her game panel, brought up the faction channel, and showed it to Zhu Yunyang. Heat faction channel appeared clearly in large letters. She also displayed her own ID. Game nickname. Body stronger than livingly Kue. The evidence was irrefutable. Zhu Yunyang leaned in closer, confirmed everything was correct, and only then did his tense body finally relax. Bai Chenyue breathed a sigh of relief, having almost been accidentally hit by friendly fire. Fortunately, she had already set up her personal panel to hide the nickname, "Who's that guy?" and her spy identity, making them invisible to anyone but herself. Otherwise her cover would have been blown. Zhu Yunyang looked quite embarrassed, scratching his head. It's mainly because this guy died too quickly. Just when the quest was about to succeed, he poof disappeared. My mentality kind of broke. Bai Chenyue nodded. Understandable. She felt the same way. But what did you mean earlier about the quest failing? Zhu Yunyang asked, puzzled. I thought if he died we couldn't continue the quest chain, Bai Chenyue said truthfully. Die? You're too naive. Zhu Yunyang suddenly understood and explained. So you didn't know. If these guys starve to death, they'll resurrect from the tribe's central altar after a few minutes. Bai Chenyue. After resurrection, their health returns to 50%. But did you think after resurrecting they'd go look for food? No. They'll slowly wander back to their houses, find a comfortable position, then continue lying flat, continuing to starve. Until they survive the star day. Zhu Yunyang continued explaining. Bai Chenyue. Wind-chasing youth. Bai Chenyue's worldview was almost shattered. They could do that? Infinite resurrection, then coming back to continue being corpses? No wonder when she saw Hahali again. Her health was down to just a sliver, but she could still barely hold on. Turns out she had already died and come back several times in between. So we just need to wait now? Bai Chenyue asked after digesting this astonishing information. Right, let's wait. Zhu Yunyang plopped down and waved his hand. Sit down and rest. Probably just a 5 or 6 minute thing. That old man should be back soon. His tone carried the world weariness of someone who's already gotten used to it. Bai Chenyue made a constipated expression. Fine, then they'd wait. Bai Chenyue also found a relatively clean corner to sit in, asking curiously. If he can resurrect, then what was the point of feeding him earlier? Zhu Yunyang chuckled. Was hoping he might soften up and give me a stamp out of kindness. Bai Chenyue. About 5 minutes passed. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from far away, followed by the light-blocking panel of the house being roughly yanked open with a crash. A familiar, vigorous roar came from outside. Where's the fruit? Where's my cold resistance fruit? The three of them looked up simultaneously. There stood Hahei, who just moments ago had been lying on the ground at death's door before turning into light and disappearing, now full of energy and vigor at the doorway. Chapter 85. Who's the mole? Part 25. Hahei's robe was still just as dirty, his beard still just as long, but his eyes now sparkled with vitality, showing no trace of the dying man from before. If one hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe he had literally died just minutes ago? Bai Chenyue. Bouncing around like this, how could he possibly look like someone with only 50% health? Dying and then reviving with half health only to continue lying around afterwards. This was literally the ultimate dream of every corporate drone. Hahei rushed into the room with frantic energy, his eyes instantly locking onto the cold resistance fruit in Zhu Yunyang's hand. The fruit! My fruit! He rubbed his hands together eagerly, looking ready to pounce. Stop! Zhu Yunyang positioned himself between Hahei and the fruit, shoving the clearance certificate right into Hahei's face with his other hand. Forget your fruit for now. Stamp my certificate first. Who knew if this old man would turn hostile after getting the fruit, or get so excited after eating it that he'd kick the bucket again? Hahei's gaze reluctantly shifted from the cold resistance fruit to the certificate that was practically touching his nose. Once again, he raised that withered stick-like hand and expertly reached into his filthy, grime-covered robe. Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth silently took 2 steps back, maintaining a safe social distance. The familiar motion, the focused expression. Sure enough, after fumbling around in his robe for a moment, Hahei stopped at a particular spot and began vigorously rubbing. Soon, a freshly produced clump was forcefully pressed onto the blank space of Zhu Yunyang's clearance certificate. Zhu Yunyang fought back his disgust but still accepted the certificate. Here. We're even now. Hahei grabbed the cold resistance fruit, a lecherous-looking smile spreading across his face. He brought the fruit to his nose and took a deep inhale, his entire body swaying with intoxication. This is the smell. With his mission completed, Zhu Yunyang finally relaxed, slumping down as if he'd run 4 trips across the ice plain. For this ridiculous thing, he'd nearly driven himself insane. This game really wasn't meant for humans to play. After finishing his moment of intoxication, Hahei's gaze shifted to Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth. His shrewd eyes scanned Bai Chenyue, then moved to the clearance certificate in her hand. Oh, do you need a stamp too, traveler? Hahei asked. Yes, I also need a stamp. Bai Chenyue nodded. Hahei's eyes instantly lit up, and he extended one finger. 1 cold resistance fruit. Without wasting words, Bai Chenyue pretended to rummage through her backpack and produced another cold resistance fruit. A fruit. Another fruit. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, practically drooling. Bai Chenyue pulled the fruit back, extending her clearance certificate with her other hand. Stamp it. Yes, yes, yes. Right away. Right away. Hahei grinned so widely his eyes disappeared into slits, his attitude overwhelmingly enthusiastic. He took the certificate, and then under the watchful eyes of Bai Chenyue, wind-chasing youth, and Zhu Yunyang who had just caught his breath, he performed an action that no one expected. He didn't reach into his robe again. Instead, he lifted his arm, pushed up his wide sleeve to reveal his skinny but equally filthy arm. Then he leaned his head down, buried his nose into his armpit, and took a strong sniff. Immediately after, he raised his other hand, reached into his armpit, and began vigorously rubbing. Bai Chenyue, Zhu Yunyang, wind-chasing youth. 3 people, 3 expressions of pure disgust. Bai Chenyue felt her stomach churning violently, her breakfast threatening to make a reappearance. A dark brown spherical object, even darker than the one Zhu Yunyang received, was rubbed out from his armpit. Item. Hahei's armpit aroma, enhanced version grime. Description. Formed through deep fermentation and high concentration of sweat, skin flakes, and external dust from Hehe's perpetually unwashed armpits. This is his personal top-tier token, uniquely scented, invigorating and mind-clearing, with extremely strong recognizability. Note: congratulations, you are about to receive an exclusively customized, hand-rubbed, limited edition collector's stamp with incredibly rich aromatic layers. Friendly reminder: the after effect of this thing is stronger than wasabi. Recommend holding your breath during reception. Bai Chenyue's heart was already devoid of waves, even feeling somewhat amused. Armpit aroma? Hehe pinched the freshly produced armpit aroma, his face full of pride. With a trembling hand, he pressed this lump of essence onto the second blank space of Bai Chenyue's clearance certificate. Bai Chenyue took the aromatic certificate, not wanting to look at it for a second longer, and immediately stuffed it back into her backpack. Her second mission was thus completed. The cost was severe mental contamination. Hehe, holding one cold resistance fruit in his left hand and another in his right, was as happy as a 300-pound child, his smile stretching ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. He hugged the two fruits, spun in place and kept muttering. With these two fruits I can go to the Cuku ice plain to catch fish. Lots and lots of Cuku fish. Hehe, hugging his two precious fruits, walked over to an inconspicuous dirt pile in the corner of the room, revealing a dark hole. Then he placed the two cold resistance fruits inside, carefully buried the hole with dirt, and even patted it down, creating a flawless disguise. Throughout the entire process he completely ignored the three people still standing in the room. He walked to the center of the room, straightened his clothes and skillfully lay down on the ground, feet together, hands folded over his chest, ready to enter standby mode again. Wait! Just as Hehe was about to enter his sage time, Bai Chenyue suddenly grabbed him by the collar. What is it? Hehe's eyes snapped open. Zhu Yunyang also came to his senses, slapping his forehead, almost cursing out loud. Damn! I almost forgot the most important thing. Where do we get the next quest? Bai Chenyue asked. He looked at Bai Chenyue. You go find Ha-Ha, his house is in front of mine, the fourth house. Ha-ha-ha? Bai Chenyue. First Hahali then Hehe and now Ha-Ha. Were the Ha-Ha tribe's names trying to compile a complete joke book? She silently memorized the address. Hehe then turned his gaze to Zhu Yunyang, continuing in that breathless, dying tone. You go find Hahayo, her house is diagonally across from mine, the seventh house. Hahayo? Zhu Yunyang noted it down. Can you let go now? Hehe looked at the two of them with a pleading expression. He just wanted to sleep. 1 second later, Hehe's breathing steadied, his face peaceful. Passed away from this world. Bai Chenyue. Zhu Yunyang. Wind-chasing youth. Chapter 86. Who's the Mole? Part 26. Zhu Yunyang got the address for the next quest, waved at Bai Chenyue. Sis, thanks for the cold resistance fruits. I'm heading out first. Good luck to you. Bai Chenyue nodded and, bringing wind-chasing youth with her, followed the address given by Hehe to find the place. The houses of the Ha-Ha tribe all looked quite similar, with earth-yellow walls, domed roofs, and a sunshade board hung at the entrance. The two counted the houses and quickly found their destination. Before they could even push aside the sunshade board, they heard clang, clang, sounds of metalworking coming from inside the house. Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Someone was working? In the Ha-Ha tribe, where everyone was lying flat and considered starvation a minor issue, there was actually someone laboring? It was practically a miracle. Bai Chenyue lifted the sunshade board and walked in. A burly Ha-Ha tribesman, bare-chested, was swinging a massive hammer, vigorously striking a piece of red-hot metal on the anvil. His muscles were knotted all over his body, his bronze skin covered in beads of sweat that glittered brightly under the firelight. Bai Chenyue was stunned. Was this a Ha-Ha tribesman? Character. Ha-Ha. Status. Vital signs 10%. Currently working enthusiastically. Vital signs are rapidly depleting due to intense exercise. Note: a Ha-Ha tribe blacksmith with ideals, aspirations, and biceps. He is the hope of the entire tribe, the hustler among the Lieflat clan. But he seems a bit unsteady on his feet. Bai Chenyue praised. Finally found a normal one here. The moment her words fell, a sudden change occurred. Ha ha ha, who had been full of energy just moments before, raised his hammer halfway when his body suddenly swayed 3 times, the expression on his face instantly changing from focus to confusion. Clang! The massive hammer fell to the ground with a loud crash. Immediately after, Ha Ha's body went limp. He skillfully walked to the center of the room. Thump! He lay straight down on the ground, feet together, hands folded over his chest, and closed his eyes. The entire process was smooth and seamless, accomplished in one go. One moment he was an enthusiastic model worker. The next he had switched to serene standby mode. Bai Chenyue. Wind-chasing youth. Bai Chenyue silently retracted her earlier praise. Alright, she had spoken too soon. Damn racial traits truly engraved in their DNA. Bai Chenyue expertly took out a prepared large ice crab from her space, breaking open the shell. Ha ha ha, lying on the ground, suddenly twitched his nose violently. There was a reaction. Bai Chenyue brought the crab roe to his mouth. Whoosh! The familiar vacuum cleaner sound rang out. A full shell of crab roe instantly disappeared. Ha 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 smacked his lips, slowly opened his eyes and asked, Traveler, what business do you have with me? Bai Chenyue. I was referred by Hahe here for the final quest. Oh, it's Hahe. Ha 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 maintained his position. As you can see, Star Day is too hot. The tribespeople all need sunshade boards to cool down. But I'm missing 2 key types of ore and can't continue manufacturing. I need 2 types of ore. One is the warm ice crystal unique to the Cuku ice plain. The other is the heat insulation sand crystal, exclusive to our Haha desert. 10 pieces of each and you'll get my stamp. Bai Chenyue was puzzled. Isn't warm ice crystal used to make cold-resistant insulation panels? Ha 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 brushed it off with a laugh. Anyway, that's my requirement, 10 pieces of each or no stamp. Bai Chenyue didn't refuse. Heat insulation sand crystal was the material for making sunshade boards, a natural air conditioner. She had already been upset about digging too little warm ice crystal. Fortunately, there was another heat insulation sand crystal mine waiting for her to dig, which made her feel much better. Ha 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 took out a rough parchment map from his chest and handed it to Bai Chenyue. Heat insulation sand crystal is produced in the scorching canyon southwest of the desert. The environment there is harsh, temperatures extremely high. Very few people can enter. He paused, then untied a palm-sized, entirely crimson token from his waist and placed it in Bai Chenyue's hand. This is the access token for the mining area. The entrance to Scorching Canyon has our Haha tribe guards. Without the token, they won't let you pass. Haha said. Bai Chenyue took the map and token, nodding. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring back the ore. What she was actually thinking was, not only will I bring back the ore, I'm going to empty out your entire mineral vein. After obtaining the quest and items, Bai Chenyue brought wind-chasing youth and followed the map toward the Scorching Canyon. Canyon entrance. Sure enough, 2 Haha tribe guards as burly as Haha stood at the entrance. They wore simple leather armor, held massive stone axes, their gazes alert. Bai Chenyue stepped forward and displayed the red token. I was sent by Haha to mine. The guards inspected the token, confirmed it was valid, then nodded expressionlessly and moved aside to clear the path. The moment they entered the canyon, cool air instantly enveloped the two. The temperature here was at least 20 to 30 degrees, lower than the desert outside. Scattered along the rock walls on both sides of the canyon were some players. Most were in small groups of 3 to 5, some using the most primitive picks and shovels to laboriously strike the hard rock walls, the clinking sounds echoing through the canyon. Others were using high-energy ion labor-saving hose. Everyone was sweating profusely, faces flushed red, movements sluggish, efficiency extremely low. She brought wind-chasing youth, planning to find an unoccupied spot to mine properly. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Near a concealed cave opening not far away, a blonde woman wearing brown camouflage was sneakily poking her head out, peering around outside. Red Bird? What was she doing here? Bai Chenyue noticed that diagonally behind the cave where Red Bird was hiding, another person was also concealed, sneaking around, staring intently in Red Bird's direction, as if waiting for something. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Bai Chenyue's eyes narrowed, immediately locking her gaze on that sneaky figure. Game nickname: Heat-fearing pig. Faction: Cold faction aside. Identity: NPC spy. Status: Undercover. Preparing to send Redbird's coordinates to the Cold faction. Note: Another unlucky spy. He thinks he's the Oriole, but doesn't realize the real hunter has already set sights on him. By the way, his equipment is pretty good, should fetch a nice price if dropped. A Cold faction NPC spy. Bai Chenyue's eyes instantly lit up. She had searched everywhere without success, only to find it effortlessly without even looking. Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth sneaked over. Nobody noticed them. They saw the NPC spy named Heat-fearing pig peek out from behind the rock, confirmed that Redbird hadn't spotted him, then quietly open his game panel. Heat-fearing pig. Redbird spotted. Coordinates: Scorching Canyon, -345, 891. Come quickly. The message was just edited, but before he could click send, suddenly a sharp gust of wind attacked from behind his head. He whipped his head around, only to see the sole of a military boot growing larger and larger in his pupils. Bang! Bai Chenyue delivered a swift lightning legs kick, accurately striking the back of his head. Heat-fearing pig didn't even have time to scream before his whole body pitched forward onto the ground, getting a mouthful of scorching sand. Ugh! He struggled to get up, but wind-chasing youth had already closed in, stepping on his back to pin him down, making him unable to move. Chapter 87. Who's the Mole? Part 27. Bai Chenyue tossed out a rope, and wind-chasing youth immediately tied the person up. The entire process from the ambush to the takedown took no more than 3 seconds. Smooth as flowing water, perfectly coordinated. The sudden turn of events also alerted Redbird not far away. Seeing Bai Chenyue and wind-chasing youth, she was momentarily stunned before happily running over. It's you! Redbird exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Wind-chasing youth asked, Boss, should we convert this one too? Bai Chenyue shook her head. No rush. If she converted him now, she would immediately get the 20,000 game coins reward. But what if the game system determined all the spies had been caught and directly ended the first level? She hadn't even mined her yet. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? She couldn't take that gamble. Faced with absolute benefits, factions and missions could wait. We helped you deal with this informant, which counts as saving your life again. Bai Chenyue pointed at the rice dumpling on the ground. In return, you help us watch him and also help us do some mining. How about that? Deal. Redbird agreed without hesitation. The three of them continued inward, finding a very hidden corner with no one around, perfect for them to work freely. Item: Large heat insulation sand crystal, raw or unprocessed. Description: Estimated to exceed 3 million tons. A rare mineral unique to Haha Desert. Its internal structure is honeycombed, effectively blocking heat conduction, making it the core material for manufacturing top-tier sunshade boards. Note: A natural central air conditioner, the king of physical cooling. This stuff is very valuable, mine more, guaranteed profit. Bai Chenyue took out the high-energy ion labor-saving hose, tossing one to wind-chasing youth and handing the other to Heat-fearing pig. Heat-fearing pig looked confused, then sneered. Dream on. I'm an elite spy from the Cuku Tribe. I'd rather die than surrender. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. He put on a heroic martyr's expression, his eyes full of defiance. White Skin Peeler turned to Redbird and said, He was trying to expose your coordinates earlier to get you killed. Redbird's eyes turned cold as she cracked her knuckles, producing crisp crack-crack sounds. Stop only when I tell you to stop. Bai Chenyue gave wind-chasing youth a look, and he immediately understood. He went to mine. The accumulated anger and fear Redbird had built up rained down on Heat-fearing pig like a storm. Every punch landed solidly, each blow carrying ruthless force. Heat-fearing pig initially cursed, but soon it turned into muffled groans, and finally only weak moans remained. Wind-chasing youth mined while trembling inwardly, working even more diligently with his hands. Character: Heat-fearing pig. Status: Health 32%, 7 broken ribs, fractured left arm, minor internal bleeding, about to fall into severe coma. Stop. Bai Chenyue walked over to the barely conscious heat-fearing pig and crouched down. She pried open his mouth and stuffed a revival mushroom inside. The broken bones healed rapidly, the intense pain receding like tidewaters. Bai Chenyue stood up. Continue. Heat-fearing pig was shocked. He finally understood. They weren't trying to kill him, nor were they trying to convert him. They were trying to torture him to death. No. Please don't. After 5 or 6 repetitions, Pig was terrified. I'll mine. I'll mine. Please. Let me mine. I'll do anything. He cried out hoarsely, his voice distorted, with none of his previous toughness remaining. Redbird shoved the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe into his arms. Good. Now begin your work. Bai Chenyue then pulled out Ito Kenji's katana and pointed it at him. Heat-fearing Pig still had 70% health, and he started working diligently and obediently. Days passed one after another. Players in Scorching Canyon came and went in waves. The environment here was truly terrible. Extreme heat, water shortage, plus hard rock walls and low yield rates. Basically, people mined their ore and left immediately, never staying longer than necessary. But Bai Chenyue's squad lived an isolated mining life in the remote mine tunnel. In Bai Chenyue's space, the quantity of heat insulation sand crystal ore skyrocketed rapidly. An entire mountain was pushed forward by several hundred meters. With 2 hoes, wind-chasing youth, Redbird, and Bai Chenyue took turns mining. But heat-fearing Pig worked alone continuously with no one to relieve him. 3 meals a day, 5 hours of sleep, and back to work upon waking. Now extremely obedient, he didn't dare resist at all. Heat-fearing Pig now wished every day to be converted, but White Skin Peeler wasn't willing. Meanwhile, Bai Chenyue felt particularly regretful. If she had game coins, she would definitely buy several more hoes or get a mining robot. Their current rotation mining was just too inefficient. Who would have thought she was once a multimillionaire? Oh! The wind of Scorching Canyon was left behind. As the off-road vehicle drove out of the canyon entrance, wind-chasing youth collapsed in the passenger seat, not wanting to move even a finger. He had forgotten how many days they spent in the canyon. Mining, endless mining. Bai Chenyue held the steering wheel with one hand, feeling extremely happy. Inside her space, a majestic crimson mountain rose from the ground, complementing the blue crystal mountain on the other side. The crimson mountain was noticeably taller than the blue mountain. Warm in winter and cool in summer, it formed its own world. Bai Chenyue brought the 3 into Hahaha's house, completed the mission, and obtained the final stamp. Ding! Congratulations to player Body Stronger Than Living Li Kue for successfully completing the Haha Tribe mission and obtaining the 3rd stamp. Ding! Your clearance certificate has collected 3 stamps, meeting the clearance conditions. Game prompt. Please proceed to the Tribe Center's altar to teleport to the next level. Bai Chenyue's gaze fell on Pig. Your turn. Heat-fearing Pig showed a smile and closed his eyes resignedly. Come on, make it quick. He no longer wanted to struggle. A few days of forced labor had actually worn down the edge of an NPC spy. Without wasting words, she took out the golden glowing defection card from her inventory. Item. Defection card. Status. Single-use consumable bound to player Who's That Guy. Effect. Use on targets with spy identity and health below 10% to forcibly change their faction. Upon success, the target becomes your subordinate. Note. Congratulations, you can develop another new subordinate. But friendly reminder. Moderate exploitation. Be careful of employee rebellion. Pig stretched his forehead forward with a calm expression, and Bai Chenyue pressed the card against it. Ding! Player Who's That Guy successfully converted NPC spy, heat-fearing Pig. Ding! Congratulations, you obtained reward. 20,000 game coins. Ding! Your subordinate list has been updated. Current subordinates. Wind-chasing youth, heat-fearing Pig. Game coins balance. 21,812. Heat-fearing Pig addressed Bai Chenyue respectfully. Boss. Immediately after, a cold mechanical voice echoed in every player's ears. Global notice. The first level Ice and Fire Duel Extremes faction confrontation has ended. Heat faction, Haha side, achieved final victory. The announcement came suddenly, stunning all players. And it, just like that, Before everyone could recover from the shock, a second announcement followed closely. Faction Confrontation Results Announcement. Cold Faction Cuku Tribe. Currently 3 real player spies, 5 NPC spies captured. Verdict. Cold Faction spies completely wiped out. Heat Faction Haha Side. Currently 1 NPC spy, 1 real player spy not captured. Comprehensive verdict. Heat Faction, Haha Side, achieves victory. After a moment of silence, the Heat Faction channel exploded with countless messages frantically scrolling, filled with cheers. Desert Camel. What happened? How did we suddenly win? I was still catching fish. Sunchild. Same here upstairs, I only completed 2 missions, how did we win? Hot pot is really delicious. Who cares? We won. Ha 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 ha. Those bastards from the cold side must be stunned. Watermelon is sweetest. What's going on? I was still negotiating with the Haha tribe elder. How did we suddenly win? Cousin of old Wong next door. Converting enemy spies? Who? Who's so awesome? Social me brother pig. I just finished my mission and got told the game ended? Happiness came too suddenly. Wind blows pants cold. Must be the experts taking action. I knew it, our faction definitely has hidden masters. Oh. Chapter 88. Who is the spy? 28. In stark contrast to the Heat faction's jubilant celebration, the Cold faction's channel was filled with miserable wailing. Winter is coming, we lost? How did we lose? Featherless has no bird, our spies. All got caught? How is that possible? Weren't we still hunting red bird? Snowfield flying chicken. Damn it. I baked in the Haha mining area for 2 days, almost turning into dry jerky. And now you're telling me our spies were completely wiped out? Are you kidding me? A red branch peeking over the wall. It must be that red bird. She definitely has accomplices. We've been played. At that moment, the game system issued another more detailed announcement. Victorious Faction Hero Leaderboard Announcement. Player who captured Cold Faction Human Spy Love is not love. Military Soul. Player who captured Cold Faction Human Spy. I am not God. Social me brother pig. Oh. Player who turned Cold Faction NPC Spy Wind Chasing Youth. Who's that guy? Player who turned Cold Faction NPC Spy Heat Fearing Pig. Who's that guy? As the series of names and achievements were announced, the Heat Faction channel completely exploded. Cousin of old Wong next door. Only human spies can be turned. Who's that guy is one of our Heat Faction human spies. Lying flat is the true way. Who's that guy? Who is that? Do we have such a person in our faction? A passerby. Don't speak, people upstairs, it makes you look stupid. That's the big shot who ranked first twice in 3 games. Wind blows pants cold. The big shot was actually among us. I previously suspected in the channel that the big shot was a Cold Faction spy. I'm guilty. I repent. Big shot. Please accept my worship. Watermelon is sweetest. The number 1 ranked player is actually in our faction. Wakakaka. Social me brother pig. Big shot is awesome. Voice cracking. Data Emperor. Big shot is awesome. Voice cracking. Oh. The number 1 ranked big shot was actually one of their own. This wasn't just carrying them to victory. It was literally strapping them to a rocket and launching them into space. Meanwhile, the Cold Faction channel was filled with anger and suspicion. I am your real grandpa. I figured it out, that red bird is who's that guy. Someone on the cloud. It must be her. Besides her, there was no one else in the canyon back then. Otherwise, how did our equipment disappear? She must have stolen it. Snowfield flying fox. Stealing equipment? Use your brain. The big shot was first in the points competition, leading by a huge margin. Would they even care about your trash equipment? Ice Plane Wolf. You couldn't protect your own stuff, and now you're blaming others. Maybe you're the one who hid the equipment and are now randomly accusing people. I am your real grandpa, Ice Plane Wolf. What do you mean? Speaking up for outsiders? Are you also a spy? Ice Plane Wolf. You're just bad, died and dropped your equipment, who can you blame? Previously, Wang Ba and Lu Yun had falsely accused Ice Plane Wolf, and he had long held a grudge against them. Whenever those two appeared, he would definitely argue with them. Comedy Queen. Instead of arguing endlessly here, we should reflect on why we lost. While the cold faction channel continued to bicker, the heat faction's rewards were distributed. Ding! Congratulations! Your heat faction side has achieved victory. Ding! Distributing faction victory rewards for you. Ding! Congratulations on receiving reward. 2,000 game coins. Bai Chenyue glanced at her balance. Game coins balance. 23,812. Immediately after, the game's voice sounded again. Ding! The first level Ice and Fire Dual Realm has officially ended. The final personal clearance rewards will be uniformly calculated and distributed after all levels are completed. Ding! All players who have obtained clearance qualification, please proceed to your tribe's central altar as soon as possible to teleport to the next level. Remaining players will be teleported after completing their tasks. Bai Chenyue asked the three. My mission is complete. What are your plans next? The game rules say that NPCs who performed well in the faction confrontation and achieved victory can break away from their original identities and choose to join the victorious faction, becoming true tribe members. Wind-chasing youth said excitedly, Heat-fearing pig, red bird, and I can now join the Haha tribe. We don't have to return to that damned place anymore. Bai Chenyue asked, What place? A complex expression appeared on wind-chasing youth's face. The fire-cold zone. Bai Chenyue remembered that according to the game rules, players who attacked local residents would be sent to the fire-cold zone for hard labor. Wind-chasing youth said, The fire-cold zone is located at the border between the Haha Desert and Cuku Ice Plain, a cursed place. Half of it is scorching hot, the other half freezing cold. People living there simultaneously endure two extreme pains, one half of their body being roasted by fire, the other half frozen by ice. We NPC spies are actually original residents of the fire-cold zone. We are prisoners chosen by the gods, deployed to both factions to serve as spies. Our mission is to help our assigned faction win at all costs. Only through victory can we leave the fire-cold zone. If we're turned, and the faction that turned us wins, we also have a chance to escape the fire-cold zone and leave. A long time ago, the Haha tribe lived in the snowy ice plains, while the Cuku tribe lived in the scorching desert. Bai Chenyue? The Haha tribe lived in the ice plains? The Cuku tribe lived in the desert? Wind-chasing continued. Later, our ancestors migrated from other places in the three-child stars. They wanted to compete for control of this planet, but couldn't defeat the two major tribes, so they began instigating conflict between the Haha and Cuku tribes. The two tribes fought fiercely. Just when both sides were severely weakened, our ancestors proposed a suggestion. Since you both think the other's territory is better, why not swap? At that time, both tribes were blinded by hatred and actually agreed. So the heat-fearing Haha tribe moved to the desert. The cold-fearing Cuku tribe moved to the ice plains. Our ancestors thought that after swapping territories, these two tribes would slowly die out from being unable to adapt to the extreme environments, and then the planet would be theirs. But they miscalculated one thing. Both tribes had a secret. As long as their tribe's altar remained, they wouldn't truly die and could resurrect infinitely. Bai Chenyue was deeply shocked. What happened next? Did the Haha and Cuku tribes discover the truth? Yes. Wind-chasing youth nodded. Although they're lazy and passive, they're not stupid. When they discovered they'd been fooled, these two generations-long enemy tribes formed an alliance for the first time. They combined their forces and drove our ancestors to that barren land, casting a curse that they would forever endure the pain of alternating ice and fire, never to leave. That place later became the fire-cold zone. Bai Chenyue suddenly understood, so that's how it was. She asked again. What are these three child stars you mentioned? At these words, the three of them exchanged glances, and Wind-chasing shook his head with a bitter smile. Boss, please don't ask. It's not that we don't want to tell you, but we can't. You'll understand when you complete your mission. Bai Chenyue noted down the name three child stars, bid farewell to the three, and headed to the altar. At this moment, quite a few players had gathered around the altar. They were all people who had completed the three stamp tasks and were preparing to proceed to the next level. Zhu Yunyang was conspicuously among them. Sis, you're here too. Zhu Yunyang waved with a smile. Bai Chenyue nodded in response. In the center of the altar was a pillar of light. At the center of the light pillar was a huge white stone slab. A player stepped forward and placed their clearance certificate on the stone slab. As soon as the clearance certificate touched the slab, it immediately transformed into a stream of light that merged into the player's body. Immediately after, that player disappeared. Soon it was Bai Chenyue's turn. She was the last one. She stepped forward and placed her clearance certificate with the 3 peculiar stamps on the white stone slab. Ding! Player Who's That Guy has passed the first level, teleporting to the next level. Chapter 89. What's in the pond? The white light faded completely. Bai Chenyue found herself standing within an endless expanse of pure white. Beneath her feet was a solid sensation, but as far as the eye could see, heaven and earth were the same color with no reference points, as if she were the only person left in the entire world. Settlement center? This was the first thought that popped into her mind. The first stage had ended, so settling final personal rewards here seemed perfectly reasonable. But hadn't it just been said that settlements would happen only after all stages were completed? Just as her thoughts were wandering wildly, a stone pillar roughly over a meter tall slowly rose from the pure white ground not far ahead. Atop the stone pillar rested a transparent crystal sphere, emitting a soft glow. A cold system notification voice echoed through the empty space. Ding! Welcome Player Who's That Guy to the second stage preliminary area. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow and walked up to the stone pillar. Item: Imagination Crystal Ball. Status: Connected to your brainwaves. Note: Product of the Think Bubble Tribe. Stop staring, it's not poisonous. It's just an imagination reader. It knows whatever you're thinking. So before answering questions, you'd better clear out those messy thoughts of yours, like how to pry this ball out and sell it for money. She took a deep breath, shook those unrealistic ideas out of her mind, and then slowly pressed her palm against the cool crystal ball. Her hand rested gently on the smooth, cool surface of the crystal sphere. Question: What's inside the pond? Player Who's That Guy, please answer. If there were a pond before you, what do you think would be inside it? Please provide 3 answers, and feel free to unleash your imagination. A pond? Bai Chenyue was stunned for a moment. What kind of weird question is this? A psychological test? Her mind raced, trying to analyze any potential traps hidden behind this question. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure anything out. It's just a pond, right? What could possibly be in it? Fish? Shrimp? Lotus flowers? Water plants? Those answers were too ordinary. The game probably wouldn't ask such a simple question, right? Unleash your imagination. An uncontrollable thought suddenly sprang from the depths of her mind. A pond full of gold. Glittering, shining gold so bright it could blind a person. Preferably the purest 9,999 gold bricks, piled up into hill after hill. The moment this thought surfaced, she immediately rejected it herself. Too ridiculous. How could there possibly be gold in a pond? However, before she could come up with a more plausible answer, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Memory captured. First answer successfully recorded. Bai Chenyue. Question mark. Careless. Didn't dodge in time. Not even giving a chance to reconsider. Please provide your second answer. Bai Chenyue didn't dare let her thoughts wander anymore, and began seriously answering the question. What's in the pond? Lotus leaves. A very conventional, very safe answer. But the game set to unleash your imagination. So her thoughts began to diverge. Extra large lotus leaves, the kind several meters in diameter, with surfaces as tough as alloy steel plates, so people could stand firmly on them. Not just one person, but several would be no problem. Not only could they support people, they could be used as boats, and could even be folded up and put into a backpack. Ding! Memory captured. Second answer successfully recorded. Huh. Bai Chenyue looked left and right but didn't notice anything bad appearing. Please provide your third answer. She thought of. Ding! Memory captured. Third answer successfully recorded. Ding! Question answering completed, teleportation beginning. What the hell? Bai Chenyue didn't even have time to voice her complaint before the white ground beneath her feet instantly vanished, and a powerful sensation of weightlessness struck. Ah! The weightlessness came too suddenly, with the roaring wind whistling past her ears. Thump! With a dull thud, she landed on a large, elastic surface, sinking down slightly before being firmly supported. Bai Chenyue sprang to her feet like a carp leaping from water, looked around and was completely stunned. She was standing on an enormous lotus leaf, deep green in color, with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. The edges curled upward over 40 centimeters, forming a natural railing. She lay securely in the center with no worry at all about falling off. And as far as she could see was an endless expanse of vast water, calm and unrippled like a giant sapphire mirror. Floating on the water's surface were countless lotus leaves as huge as the one beneath her feet, scattered like stars all the way to the distant horizon where water met sky. Bai Chenyue? ? Wasn't this exactly the giant lotus leaf she had just imagined? It became real? As soon as she finished speaking, a massive light screen appeared in the air before Bai Chenyue. On the light screen, countless miniature scenes flashed by like shooting stars, each seemingly containing a blurry person or object. A small cursor jumped frantically among these scenes, moving so fast it was impossible to follow. After a few seconds, the cursor emitted a beep and locked onto one of the scenes. The scene instantly enlarged, occupying the entire light screen. It showed a dark background, an ancient well, and a woman wearing a white long dress with black hair covering her face, slowly climbing upward from the well. Ding! Assigning first imagination target for player Who's That Guy? Assignment successful. Player Who's That Guy? Please search for your Sadako. After finding your first imagination target, place it on the lotus leaf, and the system will give you your second hint. Bai Chenyue. She stared at the classic horror image on the light screen, her entire body going numb. Sadako? Dako? Dako? Does it have to be this absurd? Inside the pond. There's Sadako. Whose pond is this ridiculous? What kind of international joke is this? Before she could recover from her shock, a series of new game notifications flashed into view. Game stage introduction. Think bubbles are a race that deeply loves peace. They possess wildly imaginative minds and can materialize their imaginations. Please do not attempt to attack them, otherwise the injured party will definitely be the attacker. Rule 1. Due to the special nature of this stage, the mall is disabled here. All items previously purchased by players in the mall can still be used. Rule 2. All players must not damage the pond's ecological environment, such as by setting fires, freezing things, or littering. Rule 3. All creatures in the pond are imagination creatures, some of which are aggressive. Please be cautious of your safety. Rule 4. This stage has no resurrection ability. Once you die, it's permanent death. All players, please take it easy. Rule 5. Each player will receive one think paddle. Hitting an imagination creature on the head 3 times with the paddle will stun it for 3 hours. After 3 hours, it must be hit again. No resurrection ability. Chapter 90. What's in the pond? Bai Chenyue instantly grasped the key point. It meant that dying here meant truly dying. Sadako it is then, still better than encountering some indescribable tentacle monster. This was practically a hellish start. Bai Chenyue sighed. She looked down at the giant lotus leaf beneath her. Item. Imagination lotus leaf. Initial version. Description. An initial vehicle materialized from the player's imagination, capable of holding up to 10 people with a maximum load capacity of 1,000 kilograms. Characteristics. Infinitely foldable for easy carrying. Features 40 cm high guardrails along the edges for safety and reliability. Note. Congratulations, your imagination is quite practical. But with such a large lotus leaf, are you sure you don't want to throw a party on it? A load capacity of 1,000 kilograms, and it could be folded too. Bai Chenyue thought to herself, my imagination is truly abundant. Her gaze immediately turned to the floating lotus leaves not far away. Although the mission was utterly ridiculous, her instinct to pluck feathers from every passing goose was deeply ingrained in her bones. Who cares about Sadako or not? She would grab whatever benefits she could get her hands on first. Not a single obtainable item would be left behind. She looked around and found the paddle provided by the game, an ordinary-looking wooden paddle. She picked up the paddle, stirred the water surface, and headed toward the nearest lotus leaf. As she paddled her small lotus leaf forward, She collected every visible lotus leaf on the water surface into her storage space. Soon, her space was filled with a large pile of lotus leaves that she hadn't had time to fold yet. While she was happily engrossed in her lotus leaf collection enterprise, her attention was caught by a peculiar plant growing on the water surface. Dark green vines floated on the water, spreading across a large area. The vines were about thumb thick, covered with a layer of crystal-clear mucus that shimmered with a strange luster under the sunlight. Among these vines grew peculiar leaves about palm-sized, shaped like palm leaf fans. The front of the leaves was smooth and emerald green, while the back was covered with dense, velvet-like fine fuzz. Bai Chenyue immediately stopped her lotus leaf, her gaze fixed on those vines. Item: aquatic vine. Description: a unique aquatic plant from the imagination pond, featuring uniformly thick vine fibers with extreme toughness and naturally coated with a waterproof mucus layer, making it excellent material for weaving and binding. Note: waterproof, tough, and comes with its own glue. It's practically a blessing for water survival enthusiasts. Can be combined with slip leaf to create a pair of pure natural, high-performance water walking shoes. What are you waiting for? Strip them bare. Bai Chenyue's eyes lit up. Vines with natural waterproof mucus. Oh my, natural waterproof rope and adhesive? Her gaze then shifted to those peculiar leaves. Item: slip leaf. Description: a unique aquatic plant from the imagination pond, typically growing alongside aquatic vine. The dense anti-slip fuzz on the back of its leaves generates tremendous friction on smooth surfaces. Note: don't be fooled by the name slip leaf. It's actually the king of anti-slip. The kind that won't let you slip even if you step on a banana peel. Still using clumsy, oversized lotus leaves to paddle? You're outdated. Make water walking shoes and you'll be the coolest kid in the entire pond. The dream of walking on water becomes reality today. Why aren't you getting started yet? Anti-slip? One is waterproof and tough, the other is anti-slip and wear resistant. Water walking shoes? With these, she could break free from the limitations of lotus leaves and move freely on the water surface. And the materials were everywhere, completely zero cost. She could already picture herself wearing water walking shoes, striding swiftly across the vast pond, leaving other players who were still laboriously paddling boats far behind. The next second, Bai Chenyue decisively slapped herself. She didn't know how to make shoes. No problem, she had her mom. Treasures. They're all treasures. Bai Chenyue placed her hands on her hips and laughed aloud. She felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. Without another word, she paddled her lotus leaf next to those plants and pulled out the root-by-root squad from her storage space. 8 robots plus herself, not exceeding the weight limit. The 8 robots worked hard while she collected items from among the lotus leaves. Swish, swish, swish. Only when the entire large area of water before her was completely cleaned out, with not a single vine or leaf left in sight, did Bai Chenyue reluctantly stop. She started paddling again while scavenging for lotus leaves and various plants everywhere. 3 transparent bubbles floating not far ahead, each about basketball-sized, caught her attention. The bubbles moved slowly on the water surface, emitting faint colorful halos, looking quite beautiful. What are these? Curious, Bai Chenyue paddled her lotus leaf over. Item: water flow propulsion bubble. Description: excrement of the imagination bubble. When popped, it forms 2 small propulsion vortices on the user's back, providing powerful forward momentum by ejecting water backward, instantly increasing the user's movement speed in water by 10 times. Duration: 1 hour. Disadvantage: propulsion force gradually decreases with usage time, and cannot be used in complex water flow environments like vortices. Note: seriously, you're even picking up excrement? Are you addicted to collecting trash? But honestly, this thing's propulsion is indeed fierce, just a bit hard on the waist. Excrement? Bai Chenyue's mouth twitched. She struggled. Reason told her this thing was disgusting and she shouldn't even touch it. But the practical spirit of her hoarding syndrome screamed wildly in her mind. Who cares what it is as long as it's useful? Speed increased by 10 times. For a whole hour. How much time would that save? Obsessive cleanliness and efficiency engaged in an intense battle within her mind. Half a second later, Bai Chenyue expressionlessly paddled her lotus leaf, Carefully approaching the 3 bubbles, she reached out using 2 fingers in an extremely disdainful manner, pinched the edge of one bubble, and quickly stored it in her infinite space. Obsessive cleanliness? When faced with survival and efficiency, it's worthless. So what if it's excrement? As long as the function is powerful, it's a good item. She hypnotized herself like this, then used the same method to collect the other 2 bubbles. After completing this, she immediately took out a bottle of clean water from her space and repeatedly washed her fingers. But deep inside, a voice tempted her. Just try it once, just for a little while. What if the effect is particularly good? You could use it to escape danger in the future. Bai Chenyue pondered for 3 seconds. Ultimately, curiosity and the extreme pursuit of efficiency overcame that pitiful obsessive cleanliness. Just try one. She made up her mind and took out one water flow propulsion bubble from her space. The bubble remained beautiful and dreamy. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath, closed her eyes, assuming the expression of a heroic martyr, and squeezed hard with both hands. Pop! The bubble shattered as expected, transforming into a mass of rainbow-colored liquid that instantly merged into her back. Almost simultaneously, she felt a tightness around her waist as 2 incredibly powerful propulsive forces erupted violently from behind her. Chapter 91. What's in the pond? Immediately afterwards, an irresistible terrifying force pushed from behind. What the hell? Bai Chenyue only had time to let out a shocked cry. Boom! Her entire body shot out like a cannonball fired from its barrel. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the pond's tranquility. Bai Chenyue screamed in terror, desperately clutching the edge of the lotus leaf with both hands, trying to steer, but it was completely useless. The speed was too fast. So fast she couldn't control her direction at all. So fast the surrounding scenery turned into blurry streaks of light. So fast the wind hitting her face felt like knives scraping against it. She was like someone strapped to a rocket, forced to watch helplessly as she raced across the water surface at an unbelievable speed. Ah! Meanwhile, in another area of the pond, 5 players sat on a giant lotus leaf, eating snacks with several other lotus leaves parked nearby. This damn place is way too big. My arms are about to fall off from all this paddling, and I still can't find my target. Tell me about it? My mission is to find a flying teapot. Been searching for ages, haven't even seen a teapot lid. You're lucky. I need to find a 3-legged frog. Who the hell came up with that? It's insane. Such a huge pond and no idea where to look, no guidance at all. Just as they were comparing their miserable experiences, a sharp whistling sound approached from the distance. What's that noise? One player asked warily, looking up. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a black in the distant sky rushing toward them at astonishing speed. What's that? A bird? No. Looks like a person. Holy crap. They're flying. Under their astonished gazes, the black dot grew closer until they could finally see clearly. A white figure, moving at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, shot past them just above the water surface with a whoosh. Wherever the figure passed, the water was churned up into a long white wake. Accompanying it was a series of increasingly distant, piercing screams echoing across the water surface. Whoosh! The fierce wind and water waves stirred up by the lotus leaf nearly capsized their lotus leaf boat. The players stared dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. Ah! The sound faded from near to far, quickly disappearing into the horizon, leaving the players staring at each other with utterly bewildered expressions. What the hell was that just now? Riding a speedboat on water? So damn fast. I think I heard screaming. That's insane. Did some high-level player unlock some new gameplay again? Their faces were filled with shock and envy, completely missing the despair and breakdown in those screams. They only saw the speed and excitement, completely unaware that Bai Chenyue was currently experiencing the longest, most painful hour of her life. 1 hour later, when the violent pushing force behind her finally weakened and disappeared completely, Bai Chenyue lay slumped over the edge of an unfamiliar lotus leaf like a pile of mud, her face deathly pale, constantly retching. Ugh! Holding onto the lotus leaf edge, she couldn't stop dry heaving. The world spun around her, her head dizzy and vision blurry. Her entire body felt like it was falling apart, her mind a complete mess, buzzing with noise. The entire time she'd been pushed by that tremendous force, cold pond rain splashing hard against her face. Her vision contained nothing but water surface rapidly receding behind her. Her nose and mouth filled with water vapor, making her eyes water from choking. Why did I have to be so impulsive? Bai Chenyue lay weakly by the lotus leaf edge, muttering to herself with deep regret. She swore in this lifetime, no, the next lifetime and the lifetime after that, she would never touch that damn water flow propulsion bubble again. Whoever wants to use it can have it. She lay sprawled on the lotus leaf in a starfish position, staring at the blue sky, not wanting to move a muscle. She needed time to recover, to let her internal organs settle back into place. Oh, sisterly Kue? A voice tinged with surprise and teasing came through. Bai Chenyue turned her head with effort and saw a familiar face. Zhu Yunyang, Game ID Social Me Brother Pig, stood on a lotus leaf, vigorously paddling as he approached her. Bai Chenyue's eyes were unfocused. Hey! It counted as a greeting. Feeling good sunbathing here? Zhu Yunyang brought his lotus leaf closer, curiously examining her pale face. Not wanting to recall that painful experience, Bai Chenyue twitched the corner of her mouth. Threw out my back, don't want to move. But sometimes the more you don't want to hear something, the more it comes up. Zhu Yunyang gossiped. Let me tell you, I think I just saw someone flying over the water, crazy fast, could rival a speedboat. Isn't that awesome? No idea what treasure they found, I want to try that too. Zhu Yunyang showed a look of longing. Bai Chenyue. When people are speechless they really do laugh. Good person, please don't mention it again. She decided to immediately change the subject. What's your mission? Bai Chenyue asked. Mentioning the mission instantly made Zhu Yunyang's face fall, showing an utterly defeated expression. He sighed mournfully. Don't even ask, my mission is to find Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime? Bai Chenyue froze, wondering if she heard wrong. Which Optimus Prime? The Autobot leader who transforms into a truck? Zhu Yunyang nodded with despair. Yeah, exactly what you're thinking, the leader of the Autobots, the one who turns into a big truck. Zhu Yunyang practically spat the words out through gritted teeth. How insane is that? In a pond, where would you find a several-story tall robot? If it stood in the water, wouldn't it just sink straight to the bottom? Bai Chenyue. She looked at Zhu Yunyang, her eyes filled with sympathy. Looking for a big truck robot in a water world? Suddenly, her own mission didn't seem so unacceptable anymore. At least Sadako was a person, normal-sized and could probably swim, maybe. What about you? Zhu Yunyang recovered and asked in return. Sis, what are you looking for? Bai Chenyue remained silent for a moment, then said in an equally defeated tone, murmuring softly, Sadako. Zhu Yunyang. His smile froze on his face, his eyes slowly widening. What did you say? Sadako. Bai Chenyue repeated clearly. Zhu Yunyang. You mean that one? Who crawls out of the TV? Bai Chenyue nodded expressionlessly. Zhu Yunyang. He looked at Bai Chenyue. Opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't get a single word out of it. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, finally transforming into a complex expression that said, Sis, you take care of yourself. Chapter 92. What's in the pond? Although Optimus Prime was absurd, at least he was a positive character. Sadako. She was a genuine ghost. And a malevolent one at that. The two looked at each other speechlessly, with only tears streaming down their faces. This game was really becoming less and less humane. After a long while, Zhu Yunyang finally found his voice. He silently gave Bai Chenyue a thumbs up. Sis, you're amazing. Right back at you, Bai Chenyue replied expressionlessly. In comparison, finding Optimus Prime seemed even more difficult than finding Sadako by another dimension. The atmosphere between the two actually became more harmonious because of these absurd tasks. By the way, Zhu Yunyang said as if remembering something, slapping his forehead, when I was paddling over earlier, I think I really saw something that looked a bit like what you described. That thing. Bai Chenyue's eyes instantly lit up. Where? Over there. Zhu Yunyang pointed in a direction. About 10 minutes of paddling away. I was far away at the time, but I saw a white-clothed figure with long black hair standing on a lotus leaf, completely motionless. It looked really creepy, so I didn't dare go closer. White clothes, long black hair. That sounded quite similar to the Sadako from her memories. Thanks. Bai Chenyue straightened up. No problem, good luck sis. Zhu Yunyang waved at her. If you really get into a fight, remember to call me. Although I might not be able to fight well, I can at least cheer you on. Mainly he wanted to watch the show. Bai Chenyue nodded, stopped wasting time, picked up the paddle, and began paddling forcefully toward the direction Zhu Yunyang had indicated. Watching Bai Chenyue's receding figure, Zhu Yunyang rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, I hope she'll be okay. Oh, Optimus Prime. What kind of mess is this? Zhu Yunyang let out a loud cry. Where the hell is my Optimus Prime? As Bai Chenyue paddled the boat, her mood grew heavy. Although she had found a clue, the thought of facing the legendary malevolent ghost Sadako made her scalp tingle. Especially in this level where resurrection wasn't possible, any mistake could be fatal. While paddling, she checked her equipment. Fire axe, katana, and trenching tool, crossbow. These might work against people or monsters. But against a ghost? Would they be effective? Bai Chenyue felt extremely anxious inside. She remembered the imagination paddle mentioned in the game rules. Hitting the head 3 times with the paddle could stun the target for 3 hours. Perhaps this was her only winning card. After more than 10 minutes, she spotted a solitary lotus leaf in the distance. On the lotus leaf stood a well, with a white figure quietly standing inside it. Under the gray sky, it looked particularly eerie. Bai Chenyue's heart instantly leaped into her throat. Found her. It's her. It's really her. She slowed her paddling speed and carefully approached. As the distance closed, the figure became clearer. A tattered white dress, wet black hair hanging down, covering the entire face except for a pale chin. Her hands hung limply at her sides with long black nails. The entire figure exuded a cold, resentful aura, and the surrounding air temperature seemed to drop several degrees. This was the real deal. The standard appearance straight out of a horror movie. Bai Chenyue tightened her grip on the paddle, all her muscles tensing as she prepared for battle at any moment. When her lotus leaf was about 10 meters away from the other party, the white figure seemed to sense Bai Chenyue's gaze. She slowly raised her head. Slowly, inch by inch, she raised her head. Yes, eye contact. Although she couldn't see the face, Bai Chenyue could clearly feel a pair of resentful eyes staring intently at her through the thick black hair. Character: Imagination creature Sadako. Status: Collection of resentment, extremely thirsty, highly aggressive. Note: Congratulations, you hit the jackpot. Friendly reminder: Her nails are long, her resentment is strong. If she scratches you, I guarantee you won't be able to eat for 3 days. Good luck. Heh? Heh. A creaking, teeth-grating sound like an old bellows being pulled came from her throat. Then Sadako moved. Her body twisted in an extremely distorted posture as she suddenly charged toward Bai Chenyue. She's coming. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted as she raised her paddle, ready to counterattack. But just as Sadako rushed forward 2 steps and stepped off the lotus leaf, she missed her footing. Plop! A crisp splashing sound rang out. The malevolent ghost who had been so menacing just moments before now fell straight into the pond, followed by a few lonely bubbles rising to the surface. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bai Chenyue. She blinked, then blinked again. What just happened? Faking an accident? Or some new attack tactic? Underwater ambush? She tightened her grip on the paddle, vigilantly watching the spot where Sadako had fallen into the water, fully prepared for battle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Apart from occasional bubbles, the water surface showed no other movement. The expected underwater attack never came. The menacing Sadako from earlier had completely disappeared without a trace. Bai Chenyue held up her paddle, maintaining her defensive posture, utterly bewildered in the wind. She just fell in? What about the promised epic battle? What about the promised terrifying chase? She waited for a long time, but there was no movement in the water. Only a string of tiny bubbles came gurgling up from where Sadako had fallen. Bai Chenyue blinked, then tentatively called out toward the water surface. Hey? Are you okay? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A vague sound came from underwater, and more bubbles rose to the surface. Bai Chenyue said, Come up, let's fight. Gurgle, gurgle. A few bubbles emerged from underwater. Bai Chenyue. I'm ready. Gurgle, gurgle. A few more bubbles came from underwater. Bai Chenyue. Are you okay? Gurgle. Bai Chenyue. The water surface grew calm. This wasn't following the script. What happened to the promised extreme malevolence? What happened to the promised utter wickedness? Why did it feel not very intelligent? She remained silent for a few seconds, then in a tone she couldn't quite believe herself, cautiously asked, do you need me to save you? The water surface was deathly still. Not even bubbles emerged now. Bai Chenyue fell silent. She now faced a very serious philosophical question. If her imagination creature drowned itself before she could capture it, would her mission count as success or failure? She paddled her lotus leaf and carefully approached. By now, Sadako had floated to the surface, face down, hair floating on the water, completely motionless. Character: Imagination creature Sadako. Status: drowning, critically endangered, about to lose consciousness. Note: an unsuccessful imagination inevitably stems from real life. This Sadako can't swim. The player who created her is an absolute landlubber. Congratulations, you encountered a combat weakling. Chapter 93. What's in the pond? The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Bai Chenyue stood on the lotus leaf, holding an oar, watching the motionless Sadako, falling into deep contemplation. She had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Sadako. It could be a heart-pounding chase, or a battle of wits and courage. She had even prepared for the worst-case scenario. If she couldn't win, she would use the water flow propulsion bubble and vomit again. But she never expected that her big boss would drown herself within 3 seconds of appearing. Dying before accomplishing anything? Bai Chenyue felt her worldview was being challenged. Looking at Sadako's miserable state, the last trace of awe she held for horror movie characters completely vanished. What fierce and malevolent spirit, what overwhelming resentment. Wasn't she just someone who couldn't swim? Bai Chenyue felt both angry and amused. She rowed her lotus leaf boat over and without hesitation struck the head covered in black hair with her oar. Smack! First strike. Sadako's body twitched. Smack! Second strike. Sadako's dangling tongue retracted slightly. Smack! Third strike. After 3 crisp sounds, Sadako completely stopped moving like a salted fish. Ding! Imagination creature, Sadako has been conquered. Status: stunned, remaining time: 2 hours 59 minutes. Note: congratulations. You have successfully subdued your first imagination target. Now you can take her to complete the mission. Friendly reminder: keep your distance while walking to avoid tripping over her. Remember to strike her again after 3 hours, or she'll tear you apart alive. This conquered already? Bai Chenyue looked at Sadako lying at her feet, feeling completely unreal. She had imagined 100 ways to conquer Sadako, but never this one. Not through combat, not through wisdom, but by fishing her out of water and then striking her 3 times while she was half dead. The light screen in front of Bai Chenyue lit up again. Simultaneously, a new imagination target appeared before Bai Chenyue. Ding! Assigning the second imagination target to player, who's that guy? Assignment successful. Player, who's that guy? Please find your bumblebee. After finding the second imagination target, place it on a lotus leaf, and the system will give you the third hint. Bai Chenyue. She stared at those 3 large characters completely stunned. Bumblebee. Just moments ago she was sympathizing with Zhu Yunyang, thinking that finding Optimus Prime in a water world was beyond ridiculous. Now the tables had turned, and the unfortunate one was herself. No, she was even more unfortunate than him. She glanced at the unconscious Sadako lying beside her feet. If this classic female ghost could swim, she might have been half dead by now. And now came Bumblebee. My life. Why is it so bitter? Bai Chenyue looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, letting out a sorrowful sigh. A drowning female ghost and a robot. Just kidding, a car weighs tons from the start. The lotus leaf boat can only carry 1,000 Jin, so it must be in the water no matter how you think about it. Did they expect her to dive into the water to retrieve it? But how could she lift such a heavy bumblebee? Headache. This vast water area stretched as far as the eye could see, without even a directional marker. Where could she find a transforming robot? Bai Chenyue rowed her lotus leaf boat, beginning an aimless drift. As she rowed, she exercised her instinct to take everything she could find. Whenever she encountered lotus leaf boats, aquatic vines and slip leaves, she spared none, having the root-by-root squad collect them all cleanly into her space. Since she was idle anyway, hoarding more supplies couldn't hurt. Suddenly, something on a distant lotus leaf caught her attention. A man wearing a crisp suit, though the suit was now tattered, with a crooked tie hanging around his neck. His skin showed an unhealthy grayish pallor, with several patches even peeling off to reveal dark red tissue underneath. His eyes were lifeless, pupils cloudy, standing stiffly upright, facing the water surface, completely motionless. Zombie. Bai Chenyue's heart skipped a beat. She carefully rowed her lotus leaf boat closer, stopping about 10 meters away from him. Character: Imagination creature. Corporate slave zombie. Status: on standby waiting for his destined one unfortunate soul. Note: imagined by a player tormented by the blessings of 996. His dying wish was for world peace and having an ice-cold cola after work. Friendly reminder: don't mention meetings or KPI to him, or face the consequences at your own risk. Another player's mission target. Bai Chenyue felt the anticipation of someone who enjoys watching drama unfold. She wondered which unfortunate soul would have to face this corporate slave zombie. Seeing that the zombie wasn't moving, she grew bolder and used the tip of her, or to gently poke the zombie's back from a distance. The zombie's body swayed slightly but still showed no reaction, like a soulless mannequin. It seems my guess was correct. These imagination creatures only activate when their corresponding player appears. Bai Chenyue withdrew her oar, feeling more confident. She continued rowing forward, and before long, she saw one after another various imagination creatures so absurd they made her question reality. They all stood quietly on their respective lotus leaves like the corporate slave zombie, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Bai Chenyue's curiosity was completely piqued. Rowing her boat, she embarked on her grand tour of Granny Bai's Pond's bizarre creatures journey. Not far away, an antique grandfather clock had grown 2 slender human legs, standing on a lotus leaf in a seductive pose, with the pendulum frozen inside its glass belly. Item: long-legged clock monster. Status: on standby. Note: its creator must be a time management master, or an incurable procrastinator. Don't ask me if it runs fast. I only know being chased by it would be quite thrilling. Bai Chenyue. She rode around the clock monster, and the scene ahead left her even more astonished. On a giant lotus leaf lay a creature the size of a small calf. A cat? Except this cat's body was completely composed of swirling dark clouds, with tiny golden lightning crackling occasionally through its fluffy gray fur. It seemed to be in deep sleep, its chest rising and falling steadily. Character: imagination creature, thundercloud kitten. Status: charging through sleep. Note: want to pet a cat? The kind that could electrocute you to death. Its purring is thunder, and its sneezes become thunderstorms. Players within 500 meters are advised to take lightning protection measures. Bai Chenyue silently moved further away from that thundercloud area. If it woke up, she might have to experience a tribulation crossing right then and there. Chapter 94. What's in the pond? Bai Chenyue continued forward and saw a massive bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. On both sides of the bookshelf, 2 pairs of wings composed of countless book pages stretched out. Those pages were gently fluttering, ready to take flight at any moment. Item: flying bookshelf. Status: on standby. Note: knowledge is power, and that's absolutely true. It can slap you into loneliness with 100 years of solitude, or make you experience what it truly means to be physically lighter than a feather, with the unbearable lightness of being. Bai Chenyue swallowed hard, feeling her imagination was far too limited, or perhaps too pragmatic. All gold. Too bad she hadn't encountered any, and she didn't know which lucky person would find her gold. She really was such a good person. Bai Chenyue continued forward. A gingerbread man half a person's height stood on a lotus leaf. Its body looked like someone had taken a big bite out of it, leaving a large gap that revealed dark chocolate filling inside. Even more absurdly, brown, sticky chocolate tears were continuously flowing from its raisin eyes, making it look utterly miserable. Item. Imagination creature, sad gingerbread man. Status. On standby, despairing over its incomplete state. Note. It once believed in love, until the other half of its head was eaten by the player who created it. A sad story, isn't it? What kind of nonsense is all this? She continued looking and saw a knight in magnificent armor. Except this armor, from helmet to combat boots, was entirely pieced together from delicate, fragile white porcelain teacups, saucers, and teapots. Under the sunlight, this porcelain armor reflected a warm, gentle glow, looking beautiful yet completely breakable at the slightest touch. Character. Imagination creature, porcelain knight. Status. On standby. Note. The founding master of insurance scams. Dare to bump into him, and he'll dare to shatter into pieces right before your eyes. Friendly reminder. His sword is made of white sugar. His shield is baked from biscuits, all flash with no substance. Further ahead. An inverted black pyramid floating above the lotus leaves. The pyramid's tip pointed downward, and on its flat base was embedded an enormous pupil-less white eye. The eye stared unblinkingly straight at the sky, as if peering into some cosmic mystery. Item. Imagination creature, sky-gazing eye. Status. On standby, it's thinking it's gazing upward, but it sees nothing because it's just a model. Note. Don't be intimidated by it. This thing is all show. Its creator has terminal Chenyue, always fantasizing about being the ruler of the world. After seeing all this, Bai Chenyue had become completely numb. She even started feeling a bit sorry for the players who had to face these bizarre creatures. Bai Chenyue suddenly shuddered as she remembered her third answer. She could only wish them good luck. Compared to these, her Sadako and Bumblebee seemed not so hard to accept after all. Just as her mind wandered, a floating object bobbing on the water's surface abruptly entered her vision at the far edge of her sight. The red and white buoy stood out starkly against the monotonous blue water. A wooden arrow sign hung from the buoy. Bai Chenyue immediately began paddling vigorously, charging toward the buoy's direction. As she got closer, she could read the words on the wooden sign. The handwriting was crooked and messy, like a child's scribble. Dororo's home. Item. Shabby wooden sign. Introduction. A sign reading Dororo's home, pointing toward Think Bubble's habitat. Note. A blessing for the directionally challenged, a curse for the illiterate. Follow it and you might find a surprise or maybe a scare. Considering your luck, the latter is more likely. Surprise? Scare? Think Bubble? The one who created these imagination creatures? Bai Chenyue looked toward the direction the arrow pointed, unconsciously tightening her grip on the paddle. She currently had no clue about Bumblebee, so rather than wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly, she might as well follow this clue. Without further hesitation, she paddled vigorously in the direction indicated by the arrow. The lotus leaf boat cut through ripples on the calm water's surface. As Bai Chenyue ventured deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. A thin layer of mist gradually filled the air, visibility dropped lower and lower, and the once endless water surface became hazy, as if the entire world was enveloped in this white fog. Bai Chenyue slowed her pace, cautiously observing her surroundings. She gripped the paddle tightly with one hand while her other hand quietly reached for the fire axe at her waist. After paddling forward for about 10 more minutes, the fog ahead seemed to grow much thicker, taking on a peculiar rainbow-colored glow. Passing through this colorful dense fog, the scene before her suddenly opened up. Replacing it was a boundless, dazzling ocean of bubbles. Thousands upon thousands, countless bubbles clustered around her in layer upon layer, stretching all the way to the horizon. Nothing but bubbles. Each bubble refracted rainbow-colored light, sparkling under the sunlight, beautiful as an illusion. However, seeing this sea of bubbles, Bai Chenyue felt no appreciation for the beautiful scenery whatsoever. Her face instantly turned pale. Dead memories began attacking her ferociously. It's them. It's definitely them. These seemingly beautiful, harmless bubbles had turned her into a water rocket, making her experience what true speed and thrill meant, what face-breaking felt like, what organ rearranging was all about. That hour-long, excruciating experience of being forcibly rubbed against the lotus leaves instantly flooded back. She could still almost feel the stinging pain of wind blades scraping her face, could still hear her own desperate, miserable screams in her ears. Ugh! Bai Chenyue covered her mouth, her stomach churning violently as she uncontrollably dry-heaved. She had developed psychological trauma. Just seeing bubbles made her waist ache faintly. Bai Chenyue's hands trembled slightly as she held the paddle, even considering turning the boat around immediately to escape this place that triggered her PTSD. Her gaze inadvertently swept over the nearest transparent bubble. Item: pressure buffer bubble. Introduction. When popped in deep water, forms a pressure buffer layer around the user, effectively counteracting the damage caused by underwater high pressure on the human body. Duration: 1.5 hours. Drawback: for every 20 meters increase in diving depth, effective time decreases by 5%. Cannot withstand sudden drastic water pressure changes, such as deep-sea explosions. Note: a blessing for diving enthusiasts. Mom no longer needs to worry about me being crushed into meat paste by water pressure. Of course, that's provided you don't go watching whales fight up close. Huh. Bai Chenyue froze for a moment. This bubble's function seemed different from that water flow propulsion bubble that had rubbed her face across the water. Chapter 95. What's in the pond? Bai Chenyue's gaze shifted to the bubble beside her. Item: water quality detection bubble. Description: when popped, releases trace detection particles. If toxic substances or harmful microorganisms are present in the water, the bubble turns red. If the water is safe, it remains transparent. Duration: test results appear within 1 minute. Drawbacks: only detects common toxic substances, cannot identify new unknown toxins, and detection range is limited to water within 3 meters. Note: it knows best whether the water is clean or not. Her vision continued moving, landing on a green bubble emitting a fresh scent. Item: anti-adhesion cleaning bubble. Description: when popped, produces numerous tiny cleaning bubbles that attach to the user's clothing or equipment surfaces, effectively preventing mud, algae, and other debris in water from sticking. Duration: 2 hours. Drawbacks: ineffective against oily substances. Cannot remove stubborn stains that have already adhered, such as dried bird droppings. Note: a lifesaver for germaphobes. Lets you maintain elegance even while rolling in mud. But if you've already fallen into a cesspit, just give up struggling. This thing can't save you. Bai Chenyue's eyes gradually lit up. When she popped the water flow propulsion bubble earlier, the system had indicated it was think bubbles excrement. She had been utterly disgusted. But now, looking at this vast ocean of excrement before her, how could she feel even the slightest bit of disgust? Her previously pale complexion instantly became rosy, and her breathing grew rapid. What psychological trauma? What back pain and soreness? In the face of these versatile bubble treasures, none of it mattered. Each bubble possessed incredibly powerful auxiliary functions, with diverse types covering every aspect of underwater survival. With these things, not only could she move freely through the pond, she could even throw a party in the ocean. That water flow propulsion bubble that sent her flying was just the most insignificant and problematic type among these countless bubbles. She had wronged the bubble family. Her hamster hoarding DNA was erupting. Without another word, she grabbed her entrenching tool. Chunk, chunk, chunk. She frantically collected the surrounding bubbles into her space. Who cared what function they had? Collect them first and ask questions later. Excrement? What was that? As long as the functionality was powerful, even if it was something even more disgusting than excrement, she would collect it without hesitation. Item: aquatic protection bubble. Description: when popped, quickly envelopes the user's entire body in a transparent water membrane that isolates water resistance, allowing the user to walk underwater as if on flat ground, while also resisting bites and touches from small aquatic creatures. Duration: 1 hour. Drawbacks: does not provide oxygen. Do not attempt if your breath-holding skills are inadequate. The water membrane may develop cracks when encountering strong water flow impacts. Note: lets you experience the thrill of water walking kung fu. But remember to bring your own oxygen tank. Otherwise you'll be meeting the Dragon King within 3 seconds of looking cool. Collect. This one's good. Can use it when fighting underwater. Item. Emergency oxygen mask bubble. Description. With a gentle squeeze, forms an oxygen mask that fits the user's face shape, containing stored oxygen that allows normal underwater breathing for 1 hour. Duration. 1 hour. Drawbacks. The oxygen mask material is very thin and may leak if scratched by a fish fin. Cannot filter toxic gases in the water. Note. A drowning man's straw. Lets you breathe freely underwater. Just a bit fragile against impacts. Recommend wearing a helmet before using. Collect, collect, collect. This one pairs perfectly with the previous one. Item. Buoyancy adjustment bubble. Description. When popped, can change the user's buoyancy according to their will, either letting you float on the surface like a dead fish or helping you steadily descend to 10 meters underwater, maximum depth. Duration. 1.5 hours. Drawbacks. In deep-sea high-pressure environments, the adjustment function gradually fails, and whether you float or sink becomes a matter of fate. Note. Rise when you want, sink when you want, letting you experience life's ups and downs. But don't venture too deep, otherwise you'll learn what sinking to your hometown really means. I want it. I'll take it. Item. Underwater invisibility bubble. Description. When popped, forms an optical invisibility barrier around the user, preventing other creatures from detecting the user visually while underwater. Only works for underwater invisibility, useless above water. Duration. 45 minutes. Drawbacks. If you can't resist touching another creature during invisibility, you'll be exposed for 10 seconds. Additionally, this thing doesn't block sound or smells. Note. The ultimate tool for underwater peeping. Ahem, tactical evasion. As long as you can control your hands and not make noise. Oho, invisibility, huh? Item. Underwater lighting bubble. Description. When crushed, becomes a glowing bubble about 20 centimeters in diameter, emitting soft, adjustable white light that illuminates water within a 5-meter radius. Duration 2 hours. Drawbacks. Glowing effect rapidly diminishes when encountering corrosive liquids. Note. Dark? Scared? Try one of these and become the brightest star in the deep water. Guaranteed to be the first thing all monsters see. Oh my god! Oh my god! Bai Chenyue screamed internally while shoveling. Invisibility, communication, temperature regulation, lighting, oxygen supply. This wasn't excrement. This was a complete set of top-tier high-tech diving equipment. And it was all natural, disposable, space-saving portable versions. That earlier water flow propulsion bubble that sent her flying seemed like a defective product compared to these. But Bai Chenyue glanced at the familiar propulsion bubble, hesitated for a moment, then still used her shovel to collect it as well. Even with the psychological trauma, a 10x speed boost was absolutely top tier for escaping. It just strained her back a bit. She'd need to mentally prepare before using it next time. Just as Bai Chenyue was happily shoveling away, a simple timer on her wrist suddenly emitted a beep-beep sound. She stopped her actions and looked at the timer. Almost forgot. The alarm she set earlier. Knock out Sadako in 1.5 hours. Bai Chenyue muttered to herself, her fanatical expression instantly fading as she regained her vigilance. She turned around and looked at Sadako lying motionless in the center of the lotus leaf. According to the game rules, the ore's stun effect only lasted 3 hours. When the time was up, she needed to deliver 3 more hits. 1.5 hours had already passed, leaving another 1.5 hours remaining. If she got too absorbed in collecting bubbles and forgot about Sadako, things could get messy. Being ambushed from behind by a furious, malevolent ghost. Just thinking about it made her scalp crawl. She didn't want to get stabbed in the back by Sadako while she was making her fortune. Safety first, safety first. Chapter 96. What's in the pond? 8. Bai Chenyue warned herself inwardly, then picked up the wooden oar and walked over to Sadako's side. Looking at that head half hidden by wet black hair, Bai Chenyue felt not an ounce of pity. She raised the oar, aimed, and struck without mercy. Smack! 3 crisp, decisive hits. The lying corpse that was Sadako twitched symbolically twice, then went still. Bai Chenyue glanced at the system prompt. Status. Dazed remaining time. 2 hours 59 minutes. Good, it refreshed. Only after doing all that did she relax, pick up the entrenching tool again, and turn back to the great business of collecting bubbles. Bai Chenyue sank deep into the joy of gathering bubbles, unable to pull herself away. Time ticked away. The lotus leaf boat beneath her, guided by her control, slowly advanced through the sea of bubbles. Wherever she passed, mountains of bubbles were swept clean, revealing the clear water beneath. Her efficiency was astonishing. Sadako got hit 2 more times as well. Night had fallen, but Bai Chenyue still didn't want to stop. She put on the headlamp and continued working. Clang! The entrenching tool gave a clang, as if it had struck something hard. Bai Chenyue froze, then removed the thick layer of bubbles in front of her. A small patch of land, shimmering with rainbow light, appeared before her eyes. The land was small, like a tiny island, its surface showing a strange rainbow-like coloration, with a texture that looked soft and springy. All the bubbles seemed to be drifting out from this island. The source of the bubbles. Bai Chenyue's heart leapt with joy. Without hesitation she steered the lotus leaf boat over and stepped onto this dreamy ground. The moment her feet touched the rainbow land, a marvelous sensation spread under her soles. Soft, bouncy, as if she were stepping on jelly. Curious, Bai Chenyue stamped her foot once. The ground wobbled duong-duong twice, which was oddly fun. It swayed a bit, but it still felt stable enough to walk on. Looking around, the whole little island was covered by layers and layers of bubbles. If heaven had an appearance, it would surely look like this. She bent her head to work hard, clearing a large area in front of her until it was spotless, when a strange sound suddenly came from a not-too-distant pile of bubbles ahead. Crunch! Crunch! The sound was like someone chewing some crispy snack. Bai Chenyue paused, immediately gripping the entrenching tool with alertness, eyes sharp toward the sound's origin. There were other creatures on this island? She held her breath and carefully parted the bubbles in front of her, inching closer step by step. Crunch! Crunch! The chewing grew clearer. She poked half her head out from the edge of the bubble mound, cautiously peering inside. Then she saw, on the other side of the bubble hill, a huge round creature sitting atop a pile of bubbles with its back to her. Over 3 meters tall, its entire body was like a giant, translucent, oval jelly. Its surface flowed with rainbow sheen, looking springy and adorable. It had no feet. Its underside was smooth. On both sides of its body were 2 small oval claws, currently holding a donut covered in colorful frosting. Crunch, crunch. It munched on the donut bite by bite, enjoying it thoroughly. On top of its head was a hole the size of a watermelon. With every chew, the little hole would pop, pop, pop out several multicolored bubbles, which then floated down lightly into the nearby bubble piles. Bai Chenyue. She almost lost her grip on the entrenching tool. So, this is what excrement means. This thing eats and at the same time poops? Its metabolism ran at an insanely fast rate. Bai Chenyue felt her worldview being refreshed again. Before she could form words in her shock, the giant bubble creature finished its last bite of donut. It hiccuped contentedly, and the little hole on its head PFF sprayed out another long string of bubbles. Then it moved. Its round body twisted slightly, seemingly to adjust to a more comfortable position. With that movement, the piled bubbles around it cascaded like an avalanche. Whoosh! Rolling down, some even landing at Bai Chenyue's feet. The huge noise startled Bai Chenyue. She reflexively raised the fire axe and took a defensive stance. The bubble creature was alarmed by the sudden avalanche as well. It slowly turned around. Bai Chenyue instantly went into combat posture, holding the entrenching tool across her chest, muscles tensed, gaze sharp. However, when she clearly saw the creature, the murderous intent in her body stalled. This is way too cute. The big guy before her looked less like a monster and more like a cartoon dumpling magnified 1,000 times. Its whole body shimmered with dreamy, flowing rainbow hues, round and oval, no feet. The 2 small oval claws could retract into its body flexibly. Its face bore a pair of big round black eyes, like 2 crystalline obsidian beads, clear and innocent. Right now it tilted its head, still holding half a donut in its mouth, curiously studying Bai Chenyue, showing no aggression at all. Character, Dororo. Introduction, think Bubble Tribe. a species extremely lacking in imagination, but with super strong digestive abilities. They love peace, feed on the imagination of other beings by devouring it, and materialize those thoughts. Status: finished eating, currently excreting, in a pleasant mood, very easy to pacify. Note: don't doubt it, what you see is correct. It's performing a great physiological act. Also, this individual is an oddball in the tribe. It dislikes eating intangible imagination, and only likes sweets. One donut can make it treat you as its best friend. So it really was Dororo. So excrement really was literal. Bai Chenyue's mouth twitched painfully. Looking again at the prompts, eating and excreting simultaneously. All the treasures she had worked hard to collect for half a day were really. Bai Chenyue glanced up at the little bubbling hole on Dororo's head, then at the mountain of bubbles beneath it, her expression growing very complicated. Living with your own excrement every day, eating, drinking, and relieving yourself all in the same place. She wanted to say it was lazy and unhygienic, but then she saw that face. So outrageously cute it felt like cheating. Thinking of all the bubbles with their various functions, Bai Chenyue looked at Dororo with the expression of a doting mother. Chapter 97. What's in the pond? Part 9. While Bai Chenyue was internally screaming with frustration, Dororo finally swallowed the donut in its mouth. Its big eyes blinked as its gaze passed over Bai Chenyue and landed on the completely cleaned, empty ground behind her. Its eyes instantly lit up. Literally, they glowed. Huh. Dororo made a childish, milky-sounding syllable. Then its huge body began hopping toward Bai Chenyue, making the ground go duong 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 with each bounce. Dororo stopped in front of Bai Chenyue, curiously tilting its round head as it examined her, then looked at the empty water surface behind her. Wow! So clean! Dororo's voice was filled with amazement as it pointed at the waterway Bai Chenyue had cleared out. Was it you? Did you take away all my waste bubbles? Waste bubbles! Such a simple and unadorned description made Bai Chenyue's feelings rather complicated. Looking into Dororo's pure, innocent big eyes, she hesitated for a moment before finally nodding slowly. Wow! Seeing her admit it, Dororo immediately became so excited that it bounced twice in place, making the entire Rainbow Island shake with duong duong vibrations. You're really such a good person. Dororo used its two oval-shaped little paws to excitedly spin around in place, its eyes narrowing into slits from smiling. There were so many waste bubbles at home that I was almost running out of space to live. I didn't know what to do about it. Thank you for helping me clean up. Hearing this, Bai Chenyue couldn't help but think. Then why don't you clean it yourself? Living with your own waste every day, and not minding it at all. But what she said was, "You're welcome." Looking at the grateful Dororo, she couldn't resist asking, "Why don't you clean it yourself?" Dororo shook its round body and declared with righteous confidence, "Cleaning is so troublesome. I really don't like cleaning." Bai Chenyue, an honest lazybones indeed, only cares about eating and pooping, completely ignoring the cleanup. The things she had worked so hard to collect as treasures were, in its eyes, just mountains of garbage with nowhere to put them. Dororo seemed to feel a bit embarrassed too, as it shook its body. Then it looked at Bai Chenyue with an expression full of expectation and cautiously asked, Good person, since you like cleaning, could you please help me clean up all the waste bubbles here too?" It extended its little paw to indicate all the surrounding bubbles. "Don't worry, I won't make you work for free. As long as you help me clean my home, I can give you some reward." Dororo patted its chest, making a solemn promise. Reward? Hearing these two words, the hesitation in Bai Chenyue's eyes instantly turned to determination. Her gaze swept over Dororo as she quickly calculated in her mind. The Think Bubble tribe could materialize imagination, and her second mission target, Bumblebee, was an imagination creature. A bold idea formed in her heart. Suppressing her excitement, she deliberately calmly raised her head to meet Dororo's expectant gaze. "I can do it," she spoke slowly. "But I want to know, what's the reward?" Dororo blinked its obsidian-like big eyes, then asked in a very generous tone. "What do you want?" "As long as I can do it, I can give you anything." Bai Chenyue paused for a moment before stating firmly, "I want a bumblebee." To prevent misunderstanding, she quickly added, "An imagination creature." Bumblebee. Dororo confirmed, its tone carrying doubt. Just that. Bai Chenyue nodded. Just that. If you think it's difficult, we can change it to something else. Dororo's huge eyes suddenly burst with dazzling brilliance, even brighter than when it had seen its home cleaned up. It looked at Bai Chenyue with an expression of seeing an absolutely wonderful person, full of emotion. Felt like it had gotten an incredible bargain. For their Think Bubble Tribe, imagination creatures were just byproducts of digestion, things casually created after eating others' imagination. Essentially no different from the waste bubbles bubbling up from its head. It was an innate instinct, as natural as eating and drinking, requiring no effort at all. Trading something it could casually produce for the cleaning of its entire home. This deal was absolutely a steal. You're really such a good person. Dororo's voice trembled slightly as it excitedly bounced in place, shaking the ground. You're helping me clean such a huge home, doing such exhausting work, and yet, you only want such a tiny reward? You're so kind. You're the best human I've ever met. Bai Chenyue? ? She was completely baffled by Dororo's sudden shower of praise. Not only could she legitimately collect all the functional bubbles here, but she could also conveniently solve that troublesome imagination creature problem. Exchanging a bit of effort for massive amounts of resources in an imagination creature. In Dororo's eyes, this was considered just a tiny reward? Was the reward really that small? No, this adorable child only knew how to eat and was ignorant of human cunning. That's why it thought the reward was small. She would definitely help it clean its home properly. This transaction. Absolute steal. For a moment, the human and the bubble looked at each other, both seeing "you're so good," and "I got such a great deal" in each other's eyes. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. So, it's settled then? Bai Chenyue tentatively asked, afraid the other might change its mind. Settled. Dororo immediately nodded like pounding garlic, afraid the other might run away. Hurry up and start. When you finish cleaning, I'll make Bumblebee for you right away. Both parties who felt they had gotten the better deal happily reached an agreement. Bai Chenyue didn't hesitate either, picking up her entrenching tool and charging forward with full motivation. Come on. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. Brandishing her entrenching tool, she plunged headfirst into that colorful mountain of bubbles, beginning her great poop-scooping enterprise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each swing of the entrenching tool sent large swathes of gorgeous bubbles flying, which she unhesitatingly sent into her storage space. Meanwhile, Dororo sat contentedly to the side, pulling out a new, even larger donut decorated with strawberries from who knows where, and continued munching away with crunch-crunch sounds. While eating, it watched Bai Chenyue's busy figure, its dark, gleaming big eyes filled with admiration. This human was truly such a good person, working so diligently and seriously. Chapter 98. What's in the pond? Part 10. Dororo felt that this human's request for just one imagination creature, as payment, was truly sincere. It needed to think carefully about preparing some extra rewards for her later, otherwise its reputation would be ruined if word got out. The entire tribe would say it was too stingy. Bai Chenyue knew nothing about this. As she continued digging deeper, more bubbles with unique functions were unearthed by her. Item: water temperature regulation bubble. Description: can adjust the water temperature within a 1-meter radius around the user to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius for the human body, maintaining stable temperature regardless of whether the external water is freezing cold or scorching hot. Duration: 2 hours. Disadvantage: in extreme environments where water temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius or falls below 0 degrees Celsius, the regulation effect decreases by 30%. Note: hot and cold extremes? With this, Mom no longer needs to worry about me catching a cold while swimming. Of course, don't expect it to turn boiling water into cool water. You're not Neza. Item: quick repair bubble. Description: when popped, releases an extremely adhesive repair liquid that can quickly bond cracks in non-living objects like wood, plastic, ordinary metals, etc., with a repair area of only 100 square meters. Duration: repair effect is permanent, but the repaired area only has 70% of the original strength. Disadvantage: ineffective against high-tech electronic devices and complex machinery. The repair liquid takes 10 minutes to dry completely and cannot contact water during this period. Note: the super upgraded version of universal glue. Repair boats, pots, armor, fix whatever's broken. Just don't try using it to glue your iPhone back together. Oh. Item: sleep bubble. Description: when popped, releases a colorless, odorless gas with hypnotic effects that can quickly put inhalers into deep sleep. Duration: hypnotic effect lasts 8 hours. Disadvantage: effectiveness weakens against creatures with strong mental power. In ventilated environments, the hypnotic gas quickly dissipates. Note: the ultimate solution for insomnia sufferers. One sniff and you're out, sleeping until you naturally wake up. Just remember to use it in enclosed spaces. Otherwise the wind will blow it away, and you'll only get to hear the pop. Bai Chenyue collected them while grinning from ear to ear, unable to close her mouth from happiness. She worked with blazing enthusiasm and astonishing efficiency. Dororo sat to the side, munching on another chocolate bar it had pulled out from who knows where, watching Bai Chenyue's busy figure while new waste bubbles went pop 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 above its head, continuously uttering words of admiration. "You're so amazing. You're so capable. You're truly wonderful. You're the most hard-working human I've ever seen." Dororo's flattering compliments flowed as endlessly as its snacks. Emotional value maxed out. Just as she was happily shoveling away, the simple timer on her wrist suddenly emitted urgent beep-beep sounds. The smile on her face froze. Oh no. Finishing off Sadako. Safety first, safety first. Bai Chenyue mentally repeated this twice, suppressing the impulse to continue shoveling waste, and turned to head toward her lotus leaf boat. But when she returned to where she had parked the lotus leaf boat, she froze completely. The boat was empty? Sadako, who should have been lying like a salted fish in the center of the lotus leaf boat waiting for her attention, was gone. Did she wake up and run away on her own? Did the stun effect wear off early? Was she dragged away by something? Or was there something special about this place that could make her wake up prematurely? A fierce ghost that had already awakened, filled with raging resentment, was lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Just this thought alone made cold sweat break out on Bai Chenyue's back. A chill instantly shot from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. All the hairs on her body stood on end as she warily scanned the calm water surface around her, fine beads of cold sweat seeping from her back. Suddenly, Dororo's childish, questioning voice came from behind. "Great person, what's wrong? You look really pale." Bai Chenyue jumped at the sudden voice. She whirled around to see Dororo, who had somehow bounced up behind her, tilting its round head with big eyes full of concern. "You scared me to death. I thought Sadako had emerged." Looking at Dororo's innocent appearance, Bai Chenyue grew even more anxious. "Dororo." Dororo lifted its round head, looking quite puzzled, with half a chocolate bar still in its mouth. Bai Chenyue pointed at her empty lotus leaf boat and asked, Did you just see a woman wearing white clothes with very long hair covering her face?" Afraid Dororo wouldn't understand, she even gestured with her hands. "Oh, you mean her?" Dororo blinked, looking as if it had suddenly understood, saying in its childish voice, "I saw her." Bai Chenyue's heart instantly leaped to her throat. "Where is she?" "Here." Dororo extended its oval-shaped little paw, offering it to Bai Chenyue. In its palm lay a crystal-clear bubble only the size of a fist. And in the center of that bubble, a mini figure wearing a white dress with disheveled black hair was frozen inside, completely motionless, posed in the classic climbing out of a well position. Who else could it be but Sadako? Bai Chenyue. Her brain short-circuited on the spot. She stared at the mini-figurine version of Sadako, then looked at the completely innocent-looking Dororo, her entire face screaming, "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" Combat power off the charts. Resentment reaching the heavens. Just turned into a figurine like this? This incredibly cute Dororo was actually this terrifying? Bai Chenyue drew a sharp breath, adjusted her attitude, and re-evaluated Dororo. From top to bottom, oval shape, big obsidian eyes, super cute. From left to right, small oval paws, big oval body, small oval paws, super cute. Cuteness maxed out. So adorable it could make your nose bleed. No matter how you looked at it, It really didn't seem like a circle possessing such terrifying power. Dororo, seeing her silent, thought she hadn't seen clearly and extended its paw forward again. Bai Chenyue took a frightened step back, afraid the bubble might break and Sadako would jump out to attack her. Dororo said in its childish voice, "Earlier I saw she seemed about to wake up, so I conveniently helped package her up. Don't worry, I didn't damage her." As it spoke, it even shook the bubble in its hand, making the mini Sadako inside sway a couple of times. Bai Chenyue. Her current mood was too complex for words. Conveniently? Turned into a bubble? Her worldview was being rubbed repeatedly against the ground by this jelly ball. Trembling, she reached out her hand, pointed at the bubble and spoke with difficulty. "Just that simple?" Dororo nodded as if it were the most natural thing. "Yeah." Bai Chenyue looked at the adorably overwhelming Dororo. "Don't be deceived by the cuteness. Dororo equals hidden boss equals power level? Equals super strong." Chapter 99 What's in the Pond? 11. Bai Chenyue stared at the ridiculously cute jelly lump in front of her, her head buzzing. Strong. So strong. A murderous ghost with off-the-charts combat power and sky-high resentment. Just casually turned into a figurine? Bai Chenyue still felt a little scared. "You just locked it up like that? Will it still attack people?" Dororo cocked its round little head and explained in a milky voice. "Not inside the bubble. Once you make it into a bubble, it loses its aggressiveness. It becomes very obedient." As it spoke, Dororo made a move that nearly stopped Bai Chenyue's heart. It casually tossed the bubble holding Sadako forward. Pop! The bubble burst in midair. And the next second the miniature figurine sprouted into being with the wind. A woman in a white long dress, black hair covering her face, radiating icy resentment, materialized on the lotus leaf boat and stood directly in front of Bai Chenyue. That familiar chill washed over her again. Holy crap! Bai Chenyue was terrified, frozen with fright. Without thinking, she swung the entrenching tool in her hand to strike. But Sadako's movement was faster. Her deathly pale fingers, accompanied by a bone-piercing cold wind, already clawed toward Bai Chenyue's face. At the last critical moment, Dororo's clear, childlike voice rang out beside her. "Turn into a bubble." No sooner had the words left its mouth than Sadako's attacking body stiffened, and with a whoosh she quickly shrank, reverting to a fist-sized bubble that obediently flew back into Dororo's paw. The whole process flowed like moving clouds in water, so fast Bai Chenyue forgot to breathe. "See? Isn't she good?" Dororo handed the bubble to Bai Chenyue, wearing a look that begged for praise. "Bai Chenyue." She stood there frozen, entrenching tool raised, heart pounding, unable to recover for a long moment. That was intense. She looked at the peacefully still bubble in her palm, then at Dororo's face that screamed, "See, it's that simple," and swallowed. "Can I try?" "Sure." Dororo nodded. "You try it. Just shout, 'Turn into a bubble.'" Half in doubt, Bai Chenyue drew a deep breath, mimicked Dororo, and tossed the bubble out in front of her. Sadako appeared again. A gust of sorrowful wind hit her face. Sadako wasted no time and lunged at her. Turn into a bubble." Bai Chenyue stammered, petrified, yelling at the top of her lungs. A miraculous scene occurred. Just as Sadako's nail was about to scratch her nose, she whooshed and turned back into a bubble, obediently landing in Bai Chenyue's hand again. Bai Chenyue exhaled a long breath, feeling her legs go weak. "It's great, but it can't tell friend from foe." Dororo blinked its big eyes. "I can help you make her obey you. Put your hand on the bubble." Bai Chenyue did as told, spreading her palm to support the bubble. Dororo hopped beside her and gently placed its oval little paw over the back of Bai Chenyue's hand. The paw felt strange, soft, a bit fuzzy and slightly cool to the touch. Bai Chenyue's heart fluttered. She really wanted to pet it. While she indulged in that silly thought, Dororo closed its eyes and began murmuring a string of syllables Bai Chenyue couldn't understand at all. Even her universal translation skill gave no response. Then she saw a faint rainbow halo drift from Dororo's body. A beam of light flowed along its paw, into the back of Bai Chenyue's hand, and finally merged into the bubble. A golden streak appeared at the center of the bubble. All done. Dororo released its paw and looked at Bai Chenyue with a look of seeking credit. "Try again." Bai Chenyue, only half convinced, threw the bubble out once more. Sadako appeared in front of her again. This time, however, she simply stood quietly in place. Beneath her loose hair there was no killing intent or resentment to be felt. "Try giving her an order," Dororo suggested from the side. Bai Chenyue tentatively said, "Jump in place twice." The moment her words fell, Sadako's stiff body actually straightened and jumped up twice. Bai Chenyue got excited and ordered, "Take 2 steps to the left." Sadako immediately moved left 2 steps like a puppet on strings. Amazing! Bai Chenyue was so thrilled she practically jumped. "You can also say consciousness link," Dororo added. "If you do that, whatever you do, she will copy." Consciousness link? Bai Chenyue's curiosity spiked. She immediately said to Sadako, "Consciousness link." Sadako's body twitched slightly, then froze completely in place. Bai Chenyue lifted her left hand and a second later, the Sadako opposite her slowly raised her left hand as well. She raised her right hand and Sadako raised her right hand. She drew a circle with her left foot, and Sadako followed with the same left foot circle. Bai Chenyue's playful side flared. A mischievous idea popped into her head, and she launched into a money-grabbing dance right then and there. The Sadako across from her matched every move down to the tiniest detail, using that stiff body to perform the same money-grabbing dance. A black-haired, white-robed female ghost dancing a money-grabbing routine with no expression. The scene was bizarre and hilarious. It was ridiculously over the top. Clap, clap, clap. Dororo watched delightedly and applauded vigorously with its little paws. So good. So pretty. Bai Chenyue stopped and laughed until her stomach hurt. A Sadako who obeyed orders wasn't a murderous ghost anymore. She was a top-tier thug and bodyguard. "Dororo, do I still need to whack her on the head with a paddle?" Dororo wobbled and said, "No need. She's yours now. Apart from us Think Bubble Tribe members, she only listens to you. No one else can command her." Bai Chenyue immediately seized the crucial information. "So, that means all the imagination creatures in the pond can be commanded by your Think Bubble Tribe, and I can command Sadako, but no one else can command her?" Dororo nodded as if that were obvious. "Yes." Bai Chenyue felt a chill run through her. She finally understood why the game's opening rules had specifically warned, "Do not attempt to attack them, otherwise the injured will definitely be the attackers." So all the imagination creatures in this pond are the Think Bubble Tribe's arsenal. Any player who dares to strike those cute, bouncy jelly lumps can, with a single thought, trigger all the imagination creatures in the pond to turn against them, making them fight themselves. No wonder there's no revival in this level. "How do you sever the consciousness link?" Bai Chenyue asked again. Chapter 100. What's in the pond? Part 12. Bai Chenyue tried it, and sure enough, Sadako had returned to that motionless standby state. Excellent. Looking at this Sadako now completely under her control, then glancing at the mountain of bubbles with various functions in the distance, a sudden idea flashed through her mind. She turned to Dororo, her eyes shining brightly. "Dororo, can you materialize imagination?" "Yes." Dororo nodded. "Then can you help me make a tool for sucking up bubbles? Let's call it a bubble sucker." "Bubble sucker?" Dororo tilted its huge head, eyes filled with confusion. "What's that?" Its knowledge database clearly didn't contain this term. Bai Chenyue tried to describe what she wanted in the simplest terms. "It's something with an opening in front that can become very large or very small, with super powerful suction. No matter what it is, whoosh, it can suck it right in. With this, I can help you clean the house much faster." After hearing this, Dororo wobbled slightly, its eyes growing even more bewildered. It could digest and materialize something as abstract as imagination, but its own race was severely lacking in imagination itself. Creating something it had never seen before based solely on someone else's description was simply too difficult for it. Can't imagine it. Dororo shook its body in distress. Just as Bai Chenyue was feeling somewhat disappointed, Dororo seemed to have a sudden realization, its eyes lighting up. "Ah, I've got it." Soon it bounced out with a duong 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 sound, carefully holding a transparent crystal sphere in its 2 small paws. This crystal ball was exactly the same as the one they'd seen in the previous area. Dororo handed the crystal ball to Bai Chenyue. "I can't imagine it." Place your hand on it and think about what you want, and I'll help you. Bai Chenyue reached out and placed her palm against the cool, smooth crystal ball. Here it comes. The chance to die a divine tool is here. She closed her eyes and began wildly constructing the design in her mind. It needs a suction port at the front. Not an ordinary vacuum cleaner nozzle. It should be like a black hole, cool and powerful, automatically adjusting size based on suction power, capable of sucking up sand and even tanks. It needs a long enough connecting rod, at least 1.5 meters, made of lightweight but sturdy material. Carbon fiber would be great. In the middle, there must be a gear adjustment dial. 5 settings to meet various needs. Sucking leaves, iron blocks, large items. The back end needs a storage device, not a dust bag. That's too low end. It could be a spatial storage sphere. The appearance should be cool with a technological feel, and capacity display should be intuitive, like using nebula light bands to indicate. Wait, space. Bai Chenyue's thoughts suddenly took flight as she remembered her own space. If sucked items went directly into her space, wouldn't that mean unlimited capacity? No, that idea is too exaggerated. Dororo probably can't make that. Better to be practical and give this storage sphere a huge capacity instead. How big? A standard soccer field? A cubic space 105 meters in length, width, and height. It also needs a one-button dump function. Press a button and everything comes out at once, super convenient for clearing inventory. And it must be detachable. The storage sphere can be removed separately for easy transportation of supplies. Bai Chenyue's mind frantically constructed every detail of this divine tool, growing more excited and perfecting it with each thought. Ding! Memory captured. Bai Chenyue's eyes snapped open. She saw Dororo had also placed its oval-shaped small paw on the crystal ball, muttering, "Oh, so that's how it is." It understood. Bai Chenyue's heart instantly leaped to her throat. Then Dororo looked up at Bai Chenyue, and from the watermelon-sized hole on top of its head, a crystal-clear bubble emerged with a soft pop sound. The bubble drifted waveringly to float before Bai Chenyue. Suspended quietly at the center of the bubble was a peculiarly shaped object. It was a completely black long rod about 1.5 meters long, with a silver dial in the middle of the shaft. One end of the rod featured a strange suction port faintly glowing with purple-black light, while the other end connected to a transparent crystal sphere about the size of an egg, with silvery white light bands flowing inside. Bai Chenyue instinctively reached out and gently popped the bubble. The item immediately fell into her hand, delivering a cool, solid sensation, with a slight energy vibration felt at the grip. Item: Void Suction Rod. Introduction: a super tool composed of a 1.5 meter carbon fiber connecting rod with 5 suction power settings, a void devourer suction port that defaults to a light point and can form a black hole effect when triggered, and a spatial storage sphere with cubic space the size of a standard soccer field. Function 1: a void devourer suction port. When triggered, expands with gear settings, forming ring nebula special effects, indiscriminately sucking in all non-living objects within gravitational range. Function 2: gear adjustment. Click dial breeze setting 10 kg suction. Pickup setting 50 kg suction. Transport setting 100 kg suction. Heavy load setting 200 kg suction. Weight devourer setting 500 kg suction. Function 3: spatial storage sphere. Internal cubic space of 105 m x 105 m x 105 m. Density of internal silvery white nebula light bands intuitively displays remaining capacity. Red button on side can dump all items with one press. Press and hold for 3 seconds to detach for separate carrying. Note: congratulations, you've successfully turned a diligent, kind cleaner into a mobile demolition team. With this, you can not only do spring cleaning for Dororo's home, but also provide thorough relocation services for enemy bases. Bai Chenyue's brain completely short-circuited the moment she finished reading the description. She originally thought her space was the pinnacle of cheat abilities, but today Dororo directly crafted a youth version for her on the spot. Thank you, Dororo. You're absolutely amazing. Holding the void suction rod, Bai Chenyue wished she could hug Dororo and give it 2 big kisses. How could anyone not love such a soft, adorable creature? Dororo wobbled its body. You're welcome. Helping you means helping me clean up. Bai Chenyue couldn't wait to test the divine tool's power. She aimed the void suction rod at a pile of functional bubbles not far away and clicked the dial to the pickup setting. Press the start button. Chapter 101. What's in the pond? Part 13. The front light point instantly expanded into a mini black hole the size of a wash basin, swirling with purple-black light bands. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The bubbles on the ground ahead were instantly stretched into multicolored light ribbons, scrambling to surge into the void devourer suction port before vanishing completely. In just a few short seconds, a large area ahead had been cleaned spotless. Bai Chenyue looked down and saw that inside the spatial storage sphere, the originally thin and sparse silver-white light bands had visibly thickened just a bit. So satisfying. Compared to collecting them one shovelful at a time with the entrenching tool, this was like upgrading from a popgun to artillery. No, more like upgrading from a popgun to an aircraft carrier. With this thing, forget just cleaning Dororo's home. Even if she went treasure hunting at a garbage dump, she could become the efficiency queen. She took out the bubble containing Sadako, tossed Sadako out, and shoved the void suction rod into Sadako's hands. Go clean up those bubbles. Then, she directed Sadako, coordinating with the void suction rod's terrifying suction power, and the cleaning efficiency increased 100-fold. Wherever the suction reached, entire patches of bubbles were swept away, revealing the rainbow-colored jelly ground beneath. Soon they had cleared a wide path leading straight to the center of the island. What would have originally taken several days to clean up, the waste bubbles, was now mostly cleared in less than half an hour thanks to the void suction rod's terrifying efficiency. The entire periphery of the colorful little island became clean and tidy, with open views. Great benefactor. There's also inside the house. Dororo extended a little claw, pointing toward the interior, its tone filled with anticipation. Only then did Bai Chenyue notice that there was actually such an incredibly cute house at the center of this island. The house was enormous, standing over 10 meters tall. The walls were cream-colored, like giant waffles, while the roof was pink frosting adorned with colorful candies. The huge windows were made of crystal-clear sugar blocks, and 2 chocolate bar pillars stood by the entrance. Okay, leave it to me. Bai Chenyue agreed immediately, lifting the void suction rod and marching inside with vigorous heroic strides. Once inside, she was stunned once again by the sight before her. The interior space was even larger than it appeared from outside, with all kinds of furniture shaped like irresistibly cute desserts. A huge donut sofa, gummy candy carpet, ice cream lamp, jam paintings. However, no matter how cute the house, it couldn't withstand having a lazy owner. After a vigorous effort, she finally cleaned the entire house spotless, revealing the rainbow-colored floor. Done! Bai Chenyue looked at the clean, tidy room and showed a motherly, satisfied smile. She turned around, ready to announce the good news to Dororo. However, when she saw the scene in the center of the living room, the smile on her face cracked. There in the center of the living room, on the empty space she had just cleaned, a small mountain of bubbles had piled up at some unknown time. Moreover, these bubbles were different from the previous waste bubbles. Inside each bubble clearly floated void suction rod, densely packed, hundreds upon thousands of them. Bai Chenyue. She stared blankly at the pile of brand-new divine artifact bubbles, then looked at Dororo, who still had half a cake in its mouth and was looking at her with an innocent expression. What did you make so many of these for? Dororo swallowed the cake in its mouth, blinked its innocent big eyes, swayed its huge body, and spoke in a tone full of embarrassment. I just saw you using it so happily and thought it was really amazing, so I couldn't help thinking about it, and then they just came out on their own. Dororo seemed to realize it had caused trouble, its 2 oval little claws nervously poking at each other in front of its body, its round body wriggling back and forth, head lowered, not daring to meet Bai Chenyue's eyes. It said in a pitiful milky voice, I didn't mean to. As it spoke, appropriately timed, another pop sounded from its head as another bubble containing a void suction rod emerged and gently landed on the bubble mountain. Bai Chenyue stared at Dororo. She felt somewhat speechless but also somewhat happy. Character, Dororo. Status. Full, currently excreting, feeling guilty. Note. See, I told you its digestive ability is super strong. For it, thinking equals digesting, eating equals replenishing energy, so eating plus thinking equals frantic excretion. You just gave it a novel toy, of course it needs to properly digest it. So whenever it eats something and then thinks about something, bubbles just gush out from its head like a fountain? Bai Chenyue looked at Dororo's pitiful, almost crying expression, and the slight resentment in her heart completely vanished. Who could resist this? Such an adorable creature, having done something wrong, bowing its head pitifully, poking its little claws together, apologizing to you in that milky voice. Who could bear to scold it? Not to mention, Bai Chenyue looked at the mountain-like pile of void suction rods before her, and her heart began racing uncontrollably. Each one possessed storage space the size of a soccer field, plus terrifying suction power. How was this garbage? This was heaven-sent wealth. If other players outside learned that there was a wishing machine here that could mass-produce divine artifacts infinitely, they'd probably go crazy on the spot, breaking through barriers to charge in here. Calm down. Must stay calm. Can't appear too excited, it might scare this naive sweetheart. She forced a smile. It's okay, you didn't mean to, right? Dororo lifted its head, looked at Bai Chenyue with its big, watery eyes and nodded heavily. Bai Chenyue showed a motherly smile. I'll just help you clean these up too, it's no trouble at all. Dororo's voice became choked with tears. Great benefactor. You're really too good. After finally helping clean its home, it had ended up making a mess again right afterward. Yet the great benefactor wasn't angry at all and was still willing to help clean up. In its heart, Dororo had already elevated Bai Chenyue's goodness level directly to the extremely trusted tier. Bai Chenyue looked at Dororo's moved expression and suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Was it right to deceive a child like this? She first placed all the bubbles she had just suctioned into storage. Dororo sat obediently on the donut sofa nearby, its two little claws poking at each other repeatedly, not daring to move at all. It didn't dare eat anything anymore, afraid that if it ate, bubbles would start emerging from its head again and cause more trouble for the great benefactor. This human was truly a good person, so hardworking, so kind, and with such a good temper. It decided that later, it must make the very best bumblebee for her, and it needed to give her even more gifts. Chapter 102. What's in the pond? Part 14. When the final bubble was sucked into the storage sphere, Bai Chenyue let out a long, satisfied sigh. She turned around and saw Dororo still sitting stiffly upright with a pitiful, wronged expression, which made her chuckle involuntarily. All right, it's all cleaned up now. She walked over to Dororo and waved the void suction rod in her hand. Only then did Dororo dare to move, hopping down from the sofa and running to Bai Chenyue's side, gently rubbing against her leg with its round, plump body. You're such a great person, thank you. You worked hard. No trouble at all, just serving the people. Feeling exceptionally cheerful, Bai Chenyue casually spouted nonsense. Dororo looked up. Let me help you make Bumblebee. Bai Chenyue nodded. Great. However, remembering how last time she had just casually thought about something and Dororo created a Star Destroyer-class vacuum cleaner for her, she didn't dare to let her imagination run wild this time. What if her mental image of Bumblebee lacked detail, and Dororo created one missing arms or legs, or worse, just a hollow shell? Who would she cry to then? Bai Chenyue thought for a moment, then pulled out a tablet from her storage space. I'm worried my imagination isn't clear enough. Could you make it based on this thing? What is this? Dororo curiously leaned closer, looking at the glowing little board in Bai Chenyue's hand. Bai Chenyue skillfully unlocked it, found the classic Transformers movie from the tens of thousands of films she had previously downloaded, and fast-forwarded directly to the iconic scene where Bumblebee transforms from a beat-up car into a handsome robot. Then she handed the tablet to Dororo. Make one exactly like this, completely identical. Dororo's obsidian-like big eyes instantly went wide with fascination. Its eyes sparkled with a brilliance countless times more dazzling than when it saw the room being cleaned. Wow! It extended its little claw, poked at Bumblebee on the screen, looked at the playing movie footage, and its mouth hung wide open for a long time, unable to close. Dororo seemed completely captivated by the movie's charm. Immediately after, Bai Chenyue saw a bubble emerge from the hole on Dororo's head. The bubble popped, and an identical tablet appeared in its claw. But when it excitedly tapped the screen, it discovered the tablet was completely empty inside, containing nothing, and certainly couldn't play movies. Dororo was very disappointed. Bai Chenyue had anticipated this. The Think Bubble Tribe could only materialize the item itself, but couldn't replicate the information stored inside the item. It was like they could build a computer but couldn't install the operating system and software. Bai Chenyue picked up the tablet and waved it in front of Dororo. First, help me make Bumblebee. If you do a good job, I'll give you this little board filled with movies. Really? Dororo's eyes instantly lit up again, filled with little stars. Bai Chenyue patted her chest confidently. Of course. I'm a great person who never lies. Deceiving children again. Her heart had truly hardened. Deal. It's settled. As if afraid she would change her mind, Dororo tossed the empty shell tablet aside and focused all its attention on the movie footage in Bai Chenyue's hand. The next moment, a huge bubble shimmering with metallic luster slowly rose from its head. Bai Chenyue picked up the bubble and walked into the yard. The bubble shattered. Clang! Crack! Zzz. The ear-grating sounds of metal scraping and transforming echoed. A brand new yellow and black sports car appeared out of thin air in the yard. The car doors opened, the roof flipped, the chassis rose. Complex mechanical structures reassembled and connected in a visually stunning manner. Within mere seconds, Bumblebee stood before them. Character: Imagination creature Bumblebee. Introduction: an Autobot that can fight, run, and transform. Perfectly replicated according to the blueprint you provided, fair to all ages. Status: on standby. Note: congratulations on gaining a loyal iron brother. Just be aware the fuel consumption might be a bit high, since this thing doesn't run on thin air. Also, don't expect it to chat with you for entertainment. Its vocabulary might be even smaller than Dororo's. Bai Chenyue looked up at the huge figure before her, her heart practically leaping out of her chest. However, after being excited for a long time, she still hadn't heard the system prompt announcing task completion. Could it be? Like with Sadako, she needed to follow a procedure? Knock 3 times. She instinctively reached for her think paddle. Dororo called out clearly to Bumblebee. Turn into a bubble. Crack. Crack. The imposing Bumblebee rapidly folded and shrank amid metallic transformation sounds, finally transforming with a whoosh into a fist-sized bubble that floated lightly before Bai Chenyue. At the bubble's center, a miniature Bumblebee robot struck a cool pose. Bai Chenyue skillfully extended her palm and caught the bubble. Dororo also tacitly placed its little claw over it and began chanting those mysterious, incomprehensible syllables again. A line of light formed in the bubble's center. Almost simultaneously, the notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player. Who's that guy for successfully finding and binding the second imagination target Bumblebee. Ding! Second stage task completed. Preparing to draw your third imagination target. It's here. Bai Chenyue's heart instantly tightened. The first was the fierce ghost Sadako, the second was the Autobot Bumblebee. What kind of creature would the third be? Please don't let it be something like a Cthulhu evil god. Her poor heart couldn't take it. The massive light screen appeared again, countless images flashing across it at high speed. The cursor jumped wildly before finally settling on one image. The image enlarged. Bai Chenyue felt her vision blur as a phantom image of an item materialized directly before her. It was an ordinary clay flower pot, with a small, somewhat wilted-looking flower planted in the soil. The flower was only thumb-sized, with 7 petals displaying red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple colors, gently swaying in the image. Ding! Third imagination target confirmed. Player, who's that guy? Please find your flower. After finding the third imagination target, bring all 3 to the Think Bubble Tribe, and ask them to help seal the 3 imagination creatures into bubbles to create your exclusive set. Then you can complete all tasks in this level. Bai Chenyue. Chapter 103. What's in the pond? Part 15. A flower pot? A little flower? Is this her third and final imagination creature? Was the shift in tone a bit too sudden? From a vicious ghost to a robot, and now to a potted flower? What use could something like this possibly have? To smash people with it? The flower pot looked vaguely familiar, like she had seen it somewhere before. Right. When she first entered this pond and got carried wildly across the surface by that ridiculous water flow propulsion bubble, in the corner of her vision she thought she had seen this flower pot. At the time she was moving too fast, it was only a fleeting glimpse. Dororo stared at the phantom image of the flower pot, and with a soft pop, a bubble emerged from the hole on its head. Inside the bubble was a flower pot identical to the one on the screen, and inside it grew a drooping 7-colored flower. Bai Chenyue instinctively reached out and placed her palm over the bubble, and Dororo, in tacit cooperation, rested its little paw on top as well. Dororo motioned for Bai Chenyue to place her hand on the bubble just like before. However, this time, after Dororo finished chanting, there was no prompt sound. Dororo withdrew its paw and shook its body in frustration. Nope, this flower. It seems to have some other function, but I don't know what it is. I can only make one that looks like it, but it won't work, okay? Bai Chenyue understood. In other words, Dororo could only replicate the appearance of the 7-color wishing flower, but could not copy its soul or core ability. To complete the task, she had to find the original. Oh, and one more thing. Dororo, look, Bumblebee is finished too, and that little board will be yours soon. But before that, could you do me one more small favor? Dororo's eyes were glued to the tablet. Without thinking, it nodded. Okay. Anything. Bai Chenyue coaxed gently. I want you to make a water flow propulsion bubble that can control speed. Like when I imagine it going faster, it goes faster. When I want it to stop, it stops. Hearing Bai Chenyue's request, Dororo immediately beat its chest and agreed. Bai Chenyue placed her hand on the imagination crystal ball again, and began to conceive in her mind a brand new, upgradable, controllable, water flow propulsion bubble 2.0. Ding! Memory captured. Dororo put its paw on the crystal ball, its big eyes filling with astonishment once more. How does such a good-hearted person always come up with so many weird yet incredible ideas? A bubble emerged again from the small hole on its head. Bai Chenyue took the bubble and, unable to wait, pinched it to pop. A gentle silver light unfolded in front of her, then quickly condensed into shape. The main body of the device consisted of 2 side-by-side thrusters hovering and flickering with a pale blue energy aura. Extending from the front of the device were no longer solid handles, but 2 flexible control bands formed from pale blue particles of light. Bai Chenyue's mind moved and her hands naturally passed through the control bands. Her left hand extended flat, palm up, and the thrusters drove her body to glide left. Palm down, it moved right. Pulling the elbow back reversed the craft. Reaching the arm forward meant full speed ahead. Right-hand control was even simpler and more direct. Clenching her 5 fingers into a fist-activated emergency braking. Slowly opening her fingers was the linear acceleration from 0 to top speed. Completely intuitive control. Then, at her left wrist, a virtual light screen clearly displayed energy, 100%, and endurance 3H. Item. Controllable water flow propulsion bubble version 2.0. Description. An upgraded water propulsion device specially customized by the Think Bubble Tribe according to the refined imagination of the player. Who's that guy? Perfectly solves the first-generation century problems of only pushing, not stopping, and extremely damaging to the waist. Function. Provides up to 15x water surface movement speed, freely controllable direction and speed, supports emergency braking and short-range burst acceleration. Duration 3 hours. Note: congratulations, you have finally escaped the fate of face-first crashes. Now, Mom no longer needs to worry about you speedrunning and injuring your back. From a skyrocketing clumsy driver to a willful water drifter, this is the ultimate care for the user's lumbar spine. Now you can drift on water with confidence, as long as you don't be reckless and collide with other players. Amazing! This was exactly the thruster she wanted. With this 2.0 version, she would be a free lightning bolt on the water from now on. Go wherever she wanted, be fast when she wanted, slow when she wanted. She would never again worry about being flung into a face-first crash. Bai Chenyue, satisfied, stored away the 2.0 bubble and handed the tablet to Dororo. Here, like I promised, it's yours. Wow! Dororo excitedly received it with both little paws. Thank you. Good person. You are the best human I have ever seen. You're welcome. Bai Chenyue was in a great mood. They spoke no more that night. Bai Chenyue stepped onto her lotus leaf boat again. She popped a bubble, passed her hands through the light bands that appeared before her, and the brand new controllable water flow propulsion bubble version 2.0 activated. A steady, powerful thrust pushed through, and the lotus leaf boat slid out smoothly like an arrow from a bowstring, without that earlier wildness that had felt like it would throw someone's back out. Speed and direction all under control. Feeling that intuitive control she could do anything with, Bai Chenyue's thoughts drifted back to last night. When Dororo saw it was getting late, it invited Bai Chenyue to stay at its place. The two of them and their bubbles got along extremely well. Bai Chenyue patiently taught Dororo how to use the tablet. This simple little dumpling gasped at the bizarre images from movies, its eyes showing a pure, untainted wonder rarely seen in the apocalypse. Under Bai Chenyue's careful guidance, Dororo produced quite a number of controllable water propulsion bubbles. By the end of the night, Bai Chenyue's storage of version 2.0 bubbles in her space had grown to an obscene amount. At dawn, when Bai Chenyue prepared to bid farewell and go find her little flower, Dororo, who had been cheerful all along, suddenly wilted. "Good person, wait." It closed its eyes, and its round body radiated a dazzling seven-colored glow. After a moment, a different kind of bubble slowly rose from the top of its head. This bubble was no longer purely transparent. It carried a faint golden hue, and inside it seemed as if a river of stars flowed. Dororo carefully cupped the bubble with its little paws and handed it to Bai Chenyue, its voice weak. Chapter 104. What's in the pond? Part 16. This is for you. Dororo's cautious demeanor made Bai Chenyue somewhat puzzled, her gaze sharpening slightly. Item: Fantasy Bubble, Single Use. Introduction. A special individual that the Think Bubble tribe occasionally condenses from their core essence during their long lives, extremely rare. It has separated from the Think Bubble tribe's main body, becoming an independent imagination materialization engine. The user only needs to cover the bubble with their hand, conceive an item in their mind, and it can consume the user's own mental energy to transform imagination into reality. Each time one is generated, the fantasy bubble will be weakened for 3 days, unable to produce during this period. During the weakened state, anyone can kill it. Function: independently generates imagined items, non-living entities. The complexity and refinement of generated items depend on the user's mental energy strength and imagination clarity. Note: congratulations, you've obtained a portable version of Ma Yang's magic brush. Now you don't need to exploit child labor anymore. You can start exploiting yourself. Friendly reminder: the taste of mental energy overdraft is much more exhilarating than a herniated disc. Bai Chenyue's brain froze instantly after reading the introduction. A wishing machine that could be used independently, separate from the Think Bubble tribe? She abruptly raised her head, looking into Dororo's clear, innocent big eyes, feeling as if something had slammed hard against her heart. Dororo had no idea what an absolutely broken item it was giving away. It only knew this was its most precious possession, so it should be given to the person it considered the best. Pure goodwill was more precious than any divine artifact. Each time one is generated, the fantasy bubble will be weakened for 3 days, unable to produce during this period. During the weakened state, anyone can kill it. 3 days of weakness, anyone could kill it. Really? Dororo? Bai Chenyue's voice was hoarse. I can't accept this. You can. Dororo tried hard to raise its voice, stubbornly shaking its body. You cleaned up my messy home and gave me such a fun little tablet. You're the best human I've ever met. You deserve it. Bai Chenyue could no longer find words to refuse. She solemnly stored the fantasy bubble in the deepest part of her infinite space, then reached out and gently stroked Dororo's round, plump body. Thank you, Dororo. You're the cutest Think Bubble I've ever met. Hee hee. Dororo happily shook its body. Condensed from core essence, no wonder Dororo had been so weak. This simple creature considered her its best friend and brought out its most precious possession. A warm current surged in Bai Chenyue's heart, and her icy heart, accustomed to struggling in the apocalypse, showed signs of thawing. Bai Chenyue's lips curled up involuntarily as she collected her thoughts. With her left palm facing upward, the lotus leaf boat smoothly shifted left toward a floating giant lotus leaf. With a casual gesture, she stored the leaf in her space. Reaching her arm forward, the thruster's deep blue halo suddenly intensified, and the speed skyrocketed. Awesome! The feeling of control at her fingertips intoxicated her. No longer like before being dragged around the world by the 1.0 water flow propulsion bubble, relying entirely on core strength to hold on, and finally having to brake with her face. While enjoying the high-speed boating, Bai Chenyue tried hard to recall the phantom image she had seen at Dororo's place, and the glimpse she caught from the corner of her eye when she first entered this level, drifting along with the current. The direction should be along the route I came from. Time passed minute by minute as Bai Chenyue piloted the Lotus Leaf boat, searching back and forth across the vast pond. 1 hour. 2 hours. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner sandwiched between 3 giant lotus leaves, she saw the clay pot that had been haunting her dreams. An ordinary terracotta flower pot, about 30 centimeters tall, with patches of moss on its surface. In the pot's soil, a small wilted flower drooped its head weakly. The flower was only thumb-sized, with 7 petals as thin as cicada wings, displaying 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. But in the dim light, they appeared somewhat dull and lackluster, as if about to wither at any moment. This was it. Exactly identical to the phantom image on the light screen. Bai Chenyue maneuvered the lotus leaf boat closer. This thing, was it really her third imagination creature? From the ferocious Sadako to the cool and awesome bumblebee, and now to this sickly little flower? Wasn't the style shift a bit too drastic? Item: 7-color wishing flower, single-use consumable version. Introduction: a miraculous creation born from pure wish-granting power. Each petal contains a powerful force capable of altering reality's rules. It randomly appears in any corner of the pond, waiting to be discovered by a destined person or unlucky individual. Detailed function: each petal corresponds to a unique ability. Crushing it activates the ability. After the petal turns into light particles and dissipates, the ability takes effect. The same petal's ability can only be used once, with no possibility of repeated activation. Note: congratulations, you've found the youth version of the 7 Dragon Balls. Make a wish, young one. But friendly reminder: the consequences of random wishes might be more thrilling than summoning the dragon god itself. Bai Chenyue's heart skipped a beat. Single-use consumable version? Suppressing her ecstasy and shock, she focused her gaze on the wilted 7-colored petals. 7-color wishing flower, single-use consumable version, detailed function. Red petal. Best friend contract. Core effect: select a single target, human or intelligent being, making them develop 1000% pure favorability toward the user, automatically generating a never-betray psychological contract, with both parties becoming definite best friends. Bai Chenyue gasped sharply. No, she directly held her breath. 1000% favorability? Never betray? This wasn't making friends. This was the highest level of subversion. Imagine using this on the leader of some hostile force. The mental image was too beautiful, almost unbelievable. Her gaze moved to the next petal. Yellow petal, lucky choice. Core effect: activates when the user faces 2 or more choices, locking in the selection direction for the optimal outcome, ensuring the choice brings positive benefits. The ultimate blessing for those with decision-making paralysis. Bai Chenyue felt her throat getting dry as she continued reading. Orange petal, targeted summoning. Core effect: clearly visualize the targets, person/items, appearance characteristics in your mind. After crushing the petal, the target will instantly appear before the user. Searching for someone across thousands of miles? Finding a needle in a haystack? Not anymore. As long as you've seen it, as long as you remember it. Whether it's lost teammates or misplaced divine artifacts, with just one thought, you can summon it right before your eyes. This was absolutely the essential divine skill for home travel, murder and robbery. No, for finding people and objects. Chapter 105. What's in the pond? Part 17. Blue petal. Collective amnesia. Core effect: after clearly identifying the memory deletion target, person/event, and crushing the petal, all previous complete memories about that target will be thoroughly erased from every living being worldwide. Subsequent memories are unaffected. The user's own memories remain intact. Bai Chenyue felt chills running down her spine when she read this. Erasing memories from the entire world? If she accidentally exposed her space, she could just crush this petal and reset everything to zero, making everyone forget about her and everything related to her. The ultimate regret eraser. Cyan petal. Spatial leap. Core effect. As long as the user has personally seen a location, crushing the petal will instantly teleport them to that place. Fixed point teleportation. Bai Chenyue's breathing became rapid as she stared intently at the remaining 2 petals. Green petal. Life revival. Core effect. After clearly identifying the deceased to be resurrected and crushing the petal, the deceased will revive either at their death location or before the user, with their body restored to pre-death health condition and all memories preserved. Resurrection. True full-state resurrection. Purple is. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted sharply. She was so shocked she couldn't speak for a long time. Who? Only after what felt like an eternity did Bai Chenyue finally exhale deeply, her chest heaving violently. Her brain had received too much overwhelming information and temporarily blanked out. Each ability alone was enough to drive countless players mad, even make nations willing to start wars to seize them. And now, 7 heaven-defying abilities were concentrated on this unremarkable little flower, resting right in her palm. She had previously thought the 3rd imagination creature was trash, but now her face felt thoroughly slapped. This thing absolutely must not be known by a second person. Without the slightest hesitation, she stored the entire flower pot along with the lotus leaf beneath it into her space. Only when the flower pot disappeared did she feel her hanging heart finally settle back into place. Safe now. Next, she needed to find the Think Bubble tribe and ask them to help transform the 7-color wishing flower into a bubble. Bai Chenyue stood up and took out Morelle's homebue bubble from her space. Dororo had given this to her last night. During her chat with Dororo, she had learned some things about bubbles. Through the imagination crystal ball, imagination creatures made from others' imaginations could be bound to think bubbles, golden light traces, for unlimited use. Whereas the colorful waste bubbles she helped clean up were all unconscious products of the Think Bubble tribe, and were single-use only. Hearing this, Bai Chenyue immediately felt the bubbles in her space were too few. The apocalypse would last so long, how could a limited number of bubbles possibly suffice? She asked Dororo, "Dororo, do many more members of your Think Bubble tribe live in this pond?" Dororo, Yes. We have many tribespeople, but everyone lives very far apart." Bai Chenyue gently probed, "Do their homes need cleaning?" Dororo fell silent for a few seconds, astonished. "Great benefactor. You're truly too good. You actually want to help my tribespeople clean too? You're our entire tribe's savior. Let me tell you, Morelle's home is especially messy, even worse than mine. She's incredibly lazy. The waste bubbles at her doorstep have piled up into mountains. Are you really going?" Bai Chenyue declared righteously, "You're my friend, so your tribespeople are naturally my friends too. Friends helping friends is only proper. Moreover, helping others is my life's creed." Deceiving children again, her heart had truly hardened. "Wow. Great benefactor. I'll give you recommendations right away." Then Dororo found several buoy bubbles for her, including Morelle and Gulyalus. She crushed Morelle's homebue bubble. Pop! The bubble transformed into specks of blue light particles that gathered in the air. The next second, a translucent blue jellyfish-like object about basketball-sized appeared before her out of nowhere. It swayed its soft tentacles, its body flashing with light, looking both bouncy and adorable. The blue jellyfish immediately seemed to receive instructions, its body shooting forward with a bayou sound, stopping about 10 meters ahead, then wiggling its tentacles at Bai Chenyue as if saying, "Follow me." Bai Chenyue immediately activated her thrusters and followed. About half an hour later, the jellyfish buoy gradually slowed down. Bai Chenyue also reduced her speed as a small island appeared ahead, slightly larger than Dororo's colorful little island, with denser vegetation including peculiar trees growing from the pond that bore pink flowers. "Morelle's home looks quite nice actually, where's the mess?" Bai Chenyue muttered to herself. However, when the lotus leaf boat followed the buoy through the dense pink forest and she saw the scene at the island's center, the relaxed expression on her face instantly froze. She took back her previous words. Dororo, I'm sorry I wronged you. At the island's center stood a similarly dessert-themed house, with walls styled like strawberry cake and a roof resembling a cream puff tower crowded with buttercream flowers. But this adorable house was almost completely buried in garbage. Colorful waste bubbles covered the entire island, forming range after range of undulating bubble mountains. Some bubble mountains were even taller than the house itself. Just as she reached peak astonishment, the summit of one of the highest bubble mountains suddenly moved. Crash! A large mass of waste bubbles came tumbling down like a mudslide. Immediately after, a plump, round body poked out from the bubble mountain's peak. Like Dororo, it was also a giant oval-shaped jelly blob, with a gentle light pink body. The difference was that each of its two small oval paws was tied with a beautifully crafted bow made from red silk ribbons. The round body wobbled slightly, making the bows bounce along with the movement. It seemed to have just woken up, rubbing its eyes and yawning. Then it spotted Bai Chenyue, who had stopped at the island's edge looking completely dumbfounded. Their eyes met. Creature. Think Bubble Tribe Morelel. Status. Just woke up, currently spacing out, somewhat socially anxious. Note. Don't doubt it, this is exactly the one you're looking for. By the way, her laziness level is twice that of Dororo's. You're the one Dororo mentioned. The one who's really good at cleaning. Great benefactor. Bai Chenyue nodded. I'll help you clean your home, and you help me with something, how about that? Then she took out the potted 7-color wishing flower from her space. Help me turn this into my exclusive bubble. Morelel bounced in place a couple of times, her bows hopping along. Okay. Once cleaning's done, I'll help you make it right away. Chapter 106. Garden Defense Battle. This time Bai Chenyue had experience and was much more efficient. She released Sadako, and with one person and one ghost working simultaneously using 2 void suction rods, wherever they went, entire clusters of bubbles were swept clean. Morelel sat obediently on a fluffy ball stool that had just been cleared nearby, watching Bai Chenyue's busy figure with admiring eyes, continuously uttering praises. Wow! You're so fast. Great person, you're so capable. That black rod of yours is amazing too. The Rainbow Flattery Service was back online. This formula felt somewhat familiar. When the entire room was cleaned until it looked brand new, Morelel pounced over and gently rubbed against Bai Chenyue's leg with its jelly-like soft body. Wonderful. Thank you. Great person. Dororo said you're a very, very good human. It said you're both hardworking and kind, and you don't mind our messy home. We haven't seen a human as good as you in a very, very long time. Oh. Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow, becoming interested. Why do you say that? Morelel tilted its head, as if recalling some ancient story. Because a very, very long time ago, many very, very bad humans came here. Its tone became somewhat angry. They saw that we could turn imagined things into reality, so they wanted to capture us, lock us up, and make us continuously create things for them. They wanted to use us as slaves. They said we were walking wishing machines, gifts from the gods. What happened later? She pressed. Morelel straightened its body, its tone carrying a hint of pride. Later our ancestors got angry. They drove them all away. Since then we've rarely seen humans again. The elders in our tribe all say that humans are greedy and dangerous creatures, and told us not to trust you. Morelel spoke while looking at Bai Chenyue again, adding, but I think both Dororo and I believe you're a good person. A tidal wave surged in Bai Chenyue's heart as she recalled the history mentioned by wind-chasing youth, which perfectly matched Morelel's account. Wind-chasing youth's ancestors had been expelled because they wanted to enslave these dumplings that could turn imagination into reality. Heavens above! Enslaving a race that could create everything out of thin air? What were they thinking? Looking at the pond full of imagination creatures, Bai Chenyue really wanted to pry open the brains of wind-chasing youth's ancestors to see if they had been flooded by the pond and were full of water. How dare they? But after being expelled, these people didn't learn their lesson. They then instigated war between the Haha tribe and Cuku Tribe, and got beaten up again. The two major tribes had bugs that allowed infinite resurrection. They didn't lose unfairly. So that's how it is. Bai Chenyue murmured to herself. No wonder both Dororo and Morelel were so naive, because they simply didn't need complex schemes and plots. In the face of absolute power, Any calculations appeared pale and weak. Great person, what's wrong? Morelel asked with concern, watching Bai Chenyue's changing expression. Nothing. Bai Chenyue snapped back to reality and forced a smile. I just think those bat people were really terrible. Yes, yes. Morelel agreed. Take out the imagination creature. Now it's my turn to help you. Bai Chenyue took out the 7-color wishing flower, and Morelel turned it into a bubble. Morelel extended its small paw and gently covered the back of Bai Chenyue's hand. The touch of its paw was the same as Dororo's, soft and cool. Morelel began chanting those mysterious syllables that Bai Chenyue couldn't understand at all. In the center of the bubble, a miniature 7-color flower was gently swaying. Immediately after, a golden light trace appeared in the middle of the bubble. All done. Morelel released its paw and looked at Bai Chenyue as if seeking praise. It's yours now, only you can use it. Almost simultaneously, the game notification sounded in Bai Chenyue's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player. Who's that guy for successfully finding and binding the third imagination object, 7-color wishing flower. Ding! Congratulations to player. Who's that guy for completing all tasks of the second level, teleporting to the third level soon. Bai Chenyue glanced at Morelel, who was still chattering beside her, and waved at it. I should go now, Morelel. Thank you for your help. Great person, are you leaving? Morelel rubbed against her reluctantly. Will you come back to help us clean in the future? The corner of Bai Chenyue's mouth twitched. She would like to come, but she didn't know if the game would allow it. We'll meet again if fate allows. She answered vaguely. As soon as she finished speaking, a white light appeared beneath her feet. The scene before her distorted, and a strong sense of weightlessness struck, but it only lasted for a brief moment. When her feet touched solid ground again, she was already in an unfamiliar and rustic small wooden cabin. The cabin wasn't large, about 20 square meters, with simple furnishings, only a wooden bed and a wooden table. The air was filled with a faint scent of pine wood. Through the small window she could see a dense primeval forest outside, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves creating dappled spots of light. Unlike the noise and fantasy of previous levels, this place was extremely tranquil. In the very center of the wooden cabin, there was an ancient stone well. Bai Chenyue walked forward and peered inside. The bottom of the well was pitch black and bottomless. Evenly distributed around the edge of the well opening were 5 circular indentations of the same size, apparently meant for placing something. Just as she was puzzled, the game notification sounded in her mind. Ding! Welcome to the third level. Garden Defense Battle. Game rules are as follows. 1. Each player initially possesses a small wooden cabin, serving as the respawn point and core protection target for this level. 2. Players need to find and collect the 5 elemental energy stones of metal, wood, water, fire, earth in the level map, and place them in the indentations of the water well in the cabin center to activate the Spring of Life. 3. The activation process of the Spring of Life requires 1 hour. During this period, the cabin's absolute defense will temporarily fail, and players will face frenzied attacks from the 5 elements garden creatures. 4. Protection task requirement. Ensure the player's own survival, the cabin remains undestroyed, and the energy stones are not stolen within 1 hour. Successfully protecting for 1 hour means clearing the level. 5. If protection fails, the player will immediately end this level and be teleported to the settlement center, unable to obtain clearance rewards. 6. Failure penalty. If dying during energy stone theft or protection, the player can respawn in the cabin, but there's a 100% chance that non-bound items carried will drop. 7. This level has no restrictions, all players rely on your own abilities. 8. This level has no time limit. Chapter 107. Garden Defense Battle Part 2. A series of rule information flooded into her mind, and Bai Chenyue quickly digested the key points. Respawn point, defense battle, death penalty. It sounded more like a tower defense game. But what truly made her heart race wildly were those 3 words, Spring of Life. Her breath hitched abruptly. The image of that outrageously expensive blueprint surfaced in her mind. Item: Ecological Circulation System Blueprint. Price: 10 million game coins. Materials required for constructing ecological circulation system. High purity energy crystal times 100. Spring of life times 1. Spring of life. It's actually here. After searching everywhere without success, she found it effortlessly when least expected. She never dreamed in her wildest dreams that the most crucial material for upgrading her space would be the mission objective of this very stage. The light shining in Bai Chenyue's eyes at this moment was more intense than the midday sun. With the ecological circulation system, her space would no longer be just a simple storage warehouse, but an independent small world capable of producing its own food, raising livestock, and even simulating weather. This meant that in the coming apocalypse, while others were still fighting bloody battles over moldy bread, she could leisurely enjoy hot pot and sing songs within her own space. Immense excitement washed over her nerves, making her blood boil throughout her entire body. She must clear this stage. At any cost. Bai Chenyue took a deep breath, forcibly calming herself down. The more important something was, the more difficult the process of obtaining it would be. The game system would never simply hand over such an overpowered reward to her for no reason. Frenzied attacks from guardian creatures. She murmured to herself, pondering over these words. This was absolutely the most critical part of the mission. However, the rules also stated that the cabin was completely safe before activating the Spring of Life. This gave her ample preparation time. Let me go scout the path first. Pushing open the wooden door, a gust of air carrying the fresh scents of soil and vegetation washed over her. Before her eyes stretched an endless primeval forest, where towering ancient trees blocked out the sky and various peculiar plants grew densely. Faint roars of unknown beasts echoed from the distance. The third stage, once again without a map or directional guidance. The game rules made it very clear, each relying on their own abilities. Everything had to be figured out through her own exploration. Bai Chenyue didn't rush to set off immediately. Instead, she first took inventory of the supplies in her space. Various mushrooms, weapons, bubbles. After confirming all equipment was complete, she activated the map skill. The terrain within a 500-meter radius centered on herself clearly appeared in her vision. She advanced cautiously while continuously updating the map information, avoiding the aggressive native creatures in the forest. 1 hour later, her footsteps came to a halt. In the forest clearing ahead appeared a scene that looked utterly out of place, a garden blooming with countless roses and tulips. She didn't recklessly approach, instead hiding behind a large tree to carefully observe the situation within the garden. There were many insects flying chaotically throughout the garden. Beetles the size of ping-pong balls crawled rapidly among the flowers. Their shells were a vibrant red, dotted with black spots, very similar to ordinary seven-spotted ladybugs. But the difference was that the edges of their shells also shimmered with the same golden luster as the flower petals. Species: Sharp-claw golden ladybug. Attribute: gold. Introduction: Guardian creature of the gold element garden. Social species: extremely strong territorial awareness. Attack method 1. Golden shell impact. When charging, gold element strengthens its shell, significantly increasing impact force, and can inflict a brief defense break effect on the target, reducing their defense by 10%. Attack method 2. Golden particle spray. Can spray tiny golden particles from the spots on its back, causing continuous stinging damage. Note: don't let its small size fool you. One hit will definitely make you understand what Iron Head skill means. And it's a whole group of Iron Head skills. She activated the map skill, focusing the scanning range on the garden before her. Map scan initiated. Current scan coverage: 3.7%. Detected sharp-claw golden ladybug times 124,585 within garden scan range. Detected high-energy reactions. Gold element energy stone times N. 124,585. And that's not counting those outside the coverage area. Bai Chenyue felt her scalp tingling with dread. Charging in head-on would absolutely be a death sentence. She had to figure out a way to lure these ladybugs away. If she could avoid direct confrontation, she would sneak in quietly and steal the gold element energy stones. Various props she currently possessed flashed through her mind. Swarm Feast Pheromone Grenade 3-pack. Effect: after throwing, releases high-concentration mixed pheromones that can instantly attract all non-intelligent, genetically simple organisms within a 500-meter radius. Were ladybugs considered genetically simple organisms? They probably were. Bai Chenyue immediately formed a plan in her mind. She took out several items from her space: invisibility mushroom, power mushroom, and nimble mushroom. Item: invisibility mushroom. Status: after consumption, grants 15 minutes of optical invisibility, but scent and sound cannot be hidden. She didn't hesitate and ate all 3 mushrooms. A warm current instantly spread throughout her body, making her feel lighter, with a sense of power filling her limbs. Simultaneously, her figure gradually faded in the air until she completely disappeared. Preparations complete. She stealthily moved to the edge of the garden and took out a pheromone grenade from her backpack. Looking at that dense red ocean within the garden, she took a deep breath, calculated the trajectory and distance, and with a full swing of her arm, threw the grenade toward the forest direction far away from the energy stones. The grenade drew a beautiful arc through the air before landing in the dense forest 100 meters away. Boom! A soft, muffled sound was heard as a colorless, odorless scent that was fatally attractive to insects instantly spread out. The entire gold element garden was momentarily put on pause at this moment. All the sharp-claw golden ladybugs stopped moving, raising their heads in unison, their tiny antennae trembling frantically. The next second, commotion began. Bzzz. Tens of thousands of golden ladybugs simultaneously vibrated their wings, the combined sound converging into a terrifying roar. As if they had smelled some peerless delicacy, they became incredibly frenzied, swarming overwhelmingly toward the direction where the grenade had landed. A red tide swept through the forest. The ground shook, leaves rustled loudly. The scene was more shocking than any horror movie. Now was the time. A sharp light flashed in Bai Chenyue's eyes as she activated lightning legs. Her entire person shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, silently charging into the instantly emptied gold element garden. Wind whistled past her ears as Bai Chenyue reached extreme speed. With the dual enhancements of nimble mushroom and lightning legs, she quickly rushed to the deepest part of the garden and came to a steady stop before the stones shimmering with golden light. Chapter 108. Garden Defense Battle Part 3. Item: Gold Element Energy Stone. Introduction. The core of the gold element garden, containing pure sharp metal energy, it is the energy source that maintains the garden's ecosystem. Note: looks very valuable, feels sharp to the touch. Eating it? Not recommended. No time to admire it, she pulled out the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe and started digging fiercely at the gold element energy stone. Come out! Bai Chenyue shouted softly, driving the hoe hard into the ground beside the energy stone. Instead of the expected hardness, with both hands exerting force, it took less than 10 seconds to pry out the entire gold element energy stone along with a large chunk of soil beneath it. With a sweeping gesture, she directly stored the gold element energy stone in her space. Done. Almost simultaneously, the swarm in the distance seemed to sense something, becoming restless and showing signs of turning back. Bai Chenyue didn't dare to linger for even a moment, turned and ran, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. After running far away and confirming that the golden ladybugs weren't pursuing her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. First one acquired. The process went more smoothly than expected. With this first successful experience, she felt more confident and her steps became lighter. As she moved through the forest, she carefully observed the surrounding environmental features. The 5 elements gardens must have their unique characteristics. About half an hour later, an area shrouded in purple mist caught her attention. She stealthily approached, and a scent-mixing soil fragrance with lavender aroma drifted into her nostrils. Pushing aside the bushes in front of her, the view suddenly opened up. A sea of purple flowers swayed in the gentle breeze. Map scan initiated. Current scan coverage, 5.8%. Detected 87,214 rock swirl earth butterflies within the garden. Analyzing. The number was slightly less than the sharp-claw golden ladybugs, but still a terrifying figure. Bai Chenyue's gaze fell upon the butterflies dancing gracefully among the lavender flowers. Their wings were a deep purple with earth-yellow spots along the edges, flying at extremely high speeds with agile postures, looking quite pleasing to the eye. But the following introduction instantly shattered all her beautiful fantasies. Item: Rock Swirl Earth Butterfly. Introduction: the guardian creature of the earth element garden. Don't be deceived by its beautiful appearance. This thing's wings are harder than stone, and it's extremely skilled at hit-and-run guerrilla tactics. Attack Method 1: Earth Powder Dispersion. When flapping wings, they scatter earth yellow powder carrying special energy. Inhaling it causes directional confusion, reversing movement direction for 5 seconds, while the body enters a heavy state, reducing movement speed by 10% for 3 seconds. Attack Method 2: Rock Wing Slash. During high-speed flight, the wing edges become as sharp as rock due to earth element attachment, easily cutting through skin and flesh, causing armor break, effect that reduces target's defense by 5% for 2 seconds. Note: direction reversal means when you want to run forward, your body will involuntarily move backward. Imagine being chased by a swarm of butterflies trying to escape, but when you hit the gas, your car suddenly shifts into reverse. Exciting, isn't it? Direction reversal? Bai Chenyue raised an eyebrow. This debuff was truly disgusting. Once hit while being surrounded, it basically meant certain death. However, as long as I don't get touched by them, Bai Chenyue decided to repeat the same strategy. She skillfully swallowed the invisibility mushroom, power mushroom, and nimble mushroom, entering stealth mode once again. Familiar with the routine, she crept to the garden's edge, pulled out the second pheromone grenade, and threw it with all her strength toward the distant forest. Boom! After the familiar muffled sound, the peculiar fragrance spread through the air. The rock swirl earth butterflies flying among the flowers, as if drunk, instantly lost their sense of direction, then madly gathered into a purple torrent rushing toward the grenade's location. Their rapidly flapping wings stirred up purple petals and earth yellow powder, forming a spectacular tornado in the air. A flicker of amusement shone in Bai Chenyue's eyes as her figure swayed, and she charged into the now empty garden once more. The high-energy ion labor-saving hoe swung, and the earth element energy stone was acquired. The entire process flowed smoothly without the slightest delay. By the time she disappeared into the forest on the other side with the second energy stone, the earth butterflies still hadn't recovered from the temptation of the feast. 3 more left. Bai Chenyue felt quite pleased, thinking this mission was almost too easy. The so-called garden defense battle didn't seem particularly difficult after all. Already having obtained the gold and earth energy stones, 3 remained. 2 smooth successes had boosted Bai Chenyue's confidence tremendously. She decided to find all the 5 elements energy stones today. Passing through a dense stretch of jungle, the scenery before Bai Chenyue's eyes transformed once again. Gone was the coldness of metal and the heaviness of earth, replaced by a vibrant emerald green grassland. On the grassland grew short trees, strangely enough, their trunks glowing with a faint orange-red hue, as if fire burned within them. The trees also bore small green lanterns that emitted soft light. Map scan initiated. Current scan coverage: 6.1%. Detected 56,611 flame speed fire squirrels within the garden. Analyzing. Fire element garden. Bai Chenyue understood. Soon, small emerald green figures darting and leaping like lightning among the short trees and grass caught her attention. They were a group of squirrels. Their fur color matched the emerald green of the grassland, with only the tips of their fluffy large tails bearing a conspicuous orange-red hue. Extremely agile in movement, when jumping their tails would flick out tiny sparks. Item: Flame Speed Fire Squirrel. Introduction: the guardian creature of the fire element garden, agile as lightning, extremely skilled at using the environment for attacks. Attack Method 1: Fire Pinecone Throw. Will carry burning pine cones from tree holes to throw at targets. Pine cones create small flame areas upon landing, causing continuous burning damage. Attack Method 2: Rear Flame Sweep. Uses extreme speed to circle behind targets, then sweeps ankles with spark-emitting tails, causing stagger, effect that briefly immobilizes the target and applies burning status. Note: don't think they're cute just because they're fluffy. These little things are quite nasty. Specialize in attacking the lower body, set mountains on fire when they can't win. Truly deserving the title of Speed King among arsonists. Bai Chenyue rubbed her chin, feeling somewhat challenged, but the problem wasn't major. Same formula, same flavor. She once again skillfully completed her series of preparations. Invisibility, mushroom consumption, then pulled out the third swarm feast. Farewell to you. Chapter 109. Garden Defense Battle Part 4. Bai Chenyue aimed carefully and threw the grenade with force. Smoke billowed upward. However, this time the anticipated scene where all squirrels would rush out frantically did not fully materialize. Most of the fire squirrels, just like the previous 2 times, were indeed attracted by the pheromones, transforming into streaks of green lightning as they charged deep into the forest. But there was still a small group that merely raised their heads warily, glanced toward the direction of the grenade explosion, and then continued with their own activities, showing absolutely no signs of being tempted. Bai Chenyue furrowed her brow, a trace of doubt arising in her heart. Why weren't they lured away? The grenade could attract all non-intelligent, simple-minded creatures in the vicinity. Bai Chenyue stared at the fire squirrels not far away, their cheeks stuffed full, yet still munching on pine cones. They really didn't seem particularly intelligent. She had no time to ponder further. Most squirrels had already been drawn away, and now was the best opportunity. Without hesitation, her figure swept across the grassland like a gentle breeze, heading straight for the fire energy stone at the center. Bai Chenyue's footsteps shifted rapidly, the effects of lightning legs pushed to the extreme. Her body weaved through the gaps between the fire pine cones, narrowly avoiding all attacks by the slimmest of margins. Boom! 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 Pine cones hit the ground, exploding into bursts of flame, instantly igniting the grassland. The scorching heat baked the air, and Bai Chenyue could even smell the scorched odor of her own singed hair strands. She had already rushed to the side of the energy stone, and the high-energy ion labor-saving hoe was instantly in her hands. Squeak! An extremely fast fire squirrel had somehow circled behind her, its large tail sparking with embers, sweeping fiercely toward her ankle. Bai Chenyue's alarm bells rang loudly. Because absolute insight had already sensed the danger in advance, she abruptly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sweep, while simultaneously swinging the hoe backhanded, directly smacking that squirrel away. Behind her were the angry shrieks of the fire squirrels and a sky filled with fiery rain. Done! The fire energy stone was in her grasp. Not daring to prolong the fight, Bai Chenyue immediately turned and retreated. With 3 energy stones acquired, only water and wood remained. Her confidence surged wildly once again. The water energy stone must definitely be related to water. Bai Chenyue took out the Windwalker amphibious hover motorcycle and searched while riding. A tranquil blue lake came into view. The lake wasn't large, its water clear enough to see the bottom, and the lakeshore was covered with blue-purple flowers. She stored the motorcycle in her space and walked to the lake's edge. In the water were many slowly floating creatures, their bodies pale blue and semi-transparent, like tiny parachutes, with 8 tentacles dotted with white spots hanging below. Their size was only that of a palm. When moving in the water, their bell-shaped bodies gently contracted, leaving behind trails of fine, sparkling light traces, dreamlike and beautiful. Species: floating swim jellyfish. Attribute: water. Introduction: guardian creatures of the aquatic garden, capable of floating on the water surface or diving underwater, moving faster underwater. Attack method 1. Water thread jet. Fires extremely fine water streams from the ends of their tentacles, range 4 meters. Being hit applies a slippery effect, with a 15% chance of causing the target to slip and fall. Attack method 2. Toxic bubbles, spits out several bubbles. When the bubbles pop, they form water rings that significantly reduce the movement speed of targets within the ring. Bubble explosion causes poisoning. If targets approach the water's edge, they will also launch surprise attacks from underwater. Note: slippery, soft, and look pretty. But if you get tangled up with these things in the water, you could probably be beaten to death until you drown. By the way, Swarm Feast has practically zero effect on these simple structured silenterates. Aquatic Garden. Bai Chenyue didn't rush into the water but first activated the map scan. Current scan coverage: 11.3%. Detected underwater floating swim jellyfish times 9,802. Analyzing. Her gaze swept over the floating swim jellyfish swimming in the water. She suddenly thought of something. opened them all, and spent 3,000 game coins to purchase a portion of 10,000 fish bait. Item: 10,000 fish bait. Introduction: concentrated from various fish pheromones and luminescent microorganisms. After entering the water, it rapidly disperses and has a deadly attraction for most fish species. She first activated the map scan to determine the exact location of the water energy stone. In the center left area of the lake, about 15 meters deep underwater. Bai Chenyue moved to the opposite side of the lake, the position farthest from the energy stone. She scattered the 10,000 fish bait. The floating swim jellyfish that had been drifting in various areas began frantically waving their tentacles, all surging toward the direction where the bait was deployed. All the fish creatures in the lake swam over, creating a spectacular scene. Bai Chenyue quickly took out various bubbles. Aquatic protection bubble, emergency oxygen mask bubble, underwater invisibility bubble. 3 bubbles crushed. Pop, pop, pop. A transparent water membrane instantly enveloped her entire body, blocking water resistance. A form-fitting oxygen mask appeared over her head, providing ample oxygen. Immediately after, her figure became transparent again above the water surface. Triple protection applied. After completing all this, she activated the controllable water flow propulsion bubble and jumped into the water without hesitation. Hiss! The moment she entered the water, a bone-chilling cold spread throughout her body. Bai Chenyue shivered from the cold and hurriedly found the water temperature regulation bubble to crush. Pop! A surge of warm water instantly spread out from her as the center, adjusting the water temperature within a 1-meter radius around her to the most comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. As the piercing cold receded, Bai Chenyue finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. She almost froze to death in the water. The propulsion system's faint blue glow was particularly conspicuous underwater, but the invisibility effect allowed her to blend perfectly into the lake water. The underwater world was quiet and mysterious. The floating swim jellyfish attracted by the 10,000 fish bait were frantically swimming in the opposite direction, completely unaware that someone had infiltrated their territory. Bai Chenyue controlled the propulsion system, maneuvering flexibly through the water. Soon she found her target, the energy stone emitting a soft blue glow, lying quietly among the aquatic plants at the lake bottom. She drew closer and closer to the blue energy stone at the lake bottom. 50 meters, 30 meters, 3 meters. Just as she was about to retrieve the water energy stone, a sudden change occurred. The crisis premonition from absolute insight blared wildly in her mind. Warning. High-intensity killing intent detected locking on. Target count, 1. Threat level high. Note, you're done for. Remember to have someone burn paper offerings for you. Have a good ghost festival. Bai Chenyue's pupils contracted sharply. Without a second thought, she immediately stopped descending, kicked powerfully against the water with her legs, and dodged sideways. In the very next moment after she left her original position, a blue water thread, finer than a hair yet swift as lightning, flashed through the spot where she had just been. The water thread sliced past a rock beside her, leaving a deep bone-deep cut on the hard stone. Chapter 110. Garden Defense Battle Part 5. Bai Chenyue's heart filled with terror as she stared fixedly downward. There, beside the energy stone, in the previously empty lake bottom sediment, a giant jellyfish that was dozens of times larger than ordinary floating swim jellyfish was slowly emerging. Its body was almost completely transparent, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment like a chameleon impossible to detect without careful observation. Its tentacles weren't just 8 anymore, but densely packed, numbering over 100. The tip of each tentacle shimmered with a cold gleam. Character: Floating Swim Queen Mother. Status: Enraged, currently locking onto your position. Introduction: The mother body and queen of the floating swim jellyfish, possessing higher intelligence and greater aggression. Skilled in camouflage and ambush tactics. Skill 1: High-pressure water blades. Shoots highly compressed water blades from main tentacles, possessing cutting power comparable to actual blades. Skill 2: Paralysis toxin. All tentacles contain potent neurotoxins. Once entangled, targets will experience full-body paralysis within 5 seconds. Skill 3: Mental interference. can release special sound waves that disrupt optical invisibility effects and lock onto targets' mental fluctuations. Note: forgot to tell you, every garden has one big guardian. While the other small fish went off to eat, this one stayed guarding the nest. Thought nobody knew you were sneaking in, huh? Just waiting for you to deliver yourself to its mouth. Good luck. Hope you don't get poisoned. Nobody's coming to save you underwater. Damn it. Bai Chenyue cursed under her breath. She watched as the deep-water Queen Mother's massive bell-shaped body contracted, releasing invisible ripples. Bzzz. Bai Chenyue felt her head grow heavy, and the effect of her underwater invisibility bubble instantly vanished. Her figure was completely exposed within the floating swim Queen Mother's field of vision. The floating swim Queen Mother began to glow all over, and the distant floating swim jellyfish that had been lured away seemed to hear its call, all swimming back toward it. They still had some time before reaching her position. The floating swim Queen Mother's attack came again. Several high-pressure water blades crisscrossing to seal off her position with astonishing power. Not daring to take the hit directly, she immediately activated her thrusters, her body tracing a strange arc through the water, narrowly avoiding the attack by the slimmest margin. Bai Chenyue led the floating swim Queen Mother in circles through the water, buying time. Only when the underwater invisibility bubble effect reactivated did Bai Chenyue turn back to mine the energy stone. But the ripples she created in the water once again attracted the floating swim Queen Mother's attention. The floating swim Queen Mother followed closely behind her. Gritting her teeth, Bai Chenyue accelerated and circled behind a rock. Without dealing with that floating swim Queen Mother, she had no chance of mining the energy stone. Ripper! The moment the floating swim Queen Mother charged at her, she aimed the sonic resonance device at the giant jellyfish and cranked the power to maximum. Bzzz. Invisible infrasound waves traced a white trajectory through the water, slamming hard into the floating swim Queen Mother's massive bell-shaped body. The floating swim Queen Mother's enormous form shuddered violently, falling into a 15-second stunned state. Now was the time. Bai Chenyue pushed her speed to the limit, charging forward like a torpedo. She successfully circled around the stunned floating swim Queen Mother, her high-energy ion labor-saving host striking down toward the energy stone. Crack! The water energy stone was hers. With speed maxed out, she quickly made her escape. Behind her, the floating swim Queen Mother, recovering from its stun, emitted furious screeches, its hundreds of tentacles flailing wildly as it pursued Bai Chenyue relentlessly, but it was already too late to catch up. Splash! Bai Chenyue burst through the water's surface, gasping for fresh air. Not daring to pause for even a moment, she charged directly into the forest at the shore. The fourth energy stone was obtained, full of thrills and dangers. She had almost died at the hands of that giant jellyfish. Too close, way too close. She had been too reckless before. Easily obtaining energy stones from the first two gardens had made her overconfident. The remaining gardens were gradually increasing in difficulty. A real wake-up call. The final wood garden was also situated within a sea of flowers. Golden large-faced flowers forever faced the sun's direction, while vine-woven swings gently swayed among the flower clusters. Item: Dawnlight Sunflower. Introduction: a peculiar plant of the wood garden, several times larger than ordinary sunflowers. Features thick stems covered in pale golden spiral patterns that glow according to sunlight absorption. The flower head is orange-yellow with a bright golden light-gathering core at the center that can absorb and release sunlight. When fully charged, petals turn rainbow-colored and can last for 100 days. Function: during daytime, the light-gathering core actively absorbs surrounding light energy, while light petals slowly rotate to create circular light flows. At night or in dark environments, the core converts stored light energy into simulated sunlight, radiating warm orange-yellow light with an illumination range of about 10 meters. When energy is depleted, light petals close and enter dormant state. Note: congratulations on discovering the Plant Kingdom's solar power bank. Charges like crazy during the day, becomes a giant light bulb at night. Only problem is this thing's a bit picky, wilts without sunlight, needs more sun pampering than you do. Countless white fluff floated in the air, carrying faint green glows. Throughout the garden, creatures the size of water cooler buckets lay resting. Hedgehogs? Their bodies were covered in golden yellow spikes, but the tips of these spikes carried an eerie green hue. Map scan activated. Current scan coverage, 14.8%. Detected, 35,114 thorntip wood hedgehogs within garden. Analyzing. Item. Thorntip wood hedgehog. Introduction. Guardian creatures of the wood garden. Despite appearing clumsy, they actually run quite fast and particularly excel at rolling attacks. Attack method 1 Vine spike roll. Curls into a ball and rolls rapidly toward targets. The spikes entangle with fine vines, causing restraint status upon impact that reduces movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds, though this restraint effect is ineffective against absolute strength. Attack method 2 Wood spike projection. Shoots 3 to 5 short spikes carrying wood element energy from its back, with a range of 3 meters. The short spikes remain in the target for 2 seconds, causing continuous erosion damage. Note: don't be fooled by its silly appearance. This thing rolls like a bowling ball, both hard and fast. And it's not an insect, so your pheromone grenade is about as useful as air freshener to it. Pheromone grenade ineffective. Bai Chenyue had already mentally prepared for this. As per standard procedure, she first consumed invisibility mushroom, nimble mushroom, and power mushroom. She silently infiltrated the dawnlight sunflower field. Having learned her lesson from the water garden, she proceeded with extreme caution this time. Chapter 111. Garden Defense Battle Part 6. Bai Chenyue muttered to herself while slowly moving toward the center. She held her breath, her footsteps light and silent. But what she failed to notice was that the soles of her shoes were already covered with dandelion fluff. Warning: high-intensity killing intent detected locking on target. Target count, 1. Threat level high. Note: you're finished. Remember to have someone burn paper money for you. Have a nice ghost festival. An intense wave of killing intent surged from her right side. Bai Chenyue's heart leaped in shock as she whipped her head around to look. She saw a thorntip wood hedgehog that had been lying motionless on the ground had somehow turned around, its back spikes now aimed directly at her. It discovered me. How is that possible? The moment this thought flashed through her mind, the hedgehog's back suddenly twitched. Whoosh! 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 3 short spikes glowing with green light shot toward her buttocks like arrows. The distance was too close. Bai Chenyue tried her best to dodge, but she was still too slow. Thud! The short spikes slammed hard into her buttocks. Excruciating pain shot through her, followed by a numbing, itching sensation of corrosion spreading from the wound. Damn it! Bai Chenyue grunted in pain. Her form no longer able to maintain the invisibility state due to the agony, completely exposing her. Cuckoo! The entire garden came alive as all the thorntip wood hedgehogs awakened. They uniformly turned direction, countless pairs of small eyes firmly locking onto Bai Chenyue's position. The next moment, all the hedgehogs curled up into golden spiked balls. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tens of thousands of bowling balls rolled wildly toward Bai Chenyue from all directions. The ground shook violently. Bai Chenyue's face turned pale with alarm. With no time to dig for the energy stone, she immediately turned and ran. Enduring the severe pain in her buttocks, Bai Chenyue pushed the effects of lightning legs and nimble mushroom to their limits, madly fleeing through the flower fields. Without a second thought, she summoned Bumblebee. Cover my retreat, follow me. She then stuffed the ironhide mushroom into her mouth and chewed vigorously. Ironhide mushroom. Effect: mushroom fiber structure comparable to cuticle layer. After consumption, forms a tough temporary cuticle armor on the body surface. Effectively resisting physical damage, lasts 5 minutes. Thud! Thud! Some hedgehogs that Bumblebee failed to block shot short spikes at Bai Chenyue, slamming hard into her back and arms. However, the expected severe pain didn't arrive. Those sharp short spikes only penetrated a few millimeters into her skin before being repelled by the powerful defense. Enduring the attacks, Bai Chenyue finally broke through the encirclement of the dawnlight sunflower field and plunged into the dense forest. Huff! Huff! Leaning against a large tree, Bai Chenyue gasped heavily, her back already soaked with cold sweat. She checked her wounds. The one on her buttocks hurt the most, and the flesh around where the short spikes had struck had begun turning black. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out all the short spikes. From her storage space, She took out a mushroom that glowed with a golden halo throughout its body, its mycelium flowing like golden threads. Golden thread healing mushroom. Effect: rare grade edible fungus. Mushroom body contains high concentration of life energy, can quickly repair tissue damage and restore physical strength. The golden mycelium inside is the energy essence. When dried and ground into powder, becomes an excellent external wound medicine. This was one of her most treasured possessions. Its effects hundreds of times stronger than the revival mushroom she had given her mom before. The revival mushroom could only treat minor injuries and required at least half an hour to fully heal. But the golden thread healing mushroom could restore serious injuries to perfect condition within minutes. She hadn't been willing to give it to her mom before precisely because it was too rare and its effects too miraculous. She stuffed the golden thread healing mushroom directly into her mouth, and an indescribable flavor exploded in her mouth. Yuck! So disgusting! Frowning, Bai Chenyue forced down the nausea and swallowed the mushroom. Next time I'll have mom cook it before eating it. The raw taste is just awful. Once the mushroom entered her stomach, warm and massive life energy instantly flowed through her entire body. The wound on her buttocks that had been oozing black blood began healing at a visible rate. The blackened flesh regained its healthy color. New tissue grew wildly, and within less than a minute, the wound had already scabbed over. Another minute later, the scab fell off, leaving skin as smooth as new without even a scar. The other places on her body that had been grazed by short spikes also completely recovered. After her injuries healed, she calmly analyzed her previous failure. Why was I discovered? She carefully inspected her clothes and soon discovered faint green glowing white fluff on the soles of her shoes. Item: Thorn Attraction Fluff. Introduction. Natural tracker of thorntip wood hedgehogs. When otherworldly breezes blow, the fluff actively detaches and adheres to targets within 1 meter range. Once successfully attached, the spike sensory sac continuously sends tracking signals to thorntip wood hedgehogs within 50 meters. Note: congratulations on winning the prize. This thing is more accurate than GPS, more sensitive than radar. Once it sticks to you, don't even think about escaping. So it was this thing. It seems that to obtain the final energy stone, I'll have to rely on pure strength. Bai Chenyue considered the tools she currently possessed that might be useful. The Don't Run Bugs high-voltage electric bug zapper is highly effective against creatures under 5 pounds. But those thorntip wood hedgehogs are each the size of buckets, clearly weighing more than 5 pounds. Pass. The Ripper sonic resonance device is specially effective against soft tissue creatures, but only causes 15-second stun against large creatures. The hedgehogs are covered in spikes with hard shells, so the effect would likely be significantly reduced. The flame pistol and high-voltage electric baton, holding one in each hand, could definitely boost firepower considerably. Plus the hallucinogenic spore mushroom and explosive mushroom. A bold plan gradually took shape in her mind. Since stealth won't work, then I'll just drive right through. If stealth and luring won't work, then I'll use the most violent, most direct method to carve a path through. After resting for half an hour, Bai Chenyue directly released a modified, extremely high-clearance off-road vehicle from her storage space. She consumed invisibility mushroom, power mushroom, nimble mushroom, and ironhide mushroom again, jumped into the driver's seat, and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom! The off-road vehicle's engine roared like a beast as it charged recklessly toward the wood garden. Almost the moment she burst into the dawnlight sunflower field, the thorntip wood hedgehogs were alerted again. Cuckoo coo! Sharp cries rose one after another. Countless spiked balls rolled over from all directions, fearless of death. Bai Chenyue's eyes turned icy cold as she kept the accelerator firmly pressed down. Bang! 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 The front of the off-road vehicle collided with dozens of rolling spiked balls. Chapter 112. Garden Defense Battle Part 7. Bai Chenyue gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to force her way through. But there were simply too many wood hedgehogs. The off-road vehicle plowed through one row, only for dense clusters of wood hedgehogs to immediately swarm up, jamming the wheels and ramming the front. After barely advancing a few dozen meters into the garden, the off-road vehicle was forcibly brought to a complete stop, and the surrounding wood hedgehogs kept gathering in ever greater numbers. Looks like this won't work after all. The purpose of the off-road vehicle was precisely to attract the first wave of firepower and create chaos. She violently pushed open the car door and leaped out. As she jumped out, she immediately pulled several bright red mushrooms from her space and threw them beneath the vehicle and at the surrounding hedgehog clusters. In that same moment she jumped out, she pulled out 7 or 8 explosive ones and hurled them fiercely at the crowded hedgehog groups ahead. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted. Flames shot skyward, dirt flew everywhere. Seizing this opening, Bai Chenyue didn't charge directly toward the energy stone, but instead sprinted rapidly in another direction. She needed to pull and stretch their formation. Sure enough, the attention of most thorn-tip-wood hedgehogs was drawn to her moving target, and they collectively turned direction to chase after her. Now's the time. Bai Chenyue abruptly stopped, raised her hand, and a bubble appeared in her palm. She crushed it. Clang! Crack! Zzz. Amidst the grating sound of metal deforming, a tall, imposing yellow robot materialized out of thin air, blocking the path in front of her. Draw their fire. Clear a path for me. Bai Chenyue issued the command. Command confirmed. Bumblebee's electronic eyes flashed red as he charged toward the hedgehog clusters. The rolling spiked balls collided with Bumblebee's steel calves, producing only a series of clinking and clanging sounds, utterly failing to budge him even slightly. The restraint effect of the thorn-tip-wood hedgehogs required strength exceeding theirs to break free, and Bumblebee's strength clearly far surpassed these little creatures. Bai Chenyue's pressure greatly reduced. Holding the flame pistol in one hand, she occasionally pulled a few hallucinogenic spore mushrooms from her space with the other and tossed them into densely packed hedgehog areas. Pop! Pop! The spore mushrooms burst open. The thorn-tip-wood hedgehogs that inhaled the spores began spinning in place as if drunk, even attacking each other. Fighting as she moved, Bai Chenyue finally neared the central position. But then from who knows where, large numbers of thorn-tip-wood hedgehogs surged out again, blocking the path ahead. Are they never ending? Bai Chenyue tossed out another bubble. Sadako! Clad in white, Sadako appeared amidst the hedgehog clusters, brimming with resentment. Ah! Her piercing shriek made the surrounding hedgehogs hesitate momentarily. But after pausing for less than a second, they launched their attacks again. Overwhelming numbers of short spikes shot toward Sadako. Although Sadako was a spirit, physical attacks imbued with elemental energy could still harm her. Ow 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 ow! Sadako yelped in pain as spikes instantly covered her body. Immediately after, over a dozen hedgehogs rolled over, their vines instantly binding her in place. Sadako was crowd-controlled, but her appearance had bought Bai Chenyue the most precious few seconds. Bai Chenyue rushed to the energy stone, raised her high-energy ion labor-saving hoe, and dug down fiercely. Crack! The wood element energy stone was acquired. Well done! Bai Chenyue stored the energy stone in her space and turned to retreat. Seeing Sadako trapped, she immediately threw several hallucinogenic spore mushrooms, knocking out the dozen or so hedgehogs in front of Sadako. Turn into a bubble. Recalling Sadako, she issued a new command to Bumblebee. Clear a path for me. Charge out. Bumblebee strode forward, forcibly ramming through a bloody path. Bai Chenyue followed closely behind, successfully breaking out of the encirclement. Once they reached open ground, she immediately had Bumblebee transform into a car, jumped in and fled the battlefield. Vroom! Bumblebee sped through the forest, leaving the flower field far behind. Only after confirming they were completely safe did Bai Chenyue drive Bumblebee back to the cabin. After closing the door, she finally let out a sigh of relief. That final battle had been far too dangerous. Thanks to the ironhide mushroom as defense, she hadn't sustained any new injuries, but her stamina consumption was massive. She pulled food and water from her space, devouring them ravenously to replenish her energy. After resting a moment, she remembered Sadako, still suffering inside the bubble. As soon as Sadako emerged, she floated before Bai Chenyue with a resentful gaze. But combined with her terrifying appearance, it didn't come across as anger. It was actually somewhat comical. Her entire body was studded with hundreds of short spikes. At this moment, she was thorny with Sadako Hedgehog. All right, I know you suffered. Come here, let me pull them out for you. It took over 10 minutes to remove all the short spikes. Sadako's spirit body was left with semi-transparent small holes, looking rather horrifying, but they were slowly self-repairing. I'll credit you for your contribution when we get back. Bai Chenyue patted Sadako's head and recalled her into her space to rest and recover. Then she took out the 5 elements energy stones. The moment the energy stones appeared, the entire cabin was bathed in multicolored light, pure and immense energy swirling through the air. No rush. Can't place them yet. The game rules were clear. Activating the Spring of Life required 1 hour, and during that hour, she would face attacks from the garden creatures. Golden beetles, earth butterflies, fire squirrels, water jellies, wood hedgehogs. Any single one taken alone would be tough to handle. And there was another important rule. Within 1 hour, ensure the player's own survival, the cabin is not destroyed, and the energy stones are not stolen. Successfully defending for 1 hour means clearing the stage. She could ensure her own survival, but the cabin... Bai Chenyue looked around her cabin. The initial respawn point and also the final defense objective. Once destroyed, everything would be for nothing. Item. Beginner shelter cabin. Description. An initial safe house generated by the system. Before the Spring of Life activation, it possesses absolute defense, immune to all external damage. Note. Stop looking, it's just an ordinary wooden box. Its only advantage is that it's temporarily indestructible. Once the countdown starts, it won't be much sturdier than paper. If the 5 elements garden creatures attack, they'll definitely swarm from all directions of the forest. Bai Chenyue quickly calculated in her mind. In that case, then let's turn this place into a meat grinder. Bai Chenyue released the entire root-by-root squad and sent them charging toward the trees surrounding the cabin. Crash! Crash! One towering tree after another fell accordingly. All trees within a 20-mile radius were uprooted by the squad and delivered in front of the cabin. Chapter 113, Garden Defense Battle, Part 8. Bumblebee transformed into a robot, inserting one sharpened giant log after another around the small cabin, forming a wooden wall that completely enveloped the entire structure. Just having a wall isn't enough, we need an isolation trench. One that's both deep and wide. She walked to a spot 5 meters away from the wooden wall. Let's start digging from here. Bai Chenyue thought for a moment. Since they were going to dig, they might as well dig deep. She pulled out the ice shock breaker from her spatial storage. This was originally meant for breaking ice, but if it could shatter ice, then dealing with soil should probably work too. Bai Chenyue aimed the ice shock breaker's tip at the ground and pressed the area selection button. A red line shot out, marking a designated area on the ground. Activate. Vroom. A sphere of light flew out and smashed violently into the ground. Immediately after, the patch of earth struck by the light sphere neatly cracked into perfectly square soil blocks. This works. She raised the ice shock breaker again, firing shot after shot. Then she used the void suction rod to aim at those cut soil blocks, sucking them into the spatial storage sphere. Digging while simultaneously collecting, the coordination was seamless. 5 meters. 10 meters. 15 meters. When she stood at the bottom of the pit looking up, even she was startled. Holy crap! Did I dig a bit too deep? A giant circular trench 5 meters wide and 20 meters deep. 20 meters. Those little things probably can't climb up now, right? Physical damage alone isn't enough. We need some magical damage too. She had Bumblebee sharpen all the previously cleared trees into sharp wooden spikes, then stuck them all over the inner walls and bottom of the isolation trench, creating a dense forest of spikes. But that wasn't all. She then spread dry grass across the bottom, pouring dozens of barrels of gasoline over everything, thoroughly soaking both the dry grass and wooden spikes. This should be about enough, right? Bai Chenyue climbed out of the trench and looked at this super fortification that combined depth, traps, and flammable materials, finally feeling a bit of security. Dealing with the flying rock swirl earth butterflies and sharp claw golden ladybugs. She looked up at the sky, rapidly calculating in her mind. Bumblebee catch. She threw 2 swarm feast pheromone grenades to Bumblebee. When they approach, find an opportunity to throw these things as far away as possible. Draw away one wave first. Command confirmed. Bumblebee steadily caught the grenades. Everything was ready. Bai Chenyue walked back to the cabin, pulled out those 5 energy stones emitting different colored lights, and inserted them one by one into the grooves along the well's edge. The moment the final energy stone clicked into place, the entire cabin violently shook. Vroom! A multicolored beam of light shot up from the well opening, piercing through the roof and soaring straight into the clouds. Immediately after, the cold game notification sounded. Ding! Spring of Life has been activated. Protection mission officially begins. Countdown. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Warning. The cabin's absolute defense has been deactivated. Warning. The 5 Elements Garden's guardian creatures have detected the energy fluctuations and are gathering here. Almost the instant the notification ended, the entire forest erupted into chaos. Roar. Squeak. Coo coo coo. Countless sharp, dull or insane roars came from all directions. The ground began shaking violently, trees in the distance fell in swathes, and an invisible massive army was charging toward the cabin's direction. Buzz buzz buzz. The first to appear in the sky was a dark swarming mass of insects. The flying legion composed of rock swirl earth butterflies and sharp-claw golden ladybugs pressed forward like 2 moving storm clouds, blocking out the sky. Gas mask. Bai Chenyue was well prepared, immediately putting on the special mask. Bumblebee. Throw the grenades. Command confirmed. Bumblebee swung its arm, and a swarm feast pheromone grenade whistled through the air, thrown far into the depths of the forest. Boom! As the grenades exploded, the 2 storm clouds in the sky abruptly halted. The rock swirl earth butterflies and sharp-claw golden ladybugs, like cats smelling catnip, frantically changed direction and pounced toward where the grenades had landed. It's working! Bai Chenyue felt a surge of joy. On the ground, another wave of enemies had already reached the isolation trench. But what she didn't expect was that a group of translucent floating swim jellyfish had actually left their water source, floating lightly in midair as they drifted over. Holy shit! Jellyfish can come ashore for aerial combat too. Watching as a group of jellyfish was about to float over, Bai Chenyue made a quick decision. Bumblebee. 10,000 fish bait. Throw it into the isolation trench. She pulled out a large bag of 10,000 fish bait and threw it to Bumblebee. Following the command, Bumblebee grabbed the large bag of powder and threw it toward the airborne jellyfish, into the isolation trench. The bag burst open midair, and thick powder instantly spread everywhere. The floating swim jellyfish, which had previously had clear targets, all stopped simultaneously in midair, crowding toward where the powder was most concentrated, completely turning into chaotic mess. The fire squirrels and wood hedgehogs at the front couldn't break in time, falling into the 20-meter-deep trench in droves like dumped dumplings. They dragged down the floating swim jellyfish floating in the air too, crushing them to death. Ah! Squeak squeak squeak. Piercing miserable screams came from the bottom of the trench, the sound of bodies being impaled by wooden spikes. Within just a few minutes, the wide trench was filled with a thick layer of monster corpses. But the number of monsters was truly overwhelming. Those behind stepped on the corpses of those in front, quickly filling up nearly half the trench. Trying to form a human pyramid? Not that easy. Bai Chenyue's eyes turned cold as she grabbed a cloth strip from the top of the wall, lit it and threw it with all her strength. Whoosh! Soaring flames engulfed the entire isolation trench. Countless creatures emitted extremely miserable screams within the raging fire, struggling frantically, only accelerating the spread of the flames. The stench of burning mixed with gasoline fumes assaulted her nostrils, making her nauseous. Sadako! Bai Chenyue shouted sharply, and the white-clad Sadako instantly appeared beside her. Guard my back, don't let anything get close to the cabin. Screech! Sadako let out a piercing shriek, her resentment soaring to the heavens, her black hair moving as if blown by an unseen wind. The ground forces' offensive had been contained. Well done! Bai Chenyue excitedly punched the air. The first wave defended. A continuous stream of garden creatures charged out from the forest, fearlessly throwing themselves into the burning moat. One particularly large flame-speed fire squirrel actually used a running start, stepping on the heads of floating swim jellyfish as springboards to leap over the trench. The moment it landed, before it could even catch its breath, a white figure drifted over. Ah! With Sadako's ear-piercing shriek, Her pale hand directly pierced through its chest. However, more creatures were breaking through the defensive line. Several thorn-tipped hedgehogs evaded Bumblebee and Sadako, using their hard shells to frantically ram against the wooden wall. Chapter 114, Garden Defense Battle, Part 9. Bang! 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 Wood splinters flew everywhere. Bai Chenyue pulled the high-voltage electric baton from her waist and charged forward in a single swift motion. ZZZZT. Blue electric arcs flashed, and several thorn-tipped hedgehogs convulsed violently from the shock before dropping dead on the spot. The battle was exceptionally grueling. The defensive line formed by Bai Chenyue, Bumblebee, and Sadako, 3 units total, appeared incredibly fragile against the endless tide of creatures, constantly on the verge of being torn apart. Every minute, every second was pure agony. Countdown 30 minutes. Just as the protection mission reached its halfway point, a sudden mutation occurred. The ancient well at the center of the cabin erupted with an indescribably massive surge of energy. A multicolored beam of light shot skyward, tearing through the heavens. Pure, overwhelming life energy radiated outward in all directions. Roar! Every creature in the forest, the moment they came into contact with this energy, had their eyes simultaneously turn blood red. All the creatures throughout the entire 5 Elements garden had completely descended into madness. This is bad. Alarm bells screamed in Bai Chenyue's mind. The butterflies and ladybugs that had been lured away earlier by the swarm feast pheromone grenade, along with the floating swim jellyfish diverted by the 10,000 fish bait, now broke free from their attraction. Like creatures possessed, they all turned and charged madly toward the cabin's location. The effect of the pheromones had been completely erased by the energy erupting from the spring of life. Boom! The sky was once again blotted out, and the ground shook violently. This time it was a true all-out assault from every direction. Every single creature abandoned any tactics, any hesitation. They had only one thought: charge forward at any cost. Thud! Thud! Countless creatures rained down into the burning trench, but before they could even scream, they were trampled underfoot by the ones following behind. The flames actually showed signs of being suppressed. Hold the line. Bai Chenyue's eyes burned crimson. She knew the most difficult moment had arrived. Grabbing the Don't Run Bug's high-voltage electric bug zapper with one hand and gripping the high-voltage electric baton tightly with the other. "Come on!" she roared, actively meeting the first wave of enemies that broke through the fire line. A thorn-tipped hedgehog curled into a ball and rolled straight toward her ankle. Without even looking, Bai Chenyue thrust the high-voltage electric baton in her left hand directly at it. ZZZZT. The hedgehog emitted a charred stench amidst the electric arcs, its body stiffening, every spine standing straight up. At the same time, 3 rock swirl earth butterflies swooped over her head, scattering dizzying powder. Bang! Bai Chenyue fired the high-voltage electric bug zapper in her right hand, instantly deploying a massive electric net in the air that vaporized the surrounding butterflies on the spot. The electric bug zapper handled aerial cleanup, while the electric baton blocked ground attacks. Every creature that charged at her was repelled with the most ferocious methods, but the number of enemies was truly overwhelming, despairingly numerous. They covered the sky and blanketed the earth, endless and infinite. Aha! Sadako let out a pained shriek. Her originally solid form had already been beaten into a semi-transparent state. On the other side, Bumblebee was facing the floating swim Queen Mother. The Queen Mother's hundreds of tentacles thrashed wildly, continuously spraying sharp high-pressure water blades. Clang! 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 The water blades scraped against Bumblebee's steel body, producing grating metallic screeches and sending sparks flying everywhere. Bumblebee! Sadako! Bai Chenyue's heart burned with anxiety, but she was completely tied down. She herself had already reached her limit. Zzz! The high-voltage electric baton in her hand emitted 2 weak electric arcs before falling completely silent. Out of power! Damn it! Bai Chenyue cursed, stowing the useless baton into her storage space and drawing the flame pistol from her hip to continue fighting. A sharp-claw golden ladybug broke through the defense line, slamming hard into her leg. Thump! Excruciating pain shot through her. Bai Chenyue grunted, stumbling and nearly falling. The short spines of thorn-tipped hedgehogs, the rocky wings of rock swirl earth butterflies, the sharp claws of flame-speed fire squirrels. In an instant, countless attacks landed on her body. The effect of the ironhide mushroom had worn off, leaving over a dozen wounds of varying depths on her. Blood stained her camouflage uniform. Bai Chenyue gritted her teeth. Despair. Helplessness. Get away. She raised the flame pistol and fired several shots at the creatures swarming close to her. But her defensive line had been completely torn open. More creatures bypassed her, surging madly toward the cabin behind her. Countdown. 15 minutes. Alert. Your cabin is under attack. Durability -5%. Alert. Your cabin is under attack. Durability -8%. Bai Chenyue whirled around, her pupils contracting sharply. She saw over a dozen thorn-tip-wood hedgehogs pressed against the cabin's wooden walls. Instead of ramming it, they aimed the spines on their backs at the wall and began spinning at high speed like power drills. Screech, screech. The sturdy wooden wall under their drilling assault was actually being drilled through hole by hole. Bastards! Bai Chenyue's eyes nearly burst with fury. She had fought with all her might to protect it, never expecting these hedgehogs to attack the cabin this way. Without a second thought, she immediately pulled a bubble from her storage and hurled it fiercely toward the cabin. Quick repair bubble. Pop! The bubble burst the moment it hit the cabin. The viscous repair fluid, as if alive, quickly spread over the damaged holes. The wall, which had been splintering, visibly restored itself to its original state. Alert. Cabin fully repaired. Durability 100%. Distracted, she was ambushed from behind by a flame-speed fire squirrel. Its spark-trailing tail whipped hard across her back. Bai Chenyue coughed up a mouthful of blood. It's not over yet. Bai Chenyue grabbed the ironhide mushroom and the golden thread healing mushroom from her storage, stuffing them haphazardly into her mouth. Warm, potent life energy flowed throughout her body, frantically repairing her damaged tissues. Her wounds healed rapidly, but new ones kept appearing. Looking at the overwhelming, endless horde of monsters before her, a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. If this continued, even with an endless supply of golden thread healing mushrooms, she would eventually be worn down and killed. They couldn't win this fight. It was simply impossible. The numerical disparity was too vast to overcome with skill or equipment alone. Was this the end? No, absolutely not. The spring of life. The ecological cycle system. She had to obtain it. She couldn't die here. Only the final dozen or so minutes remained. Fight to the death. Bai Chenyue's gaze once again turned ferocious. Even if I die, I'm taking all of you with me. Chapter 115. Garden Defense Battle, Part 10. Bai Chenyue put away the electric mosquito gun that had run out of power and prepared to pull out another spare one. At that moment, a thorn-tip-wood hedgehog had already charged right in front of her, its curled body suddenly springing open, green glowing spikes shooting straight for her face. Squeak! In her panic, Bai Chenyue didn't have time to search carefully, instinctively pulling out a long pole and holding it horizontally across her chest to block. Bang! The thorn-tip-wood hedgehog crashed into the long pole, the massive impact forcing her back half a step. It was precisely this collision that caused her finger to accidentally touch the switch on the pole. Click! She pressed it down. The next second, something bizarre happened. The front end of the pole, which had previously only been a light spot, suddenly expanded, forming a miniature black hole emitting an eerie dark glow. A powerful suction force erupted violently from the black hole. Squeak! The thorn-tip-wood hedgehog that had just crashed into her didn't even have time to scream before being thrown off balance by the sudden suction. It waved its limbs in terror, but it was completely useless as its body was gradually pulled toward that black hole. Finally, the entire hedgehog was sucked inside, disappearing without a trace. The surrounding air fell silent for a second. Bai Chenyue was also stunned. She looked down at the void suction rod in her hand, then looked at the empty ground ahead. Item: void suction rod. Description: a super tool composed of a 1.5 meter carbon fiber connecting rod with 5 suction power settings. Note: congratulations, you finally discovered the correct way to use the suction device. Not following the factory settings indeed unlocks new gameplay. Just wondering, after absorbing so many energy creatures, will it cause indigestion? Bai Chenyue. Can be used like this? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. She couldn't help but laugh out loud, her laughter starting suppressed but eventually becoming unrestrained, echoing across the entire battlefield. At the end of despair comes a turn for the better. Energy creatures. She had previously thought these were living beings, that the void suction rod would be useless against them. Damn mental fixation. Bai Chenyue looked at the gear adjustment dial on the side of the void suction rod. What she had accidentally turned on earlier was merely the lowest breeze setting. Since it can suck, then don't blame me. Bai Chenyue directly turned the gear dial. Click click. All the way to the maximum. Devouring heavy setting. Boom. A deep roar sounded as the miniature black hole at the front of the void suction rod suddenly expanded dozens of times. Circular nebula effects appeared at the edges of the vortex, silver-white light bands swirling, emitting a destructive aura. Squeak squeak squeak. Chirp chirp chirp. The dozen or so thorn-tip-wood hedgehogs and flame-speed fire squirrels at the forefront didn't have time to react before being captured by the gravitational force. Like leaves caught in a tornado, their bodies uncontrollably lifted off the ground, tumbling and struggling in mid-air in terror, only to watch helplessly as they were dragged toward the bottomless darkness. Whoosh! 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 A series of whistling sounds echoed as garden creatures surged forward one after another, getting sucked into the void suction rod without even making a splash. The originally overcrowded front line was forcibly cleared into a large vacuum zone. Awesome! Bai Chenyue felt the pent-up frustration burst from her chest, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She brandished the void suction rod, wherever the rod pointed under the gravitational field, whether it was the iron-hard sharp-claw golden ladybugs or the elusive floating swim jellyfish, they all met the same fate. Sucked in. Not enough. Still not fast enough. The battle situation had reversed, but the countdown was still rapidly decreasing. Countdown. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. There were simply too many monsters, and relying on her alone to suck them was still too inefficient. If one worked so well, what about more? With a thought, she directly pulled out 5 identical void suction rods. Bumblebee. Sadako. Catch. Bai Chenyue threw 4 void suction rods backward. Bumblebee, who was entangled with the floating swim queen mother, and Sadako, who had been surrounded by several hedgehogs until her body became semi-transparent, both received the command simultaneously. Bumblebee's electronic eyes flashed red. He swung his arm to push back the queen mother, and his 2 huge mechanical hands accurately caught the 2 flying suction rods. On the other side, Sadako let out a sharp scream, her black hair wildly dancing as she coiled up the 2 suction rods, grasping them in her pale hands. Turn to maximum setting. Suck for me. Bai Chenyue roared out the command. Roar. Boom. The next second, an extremely surreal scene appeared on the battlefield. A woman covered in blood, a tall and mighty yellow robot, and a white-clad female ghost filled with resentment. 1 human, 1 machine, 1 ghost. 6 void suction rods simultaneously adjusted to maximum setting. 6 dark vortices appeared out of thin air on the battlefield, like ancient behemoths opening their massive mouths to devour everything. Suck it all in. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 6 dark vortices operated simultaneously, the resulting gravitational storm causing the entire space to begin twisting. Panic-stricken garden creatures were sucked into the bottomless darkness in piles. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar. They wanted to escape, but against the terrifying suction force of 500 kilograms multiplied by 6, any struggle was futile. Even the largest floating swim queen mother, with her hundreds of wildly thrashing tentacles, lasted less than 3 seconds before most were forcibly torn off, her massive body dragged away, eventually disappearing into one of the vortices. The entire battlefield turned into a one-sided, ridiculously efficient cleanup operation. Bai Chenyue, Bumblebee, and Sadako formed the most bizarre cleaning crew trio on the battlefield. Bai Chenyue took charge of the main front, wielding 2 void suction rods, clearing garden creatures around the cabin from both sides. Bumblebee utilized his powerful mobility to patrol the battlefield edges, specifically cleaning up those attempting to flank or attack from the air. He brandished the 2 suction rods with formidable force, taking down the rock swirl earth butterflies and sharp-claw golden ladybugs in the air one by one. The most spine-chilling was Sadako. Her pale face, white dress, ghastly smile, wildly dancing black hair, and the two void suction rods with nebula effects in her hands created a stark contrast with her classic horror image. All creatures were leisurely called out one by one with her suction rods, collected in strings. It felt less like combat and more like some bizarre containment ritual. Countdown. 1 minute. The originally overwhelming sea of monsters had now been mostly cleared. The sky had also returned to clarity. When the last flame-speed fire squirrel was sucked into Sadako's rod, the entire 5 elements garden fell into complete silence. The battle was over. Chapter 116. Garden Defense Battle, Part 11. Bai Chenyue leaned on her suction pole, half kneeling on the ground as sweat dripped from her hair tips, creating small marks on the scorched earth. She had won. In this nearly impossible defensive battle, she had forcefully carved out a path to survival. Bumblebee and Sadako also stopped moving, standing quietly behind her like two loyal door gods. Countdown midnight. The moment the countdown reached 0, BZZZ. From the small house behind her erupted a massive energy surge, a dazzling multicolored light pillar shooting up from the well, piercing through the roof and tearing through the sky. Pure and majestic life energy spread out in all directions. Immediately after, the game notification sounded in Bai Chenyue's mind. Ding! Protection mission completed. Spring of Life has been successfully activated. Calculating mission rewards. Bai Chenyue's tense nerves finally completely relaxed. After turning Bumblebee and Sadako into bubbles, she ate the golden thread healing mushroom, lay on the ground, looked up at the multicolored light pillar connecting heaven and earth, and a smile curved at the corner of her mouth. All the hardship had been worth it. She had obtained the spring of life. She lay there on the ground like that, waiting for her body to recover, quietly awaiting the distribution of the clearance rewards. Based on past experience, once a mission was completed, it should be harvest time. Spring of Life ecological cycle system. Thinking of these, the excitement in her heart became hard to suppress, and even the pain from her injuries seemed to lessen considerably. However, 1 second passed. 10 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. The expected pleasant reward notification still hadn't sounded. Instead, it was replaced by a game announcement with a program tone. Game notice. Clearance calculation mechanism for the 3rd stage Garden Defense Battle has been triggered. Calculation rules, however, due to the current low number of players who have cleared this stage, to maintain game world balance, the total mission reward calculation and leaderboard refresh will be delayed. Activation condition. When no less than 10 players have completed the 3rd stage's prerequisite main missions, note, does not include the Spring of Life protection mission, the calculation system will automatically activate and uniformly distribute stage ranking rewards. The smile on Bai Chenyue's face finally cracked. She read that notification message word by word 3 times before finally confirming she hadn't misread. What does this mean? Her brain momentarily short-circuited. Too few players cleared it? Delayed calculation? She had to wait until 10 players completed the previous main missions before getting her rewards? This was absolutely ridiculous. It was like working hard to defeat the game's final boss, having congratulations on clearing appear on screen, but then immediately getting a pop-up telling you, sorry, due to other players' slow progress, your clearance save file and ending cutscene are temporarily locked. Please wait for them to catch up before returning. Motherfucker. Why? Bai Chenyue's rage shot straight to the top of her head. For this defensive battle, she had almost lost her life, surviving numerous near-death experiences, barely clearing it through ability and luck. And in the end, her rewards were going to be delayed delivery? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her being ahead was her own capability. And now they were using this method to balance things? Just as she was furious beyond measure, ready to curse the game's ancestors 18 generations back, another notification sounded. This notification from head to toe drenched her full-bodied rage with ice-cold water. Current progress notice. Detected that no other players have successfully entered the 3rd stage Garden Defense Battle. All of Bai Chenyue's profanities got stuck in her throat. Her entire person froze in place as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened like copper bells. Her mouth slightly agape. No. Other players have entered the 3rd stage? She had just been angry about waiting for 9 other players to complete the main missions. But now the game was telling her that other players hadn't even found the door to the 3rd stage yet? This wasn't just about leading by 1 position anymore. This was her having completed the entire marathon, crossed the finish line, even prepared the victory banquet, only to look back and discover the other competitors hadn't even found the starting line yet. Shock. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Had she really left everyone else so far behind? She thought that even if others were slow, they should have entered by now, still looking for energy stones, at least following behind. But reality was that behind her there was no one. Bai Chenyue opened her mouth, momentarily unsure what to say. Should she laugh at herself for being too strong, or laugh at others for being too weak? The fire in her chest extinguished, replaced by a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. A helplessness. 10 players clearing it? But right now there wasn't even one other person. When would she get her rewards then? Thinking of this, her recently calmed mood started turning sour again. As if to comfort its only top student, the game sent a notification with a somewhat consolation prize nature. Special notice. Detected that player, who's that guy, independently completed the Spring of Life protection mission. Basic protection rewards are hereby distributed. Protection reward. Spring of Life X1. Note: this reward is for protection completion and is not included in final stage ranking calculations. Please check promptly. Spring of Life. Instantly, all previous anger and helplessness were washed away completely by excitement. Ha ha ha. Finally didn't work for nothing. Bai Chenyue was so excited she almost jumped up. As long as she could get the Spring of Life, the other rewards could come later. Compared to the ecological cycle system, everything else was insignificant. She immediately got up, pushed open the weathered wooden door behind her, and strode into the small house. Bai Chenyue quickly walked to the well and peered inside. The originally bottomless well was no longer pitch black, but filled with milky white energy mist resembling liquid moonlight. The mist swirled and rose, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Just one breath made her feel like all her fatigue and pain had dissipated considerably. And in the very center of the energy mist, about half a meter above the well opening, floated a miniature version of a well. A miniature version made of pure energy, suspended in midair. Only palm-sized, completely crystal clear, as if carved from the purest crystal. On the well body, 5 colored lights slowly circulated, intertwining and shining brilliantly. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elemental powers had achieved balance and cycle within the energy well, mutually generating and restraining each other, endlessly perpetuating. With each circulation of light, it emitted majestic, ocean-like life energy. This was the Spring of Life. Chapter 117, Garden Defense Battle 12. Item: Spring of Life Core. Introduction. A world wonder formed by the convergence of the 5 elements' fundamental energy, serving as the core for constructing ecological circulation and generating all things. Possesses various incredible authorities including restoration, purification, and acceleration. Note: stop staring, your drool is about to flow into the well. If you want it to become a real spring, you still need to find it a home. Also, it's quite picky. Ordinary places can't contain it. She carefully reached out and cradled the floating energy well in her palm. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, like high-quality warm jade. Vast life energy flowed into her body through her palm, making her feel as if she were soaking in a hot spring, with every cell cheering and leaping with joy. Ding! You have obtained the Spring of Life. Item has been automatically bound, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. After storing the Spring of Life in her personal space, the well in the center of the small house also disappeared. Bai Chenyue rested for over an hour, fully recovering her stamina, then entered the space. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. She took out the 3 core items one by one from her personal storage bar. Ecological Circulation System Blueprint, 100 high-purity energy crystals, and the newly acquired Spring of Life. Bai Chenyue reached out and gently tapped the Ecological Circulation System Blueprint. Ding! Ecological Circulation System Construction Procedure initiated. Required materials confirmed. Ecological Circulation System Blueprint ×1. high-purity energy crystals times 100, spring of life, core, times 1, material confirmation complete, construction conditions met, estimated construction time, 100 hours. Warning: during construction, the space will enter a locked upgrade state, and players cannot enter. Please leave the space within 5 minutes. Automatic exit will occur after countdown ends. Confirm to begin construction. 100 hours. A little over 4 days. Bai Chenyue didn't hesitate. Confirm. Not daring to delay, she immediately began selecting the supplies she would need for these 4 days from the space. Food, water, medicine, weapons. She prepared double portions of everything. Considering she might encounter some unexpected troubles, she thought for a moment and took 2 extra spare ones from the void suction rod bubble. With everything prepared, she glanced at the countdown and actively chose to exit the space. Ding! Space has entered upgrade state. Remaining time: 99:59:59. Bai Chenyue felt her connection to the space had been temporarily severed. Standing in the empty small house, her heart burned with excitement. In 100 hours, she would possess a true world of creation. As her mood calmed down, she suddenly remembered Sadako still suffering punishment in the bubble. During this defense battle, Sadako had been used as a target, enduring tons of damage until she was almost transparent. She shattered Sadako's bubble. Awoo! The white-clothed, black-haired Sadako drifted out. The moment she saw Bai Chenyue, the resentment in Sadako's pale face became almost tangible, staring fixedly at her as if accusing her of something. Bai Chenyue felt the surrounding temperature drop by several degrees. She felt so awkward she could dig her toes into the ground, but when she looked closely she almost burst out laughing. Sadako's translucent spirit body was densely covered with short spikes shot by the thorn-tip-wood hedgehogs, from head to toe, with almost no spot left untouched. She looked exactly like a white-clothed female ghost version of a sea urchin. With spiked Sadako hedgehog, limited edition skin, spectacularly online. She coughed dryly twice, somewhat awkwardly. Well, you worked hard. Come here, let me help you pull out the spikes. Sadako didn't speak, just drifted closer, her resentful gaze enough to drown someone. By skin stripping, capitalist Chenyue felt slightly guilty for the first time. It took her over 10 minutes to help Sadako clean up the hundreds of short spikes on her body. With each spike pulled out, Sadako's spirit body trembled, and another small transparent hole appeared on her body. By the time all were removed, Sadako's body was full of holes, like a colander, looking utterly miserable. Fortunately, these small holes were slowly healing at a visible rate. All right, I know you've been wronged. Bai Chenyue patted her head, feeling the cold touch. I'll credit you for your contribution. Go back and rest well. When the space upgrade is complete, I'll find you a prime location. After saying this, regardless of Sadako's reaction, she directly returned her to the bubble for recuperation. After solving the problem of Sadako the meritorious servant, Bai Chenyue remembered another matter. Her several void suction rods contained tens of thousands of garden creatures. What should I do with those guys? She rubbed her chin, falling into deep thought. Release them? Bai Chenyue shook her head vigorously, dismissing this idea. She didn't want to experience the despair of being drowned by a sea of monsters again. This thought suddenly occurred to her. What do these energy creatures eat? What do they drink? It seemed the game hadn't introduced this either. Forget it, I won't think about it. Bai Chenyue shook her head and pushed this question to the back of her mind. Whether they live or die, what does it have to do with her? As long as they're not released, they can't threaten her. Let them fend for themselves in the void space. After handling these trivial matters, Bai Chenyue pushed open the door of the small wooden house. Outside, fresh fragrance greeted her face. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting dappled light spots, and the forest was tranquil and peaceful. The scorched black land that resembled an apocalyptic battlefield, the circular trench 20 meters deep, the monster corpses covering the mountains and plains, all had disappeared. The forest was still the same forest, with lush green grass and dappled sunlight, as if the previous fierce battle was just an illusion. Game refresh mechanism? Bai Chenyue murmured to herself. Now that the space was upgrading and rewards were delayed, waiting around wasn't productive. Since she had nothing better to do, She might as well stroll through the forest to see if there were any novel items to pick up. After all, the spatial storage sphere was quite spacious. No reason not to take them. Item: fluorescent moss. Introduction: a type of moss that glows, providing weak illumination at night. Note: a natural night light, though the brightness is touching. If you want to see the road with it, you'll need to press your face against it. Collect it. Item: elastic vine. Introduction: an extremely resilient vine that can be used to make ropes or simple trampolines. Note: be careful not to launch yourself into the sky. This thing doesn't come with insurance. Good stuff, collect it. After happily scavenging for quite a while, a small wooden house identical to her previous one appeared in the forest. Other respawn points. Other players have appeared in the third stage? Chapter 118. Garden Defense Battle, Part 13. Bai Chenyue quietly crept over. The wooden cabin was silent, with doors and windows tightly shut, making it impossible to tell if anyone was inside. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out and pushed the wooden door. Creak. The door opened. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as her own small cabin. She instinctively reached out her hand toward the well. The moment her fingertips touched the edge of the well, a prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Unclaimed shelter cabin detected. Would you like to bind it? Bai Chenyue froze. Bind? Didn't she already have a cabin? Although the well inside the cabin had disappeared after she took the spring of life, could it be possible to own multiple cabins? With a let's try it attitude, she selected yes. Ding! To bind the current cabin, you must unbind from your previous cabin, ID 007. After unbinding, the original cabin will be reset. Do you wish to continue? Unbind? Reset? Bai Chenyue's eyes lit up. A bold idea that made her own heart race suddenly popped into her mind. The initial cabin was the respawn point and the core of missions. If she unbinds from the original cabin, wouldn't that mean the previously completed Spring of Life protection mission would essentially reset? And by binding to a new cabin, wouldn't that mean she could do the mission again? Get another Spring of Life? Heavens above. Run the instance again. Get another Spring of Life. One Spring of Life could construct one ecological cycle system. What about 10? She didn't dare think further. Bind. Must bind. She practically shouted it out. Last time she was unprepared, barely survived against all odds, and only managed to turn things around thanks to accidentally discovering the suction pole's usage. But now it was different. She had the void suction rod as her ultimate weapon. If she did it again, she was 100% confident she could clear it easily. Fortune favors the bold. If you're timid, you get nothing. Continue. Bind immediately. Bai Chenyue issued the firm command to the air. Ding! Player Who's That Guy has confirmed the operation. Unbinding from shelter cabin, ID 007. Unbinding successful. Original shelter cabin, ID 007, has been reset. Binding new shelter cabin, ID 134. Binding successful. Welcome back to Garden Defense. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. As the series of prompts ended, Bai Chenyue looked at the ordinary stone well before her, feeling like it was shining brilliantly. Wait. Even if I get a second Spring of Life now, I can't use it yet. Besides the Spring of Life, constructing the ecological cycle system required 100 high-purity energy crystals. She previously bought 119, used 100 this time, and still had 19 left. Not enough. Why didn't she buy more high-purity energy crystals back then? What was wrong with her brain? Bai Chenyue sighed in frustration, slapping her own forehead. Forget it, there's still plenty of time until settlement anyway. Other players haven't even reached the third level's door yet. Why rush? She quickly convinced herself. A few more days won't matter. After the space upgrade finishes and I get all my equipment, returning to peak condition, I'll crush those 5 gardens. She calculated in her heart that with her first experience, the second time she would aim for stability, for absolute certainty. Thinking this, she completely relaxed. For the next 4 days, Bai Chenyue lived quite leisurely. She treated the entire primeval forest as her own backyard, wandering around every day with the void suction rod on her back. When hungry, she took out various rare fruits she had scavenged earlier from her storage ball. When thirsty, she found a clear stream. When tired, she would randomly find a tree hollow or cave, letting Bumblebee stand guard outside. The heavenly sound she had long awaited rang in her mind right on time. Ding! Ecological cycle system construction completed. Your space has undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Welcome home. It's here. Bai Chenyue leaped up from the ground, and with a single thought, her entire person instantly disappeared from the spot. When her consciousness cleared again, she was standing in her long-separated space. The previously endless, monotonous, pure white world had vanished. The sky was no longer white, but dreamlike, with multicolored shimmering light flowing through it. Right in the center of the space, there appeared an enormous lake beyond imagination. The lake water was clear to the bottom, pure azure blue, with sparkling ripples on the surface reflecting the flowing colorful radiance from the sky. So beautiful it seemed otherworldly. The lake was so vast, it was almost impossible to see the other shore at a glance. And at the far end of the lake, two majestic mountains towered. One mountain was entirely made of crystal-clear ice crystals, refracting rainbow halos under the light, exactly the mountain of warm ice crystal he had brought from the Cuku Tribe. The other mountain was piled up from countless honeycomb-like sandy crystals, shimmering with metallic luster. That was the mountain of heat insulation sand crystal raw she had dug up from the Haha Tribe desert. Bai Chenyue walked to the lakeshore. Item: Lake of Life. Introduction. Evolved from the core of the Spring of Life, containing vast life energy and pure water sources, serving as the core hub of the entire ecological cycle system. Function 1. Water of Life. The lake water possesses powerful restoration and acceleration abilities, usable for drinking, irrigation, and aquaculture, greatly promoting the growth and health of plants and animals. Function 2. Purification. The Lake of Life can automatically purify all pollution and impurities within the space, maintaining absolute purity of the ecological environment. Function 3. Nourishes all living things. Supports the growth of all living beings in the space, whether plants or animals. Note: congratulations on acquiring your own oversized mineral water production base, complete with automatic purification and life buffs. Friendly reminder: bathing in it has even better effects. Holy crap! Bai Chenyue's jaw dropped, her mind blank, all language feeling utterly inadequate at this moment. She pinched herself hard. Ouch! That hurts. Not a dream. It's all real. Excited, she ran to the lakeside, crouched down, scooped up a handful of lake water and drank it, sweet and delicious. Amazing! No more worries about drinking water or irrigation for farming. Bai Chenyue excitedly ran around the lake once, growing more satisfied the more she looked. After the brief shock, immense ecstasy overwhelmed Bai Chenyue. Mine! This is all mine! Riding her hoverbike around the Lake of Life, Bai Chenyue noticed that the land by the lake was no longer the previous empty pure white. Instead, it was fertile black soil. She remembered the large amounts of soil she had collected with the void suction rod earlier when digging trenches. It seemed that during the space upgrade, that soil had been automatically laid out. Looking at the vast expanses of rich oil-black soil before her, Bai Chenyue seemed to see a great agricultural empire about to rise here. Chapter 119, Garden Defense Battle, Part 14. Farming. I must start farming immediately. Bai Chenyue's mind was filled with beautiful visions. She needed to grow grains, vegetables, she could raise fish in the lake, plant fruit trees on the mountains. A self-sufficient, impregnable fortress for the apocalypse was taking shape in her mind. Let's start with planting trees first. She remembered the large number of cold-resistance fruit trees she had moved from the Cuku Tribe. She released the entire root-by-root squad. Go, plant those fruit trees on the land for me. Bai Chenyue pointed to the empty space by the lake, issuing her command with great enthusiasm. However, more than 10 seconds passed. The group of robots just kept spinning in place, their indicator lights flashing wildly, but they wouldn't move. Bai Chenyue frowned. What's going on? Can't you understand? She repeated the command again, but the result was the same. You bunch of metal blocks, you only know how to pull things out, but not how to plant them, right? Bai Chenyue was speechless. Item: root by root, fully automatic harvesting robot. Permanent. Introduction. Uses the most advanced root scanning and non-destructive grabbing technology, capable of perfectly extracting each plant along with its root soil ball intact. Note: it's called a harvesting robot. Harvesting. If you ask it to plant trees, its CPU is about to burn out. Wrong profession, understand? Bai Chenyue. She had forgotten that these guys were called harvesting robots, not planting robots. They only knew how to pull things out, not how to plant them. Fine, she had taken it for granted. It seemed that technical work like planting trees still had to be done by herself. Forget it, you guys stand aside for now. She waved her hand helplessly and put the squad away. Then she released her capable assistant. Bumblebee. Clang. Crack. The tall and mighty yellow robot appeared out of thin air, red light flashing in its electronic eyes. Bai Chenyue personally got to work, digging holes, placing trees, filling soil, watering. Every step was done meticulously, while she continuously explained the essentials to Bumblebee. As she spoke, she demonstrated with her own hands. Dig hole, place tree, fill soil, compact firmly. Bumblebee stood nearby, its electronic eyes unblinkingly recording Bai Chenyue's every movement, storing all the data in its core database. After Bai Chenyue demonstrated twice, she handed the tools to Bumblebee. Come on, you try. Bumblebee stood up, took large strides and walked toward the pile of fruit trees. Its mechanical hand deftly grabbed a tree, while its other hand instantly transformed into a high-speed rotating drill, drilling a perfectly sized tree hole on the hillside with a few buzzing sounds. Placing the tree and filling the soil were done in one smooth motion. The entire process was at least 10 times faster than when Bai Chenyue did it herself. Beautiful. Bai Chenyue's eyes shone brightly as she watched. Bumblebee, I'll leave this place to you. Plant this entire mountain for me. Watching Bumblebee diligently begin its afforestation project, Bai Chenyue nodded with satisfaction. Finally, she had a reliable helper. Having solved the tree planting problem, she turned her gaze to another planned area of land. Next up, mushrooms. To grow mushrooms, I need to use the best materials. Energy mushroom carpet. But just having the mushroom carpet isn't enough. Bai Chenyue stroked her chin, her eyes flickering with thought. She thought of another treasure. Shirong grass. Shirong grass. Trait 1. Its root system secretes an incredible biological mucus that can transform saline alkali land and heavy metal contaminated areas into fertile black soil like that of northeast China within just a few months. Trait 2. Its leaves and stems are rich in high-concentration growth-promoting factors. When dried and ground into powder mixed into the soil, it can directly halve the growth period of any crop and double the yield. Growth period halved. Yield doubled. If she combined the energy mushroom carpet with Shirong grass powder, wouldn't the mushroom she planted be harvestable once a day? Thinking of this, Bai Chenyue began to fantasize. Golden thread healing mushrooms harvestable daily. Power mushrooms harvestable daily. Ironhide mushrooms harvestable daily. If this were achieved, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a factory that infinitely produces buff potions? Do it. I must do it. Bai Chenyue waved her hand excitedly. She decided that not only this mushroom planting area, but all the land in her space where she wanted to grow crops in the future must be covered with energy mushroom carpet and sprinkled with Shirong grass powder. She was going to create the world's most top-tier super farm. But immediately afterward, a new problem arose. Whether it was laying the mushroom carpet, sprinkling plant ash, or future tasks like sowing, watering, and fertilizing, relying solely on herself, or even with the addition of Bumblebee and Sadako as 2 strong laborers, the efficiency was still too slow. It seems that after I return, I must go find our mom to purchase a batch of fully automatic agricultural machinery. But for now, she dug out a stone mortar that her grandmother had used from a corner of her space. Item. Grinding stone mortar. Introduction. An ordinary piece of stone with a hole dug in it can be used to crush nuts or grains. Note. Purely manual zero technology, exercises your Qilin arm strength. The Shirong grass needed to be crushed into powder, which this would be perfect for. But this was delicate work and she didn't have the time for it. Her eyes shifted, looking toward Sadako who was laying the mushroom carpet. Sadako, come here. She threw the stone mortar and a pile of dried Shirong grass in front of Sadako, then tossed her a basin. Grind these grasses into powder and put them in the basin. Sadako. When a ghost is speechless, it really wants to grab someone. She looked expressionlessly at the stone mortar and grass on the ground, the resentment around her growing slightly more intense. But in the end, she silently floated over, picked up the stone pestle, and began her new job. From now on, she would be Sadako powder grinding ghost. How wonderful working so much eating. No need to eat, she recovers on her own. Bai Chenyue looked contentedly at her 2 employees. One planting trees, one grinding powder, with herself supervising a thriving scene. She herself began to take inventory of the various mushrooms she had collected earlier, finding them all and piling them on the ground. All right, everything is ready, all that's missing is sowing. But as she looked at the mushrooms on the ground, she suddenly discovered a very serious problem. She didn't know how to grow mushrooms. Should she just dig a hole and bury the entire mushroom? Or break off a piece to plant? Did she need to build a greenhouse first? Did she need to control temperature and humidity? A series of questions plunged her into deep thought. Before, she only knew how to eat them. When had she ever researched this stuff? Only when you need books do you realize how few you have. Just as she was worrying over the pile of mushrooms, the next second she was forcibly ejected from the space. Ding! Warning! Today's space entry time has reached the limit, 6 hours. Please return tomorrow. Bai Chenyue stood in the empty little wooden house, completely stunned. Oh? What nonsense! Limited to 6 hours per day. She couldn't believe her ears. Chapter 120. Garden Defense Battle 15. Before, she could enter her space whenever she wanted, stay as long as she pleased. When had there ever been such restrictions? After the upgrade, why has it become so stingy? Bai Chenyue puffed up with anger like a pufferfish. This feeling was like buying a seaside villa complete with a private butler and gardener, ready to enjoy it fully, only for the property management to suddenly inform you that you could only stay in your own villa for 6 hours a day. There was no other way. She had to temporarily abandon her farmstay plans in the space and return to her cold, little cabin. Since she couldn't enter the space, she couldn't just sit idle. She turned her gaze back toward the 5 elements garden deep in the forest. If I can't farm, then I'll go grind monsters. Last time was about exploration and survival. This time it was about crushing and bulldozing everything. Following the route from her memory, Bai Chenyue headed straight for the nearest wood garden. The familiar flower fields, the familiar big-face flowers, and the air still floating with that green glowing thorn attraction fluff. Inside the garden, thorn-tip wood hedgehogs, each as big as buckets, were lazily sprawled on the ground, dozing. These were the very creatures that had once made her run for her life with a sore bottom. Little cuties, I'm back to see you. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Chenyue strode boldly into the garden from the entrance, holding 2 void suction rods. Tap, tap, tap. Almost the moment she stepped into the garden, the highly adhesive thorn attraction fluff drifted onto her. Cuckoo coo. The alarm instantly blared. The entire garden of thorn-tip wood hedgehogs woke up simultaneously from their slumber. Countless pairs of small eyes locked onto Bai Chenyue, the uninvited guest. The next second, the exact same scene as last time unfolded. All the hedgehogs curled up into spiky balls. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tens of thousands of bowling balls came rolling toward Bai Chenyue frantically from all directions. The ground shook violently, and the familiar sense of pressure assaulted her once more. However, this time, there wasn't a trace of panic on Bai Chenyue's face. Not even the slightest ripple of emotion. She simply stood quietly in place. Perfect timing. Just as the army of spiky balls was about to crash into her, she moved. She crossed the 2 void suction rods in front of her, then twisted the adjustment dials all the way to the maximum. Devouring heavy gear, 500 kilograms suction force. Times 2. Hum. Hum. 2 deep roars echoed as the front ends of the rods suddenly expanded into 2 dark vortices several meters in diameter. Circular nebula effects swirled along the edges of the vortices, unleashing a terrifying total suction force of 1,000 kilograms in an instant. Suck them in, Bai Chenyue growled low. Centered around her, a gravitational storm powerful enough to distort the air swept across the entire battlefield. Cuckoo coo. The thorn-tipped hedgehogs at the forefront let out terrified, distorted screams. Faced with absolute gravitational force, they completely lost control of their bodies. One golden spiky ball after another was violently ripped from the ground, tumbling and struggling frantically in mid-air. Whoosh! 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 A series of dense sonic booms sounded. Without even time to let out a single scream, they vanished without a trace. The once ferocious army of spiky balls, ready to devour everything, was forcibly cleared out, creating a terrifying vacuum zone. Fearless of death? In the face of absolute power, these became mere jokes. The hedgehogs behind, seeing their companions disappear ahead, instinctively tried to break in terror. But the immense gravitational force gave them no chance whatsoever. They could only helplessly follow in their companions' footsteps, sucked away by those two dreadful black holes. The entire battlefield transformed from an intense encirclement battle into an absurdly efficient cleanup operation. Bai Chenyue kept absorbing as he walked along the way. Entire swathes of hedgehogs just vanished like that. So satisfying. Bai Chenyue felt an overwhelming sense of release. All the frustration from being chased around by these creatures last time was finally unleashed. This was the thrill of equipment superiority. Bai Chenyue strode toward the center of the garden. There, the wood element energy stone glowed with a soft green light. First one acquired. She effortlessly pocketed the energy stone, then collected all the other energy stones within sight before turning contentedly toward the next garden. In the following time, Bai Chenyue, the Grim Reaper, marked her presence, and wherever she went in the gardens, death followed the creatures there. Wherever she passed, not a blade of grass was left standing. When she finally collected the last earth element energy stone, she had gathered all 5 types of energy stones, each numbering 30 to 40. Done. Time to wrap up. Bai Chenyue patted her hands together in satisfaction and returned to her little cabin. As per the usual routine, she first had Bumblebee construct a wooden wall around the cabin using sturdy timber, then distributed 2 void suction rods to each of her companions. Bumblebee, Sadako, get ready to work. 1 human, 1 machine, 1 ghost, each with clear roles. Positioned correctly, Bai Chenyue placed the 5 differently colored energy stones one by one into the grooves around the well opening. Ding! 5 elements energy stones have been placed. Spring of Life activation procedure initiated. Countdown 1 hour. Warning. The cabin's absolute defense will temporarily deactivate. The 1-hour protection task passed in an almost comical calm. Countdown midnight. Ding! Protection task completed. Spring of Life has been successfully activated. Ding! Calculating task rewards. Special notice. Detected that player, who's that guy, independently completed the Spring of Life protection task with outstanding performance. Basic protection rewards are hereby issued. Protection reward. Spring of Life X1. Bai Chenyue entered the cabin and stored the second Spring of Life in her space. Second one acquired. Once more. She left the cabin and soon found a third cabin at the other end of the forest. Ding! Detected unclaimed shelter cabin. Bind to it. Ding! Binding to the current cabin requires unbinding from the previous cabin. ID 134. Continue. Continue. Bai Chenyue bound it without hesitation. Ding! Binding to new shelter cabin. ID 255. Successful. An hour later, when Bai Chenyue collected the third Spring of Life, she felt like she had reached the peak of her life. 3 of them. A full 3 Springs of Life. But just as she prepared to repeat the process and search for a 4th cabin to continue her instance grinding mission, a sudden global notice resounded throughout the entire game. Chapter 121. Garden Defense Battle 16. Global Notice. Game rules updated. New Rule 9 added. To maintain balance in the game world, all players are prohibited from exploiting game mechanics for malicious, repetitive mission farming behavior. In the 3rd stage Garden Defense Battle, the Spring of Life protection mission can only be completed a maximum of 3 times per player. Exceeding 3 times will prevent triggering the mission again and obtaining related rewards. This rule takes effect immediately. All players, please abide by the game rules and jointly maintain a good gaming environment. The announcement broadcast 3 times in a row. The smile on Bai Chenyue's face cracked. She stood frozen in place for a solid 10+ seconds. King hell. A national curse escaped her lips. Patched already? This fast. She had only farmed it 3 times. 3 times. It felt like a child getting caught after sneaking 3 pieces of candy, only to have the entire candy jar confiscated by adults. Was this patch tailor-made specifically for her? So stingy. Bai Chenyue couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. She had just found her golden path to wealth and prosperity, and the game had already blocked the road. If she had known this would happen, she should have moved faster earlier, trying to farm 7 or 8 more times before the patch dropped. Although she couldn't farm infinitely anymore, she had successfully obtained 3 Spring of Life items. This was already an enormous windfall. One shouldn't be too greedy. Bai Chenyue comforted herself with this thought, finally feeling slightly better. 3 is still better than none. 1 Spring of Life could create 1 ecological cycle system. With 3, she could have 3 independent super bases that continuously produced resources. When the time came, she could use 1 for growing crops, 1 for medicinal herbs, and 1 for livestock. Absolutely perfect. The only drawback was that she didn't have enough high-purity energy crystal items left. She had previously bought 119, used 100 for the first space upgrade, leaving 19 remaining. The remaining 2 Springs of Life had temporarily become decorative pieces. Why didn't I buy more back then? What was I thinking? Bai Chenyue slapped her own forehead in frustration. Forget it, there's still plenty of time before settlement anyway. Other players haven't even reached the 3rd stage yet, why rush? Oh. Meanwhile, in another unknown region of the primeval forest, 8 figures wearing standardized combat uniforms landed with alert expressions and efficient movements, immediately dispersing to occupy advantageous terrain, forming a defensive formation back-to-back. This was the belated Sharp Sword team, the national team. Clear. No hostile targets detected. Team members quickly reported the situation. Lu Ming examined this cabin that differed completely in style from previous stages, along with the mysterious stone well at its center, his brow slightly furrowed. This is the 3rd stage? The only female in the team, Lu Qian, curiously observed their surroundings. Towering trees blocked out the sky, the air filled with the scent of damp soil and plants, and it was unnaturally quiet. Everyone stay alert, Lu Ming reminded them. The more peaceful a place appears, the more dangerous it often is. Team members nodded in unison, tightening their grips on their weapons. They were all elites who had distinguished themselves in the previous 2 games and understood this principle well. However, just as they were highly tense and preparing to explore this unknown forest, that icy global notice abruptly echoed in their minds without warning. New Rule 9 added, to maintain balance in the game world, all players are prohibited from repetitive mission farming behavior. In the 3rd stage Garden Defense Battle, the Spring of Life Protection mission can only be completed a maximum of 3 times per player. The announcement repeated 3 times, leaving all 8 members of the Sharp Sword team frozen in place, staring at each other in confusion. What the hell? A tall, lean team member with the game nickname, Hawkeye, couldn't help scratching his head. We just got here and the game already updated its rules? No repetitive mission farming? And limited to only 3 completions? We just started. Has someone already been farming missions? Another team member, Shield Mountain, said in his deep, resonant voice. Everyone looked completely bewildered. They didn't even know what the main mission of the 3rd stage was yet, and the game had directly hit them with a patch note. It was just too strange. Lu Qian blinked, a sudden inspiration flashing through her mind as a particular game nickname leaped into her thoughts. Not just farmed. The rule says maximum of 3 times. That number is way too specific. That means someone farmed it at least 3 times. And it's very likely because they farmed it 3 times that this patch got triggered. Otherwise, why would they update with such a specific rule right when we just reached the 3rd stage? Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? Everyone fell silent. Yeah, way too coincidental. Every time they felt like they were giving their all. But that top player called "Who's that guy?" always managed to stay far ahead at a pace they couldn't comprehend. Gao Jianjun looked at her with a serious expression. Swallow, are you saying that top player used this bug to repeatedly farm missions? Very likely. Lu Qian nodded emphatically. And the game says maximum of 3 completions. That means she's probably already completed it 3 times. Hiss. A collective intake of cold breath echoed through the team. 3 times. They hadn't even figured out where to find the mission yet, and she had already farmed it 3 times. The gap between people was just too vast. Didn't you add her as a friend? Gao Jianjun reminded her. Just ask and you'll know? Right. Lu Qian slapped her forehead, quickly opening her friend's list and finding that unique nickname. She felt somewhat nervous. After all, the other party was the top-ranked player on the leaderboard, and whether she would bother responding was completely unknown. She carefully considered her wording and sent a message. Cow's leather anus. Top player, are you there? We just reached the 3rd stage. Oh. The message was sent out, sinking like a stone in the ocean. 1 minute passed with no response. 5 minutes passed, still no response. Just as Lu Qian thought the other party wouldn't reply and was about to give up, an extremely concise reply popped up. Who's that guy? Her. Lu Qian's heart leaped, and she quickly called out in the team channel. She replied. The top player replied to me. Everyone immediately gathered around, staring intently at her chat interface. Lu Qian nervously licked her lips, carefully choosing her words as she typed out a second message. Cow's leather anus. Top player, may I ask presumptuously, does the recently updated 9th game rule have something to do with you? Chapter 122. Garden Defense Battle 17. Lu Qian asked very tactfully, afraid of angering the top-ranked expert. On the other side, Bai Chenyue, who had just collected the 3rd spring of life, raised an eyebrow when she saw this message. Who's that guy? Yes, just finished the 3rd run. This calm and casual reply appeared before the 8 members of the Sharp Sword team through the chat box. When Lu Qian subconsciously read this reply aloud, the entire wooden cabin fell into deathly silence. 8 elite soldiers, 8 faces wearing identical expressions of stunned paralysis. Just finished. The 3rd run. These words struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. It really was her. She admitted it. Although everyone had already suspected it, getting confirmation directly from the person herself still made everyone present feel deeply powerless. Was the gap between them and the top-ranked expert really this huge? The expert has already completed 3 runs and we're just getting started, Hawkeye murmured, his tone full of bitterness. Comparing people will only make you angry, Shield Mountain sighed. Lu Ming clapped his hands, encouraging everyone. Everyone perk up. The gap is large, that's a fact. But self-pity won't solve any problems. The most important thing right now isn't dwelling on how big the gap is between us and her, but figuring out how to clear this stage as quickly as possible. Lu Ming looked at Lu Qian. Swallow, keep asking. Be polite. Ask the expert for advice on how exactly to pass this stage. Yes. Cow's leather anus. Expert, you're amazing. We just reached the 3rd stage and know nothing about it. Could you give us some guidance? How exactly do we pass this stage? Thank you so much. Bai Chenyue looked at this message from Lu Qian, full of humility and pleas for help, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. They're finally here. She was quite pleased with the national team's arrival. The soldiers under her mother's command had strong discipline and high execution ability. As long as they cleared the stage, she would get the final ranking rewards and settlement. So when she saw the question, how can we clear it? Her first reaction was to give them some guidance to help them avoid detours. However, this thought only lasted 0.1 seconds in her mind. Directly rejected. Even if it was the national team, no exceptions. Why give free guidance? Bai Chenyue's fingers tapped on the cold shaft of the void suction rod, her eyes narrowing slightly. The new players knew nothing about the 3rd stage. They didn't know the map, didn't know the specific locations of the 5 elements garden. They didn't know the characteristics, attack methods, and weaknesses of each garden creature. They didn't even know what terrifying monster horde they would face in the final protection task. What were these? Intelligence. Information gap. Bai Chenyue's heartbeat began to accelerate slightly. Cell guides. Create a detailed clearing guide containing precise map coordinates for the 5 elements garden, containing detailed illustrations of the 5 garden creatures, their attack patterns and weakness analysis, containing the entire quest process, from collecting energy stones to activating the spring of life. She could even warn them about the final difficulty of the protection task. As for how to actually clear it, that was their problem. After all, equipment couldn't be shared. Besides that, all other information could have clear prices attached. I'm such a genius. She couldn't help but praise her own business sense. In high spirits, Bai Chenyue's fingertips danced lightly over the chat box as she replied to Lu Qian. Who's that guy? Wait a moment. I'm organizing a guide. Please pay attention to my small shop. On the Sharp Sword team's side, Lu Qian stared at the reply that popped up on the screen, completely stunned. A guide? Small shop. Lu Ming saw it too, paused for a moment, then understanding flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Chenyue got right to work. She hand-drew a simple but accurate forest map, using different markers to indicate the approximate locations of the 5 gardens and the 3 cabins she had bound to. Then, she began compiling the 5 elements garden creature guide. Rock swirl earth butterfly. Wings are hard, spreads dizziness powder. Weaknesses: sharp claw golden ladybug. Extremely high physical defense, sharp claw attacks, recommended to use. Flame speed fire squirrel. Fast speed fire damage fears. Floating swim jellyfish. Can shoot high pressure water blades. Body can conduct electricity. Absolutely avoid. Thorntipwood hedgehog. Can shoot spikes with paralysis toxin. Moves in groups. Weaknesses. Every entry was written clearly and in exhaustive detail. Finally, there was the description of the Spring of Life protection task. In this section, she used bold red font to write a shocking warning. Special warning. After activating the Spring of Life, it will trigger a total attack from all garden creatures across the entire map. Estimated monster count exceeds 100,000. During the Spring of Life's 30-minute countdown, all garden creature attacks double, and any attractants have no effect on them. All players must make complete preparations after collecting the 5 elements energy stones before attempting activation. Otherwise, certain death. After writing the final sentence, Bai Chenyue checked it over again. She nodded with satisfaction at the nanny-level guide she had compiled. Comprehensive content, highlighted key points, proper intimidation, and reasonable suggestions. Perfect. Next was pricing. Such precious information, how much should I sell it for? Bai Chenyue rubbed her chin, beginning to calculate. 1,000 game coins? Too cheap, same price as a mushroom, practically giving it away. 5,000. Seemed a bit low, unworthy of her status as the top-ranked expert. 10,000. This price could filter out some players with insufficient strength, preventing them from buying the guide but still failing, then coming back to bother her. Action followed decision. Bai Chenyue opened her personal shop and listed the item. Product name: Third Stage Garden Defense Battles Super Detailed Clearing Guide. Product price: 10,000 game coins/copy. Product quantity: 20. Limited release to create a sense of scarcity. The reality was, all 20 copies of the guide were handwritten. Her hand was almost broken. Bai Chenyue sent a message to her only friend Cow's Leather Anus. Lu Qian, who had been waiting at the shop interface, saw that whose shop had listed a new product. It was exactly the guide she had been eagerly anticipating. It's listed! It's listed! She shouted excitedly. All team members instantly gathered around. When they saw the long string of 0s under the product name, everyone gasped sharply. 10,000? Hawkeye's eyes nearly popped out. Am I seeing this right? One guide costs 10,000 game coins. This is too greedy. A relatively young team member couldn't help muttering quietly. This is practically robbery. How many game coins do we get rewarded for risking our lives to clear stages? She just writes a guide and sells it for 10,000? Couldn't she just give us one for free? We're. Chapter 123. Garden Defense Battle 18. The young team member's words were cut off as he was pinned in place by 2 sharp gazes simultaneously. One came from Captain Lu Ming, the other from Vice Captain Lu Qian. The rest of the young member's words got stuck in his throat, and cold sweat instantly broke out. I hope this is the last time I hear anything like this, Lu Ming said sternly. You need to understand several things clearly. First, who's that guy is not our team member. She has no obligation or responsibility to help us for free. The fact that she's willing to sell the strategy guide instead of keeping it to herself is already an act of goodwill. Second, information has value. This strategy guide was obtained by her risking her life, exploring ahead of all of us. The intelligence it contains is worth far more than 10,000 game coins. You think it's expensive because you haven't realized how much time this guide will save us, how many risks it will help us avoid, and how many times it might even save our lives. Third, and this is the most important point, Lu Ming's eyes became sharp. Don't use our national identity as capital for demanding things. We are players, but our primary identity is soldiers. We must complete our missions relying on our own strength, not by expecting handouts from others. The nation gave us the best equipment and support, not so we could feel entitled to take advantage of others. When we traded with Who's That Guy before, we already got a huge bargain. We still haven't repaid that favor. And now, you actually want her to give us the strategy guide for free. Where's your dignity? Where's the integrity of a soldier? Lu Ming's words struck with force, making the two blush with shame, their heads almost buried in the ground. Captain, we were wrong. After we return, both of you will write 30,000-word ideological education reports and double your training load for 1 month. Lu Ming said coldly. Yes. The two didn't dare voice any objections. After disciplining the team members, Lu Ming decisively placed the order. Most of the game coins were stored with him. Higher command had set to purchase according to the situation and needs. 2 words. Be economical. An excruciatingly detailed strategy guide file appeared in his inventory. Lu Ming opened the strategy guide file, and all 8 people immediately gathered together to carefully study it. The more they read, the more solemn their expressions became. When they saw the clearly marked 5 elements garden map, they were merely amazed by the expert's meticulousness. When they saw the detailed monster catalog listing every creature's weaknesses and attack methods, they were already starting to feel that the 10,000 game coins weren't wasted. If they had to gather this intelligence themselves, who knows what price they would have paid. And when they flipped to the last page and saw the detailed description of the Spring of Life protection mission, the entire Sharp Sword team fell completely silent. Special warning. After activating the Spring of Life, it will trigger a total attack from all garden creatures across the entire map. Estimated monster count exceeds 100,000. During the final half-hour countdown of the Spring of Life, all garden creatures' attacks double, and any attractants have no effect on them. All players must make complete preparations after gathering the 5 elements energy stones before attempting activation. Otherwise, certain death. Exceeds 100,000. Am I seeing things? Hawkeye rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to look again, his voice trembling slightly. 100,000? Or more. Continuous attacks for 1 full hour. Shield Mountain's face also turned pale. Is this even a mission humans can complete? You've got to be kidding me. The young team member who had previously complained about the price had completely lost his attitude, now only showing sheer terror on his face. Over 100,000 monsters? They could drown us with just their spit. How are we supposed to defend against that? No one in the team thought 10,000 game coins was expensive anymore. On the contrary, they even felt this strategy guide was sold too cheaply. Was this even a strategy guide? It was clearly a persuasion to withdraw notice. If they didn't have this guide, they would have recklessly gathered the 5 elements energy stones, happily started the mission, and then, that would be the end. Facing that overwhelming tide of monsters, their 8 people simply couldn't fight it. No wonder the expert specifically reminded us to act according to our capabilities. Lu Qian said with a bitter smile. This mission is completely beyond our scale to handle. But at the same time, everyone's awe for the top-ranked expert rose several levels. The expert had actually cleared this incredibly difficult protection mission 3 times. 3 times facing over 100,000 monsters. Not human. Truly worthy of being number 1 on the leaderboards. Everyone's gaze focused on Captain Lu Ming. Lu Ming's brow was tightly furrowed. Over 100,000. Even if they were fully armed with ample ammunition, facing this scale would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Now, do you still think 10,000 game coins is expensive? Lu Ming asked calmly. No one spoke. Except for Lu Qian, everyone else bowed their heads in shame. Captain, what should we do now? Gao Jianjun asked. Should we still attempt the protection mission? Lu Ming remained silent for a moment, his eyes scanning back and forth between the map and the mission description. Do it. We must do it. His tone was resolute. Soldiers never give up. But with just our 8 people. Lu Qian worried. Our 8 people indeed aren't enough. Lu Ming nodded, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. But what about 16 people? 16 people? Lu Qian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Dragon Tooth Team. Correct. Lu Ming nodded. Dragon Tooth Team. After the previous 2 games, the nation had already found and assembled 16 players from the military. They were divided into 2 teams. Team 1 was the Sharp Sword Team, led by Captain Lu Ming with Vice Captain Lu Qian. Team 2 was the Dragon Tooth Team formed with former Sharp Sword Team member Su Jingquan game nickname Iron Fist as captain and technical expert Duan Shubai game nickname Wrench as vice captain. 2 teams, 16 players, representing the national team. Only by combining our 2 teams, all 16 people, concentrating all our firepower with precise coordination, do we have any possibility of holding out for that 1 hour in this war? Lu Ming's tone was absolute. Meanwhile, on the other end of the forest, Zhu Yunyang, who had just entered the 3rd stage and was still resting in the small cabin, also saw that eye-catching global notice. Damn it! Another bug got fixed. He wailed, beating his chest in frustration. Why do I always miss the hot opportunities? The expert gets the meat while I can't even get the broth. He almost instinctively assumed it must have been Who's That Guy Again? Chapter 124. Garden Defense Battle 19. Besides the top-ranked expert, who else had this capability to force the game system to specifically release a patch? Last time it was opening a shop, this time it's farming quests, next time will they crash the entire game? Zhu Yunyang felt like crying but had no tears, sensing he had missed out on a fortune. He gloomily opened the regional chat channel, wanting to see if there were any other unlucky souls who had just entered like him. Sure enough, the channel had exploded with activity, everyone discussing the recent announcement. Vast Earth petrol flying 3 times. Maximum 3 times. This means the expert farmed it at least 3 times. My god, we don't even know what the quest is about yet. Iron Straight Man tender as water. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Zhu Yunyang looked at the chat records and felt slightly more balanced. Apparently he wasn't the only unlucky one. Just then, a new message popped up that caught his attention. Brain full of maggots. The expert has listed the 3rd stage clearance guide in their shop. Those who need it can go check it out. A guide? Zhu Yunyang's eyes lit up. From the expert's production. Without another word, he immediately opened Who's shop. Sure enough, a brand new product was hanging in the store. Product name: 3rd Stage Garden Defense Battle, Super Detailed Clearance Guide. Product price: 10,000 game coin/copy. Zhu Yunyang's eyelids twitched. So expensive. Highway robbery. He couldn't help cursing. But curse as he might, his hand was honest, clicking purchase without the slightest hesitation. Are you kidding me? The top-ranked expert's step-by-step guide. Never mind 10,000, even if it were 20,000, he'd have to grit his teeth and buy it. Ding! Purchase successful. A virtual document appeared in his inventory. Zhu Yunyang eagerly opened it. The guide was written with extreme detail, from the forest map to the locations of the 5 gardens, to the weaknesses and attack patterns of every garden creature, all clearly marked. Zhu Yunyang read it with his heart pounding, while also feeling immensely relieved. If he had to figure it out himself, who knows how many times he would have died before summarizing all this. But when he flipped to the last page and saw the warning marked in bold red font, his smile cracked. Special warning. Estimated garden creature count exceeds 100,000. 100,000? Zhu Yunyang rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he had misread. He looked again. 100,000. And it succeeds. What kind of international joke is this? 100,000 garden creatures. Just their spit alone could drown him. How do you defend against this? Is this even defensible? This clearly wasn't designed as a solo player quest. He opened the game mall and browsed through the weapons page. Looking at all those zeros following the weapon prices, Zhu Yunyang's heart turned completely cold. Can't afford it, absolutely can't afford it. He had the guide, but he simply didn't have the strength to execute it. Expert. How on earth did they do it? One person, facing a tide of over 100,000 garden creatures, not only successfully defended for an hour, but farmed it 3 freaking times. Are they a god? Or maybe not even human? Zhu Yunyang decided. He needed to find a team. Oh. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu lay on her cottage bed, resting alone. After receiving the server-wide announcement, she subconsciously opened Hu's shop, and when she saw the price tag of 10,000 game coins, her little face paled. So expensive. But she still pressed purchase. With the guide in hand, Lin Xiaolu opened it. When she saw that blood-red warning, she felt her vision go dark. 100,000? Lin Xiaolu's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Oh. After Wang Ba and Lu Yun's intimate moment, the two lay on the cottage bed. Looking at the guide page, they cursed and grumbled. 10,000. Why doesn't he just rob people? Lu Yun's sharp voice sounded particularly piercing in the small wooden hut. This who's that guy is really something. Having a guide but not sharing it freely, selling it so expensive. Money crazy bastard? As a player, they have no shame at all. Wang Ba's eyes were sinister, spittle flying as he spoke. Farmed it 3 times himself, eating till his mouth drips oil, now turning around to exploit us ordinary players. Scum among players, parasites of society. Let's go. Wang Ba slapped his thigh. Let's go to the regional channel and curse him out. Let everyone see his ugly face. The two hit it off immediately, quickly opening the regional chat channel, transforming into messengers of justice, and began frantically typing. Someone on the cloud. Who's that guy's greed is just too ugly. A crappy guide actually dares to sell for 10,000 game coins? This is slaughtering us like pigs. I am your real grandpa. Exactly. An unscrupulous merchant without public morality should be boycotted. I propose everyone definitely don't buy his guide. Let him not sell a single copy. Let him know we players have backbone too. Brain full of maggots. Seconded. Well said. Firmly not buying. Starve this profiteer. Let him find somewhere to cry. Data Emperor. 10,000 is indeed a bit ridiculously expensive. How about a few of us pool money to buy 1 copy, then everyone can read it together. Could save quite a bit. I am your real grandpa at Data Emperor. Are you sick in the head? Still giving him money? Don't let him earn a single cent. Pooling money to buy still fuels his arrogance. We should unite to make him lose everything. Someone on the cloud, right? Should let him know we're not easy to bully. Without his guide, we can still clear the stage. Zhu Yunyang saw the players in the channel being passionate and fervent, silently choosing to lurk without saying a word. Thinking to himself, a bunch of fools, the expert's intelligence can't be measured by money. Wait until you crash and burn yourselves, then you'll know how worth it these 10,000 coins are. Wang Ba and Lu Yun led the rhythm in the channel for a while, watching more and more people agree with them, expressing firm refusal to buy, and the two felt much more satisfied. Lu Yun looked proud. See, the masses' eyes are sharp. Who's that guy is going to take a big fall? Just as she was enjoying the thrill of being an opinion leader, the shop page they were watching suddenly refreshed. Product. 3rd Stage Garden Defense Battle Super Detailed Clearance Guide. Stock 0. Status. Sold out. The wooden hut fell into deathly silence. The smile on Lu Yun's face froze at the corner of her mouth. Sold out? 20 copies, 10,000 coins per guide. Sold out in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the regional chat channel that had just been bustling with activity also fell eerily quiet for 2 seconds. Then it completely exploded. Vast earth petrol flying. Holy shit. Gone. I just went to the bathroom. How did it sell out already? God's chosen only me the god. Wait, you guys moved too fast. What happened to the backbone we talked about? Non-mainstream romance. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. What do you call mouth says no, body is more honest than anyone. Iron straight man tender as water. So many rich players and so many sneaky bastards. Chapter 125. Garden Defense Battle 20. Lu Yun felt a burning pain on her face, as if she had been slapped several times. Liars. A bunch of traitors. You all spoke so nicely just moments ago, then turned around and rushed to place orders. A bunch of spineless cowards. She cursed until her mouth felt dry and parched. Turning to look at Wang Ba, hoping to seek comfort, she instead discovered his expression was extremely unpleasant. Wang Ba opened his inventory and took out a strategy guide. Look at this. Lu Yun's stream of curses abruptly stopped, her eyes widening in shock. You bought it. She pointed at the icon, her voice cracking with disbelief. When did you buy it? Didn't you say you absolutely wouldn't buy it? Wang Ba looked at Lu Yun as if she were an idiot. What's the use of joining those poor folks making a fuss in the channel? Can that put food on the table? Can it help us clear the stage? Getting the guide early means clearing the stage early, and the rewards we get are tangible and real. Besides, I curse at him in the channel, but that doesn't affect me buying his stuff privately. They don't know it was us who bought it anyway. Wang Ba's twisted logic was like a sudden enlightenment for Lu Yun. The anger and grievance on her face transformed into boundless admiration for Wang Ba. Bro Ba, you're so incredibly smart. Of course. Wang Ba tossed his head proudly. This is called strategy, understand? Mixing truth with falsehood. Blending the real with the fake. Hurry, don't waste time. Quickly see what's written in the guide. When they saw the final warning about the 100,000 garden creature wave, both their faces instantly turned deathly pale. Oh! At this moment, Bai Chenyue was sitting in her small wooden cabin, rubbing her sore wrists. To rush and produce those 20 limited edition strategy guides, she felt like her hands were about to fall off. I'm exhausted to death, she muttered while shaking her hands. This money isn't earned easily. When I get back, I need to buy a portable printer. Ding! Your product, Third Stage Garden Defense Battle Ultra Detailed Clearance Guide, has been sold. Oh! It chimed 20 times in a row. Bai Chenyue stopped rubbing her wrists. So fast? Sold out completely? Game coins balance. 213,812. Holy crap. Struck it rich. Ha 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 ha. Over 210,000. Bai Chenyue excitedly jumped and danced around the wooden cabin. Selling strategy guides is way too profitable. She placed her hands on her hips triumphantly. Why bother grinding dungeons? Nothing makes money faster than being a profiteer. If I can't grind, then I won't. From now on, I'll specialize in selling guides. It's a decent income stream. The guides are sold out, so there's no reason not to sell the energy stones. Compared to the reproducible information in the guides, energy stones are genuine, consumable, rare resources. The more Bai Chenyue thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. After other players read her guide, they would definitely head to the 5 Elements Garden to battle it out with the tens of thousands of garden creatures. Collecting a full set of 5 Elements energy stones requires traveling through all 5 areas. How much time will the entire process take? How many dangers will they face? How many times might they even die? No one knows. But now she could offer them a shortcut. A shortcut that allows them to skip all the hardships and dangers and complete the task directly. Of course, this shortcut comes with a price. What should I set the price at? Bai Chenyue stroked her chin. Sell 1 energy stone for 10,000? Seems a bit low. A single guide costs 10,000, and this is an item that can directly initiate the guardian task. Let's set it at 20,000 per stone. Bai Chenyue quickly decided on the price. A set of 5 would be 100,000 game coins. Decided. Bai Chenyue the profiteer revealed a pleased smile. Let's list them all together. She opened her personal shop and began listing new products. Product name: Metal Element Energy Stone. Description: one of the essential keys required to initiate the Spring of Life Guardian task. Product price: 20,000 game coins/stone. Product quantity: 41. Product name: Wood Element Energy Stone. Oh! In one go, she listed all 5 types of energy stones. God's chosen only me the God. 5 elements energy stones. Keys to initiate the guardian task? These can be sold to. I am your real grandpa. 20,000. Selling 1 stone for 20,000. Is he crazy? Someone on the cloud. This is robbery. This is blatant daylight robbery. 1 guide costs 10,000. One stone costs 20,000. A set of 5 is 100,000. Who can afford this? Oh. In the regional chat channel, the players who had just been lamenting the guide selling out hadn't even recovered their composure when they were utterly shocked and dumbfounded by this even more outrageous move. However, this time significantly fewer people chimed in agreement. After experiencing the betrayal of the guide incident, most players had wisened up. Clearly, 100,000 game coins for a set of energy stones was enough to make the vast majority of players hesitate and back off. As if that wasn't enough, Bai Chenyue also listed 100 quick repair bubbles, priced at 2,000 game coins each. Oh. In a small cabin located within the forest, Prince Khalil sat on a chair in the center of the cabin, intently browsing the latest products in whose shop. 5 elements energy stones? 20,000 game coins each. The corner of Prince Khalil's mouth lifted into a smile. Adno stood to the side. Seeing the prince's expression, he already had a premonition. Whenever the prince showed this kind of smile, he was definitely about to make a purchase. Before Adno could even speak, he saw Prince Khalil had already decisively placed an order, also buying 50 quick repair bubbles as well. Ding! You have successfully purchased Metal Element Energy Stone X5. Spent 100,000 game coins. Ding! You have successfully purchased Wood Element Energy Stone X5. Spent 100,000 game coins. Ding! You have successfully purchased Quick Repair Bubble X50. Spent 100,000 game coins. Oh! A full 5 sets of energy stones. 50 quick repair bubbles. 600,000 game coins gone just like that. Adno felt his breathing become somewhat difficult. Although he had anticipated it, the scale still shocked him. Your Highness, isn't that a bit too much? Adno couldn't help but remind him. We could go to the 5 Elements Garden to collect the energy stones ourselves. Khalil shook his head, his azure blue eyes sparkling with a shrewdness beyond his years. If we go face those garden creatures ourselves, our mission progress will slow down. The fact that the top-ranked player managed to complete the Guardian task 3 times indicates that the final reward for this task is absolutely bountiful beyond imagination. We cannot afford to waste time entangled with those garden creatures. I'm buying 5 sets. 1 set for my own use. The remaining 4 sets will be given to the 4 strongest members of the team to attempt separately. They don't need to clear it, but I want the data. After they use their failures to obtain the most precise intelligence for me, then I will use my cabin for the final Guardian task attempt. Only in this way can we ensure 100% success. A player can only clear this stage a maximum of 3 times. We cannot waste a single opportunity. Spending 500,000 game coins to buy my one absolute success is a very cost-effective deal. Adno was completely convinced. A confident smile appeared on Prince Khalil's face. Go notify the others to make preparations. Once we've finished resting, we will begin our first attempt. As you command, Your Highness. Adno bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Chapter 126. Garden Defense Battle 21. After selling 5 sets of energy stones, Bai Chenyue immediately saw the purchasing ID. Desert Little Prince. What a wealthy tycoon. With a huge sum credited to her account, she now felt full of energy, and even this primeval forest started looking pleasant and appealing to her. The remaining energy stones and restoration bubbles still hadn't found buyers, but she wasn't worried at all. Business opportunities are endless. But the things in this forest have time limits. Fertile soil, tall trees, if you don't dig them up, it's just wasting the opportunity. She could dig the soil into her space for planting vegetables, use the trees for growing wood ear mushrooms, or at the very least, use them as firewood. If she returned to the real world and wanted to dig up this much black soil, she'd probably end up in jail before the apocalypse even arrived. The root-by-root squad uprooted trees, Bumblebee planted trees, Sadako ground powders and farmed, while she dug soil and supervised. Their coordination was absolutely seamless. Time flew by rapidly amid their labor. Bai Chenyue didn't know exactly how long she had been digging, only that the land in her space had expanded to a degree that made her heart race with both excitement and anxiety. When she returned, she could buy some seeds to sow, and then she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. This sense of full security was something no amount of money could buy. Only when she felt her physical strength was nearly depleted did Bai Chenyue stop working. The remaining energy stones still hadn't sold, but she no longer cared. Compared to building her own apocalypse base, they seemed much less important. She packed up her tools, humming an off-key tune, and returned to the small cabin to rest. Just as she was crossing a forest clearing, a sharp whistling sound came from above her head. Bai Chenyue immediately became alert, stopped in her tracks, hid behind a large tree and looked up. In the twilight's afterglow, she saw an elegant figure cutting through the sky, slowly descending toward her direction. It was a magnificent horse with snow-white fur all over its body, but on its back grew a pair of gorgeous feathered wings. On the horse's back sat a petite figure. Bai Chenyue stared at that extraordinary divine steed, her eyes glued to it, nearly drooling. Holy crap! So freaking handsome! Just as she was consumed by envy and admiration, the heavenly horse landed on the grassland not far in front of her. The petite figure on the horse's back lightly jumped down and quickly ran toward her, her voice filled with excitement. Big sister! It really is you. I thought it looked like you from up in the sky, but I never expected it to actually be you. Bai Chenyue looked at the girl with twin ponytails and an excited expression before her. She looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite remember where she'd seen her before. Character: Lin Xiaolu. Status: excited, happy, wants to repay kindness. Note: for the kindness of saving a life, one should repay it generously. Of course, it would be even better if the person being repaid was a handsome guy. Lin Xiaolu? Bai Chenyue searched her mind for this name. Not familiar. Just an extra. Bai Chenyue's envious tears nearly dripped from the corner of her mouth. Item: imagination creature. Heavenly horse. Introduction: a creature imagined by player Little Deer who can draw, possesses flight capability, extremely fast speed, gentle temperament. Note: why are other people's imagination creatures always so impressive? Now look at yours. Forget it, I won't say more, afraid you'll get sad. Bai Chenyue. That hurts, buddy. Big sister, don't you remember me? Seeing Bai Chenyue remain silent, Lin Xiaolu grew anxious. On Mushroom Star you saved me. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by those giant mushrooms long ago. Bai Chenyue nodded, finally remembering. So it's you. She had only helped incidentally back then, never expecting this girl to still remember. Great. You still remember me. Lin Xiaolu's face flushed red with excitement. Flustered, she pulled out a bulging bag from the backpack on her back, and insistently shoved it into Bai Chenyue's hands. Big sister, thank you so much for last time. I've been wanting to find an opportunity to repay you, but never ran into you. This is for you, you must accept it. Bai Chenyue looked down. Item: portable space backpack. Introduction: small storage item with 1 cubic meter of independent space. Not bound, tradable. Price: 10,000 game coins. Note: 10,000 game coins just to say thank you. This girl has more conscience than you. A backpack worth 10,000 game coins given away just like that? I can't accept this. Bai Chenyue refused directly. No, you must accept it. Lin Xiaolu grew anxious, pushing the backpack forward again. This is just a small token of my gratitude. For your life-saving kindness. Using only this to repay you still feels too insignificant. Just a trivial effort. Bai Chenyue's tone was calm yet carried undeniable firmness. No repayment needed. But. No buts. The two stood deadlocked in place, one determined to give, the other firmly refusing to accept. The girl's eyes were clear, without a trace of falseness. Looking at her, Bai Chenyue felt somewhat moved. Someone this innocent and grateful was even rarer than a giant panda. Seeing Bai Chenyue adamantly refuse to accept it, Lin Xiaolu grew so anxious she nearly cried. She just wanted to simply express her gratitude. Why was it so difficult? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she placed the backpack at Bai Chenyue's feet. Big sister, I have things to do, I'm leaving first. After saying this, she turned and ran, mounting the horse in one smooth motion. The heavenly horse's wings flapped, creating an air current as it lifted off from the ground and shot up into the high sky. Just as Bai Chenyue thought about chasing, the heavenly horse had already become a small white dot on the horizon, its speed astonishingly fast. Oh! She stopped, looking toward the direction where the heavenly horse disappeared. Then at the backpack by her feet, falling into silence. That speed. Her little motorcycle could never catch up. Sigh, why are other people's imagination creatures so practical? Bai Chenyue's eyes were filled with envy for that heavenly horse. Could fly, ran fast too. Simply the best companion for traveling and escaping. Then she thought about her own subordinates, who were either working as laborers in her space or on their way to become laborers. Although Sadako was capable, she couldn't exactly ride a female ghost around, could she? The mental image was too beautiful, she didn't dare think about it. Bumblebee was a heavy industry tough guy who could fight, tank damage and work hard, but his mobility couldn't compare at all to this kind of flying unit. Inside the space, Sadako, who had been diligently grinding shirong grass, suddenly sneezed without any warning. Achoo! She tilted her head, her long straight black hair slipping over her shoulders, her eyes filled with confusion. Can ghosts catch colds? Bumblebee, who was laboriously planting cold-resistance fruit trees with loud mechanical sounds, experienced a barely noticeable stutter in his mechanical arms' movements. In his red electronic eyes, a stream of invalid data flashed by. Bai Chenyue shook her head, suppressing the envy in her heart. Forget it. She knew her own imagination creatures well. Sadako and Bumblebee's potential was far from fully developed. They could still do even more work. At least the heavenly horse could fly and run, but it couldn't dig soil, plant trees, or grind grass. Her imagination creatures weren't so bad after all. Bai Chenyue comforted herself like this. Moreover, she still had the 7-color wishing flower, the king among imagination creatures. Thinking this way, she still felt envious in her heart. Chapter 127. Garden Defense Battle 22. Bai Chenyue accepted this gift of gratitude and curiously opened the portable space backpack. The 1 cubic meter space wasn't particularly large or small, but at this moment it was packed completely full, with everything neatly arranged. Bottled water was laid at the bottom, high-calorie foods like compressed biscuits were on top, and brand new clothes with price tags still attached were in the middle. There were also common medical supplies like bandages, disinfectant alcohol, painkillers, and so on. Every single item was the most practical supply for wilderness survival. Bai Chenyue picked up an energy bar to examine. It was the kind sold in the mall, costing dozens of game coins each, capable of quickly restoring stamina. This girl is really sincere, Bai Chenyue murmured to herself. She stored the backpack in her own space and returned to the small house. Oh! After giving the items to the older sister, Lin Xiaolu felt particularly happy. She had finally repaid the kindness. I need to hurry and find the energy stones now. She hadn't forgotten her ultimate purpose for coming here. Let's go check out the nearest wood garden first. Lin Xiaolu opened the guide, confirmed the direction, and headed toward the wood garden. The wind whistled past her ears as she looked down at the dark green forest sea rapidly receding beneath her feet. Lin Xiaolu's heart filled with the joyful feeling of freedom. A short while later, a garden completely different from other areas appeared in her view. Countless enormous flowers and vines intertwined together, with pale green light spots floating in the air, creating a dreamlike illusory scene. We're here. Lin Xiaolu controlled the heavenly horse, slowly descending onto a relatively open grassy area. The horse's hooves had just touched the ground, not yet firmly planted. Swish, swish, swish. From the surrounding bushes, almost simultaneously and without any warning, over a dozen figures burst forth. They wore unified dark green standard combat uniforms, moved as swiftly as leopards, and immediately scattered upon landing, forming a textbook-perfect tactical formation that tightly surrounded Lin Xiaolu and her heavenly horse in the center. Gun barrels aimed at her from all directions, blocking every possible escape route. Lin Xiaolu's heart suddenly contracted, almost jumping out of her throat. Her small face turned deathly pale as she instinctively tensed her body, every hair on her body standing on end. Who were these people? The cold, condensed killing intent radiating from them was something she had never felt before, 100 times more terrifying than any player she had encountered previously. Almost by instinct, Lin Xiaolu's right hand flashed out with the flame pistol. Just as she raised the gun barrel, preparing to fight desperately, a clear female voice with an absolutely commanding tone rang out. Raise your hands. Drop your weapon. The voice wasn't loud but carried undeniable authority. Lin Xiaolu's gun-raising movement abruptly halted. That accent. It was so familiar. Perfect, standard Mandarin. People from Zhonghua? She suddenly looked up toward the direction of the voice. It was a woman with an athletic build, holding a submachine gun, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Lin Xiaolu cautiously examined the group before her. Everyone had sharp eyes, holding various prop guns in their hands. Combined with their fluid, perfectly coordinated tactics from earlier and their Mandarin, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Xiaolu's mind. Are you people from Zhonghua? She tentatively asked. Lu Qian didn't lower her guard, but instinctively replied, yes. Lin Xiaolu still had some doubts. Imperial Court Jade liquid wine. Lu Qian responded. 180 per cup. Lin Xiaolu asked, where's the best excavation technology? Lu Qian answered, find Lanxiang at Dadong Technical School. Lin Xiaolu asked again, this holiday season no gifts? Lu Qian answered again, only accept gifts if it's brain gold. The two went back and forth, the code phrases matching. After exchanging confirming looks, they were confirmed as comrades. I'm also from Zhonghua. Don't shoot. Please don't shoot. We're on the same side. Lin Xiaolu lowered the flame pistol slightly but didn't put it away. Are you military personnel? Lu Qian raised an eyebrow. We're special forces. Lin Xiaolu's eyes lit up. Zhonghua soldiers. And special forces at that. In this perilous game world, being able to encounter the national team, that sense of security was something no equipment or item could compare to. That's great. Really wonderful. Lin Xiaolu was so excited that she put away her gun. Lu Ming looked at her, his expression still calm, and asked, you're alone? Yes, soldier uncle. Soldier auntie. Lin Xiaolu nodded, afraid they wouldn't believe her, and continued. My name is Lin Xiaolu. ID number 110. I live at. I swear. I'm absolutely from Zhonghua. Guaranteed authentic. Uncle. A relatively young-looking team member in the group twitched at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that she was about to recite her entire ID number and home address, Lu Ming made a gesture, and the others all lowered their guns. Lu Qian smiled slightly and casually asked, how old are you? Lin Xiaolu said, I'm 18. Lu Qian pointed at herself, then at Lu Ming. Call me sister, call him uncle. Lu Ming gave Lu Qian a look, which she pretended not to see. Lu Qian's gaze fell on the magnificent heavenly horse, her eyes flickering slightly as she asked, you came to the wood garden alone to find energy stones? Lin Xiaolu nodded vigorously, like a child who had found her organization. Yes. I came following Little Hu's expert guide. Her words eliminated the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the Sharp Sword and Dragon Tooth teams. So she also came following the guide. Your horse. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the extraordinarily magnificent heavenly horse. His name is Little White, he's my imagination creature. Lin Xiaolu patted the heavenly horse's neck, somewhat embarrassed as she said, besides running fast and being able to fly, he doesn't have much combat ability. Doesn't have much combat ability? The corners of the Sharp Sword and Dragon Tooth team members' eyes twitched in unison. Just able to fly and running fast alone were already god-tier skills. Okay? Strategic level mobility capability. In complex terrain like this primeval forest, what it meant to have air superiority and rapid transfer capability, they as professionals understood all too clearly. Did this young girl have some misunderstanding about her own abilities? Everyone thought of their own imagination creatures and sighed inwardly in unison. They also wanted a flying heavenly horse. Looking at Lin Xiaolu's clear, innocent eyes, Lu Qian felt moved and asked, little dear sister, since you're also here for the energy stones, and we have the same goal, would you like to join us? We can watch out for each other. This was exactly what Lin Xiaolu had been hoping for. She had been worried about being alone and outnumbered, afraid to venture deeper into the garden. Now that she could operate together with special forces, she'd have to be crazy to refuse. Really? She widened her eyes in surprise. I won't hold you back, will I? You won't, Lu Qian said with a smile. In the game they were players. Outside the game they were citizens of Zhonghua. Protecting the people was the military's inherent duty. especially when the other party was a child who had just reached adulthood. Lin Xiaolu's small face flushed red with excitement as she nodded heavily. Thank you, all brothers and sisters. Lu Ming, who had been silent, observed Lin Xiaolu for a long time and, confirming she truly posed no threat, finally spoke, making the final decision. Welcome aboard. Chapter 128. Garden Defense Battle 23. Lu Ming didn't waste any time and immediately redeployed the mission. Target remains unchanged, the Wood Element Energy Stone. Hawkeye Drone Reconnaissance. Shield Mountain, Iron Fist Frontline Assault. Everyone else provide covering fire. Comrade Little Deer. First put away your heavenly horse. Be ready to provide support whenever needed. Yes. The responses came in perfect unison. Lin Xiaolu also straightened her small frame and shouted forcefully. Yes. Only after shouting did she belatedly blush. So this was what it felt like to fight alongside soldiers. Reporting, Captain. Garden creatures detected 300 meters ahead. Coordinates. At this moment, Hawkeye was controlling the micro-drone, with clear images transmitting in real time to each team member's tactical goggles. In the footage, pieces of crystal emitting soft green light were quietly embedded in the center of the garden. Surrounding the energy stones were dozens of thorntip wood hedgehogs. They lay lazily on the ground, seemingly defenseless, but the strategy guide clearly stated these creatures had extremely high alertness. Once disturbed, they would transform into thousands of bowling balls, crushing intruders into pulp. A direct assault would cause heavy casualties. Dragon Tooth Team's Deputy Captain Su Jingquan frowned deeply. Too many of them, and the terrain works against us. Too many vines affecting movement. No direct assault. Lu Ming decisively rejected the idea. Our target is only the energy stones. All eyes focused on Lu Ming. He was the captain and the tactical core of the team. A bold plan formed in Lu Ming's mind. I'll retrieve them personally. Captain, that's too dangerous. Lu Qian was the first to object. That area is a dead zone for fire coverage. Once you get trapped, we won't be able to provide any support. Yeah, Captain, let Shield Mountain and I charge in to draw their attention. Then you find an opportunity. Gao Jianjun also spoke urgently. Lu Ming shook his head. His gaze so firm it brooked no argument. My skill is most suitable. Everyone fell silent instantly. They all remembered Lu Ming's special skill. Teleportation. Within 5 meters, instant movement ignoring any obstacles. This was the heaven-defying reward he obtained for placing third in the mushroom-picking beast of burden game. It was then that Lin Xiaolu slowly raised both hands. I can fly you up into the sky. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu's body immediately tensed, but she continued. My little white can carry one person. Lu Ming looked up. Then take me up to the energy stone's location. Everyone else draw fire from the front. Yes. With Lu Ming's command, the two teams moved like two drawn sharp swords. The sharp sword team opened fire first, accurately hitting the thorntip wood hedgehogs. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The hedgehog group was instantly disturbed. Countless small eyes simultaneously locked onto the sharp sword team's direction, emitting furious shrieks. They curled up into golden spiky balls, rolling madly toward the sharp sword team like a tidal wave. Flank! Go! Simultaneously, the Dragon Tooth team threw several explosive mushrooms from the other side. Boom! The frontal fire roared, instantly drawing all the thorntip wood hedgehogs aggro. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Xiaolu rode the heavenly horse, carrying Lu Ming as they quietly cut in from high altitude. Dive hover. Lu Ming's eyes locked onto the crystals emitting soft green light below. His figure flickered. Teleportation. He appeared precisely beside the energy stone, using his dagger to pry it loose. It felt cold to the touch. A few wood hedgehogs detected the unusual movement, their spikes bristling angrily. Lin Xiaolu raised her flame pistol, aimed, fired. Missed. Lu Ming took a deep breath. What was he expecting? He raised his hand, fired precise shots, accurately eliminating them. While digging, Lu Ming continued eliminating threats. Lin Xiaolu provided occasional covering fire. Though she sometimes missed, most shots were useful. After digging 20 energy stones, Lu Ming teleported back onto the horse's back and issued a command through the communicator. Retreat. The heavenly horse's wings beat once, gaining altitude and leaving the battlefield. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes. When the two returned to the rally point, an intense smell of blood mixed with burning vegetation assaulted their senses. Team member Gao Jianjun leaned against a broken tree, his combat uniform stained deep red at the abdomen, his face ashen. Lu Qian knelt beside him, holding a recovery mushroom, trying to force it into his mouth. "Eat it. That's an order." Gao Jianjun turned his head away, his voice hoarse with pain. "Don't waste it, Swallow. This thing is ridiculously expensive. When I die, I'll just return to the cabin in full health. Stop the nonsense." Lu Qian's eyes were red, her movements forceful. "Eat it now." She pushed it to Gao Jianjun's lips, but he refused to eat. "Soldier brother." Lin Xiaolu jumped down from the horse and rushed over quickly. She saw the wound on Gao Jianjun's abdomen and her face also paled. Almost without thinking, her hands already glowed with a soft white light as she gently pressed them against the gruesome wound. Warm light flowed. The mangled wound visibly squirmed and healed at a remarkable pace. His deathly pale complexion quickly returned to rosy health. Gao Jianjun's body, tense from excruciating pain, suddenly relaxed. He looked down at his completely restored abdomen in astonishment. Complete silence fell around them. All the team members' movements froze, their eyes fixed on the skin that had been a bloody mess moments before but was now perfectly intact. Breaths were held. Lu Qian's hand holding the mushroom froze mid-air, her pupils shaking violently. She sharply looked up at Lin Xiaolu. Lu Ming had unknowingly appeared at her side. His gaze also locked on Lin Xiaolu's hands that still retained traces of faint light. Their eyes met briefly in the air. No words were needed. They both saw the same shock and pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. A living, healing support player. Their significance was self-evident. Lu Ming's eyes became extremely profound. When Lu Qian looked at Lin Xiaolu again, the previous friendliness in her eyes remained unchanged, but it now silently carried an additional layer of meaning. The support player must stay. At all costs. Get her into the national team. After Lin Xiaolu healed Gao Jianjun, everyone walked back on their return journey. "What's your game nickname?" Lu Qian walked beside Lin Xiaolu and asked curiously. "Little deer who can draw." Lin Xiaolu replied. "Lu Qian? ? That ID sounds very familiar." Lu Ming had been keeping an ear on the conversation behind him. Hearing Lin Xiaolu reveal her game ID, he also paused slightly. Lu Qian asked with a hint of doubt, "Second place in Noah City rankings?" Lin Xiaolu said sheepishly, "Just luck. Luck is also part of strength." Lu Qian's pupils shook again as she took a deep breath. "Add me as a friend." Lin Xiaolu nodded vigorously. A flash of triumph appeared in Lu Qian's eyes, and the curve of her mouth was something she couldn't suppress even if she tried. She had also added the second-ranked player as a friend. Chapter 129. Garden Defense Battle 24. Lu Qian's voice was enticing. "Little dear, are you interested in joining us?" Lin Xiaolu was completely bewildered. Her large eyes filled with confusion. "Join them? Join the military team? Join the national team? Can I really?" She doubted, she didn't believe it, yet she wanted to go. "Of course you can. We welcome you very much." Lu Qian smiled with curved eyes, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Before coming, their leader had given instructions to unite with and absorb all encountered Zhonghua players as much as possible to strengthen their team. But the leader would never have imagined she could pick up a living, flying, incredibly powerful healing top-ranked expert support. This achievement was even greater than completing mission objectives. Lin Xiaolu barely hesitated, nodding frantically. "I'm willing. Willing. Super willing." In the game world, nothing felt more secure than hugging their mom's thigh. Lu Ming distributed the newly acquired wood element energy stones, giving one to each team member, while keeping the rest under his unified custody. With Lin Xiaolu's addition as a super support, the subsequent energy stone collection journey proceeded more smoothly than anyone could have imagined. Flame speed fire squirrel's fireballs scorched a team member's arm. Lin Xiaolu waved her small hand, a white light flashed, and the skin became smooth and flawless as before. Sharp-claw golden ladybug's claw attacks breached Shield Mountain's defense, leaving bone-deep wounds on his arm. Lin Xiaolu cast Heal Flesh regenerated, and even scars left from previous missions were incidentally cured. With the supports addition, no one in the team would get injured. Morale reached unprecedented heights. When they had collected all 4 types of energy stones, metal, wood, earth, and fire, and were preparing to head to the final location marked on the strategy guide, the aquatic garden, the game notification suddenly echoed in all players' ears. Server-wide announcement. Due to some players severely disrupting game balance, we are now urgently fixing the bug. Effective immediately, each player can collect at most 30 of the same type of energy stone in the 5 elements garden. Any excess already collected will be cleared by the game. Additionally, each player must not excessively dig up plants and trees, take soil, or engage in any other behavior damaging the ecological environment exceeding 10 units. Violators will have items cleared and game rewards cancelled. Note: items already traded through normal transaction channels are not affected by this rule. The Sharp Sword and Dragon Tooth teams, plus Lin Xiaolu totaling 17 people, were completely stunned. 30 pieces? Hawkeye was the first to break the silence, quite astonished. What did the top-ranked expert do this time? The game specifically released a patch again. How could he say again? Oh right, it happened before during the protection mission. Limited to 3 times per person. Everyone got used to it. So naturally no one found it strange. Definitely. Iron Fist, captain of the Dragon Tooth team, stood straight with his burly figure. Definitely collected too many energy stones, forcing the game to take emergency measures. Who could have that capability? A young team member instinctively asked, but then closed his mouth as if asking a pointless question. This question didn't need answering. Almost simultaneously, the same idea appeared in everyone's minds. Who's that guy? Gao Jianjun's lips moved. Besides that top-ranked expert, I can't think of anyone else. For one person specifically issuing a server-wide announcement, urgently fixing the bug, how much did the expert collect to make the game this angry? Unimaginable. Lin Xiaolu added. Superhuman behavior. But I don't understand, why would anyone want to harvest plants and trees? Shield Mountain tilted his head, quite curious. The expert must have their reasons. Maybe these trees and soil have some use? Su Jingquan couldn't figure it out. Should we also collect some to take back? Just a little for research. Gao Jianjun suggested, receiving Lu Ming's approval. The group started moving, collecting trees, vegetation, and soil. Lu Qian thought of that expert she had set as special attention in her friends list, her admiration growing by several degrees. Bai Chenyue's small house. Bai Chenyue was humming a little tune, admiring the newly cultivated land in her space that Sadako farmer had recently opened up, feeling full of accomplishment. Being a capitalist was indeed comfortable, making others work while she supervised. Unfortunately, there were too few employees. Once she returned with machinery and taught Sadako, she could completely step back. Suddenly, without warning, the server-wide announcement exploded in her mind. Her smile froze on her face. Bug fixed? Bai Chenyue's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition arising. She opened her personal shop. When she saw the inventory numbers in the shop backend, her pupils suddenly contracted. Product name: Metal Element Energy Stone. Inventory 30. All 5 types of energy stones had their inventory reduced from the original 36 pieces to 30 pieces each. Simultaneously, a system prompt popped up before her eyes. Game prompt. Detected that player who's that guy possesses and sells 5 elements energy stones exceeding the limit. Excess portion has been forcibly cleared. Bai Chenyue was stunned. She extended her fingers, doing quick calculations. 6 pieces of each energy stone were cleared. 5 types made 30 pieces total. Each piece priced at 20,000 game coins. 30 pieces. That was 600,000. 600,000 game coins. Just vanished into thin air. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Bai Chenyue trembled with rage, fiercely kicking the ground, sending soil flying. Still too angry to bear, she stomped twice more, damaging a small portion of the newly dug land. 600,000. My 600,000. That was her hard-earned money, obtained through writing strategy guides, handwriting, and mining. Who was it? Which damned bastard did this? She had painstakingly discovered this business opportunity, only to have some idiot come from nowhere and completely block her path. And now digging soil and uprooting trees weren't allowed either. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Don't let me find out who you are. She gritted her teeth. Otherwise, I'll definitely dig you out and make you understand the consequences of offending me. But before she could settle accounts, Sadako Farmer floated over holding a hoe, staring fiercely at her with her pale face and pitch-black eyes. Resentment and killing intent sprayed all over Bai Chenyue's face, making her heart tremble with fear. Sadako looked down, her cold gaze fixed on the small portion of land Bai Chenyue had damaged beneath her feet. Bai Chenyue instantly understood, immediately found a hoe and restored it to its original state. Sadako's killing intent disappeared. She floated away satisfied while carrying the hoe, continuing to farm. Chapter 130. Garden Defense Battle 25. Deep in the forest, a player with hollow, lifeless eyes leaned against a giant tree and sat on the ground. In his ears, the server-wide announcement was still buzzing, playing on an endless loop. Gone. All of it was gone. With trembling hands, he opened his inventory. Earth Element Energy Stone. Quantity 30 stones. Just minutes ago, the number had been 300. Over 300 energy stones, representing more than 6 million game coins, had vanished into thin air in an instant. What bullshit bug fix? Why couldn't they have waited until he finished selling them all before fixing it? Grief and indignation surged in his heart. Zhu Yunyang smashed his fist hard against the ground beside him, sending dead leaves and soil flying in all directions. His heart ached so much he could barely breathe. In his anguish, memories flooded back uncontrollably. It was after he bought the expert's guide. He had already lost hope and didn't even want to attempt the protection mission anymore. But by chance he remembered the reward he obtained from the second level. The imagination creature he had forgotten in a corner. Mimetic camouflage. An ordinary-looking gray cloak. Adopting a trying everything when all seems lost mindset, he put it on and infiltrated the Earth Element Garden. Then a miracle occurred. The garden creatures passed by him, completely ignoring his presence. He was like air. They simply couldn't see him. In that moment, Zhu Yunyang's heart raced wildly, blood rushing to his head. He had found his cheat ability. And when he saw the outrageously priced energy stones selling for 20,000 each in Who's That Guy's shop, he felt he had spotted a business opportunity. If the top expert could sell them, why couldn't he? Driven by ecstasy and dreams of immense wealth, he worked like the most diligent miner, tirelessly digging in all 4 gardens except the aquatic garden for several days. He discovered that these energy stones could reset infinitely. After a certain period, the dug-up energy stones would reappear. He camped in the gardens, huffing and puffing as he mined energy stones. He collected over 1,000 of each type. When he finally arrived at the Earth Element Garden, ready for another big haul, just as he stored his 300th Earth Element Energy Stone, he received a game notification. Game notification. Detected excessive hoarding of mission items by player Social Me Brother Pig. Seriously violating game rules. Emergency fix mechanism triggered. Effective immediately, each player can collect a maximum of 30 identical energy stones in the 5 Elements Garden. Excess collected amounts will be cleared by the system. Zhu Yunyang's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Trembling almost by instinct, he opened his personal inventory. Would Element Energy Stone stock 30? The original 3 to 400 energy stones of each type had all uniformly changed to the glaring number 30. No! Zhu Yunyang cried out to the sky, bursting into tears. Over 1,000 energy stones had been reduced to just 120. Tens of millions in game coins. Gone. Wah! The more Zhu Yunyang thought about it, the angrier he became. Tears flowing uncontrollably. So tragic. Really so utterly tragic. Oh! Speaking of which, Lu Ming's group finally reached the final aquatic garden, and the scene before them made them all stop in their tracks. Before them stretched a vast, deep lake with water so dark it appeared almost ink blue, emitting a bone-chilling cold. Gathered by the lakeside were over 100 players. They stood in small groups of 3 to 5, exchanging experiences among themselves. The moment Sharp Sword and Dragon Tooth team appeared, their unified combat uniforms, upright postures, and that stern lethal aura instantly attracted everyone's attention. Of course, Lin Xiaolu and the team was unconsciously overlooked. It's the people from Zhonghua. They've come for the water element energy stones too. Some players also from Zhonghua watched from a distance with complicated expressions, but didn't approach to chat. Damn it! How the hell do you fight those hedgehogs in the wood garden? I've died 3 times already and haven't even touched a single energy stone, a bald man said irritably, kicking a stone into the lake. Someone immediately chimed in. Tell me about it. Who's that guy's guide is clearly written. But there are just too many monsters. I suspect she just wants to trick us into dying, so she can sell her ridiculously expensive energy stones. 20,000 for 1, 100,000 for 5. Why doesn't she just rob people? Sigh, if we could actually beat the levels, who'd want to depend on her? The problem is this aquatic garden is weird too. The lake water is freezing cold. Going in feels like falling into an ice cave. You can't stay in there, a player said with lingering fear. I used the oxygen bubble from the 2nd level, but I barely went 1 meter down when I felt my blood was about to freeze solid. I almost didn't make it back out. How did the top expert get down there? Is she immune to cold? The guy didn't mention how to get into the water for the energy stones either. It's a bug. She should refund us. The crowd murmured among themselves, mostly expressing despair about the mission and mixed feelings of resentment and fear toward the top-ranked expert. Just then a warm, hearty voice rang out. My dear friend, we meet again. The crowd automatically parted to create a path. Prince Khalil walked straight over with his well-equipped bodyguards, his azure blue eyes sparkling with undisguised delight. The team went on alert. Gao Jianjun and Iron Fist instinctively moved to shield Lin Xiaolu. We know him, Lin Xiaolu whispered. Khalil's gaze passed over the others and settled on Lin Xiaolu, his smile charming. Xiaolu, I formally invite you to join my team. I will provide you with the best equipment, the safest protection, and wealth beyond compare. The conditions he offered made the surrounding players gasp in astonishment. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Are you stupid? That's the prince of the desert kingdom. The wealthy tycoon. Wow. A pay-to-win player. Pay to win my ass. No matter how rich you are, it doesn't help in the game. But if he's so rich, why doesn't he just buy energy stones from the top expert's shop instead of coming here? Look at his bodyguards, so many people. The prince passed the levels, but his subordinates didn't. If they don't complete the basic missions, they can't return to the real world. Everyone watched the scene intently. Before Lin Xiaolu could speak, Lu Ming stepped forward, calmly rebuffing. She's already with us. His voice wasn't loud, but it was a declaration. The smile on Khalil's face faltered slightly, then returned to its elegant state, though a hint of regret appeared deep in his eyes. That's truly a pity. He turned to Lin Xiaolu and said sincerely, however, my offer stands forever. If you change your mind, the doors of the Desert Kingdom are always open to you. This time it was Lin Xiaolu herself who shook her head firmly. Thank you, Your Highness. I am from Zhonghua. The game has no nationality, but players do. Khalil looked at her deeply, not giving anyone else a glance, and finally left with his people, filled with regret. Chapter 131. Garden Defense Battle, Part 26. The appearance of Khalil was just a minor interlude that left no ripples in Lu Ming's heart. He gathered his team members again, his gaze sweeping across the distant deep and deathly still lake surface, his voice steady. Let's discuss the underwater plan. Lu Qian stepped forward. Captain, among the bubbles collected in the 2nd checkpoint, there are ones that can regulate water temperature, and the portable space bags contain many of them. Additionally, we brought 5 sets of diving suits so 5 people can go down. Hearing the word bubbles, Shield Mountain at the front of the team couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Instantly, the unbearable memories from the 2nd checkpoint flashed through his mind. During the 2nd checkpoint, after collecting 3 imagination creatures, they went to find Think Bubble and saw quite a few casually collecting some. While other team members were doing tasks, he had tested 2 types. One type of bubble, when crushed, formed an invisible constant temperature water film around the body, perfectly isolating extreme cold and heat, maintaining the most comfortable physical state. The other type could provide strong propulsion underwater, like a silent small thruster. The only drawback was that it strained the waist. It could be called a waist-destroying artifact. He still had lingering fears from that experience. Since then, he had kept a respectful distance from all bubbles with unknown functions, afraid they might have some other effects. Other team members were also unwilling to try them, so Lu Ming decided to take them back for specialized research. Lu Qian's suggestion was adopted. I'll lead the team personally. Lu Ming's gaze swept over each team member's face as he began calling names. Shield Mountain Gao Jianjun, Iron Fist, Wrench. You four. Come with me into the water. The four named were the best swimmers and most combat-capable members from both squads. Yes. The four stood straight. The underwater situation is unknown, and the strategy guide doesn't mention it. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the remaining four members, particularly serious. The primary target is the energy stones. The secondary target is to investigate the underwater creatures. If we encounter unresistible danger, immediately abandon the mission and all retreat. Understood. Understood. The five put on their equipment, lined up along the lakeshore, and crushed their bubbles simultaneously. Hundreds of surrounding players watched with unified attention, some gloating, some full of expectation, others purely watching the spectacle. They wanted to see these seemingly arrogant soldiers make fools of themselves, yet they also hoped they would succeed, paving a way for those who would follow. Splash! 5 figures entered the water in sequence. The water temperature regulation bubbles began to take effect, warm currents isolating the chill outside, the physical temperature quickly returning to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. The world became quiet. Only their own heavy breathing and the faint sounds of equipment operation remained. Light was quickly swallowed underwater. Visibility less than 5 meters, surrounded by dark blue. The 5 made hand signals, forming a diamond defensive formation, with the most defensive Shield Mountain and Iron Fist at the front, Lu Ming coordinating from the center, Gao Jianjun and Wrench protecting the flanks slowly descending. The lake bottom was deeper and more bizarre than imagined. No fish, no aquatic plants, only jagged strange rocks and deathly still silt. After descending about 50 meters, soft blue halos finally appeared at the edge of their vision. Water element energy stones. They were embedded in cracks of the underwater rock wall, quite numerous, quietly emitting tempting light. Nothing around them, seemingly completely unguarded. Alarm bells rang loudly in Lu Ming's mind. Abnormal occurrences must have hidden dangers. He made hand signals. Alert, advance alternately. Shield Mountain and Iron Fist as the vanguard slowly approached that rock wall. 10 meters from the energy stones. 9 meters. 8 meters. Then sudden mutation occurred. The surrounding lake water came alive, becoming viscous and heavy, invisible tremendous force squeezing from all directions. Immediately after, dozens of water threads finer than surgical scalpels, almost invisible to the naked eye, shot out from the darkness. They tore through the water flow, emitting sharp whistling sounds, directly targeting the 5 people's vital points. Enemy attack. Lu Ming warned, but it was already too late. Shield Mountain reacted quickly, raising his shield in front of him. Clang! 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 A series of dense metal impact sounds rang out. Several deep marks were cut into the shield that could withstand heavy machine gun fire. On the other side, the burly Iron Fist reacted slightly slower. A water thread accurately bypassed his defense, viciously whipping his back. Bang! A dull loud sound spread through the water. The thick oxygen tank on Iron Fist's back was actually shattered by this single blow. Massive bubbles surged out frantically, forming a white vortex. Iron Fist desperately held his last breath. His body uncontrollably pushed aside by the huge impact force, drifting toward the water surface. Simultaneously, another water thread sliced toward Gao Jianjun's abdomen, his combat uniform instantly torn open, blood gushing out. Lu Ming made a hand signal. Retreat! He raised his hand and fired continuously into the dark depths, creating violent explosions and chaotic water currents, buying the team a sliver of opportunity. Wrench immediately grabbed the powerless Iron Fist, while Shield Mountain grabbed Gao Jianjun, who was clutching his abdomen, the two swimming toward the surface with all their strength. Lu Ming followed closely behind, continuously firing backward, suppressing the unknown enemy in the darkness. The monster hidden in the shadows seemed disturbed by the explosions too, its attacks pausing for a moment. They seized the chance to escape. The 5 burst through the water surface, gasping for air greedily. The players on shore let out exclamations of surprise. They clearly saw that those 5 went down full of confidence but came up in complete disarray. Especially that burly man being supported, his face blue-purple, lake water continuously pouring from his mouth, obviously having choked on water. Another team member also had a bloody abdomen, his face deathly pale. Quick! Save them! Lu Qian was the first to rush forward. With injuries like this, even mushrooms can't save them. They can only be revived. Surrounding players discussed among themselves, their expressions complex. Just as other players' attention focused on the wounded, Lu Ming's command rang across the area. Sharp sword, dragon tooth, encircle. Set up cover. First level alert. Swish. The remaining team members hesitated not even slightly, quickly pulling out camouflage cloth, rapidly forming an impenetrable wall around the wounded as the center, firmly blocking all prying eyes outside. For people held the cloth, 6 team members stood outside with guns ready, prepared for battle. The killing intent tempered from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, made the temperature along the entire lakeshore drop several degrees. The noisy crowd fell silent. Inside the human wall was another world. Lin Xiaolu looked at the unconscious Iron Fist, her hands glowing with soft white light, gently placing them on Iron Fist's chest. Warm halos slowly flowed into Iron Fist's body. Let me handle this. Iron Fist's body suddenly arched, as if slapped hard on the back by an invisible large hand, vomiting a large mouthful of turbid, foul-smelling lake water. His blue-purple face visibly regained color at a remarkable rate, his originally weak breathing becoming steady and strong. After healing Iron Fist, Lin Xiaolu turned and rushed to Gao Jianjun's side, her glowing small hands pressing on his abdominal wound. The mangled wound squirmed and healed under the white light. Blood flowed backward, newborn skin quickly covering the injured area. In just over 10 seconds, Gao Jianjun could already sit up by himself, staring in astonishment at his perfectly intact abdomen. When the camouflage cloth was withdrawn, the entire lakeshore fell into deathly silence. All the players' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What were they seeing? That burly man who seemed about to drown moments ago, and that wounded soldier with a huge hole in his abdomen. Now they were standing up full of vitality. Apart from slightly torn clothes, not a single trace of injury could be seen on their bodies. Everyone was stunned, their minds completely blank. But they didn't dare approach to ask, could only suppress their overwhelming shock and curiosity deep inside. After Lu Ming's team, several other groups of unbelieving players formed teams to attempt diving. Without exception, either they were seriously wounded and dragged back to shore wailing everywhere, or they never resurfaced, returning to the cabin to be revived. Chapter 132. Garden Defense Battle, Part 27. Night. Tents were scattered everywhere around the lake, each group keeping to themselves. A figure quietly infiltrated Lu Ming's camp. Hey brothers, can we discuss something? Any chance of cooperation? The figure appeared at the entrance, and the moment he spoke, he found himself targeted by gun muzzles. Gao Jianjun's eyes were full of shock. Where did this guy come from? This person had arrived completely silently. If he hadn't revealed himself voluntarily, they probably wouldn't have noticed him at all. Don't shoot bro, I'm from Zhonghua. My game nickname is Social Me Brother Pig. We're on the same side. I'm here to propose cooperation. The newcomer was Zhu Yunyang. He had already figured it out. Instead of wallowing in melancholy, he should quickly find players and sell off all the remaining energy stones in his possession. Who knew if the game might patch another bug and confiscate his extra energy stones? But with so many energy stones, he didn't dare expose them all. He needed strong people to protect him. The prerequisite was that he first needed to find the water energy stone. Zhu Yunyang arrived at the aquatic garden, scanned the area, spotted familiar camouflage patterns, guessed they were from Zhonghua, and likely connected to the military. The fact that they had a girl who stood out like a sore thumb accompanying them indicated this group was willing to accept outsiders. Having made up his mind, Zhu Yunyang approached, a placating smile plastered on his face. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ming stepped out of his tent. He had heard Zhu Yunyang's words. He knew this game nickname, it was very active in the regional channel. He looked at him. How do you propose we cooperate? Zhu Yunyang rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice. Your water energy stone. I can help you get it. But in exchange, you need to guarantee my safety and help me complete my protection mission. A flicker of movement passed through Lu Ming's eyes. How will you enter the water? Zhu Yunyang smiled smugly, draped a cloak over himself, and almost completely blended into the environment. He was clearly right there, but they just couldn't sense him. Just as everyone was searching for him, Zhu Yunyang reappeared. This is my imagination creature, mimetic camouflage. We only need the water energy stone. Lu Ming's response was calm and unexpected. We can protect you until you safely leave after obtaining the energy stone. But we won't help with your protection mission. Unless you join the national team. The smile on Zhu Yunyang's face cracked. He was just a homebody trying to make some small fortune. Join the national team? He hadn't thought that far ahead. Then protect me while I leave this place first. He took a step back. Agreed. Lu Ming nodded. The agreement was reached. Zhu Yunyang borrowed a set of diving equipment and a searchlight from Lu Ming, then pulled out a water temperature regulation bubble from his backpack and crushed it, disappearing into the icy lake water. In less than an hour, he surfaced holding a bulging net bag. After turning off the searchlight while others weren't paying attention, he hid inside the Sharp Sword team's tent before revealing himself. Team Lu, here's the energy stone. Remember our deal? Lu Ming nodded. Rest assured, we keep our word. Your safety is our responsibility. I trust the nation. Zhu Yunyang handed the net bag to Lu Ming. It contained 17 stones. He kept one for himself, planning to sell the remaining 12. Lu Ming took the net bag. It felt slightly heavy. Instead of immediately distributing them, his gaze fell on Zhu Yunyang's gray cloak. Can others use this imagination creature of yours? The smile froze on Zhu Yunyang's face. Mimetic camouflage was his foundation for survival. Handed over to others? Even just a temporary loan was unacceptable to him. Zhu Yunyang forced a stiff smile and gave an evasive answer. This is bound to the individual. Probably not possible. Lu Ming's eyes remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuation, just quietly watching him. Zhu Yunyang felt his scalp tingle under that gaze, almost ready to change his answer. But Lu Ming simply gave a slight nod, accepting the explanation. In that case, he changed the subject, looking formally at Zhu Yunyang. On behalf of the nation, I formally invite you to join us. By joining the nation, both your safety and your family's safety will be protected by the state, whether in the real world or the game world. Zhu Yunyang frowned slightly. Another invitation? But joining the national team? He had never seriously considered it. Zhu Yunyang opened his mouth, but ultimately chose a cautious response. Can I have some time to consider? Of course. Lu Ming's reply was crisp and decisive. He turned his head and instructed a team member. Take him to rest in the empty tent nearby. As per our agreement, from now on, your safety is our responsibility. Zhu Yunyang followed the team member away, a flash of triumph in his eyes. Plan successful. Watching his back disappear into the night, Lu Qian finally couldn't hold back anymore, lowering her voice to ask Lu Ming. Captain, just let him go like that? Not going to persuade him more. Lu Ming's gaze turned toward outside the tent, his eyes profound. No rush. For now, he still has choices. When we return to reality, once the apocalypse comes, he won't have a choice. He will definitely join. The next day, as dawn was just breaking and some players around the lakeside camp were still asleep, a commotion shattered the morning tranquility. Lu Qian stepped out of her tent, saw the source of the disturbance and froze on the spot. Right at the entrance to their camp, Zhu Yunyang had set up a simple small table and was animatedly pulling items out from his backpack. Those shimmering with various colored halos were unmistakably the 5 elements energy stones. Lu Qian's eye twitched violently. She finally understood why this guy was so desperate for national team protection. Flashing wealth like this, it would be strange if he didn't get robbed. Whatever. He'll be one of the nation's people sooner or later anyway. Team Lu. Lu Qian walked over to Lu Ming, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Should we intervene? Lu Ming shook his head. He had seen it earlier but remained silent. He had promised to protect his safety last night. Zhu Yunyang saw them and flashed a brilliant smile. Team Lu has agreed, protect my safety. I'll leave as soon as I finish selling this batch. As he spoke, he started hawking at the top of his lungs. Don't miss out, don't walk past. Freshly obtain 5 elements energy stones, 10,000 game coins each. You can't buy disappointment, you can't buy regret. 10,000 each? The surrounding players were stunned for a moment, then erupted into excitement, all gathering around. Which expert is this? He's collected all 5 elements and still has extras. The god of wealth has descended to earth. Your price is too high, 5,000 each, I'll take a set. 10,000 each, non-negotiable. Zhu Yunyang held firm on his price bottom line. What a joke, this was already half off compared to the top-ranked expert's price, and they still want to bargain. Might as well go fish for them yourself. At the back of the crowd, several players with unfriendly expressions quietly exchanged glances, their hands already reaching for weapons at their waists. He's alone. Those people next to him are probably bodyguards, right? What's there to fear? There are so many of us. Let's rush him together, grab the stones and run. Fortune favors the bold. The timid go hungry. Let's do it. Having reached a consensus, the men leaned forward slightly, preparing to make their move. Right at that moment, the silent Lu Ming moved. Without speaking, he simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Sharp Sword Dragon Tooth Team, maintain order. Members from both teams quickly assembled, standing beside Zhu Yunyang's makeshift stall. Only then did Lu Ming's calm yet absolutely authoritative voice slowly ring out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Trading is permitted. Anyone who dares to use force will be making an enemy of the entire Zhonghua. No matter how far they flee, they will be hunted down. The crowd fell deathly silent. No one dared make any further suspicious moves. Chapter 133 Garden Defense Battle 28. With Lu Ming's intimidation, all the players stopped scheming. Zhu Yunyang straightened his back and puffed out his chest. Even though he spent 17 water energy stones, with the national team's protection it was a guaranteed profit. The players cursed and grumbled one after another, but their hands reached for their wallets faster than anyone's. Most of Zhu Yunyang's energy stones had been wiped by the game. His remaining stock was small, and in less than half an hour everything was snapped up. Zhu Yunyang, pockets overflowing with profit, flashed a grin at Lu Ming, and under everyone's envious and resentful gazes, was escorted by the Sharp Sword and Dragon Tooth teams, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Some players who missed out on the energy stones watched the direction he had gone, itching to act, but thinking about going against Zhonghua, they could only force their greed back down. Unless they never returned to the real world, would they really fight Zhonghua head-on? Only fools would. In the end, they could only sigh and once again click open that shop they loved and hated in equal measure. Whose shop? Bai Chenyue was sleeping soundly when a sudden stream of shop notification sounds rang out. Ding! Your item Metal Energy Stone has been sold. Ding! Your item Wood Energy Stone has been sold. Ding! Your item Quick Repair Bubble has been sold. Bai Chenyue was stunned by this sudden red envelope rain. What's going on? She hurriedly opened her shop page. The 5 elements energy stones that had just been well stocked were now decreasing at a terrifying speed. 3024. Fig. In the blink of an eye, all the energy stones and quick repair bubbles were sold out. Stock quantities all turned emphatically to 0. Bai Chenyue gaped, completely at a loss. What's happening? Have they gone mad? Could everyone have learned the difficulty of the 5 elements garden? Giving up the struggle? Bai Chenyue's mind tried to buffer. Buffer failed. Face reality. Game coins balance. 3,728,812. Over 3 million. Of course, selling guides and items is the fastest way to get rich. Bai Chenyue put her hands on her hips, grinning from ear to ear. Why farm the game? Being a crafty merchant is the way. As Bai Chenyue basked in the joy of sudden wealth, the game prompts sounded. Ding! Detected that 10 players have completed or abandoned the 3rd stage mission. Ding! The 3rd stage Garden Defense Battle is now entering stage settlement. Ding! Detected player who's that guy has completed all stages and completed the Protect the Spring of Life task 3 times. Do you want player who's that guy to be teleported to the settlement center? Yes/no. Bai Chenyue didn't want to leave yet and was about to select no. Ding. Teleporting player who's that guy to the settlement center. The game had already made the choice for her. Yes. Teleport immediately. When her vision returned, she was standing again on the familiar pure white ground. Bai Chenyue? ? Were they scared off by her? Was that necessary? She couldn't pluck trees or dig soil now. What harm in letting her stay a couple more days? Performing the comprehensive settlement for this game. First stage Double Heavens of Ice and Fire. Player who's that guy? Identity spy. Successfully turned 2 enemy camp NPC spies to their side, making an outstanding contribution to their faction's victory. Overall performance ranked first. Second stage. What's in the pond? Player who's that guy? First to complete the binding task for 3 imagination creatures, shortest time and highest efficiency. Overall performance ranked first. Third stage Garden Defense Battle. Player who's that guy? First to complete the basic task and protection mission, succeeded 3 times, broke stage records. Overall performance ranked first. A string of first-place results made the corner of Bai Chenyue's mouth lift even higher. Calm standard operation. The game's voice paused slightly, as if compiling final totals. Comprehensive evaluation. Player who's that guy achieved indisputable first place in all 3 stages of the 3 Child Stars trial game. Overall ranking first. Ding. Distributing exclusive rewards to the overall first-ranked player. Here it comes. A special skill. Bai Chenyue's heartbeat quickened. Ding. Congratulations to player who's that guy for winning the overall first-place reward. 10,000 game coins. Ding. Congratulations to player who's that guy for receiving the overall first-place exclusive reward, special skill. There is a way to steal. Ding. Congratulations to player who's that guy for receiving additional material rewards. Purified mineral water, 500 milliliters, X10, rye bread X10. Game coins balance, 3,738,812. 10,000 game coins and material rewards were glanced over by Bai Chenyue. All her attention was captured by the newly acquired special skill. There is a way to steal. That name sounded a bit cheeky. She opened the panel to read the detailed description. Skill. There is a way to steal. Effect. You can borrow items/skills/talents from other players or NPCs. After designating a target, you can copy one of their items into your personal space or skill bar. There is a 5% chance to trigger double surprise, doubling the quantity of the obtained item. There is a 1% chance to trigger unexpected fortune, granting you 1 extra random unbound item from the target or their storage space. Note: congratulations, you've taken another solid step toward the path of a notorious robber. Remember, we do not produce wealth. We are merely movers of wealth. The premise is that you must know what others possess. Not a bad skill. A 5% chance for double drops. A 1% chance for unexpected fortune. If luck was on her side, she could not only obtain an opponent's skill or equipment, but also conveniently pull out their stored goods in the process. It was practically tailor-made for a player like her who liked to take others' belongings. Ahem. Who liked to uphold justice and punish evil. Bai Chenyue rubbed her hands together excitedly and began fantasizing about her future life of robbing houses, righting wrongs and chivalrous deeds. Current rewards for completed mission players have been dispensed. Settlement ended. Other players who did not complete the mission will be settled after finishing the stage. Ding. Teleporting players back to the real world in 3, 2, 1. Teleport initiated. Bai Chenyue's vision plunged into darkness again. When she opened her eyes, she was back in the familiar hotel room, on the familiar soft bed. Bai Chenyue sat up on the hotel bed, briefly dazed. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right, brilliantly glaring. Everything was exactly the same as before she entered the game. Chapter 134. Mom's sincere gesture. Bai Chenyue picked up her phone and glanced at the time. 1:37 p.m. It had been exactly 156 hours since she entered the game. In the real world, 6.5 days had passed. She shook her still dazed head And instead of immediately counting her huge in-game gains, she opened the shopping app on her phone. Her fingers flew across the screen as she placed an order for 10 portable printers. She would never have to hand-scribble guides again. Bai Chenyue paid the back rent she owed from the past few days, checked out of the hotel and headed home. Light rain drizzled along the way, pattering against the car window, running into streaks that blurred the street view outside. Her mood, like the weather, was a little heavy. The global drizzle had arrived on schedule, denser than she remembered. That meant she didn't have much time left. The first thing Bai Chenyue did after getting home was inventory her loot. Then she clicked one-click listing and expanded her item slots by 200. Ding! Deducted 450,000 game coins. Balance, 3,288,812. She listed the string of bubbles she'd obtained in Stage 2 for sale, one stack of 100 per listing, 2,000 game coins each. She added notes that they could be exchanged for supplies. Regional chat channel. Social me brother pig. Holy crap. The boss restocked and it's all bubbles. Iron straight man tender as water. The sky has fallen. There used to be a fortune right in front of me and I somehow missed it. Who knew Think Bubble had so many at home, and I didn't pick a single one. Vast earth petrol flying. Hey, I have quite a few. So that's what those bubbles are used for. Data Emperor. I'm going to buy some. Oh. Global chat channel. One punch kills the winner. What bubbles? Oh my god, did top-ranked expert come back into the game? Social me brother pig. Not only did they come back, they finished everything and nearly broke the game while they were at it. I'm not a tough guy. Yeah, they made the game patch 2 bugs. 1. The protection mission can't be farmed 3 times. 2. You can't collect more than 30 energy stones. Zhu Yunyang, lying dead on his bed, didn't dare speak up and successfully shifted the blame onto the top-ranked expert. Would they hold grudges? Singing Conquest on the toilet. Hey, at one punch kills the winner. Did you all just return from Noah City? Is King back too? Watching the chat secretly. God protects me. Felt a sting. He's in King's team. They really had just returned a few days ago. Everyone got 10 positive reviews each, and they'd pulled 30 garden weeds. Before the game settlement, you could get points for clearing bean worm nests, and points could be exchanged for game coins, but after the mission window closed and players who finished were teleported out, clearing bean worms no longer awarded points and could not be converted into game coins. But to return to the real world, each of them must receive 10 positive reviews. Who would have thought? They had only finished their second run. Some players had already completed 3 runs. Everyone was bawling. Asterisk. On the other side, Bai Chenyue watched the transaction record scroll rapidly, and her game coin balance climb, nodding in satisfaction. Desert Little Prince. Top rank boss, I want all your bubbles, I'll trade supplies for them. Cow's leather anus. Boss, we want to trade supplies for Shirong grass, the more the better. They had brought quite a few bubbles, enough for research for now. But they requested to trade Shirong grass with the boss. After testing, Shirong grass truly was something remarkable. Sakura Samurai, hello, top-rank boss. I want to trade supplies for bubbles. In the shop backend, private messages poured in, all asking to trade supplies for bubbles. Bai Chenyue threw over the supply checklist she prepared in advance. Depending on the player and country, the required supplies differed. Neon clients wanted doubled amounts, wealthy tycoons wanted equipment, and her own mother was focused on practical goods. Supply list. Live poultry. Chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, etc. 1,000 pairs each, healthy breeding capable. Livestock. Cattle, sheep, pigs, etc. 1,000 pairs each, same requirements. Aquaculture. Various freshwater fry, 1,000 portions. Farming machinery. Small tillers, seeders, harvesters, feed grinders, complete sets, 2 of each. The list covered everything needed to build a modern farm from zero to operation, enabling her ecological plot to be self-sustaining with unlimited production. Meanwhile, in the capital at a certain command center, Chen Yen, who received the list, raised an eyebrow, his expression a bit strange. 1,000 pairs of chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep? And 2 full sets of farming machinery, a logistics staff officer said, staring at the screen until his eyes nearly popped. Are they trying to build a base? Li Zhenghua shook his head. Even to build a base, this isn't enough. But from previous trades we can tell, who's that guy bears no ill will toward us. Not just no ill will. They've been helping in their own way. From the initial trades to the later apocalypse warnings and the in-game guides, it's been pure goodwill. Lu Qian said the lists sent to Khalil and Neon were exchanged at ratios 100 times better than ours. If they're benevolent, we can't let their goodwill be cold. Chenyue said resolutely. Contact the Agricultural Sciences Academy and the Forestry Academy. Gather all superior crop seeds and saplings the country can spare and prepare copies for them. From south to north, everything we have, send them a set. Also, how to use the machines. How to cultivate the crops. Stuff without guidance is useless. Compile all relevant books, instructional videos, expert lecture recordings, and assemble the most detailed resource package possible to send with it. If they want to build a base, we'll give them the foundation of a city. Yes, staff rushed to prepare. But we can't place all our hopes on one person's goodwill. Chenyue stood and walked to the window. When he turned back, his eyes were like a spear. Have we locked down the real identities of the other domestic players? Yes, most are under our surveillance. Good. Chenyue enunciated, issuing the order. Initiate the plan to bring these players back. Recruit them all at any cost. Also, intensify searches to locate who's that guy. Countless orders were sent out across the country. A national-level recruitment campaign targeting all players officially began. Chenyue stared at the unending rain streaking outside. His expression grimmer than ever. We don't have much time left. Chapter 135. Lu Su subdues the human emperor banner. Breaks through to the second realm of the demonic path. Bai Chenyue received the supplies traded by our motherland, and when she saw that ridiculously long item list, even she couldn't help her pupils from shaking with shock. Countless seeds and saplings, each with small labels noting their names and characteristics, were organized with extreme meticulousness. What surprised her most were those books and video materials. Postpartum care for sows. Tractor maintenance from beginner to master. 18 methods of fruit tree grafting. The essential guide to greenhouse vegetable cultivation. They were incredibly diverse, covering everything one could imagine. Bai Chenyue had even worried that she might not learn how to use those agricultural machines properly, having downloaded many instructional videos online. She never expected our motherland to provide everything in one complete package. So thoughtful. Extremely thoughtful. After thinking for a moment, Bai Chenyue allocated an additional 1,000 Shirong grass plants from her inventory and sent them over, on top of the originally agreed 1,000 plants for the trade. Yuancheng Group. At the top floor of one of their upscale clubs, Zhao Zhe's chosen guild base. Zhao Zhe had gone through tremendous hardship to finally return from Noah City, only to see in the global chat channel that some players had already completed their third game and returned. Feeling like he'd missed out on billions, he was on the verge of explosive rage, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He gathered over 20 members in the conference room and cursed angrily. You useless bunch! What do I keep you around for? You almost messed up such a simple mission. Zhao Zhe slammed his palm on the table, the expensive rosewood surface emitting a dull thud. However, the expected terrified silence didn't materialize. His most trusted squad leader, Wang Lei, stood up at that moment. Boss Zhao, I'm resigning. Resigning? Zhao Zhe's expression turned cold. Wang Lei, what do you mean? How much money have I given you? Now you're telling me you want to go solo. Wang Lei sighed and said, Boss Zhao, it's not that I want to leave, but I can't stay. People from the country found me. They want me to join the national team and give me an official position. National team? Zhao Zhe sneered. They offer you an official position and you go running off like an excited puppy? No ambition. Wang Lei's face flushed bright red as he hurriedly explained. It's not just for me. They arranged jobs for my dad, my mom, my second uncle, my third aunt, all my relatives. Even my 92-year-old great-grandma got assigned to pick vegetables for the national team. I hadn't even agreed yet when my family immediately accepted on my behalf, afraid the country might change its mind. My dad said if I dare refuse, he'll break my legs and disown me. Zhao Zhe. He was rendered speechless by these words for a long moment. He couldn't understand how an official position and a few jobs could make someone abandon the opportunity to become superior to others. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Zhe said, "We have a contract." The country said they'll handle it. Wang Lei bowed to Zhao Zhe. "Sorry, Boss Zhao." After Wang Lei left, another team member stood up, adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Boss Zhao, I've also joined the national team." He had originally been a civil servant within the system, but resigned to join Zhao Zhe's team because he thought gaming had better prospects and Zhao Zhe offered enough money. Zhao Zhe glared at him. "Li Ma Xiao, have you forgotten what you said back then? You said the system was stagnant with no future. You specifically resigned to become a player, and now you want to go back." Li Ma Xiao recalled yesterday's scene, covering his face. "People from the country directly brought my dad and our clan leader to my door. The clan leader said in front of our ancestors' memorial tablets that if I agreed to go, they'll dedicate a separate page for me in the family genealogy." When my dad heard that, his eyes lit up. He practically wanted to pack me up and deliver me to the national team immediately. What could I do in that situation? How could I dare say no? Zhao Zhe's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He looked toward a silent team member, Zhang Feng. He remembered this person, supporting 4 elderly parents without pensions above, with an elementary school child below, a wife who didn't work, another baby on the way, burdened with mortgage and car loans, truly the chosen workhorse. To poach him, Zhao Zhe had offered triple his original salary to keep him. Zhao Zhe looked at Zhang Feng. "With all that debt, could the family genealogy really sway you too? The country said if I join, they'll help repay my loans, support my elders and children, arrange a job for my wife, and take full responsibility when the second child is born." Zhang Feng kept his head down, not daring to meet Zhao Zhe's eyes. "The country is offering too much. I just can't refuse." Zhao Zhe felt like he was about to have a heart attack from anger. How could every person he selected be so spineless? Others resigned one after another, each reason more absurd than the last, each claiming they had no choice. The team he had spent considerable money to build now seemed like a complete joke. Struggling to control himself, Zhao Zhe turned his gaze to the 3 remaining female players in the team. "What about you 3? Same reasons as them." One was a hot-bodied mature woman named Qin Lu, famously a serious foodie whom he had poached using a lifetime VIP membership at his Michelin-starred restaurant. Qin Lu tossed her wavy hair and laughed. They said that after joining the national team, the logistics department's catering would be handled by the national banquet chef team. "Boss Zhao, you know me, I live for good food. Where else could I find treatment like getting to eat national banquet level dishes every day?" Zhao Zhe's eye twitched violently several times. He should have realized only food could tempt a foodie away. The second was a tall girl wearing black-framed glasses named Chenyue. Zhao Zhe massaged his throbbing temples. "What about you? Also for food?" "Not really." Chenyue shook her head. "My grandpa was a launch day player, my grandma was a medical orderly, and my dad and aunt served in the military. I wanted to join the military too, continuing my family's tradition, but my eyesight didn't meet the standards and I got rejected. The country said if I go, they'll arrange military enlistment immediately. With this opportunity right in front of me, I can't miss it." Zhao Zhe. He turned to look at his last hope, a sweet-looking girl named Sun Meng. "Does your family have launch day players too?" Sun Meng's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her face blushing so deeply it seemed about to drip blood. "No. They said if I join, they'll assign me a partner." "Assign a partner?" Zhao Zhe felt his temples throbbing. Sun Meng seemed to be emitting pink bubbles all around her. 6 feet tall, 8-pack abs, handsome features with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, politically reliable with good background. They even said I could look at photos first and choose whoever I want. Zhao Zhe. I don't dare open my eyes, hoping this is just a hallucination. Official positions, family genealogy, broken leg threats, child support, launch day players, national banquet chefs. Now they're even assigning partners. What kind of ruthless tactics are these? Does the country have any bottom line left in poaching his people? Overwhelmed with fury, he could no longer maintain his composure. Pointing at the door, he roared, "Get out! All of you, get out!" The group acted as if granted amnesty, each bowing to him before leaving. In the vast conference room, Only one player who hadn't spoken yet remained. An ordinary-looking young man named Zhou Heng, parentless, an orphan. Zhao Zhe looked at him and asked coldly, "What about you? An orphan with no family or connections? Surely they don't have any reason that could persuade you." Zhou Heng scratched his head and smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Boss Zhao, it's true no family can pressure me. But what?" Chapter 136. From now on you belong to the nation. I'm going to join the Desert Kingdom's team. Zhou Heng spread his hands helplessly. No choice, the prince is offering way too much. Zhao Zhe finally couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed the crystal ashtray from the table and smashed it violently onto the floor. "Get out!" Zhou Heng scrambled out in a panic, but before leaving completely, he couldn't resist turning back to offer some advice. "Boss Zhao, listen to me. Given the current situation, you should find a powerful backer soon. Otherwise, come with me to the Desert Kingdom to find the little prince. A wise man knows when to submit to circumstances. Only by following the right person can you truly take off." Zhao Zhe, eyes red with fury, picked up a water bottle and threw it at him. Zhou Heng quickly dodged. Bang! The conference room door slammed shut heavily. "Even without you all, I can still make it. I can recruit again. I'll recruit even stronger people. I'll make every single one of you who betrayed me regret it." He collapsed into his chair, chest heaving violently. His carefully assembled team had just fallen apart like this. "I don't believe it." Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with insane stubbornness. "I, Zhao Zhe, was born to stand above others. I'd rather die than join some national team." He refused to believe that with his abilities and financial resources, he couldn't rebuild an even stronger team. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was his father. Zhao Zhe steadied his emotions and answered the call, his tone respectful. "Dad, what's up?" From the other end of the phone came his father's excited voice. "Son, I have great news for you. I just signed you up to join the national team. From now on, you're one of the country's people." Zhao Zhe? ? Bastard. Father Zhao's tone turned stern. "Do you think this is the time for you to throw tantrums? Our Yuanchang Group has been designated as a key strategic cooperation partner for the country. The government is providing personnel support and policy advantages. What tremendous honor is this? This is an opportunity our Zhao family couldn't obtain for several generations." Zhao Zhe's hanging heart gradually sank. Moreover, the higher-ups personally promised. Father Zhao's voice became excited again. "As long as you perform well, your name will be written into future history books, remembered for eternity. Do you understand what eternal fame means? Oh, and me too. As the father who raised you, I can also get in. Our father-son duo will both achieve eternal fame. Ha 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 ha. I won't go. I'd rather die than go." Zhao Zhe roared. "If you don't go, from now on you can go beg on the streets. I won't give you a single cent, and don't even think about becoming the group's successor." Father Zhao bellowed back. Zhao Zhe was so angry he puffed up like a pufferfish. Though he had 10,000 reasons to refuse, his tone remained firm. "I'll go." His hanging heart finally died. He wasn't defeated. He was being absorbed into the system. Zhao Zhe comforted himself like this. The country needed him. Oh, a quiet residential community. Lu Ming and Lu Qian, dressed in civilian clothes, stood at the entrance of a residential building unit. Lu Qian checked the address and photo, confirming they were correct, then curled her lips into a sly smile. "This is the place, Unit 2, Room 501. Target: Zhu Yunyang, Game ID. Social Me Brother Pig." Then she raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" The door was pulled open from inside, and a sleepy head poked out. Zhu Yunyang yawned, but when he clearly saw the two people standing outside, his remaining drowsiness instantly vanished. Almost instinctively, he tried to slam the door shut. However, a hand shot out like lightning, steadily blocking the door. Lu Ming's hand was like an iron clamp. It didn't seem to use much force, yet Zhu Yunyang couldn't budge the door panel even when exerting all his strength. "Mr. Zhu, we mean no harm." Lu Qian wore a sweet smile, but her words sent chills down Zhu Yunyang's spine. "I think we need to have a talk. Our cooperation has already ended. There's nothing left to discuss." Zhu Yunyang looked at Lu Ming, then at Lu Qian, and finally released his hand in defeat. There was no escaping this. In the living room, Zhu Yunyang sat nervously on the edge of the sofa, hands properly placed on his knees. Lu Ming and Lu Qian sat comfortably across from him, quietly observing this young man wearing Peppa Pig pajamas. I'll get straight to the point. Zhu Yunyang decided to take the initiative and seize control of the conversation. You're from the national team, and you came to recruit me into your player team, right? Lu Qian nodded. You're very smart. I haven't made up my mind yet. Zhu Yunyang immediately played his trump card. Oh. Lu Qian looked at him. Can you tell us about your concerns? Just as Zhu Yunyang was preparing to thoroughly debate the pros and cons of joining the national team, Lu Ming interrupted all his thoughts with a calm yet earth-shattering statement. This isn't an invitation, Comrade Zhu Yunyang. Lu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it carried authority. We came to inform you of something. The world. The apocalypse is coming. A global catastrophe is about to arrive. Zhu Yunyang's brain buzzed and crashed. Apocalypse? What kind of international joke is this? He instinctively refuted. Impossible. What kind of joke is this? Have you watched too many movies? This intelligence was originally provided to us by Who's That Guy? Lu Qian said. The moment this ID was mentioned, Zhu Yunyang's expression changed. He remembered how the expert had been frantically hoarding soil and trees in the game, remembered the expert's outrageous material exchange lists. A terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Could it be that the expert was hoarding those things for the apocalypse? Suddenly, he understood why the expert wanted to exchange for so many supplies. He thought of his own storage room, packed to the brim with supplies he'd painstakingly accumulated by following the top-ranked expert's footsteps. He suddenly felt his intelligence had come online, feeling smug about his foresight. But upon second thought, it seemed somewhat ridiculous. If the apocalypse really came, his meager supplies wouldn't be worth much. Seeing his unsettled expression, Lu Ming knew the timing was right and extended the olive branch. Join us and the country will provide you and your family with the highest level of security protection. In the future, you'll operate together with us in the game, with guaranteed safety. Zhu Yunyang's heart pounded violently. Family safety. It precisely struck the softest, most vulnerable part of his heart. He could disregard himself, but he couldn't disregard his parents. He looked up and asked the question he cared about most. If I join, you won't confiscate my in-game earnings, my game coins and items, will you? He stared nervously at Lu Ming, his heart racing wildly. Chapter 137. In the Three-Child Stars mission, the million game coins he earned from selling energy stones were his foundation for survival, his confidence for the future in the game. If joining the national team meant having to hand them over, he'd rather take his parents and become a lone survivor in the apocalypse. After all, he had stockpiled plenty of supplies, and could also buy materials in the mall, not afraid he couldn't support his parents. Lu Ming saw through his thoughts and was straightforward. The state will not interfere with players' private property. For team operations, like the points competition in Noah City, all rewards will be distributed based on individual contributions to the mission. If you obtain game coins, items, or equipment through your personal abilities, they all belong to you personally. The state will not demand them in any form. Lu Ming paused, then added, items in the game you need to purchase yourself. But weapons and equipment in the real world, the state can provide free of charge. Lu Qian mentally added 2 sentences. Once you join, you will belong to the state. If the person belongs to the state, aren't the things too? They're just entrusted to you for safekeeping. After Zhu Yunyang finished listening, he began an intense internal struggle. On one side was a free and easy but precarious Lone Ranger life. On the other side was a life backed by the state, safe and secure, but requiring acceptance of discipline in a team life. He was so conflicted his eyebrows were knitted into a tight knot. But retaining personal earnings, plus providing national-level logistics support? The conditions were so favorable he couldn't refuse. He still instinctively wanted to fight for more initiative, pondering as he said, "This matter is significant, I need to discuss it with my parents." Lu Qian showed a fox-like smile, raised a small-looking walkie-talkie, and spoke softly into it. "Please invite Uncle and Auntie in. Zhu Yunyang." Question mark. He looked blankly at Lu Qian, not yet understanding what she meant, when the living room door was pushed open from outside. His parents stood solemnly at the doorway, followed by two uniformed staff with serious expressions. Dad? Mom? Zhu Yunyang was completely dumbfounded. How did you get here? Team leader Lu already told us about the game situation. Such a big matter, and you're still hiding it from us. If the state hadn't sent people to tell us, I wouldn't have known my son was so accomplished. Mother Zhu beamed with joy. Father Zhu walked up to him. The state needs you, that means they value you. It's the glory of our Zhu family. What are you hesitating and discussing for? Zhu Yunyang was stunned. What's going on? Even his parents had been turned? Me what me? Father Zhu skillfully unbuckled the belt from his waist. Zhu Yunyang instinctively shrank back, childhood memories long buried now enveloping him. Father Zhu brandished the lethal weapon in his hand, spittle flying. If you don't agree right now, come home with me immediately. Starting tomorrow, you'll go on blind dates every day until you get married. Zhu Yunyang's face instantly turned pale. Blind dates? More terrifying than the game. More terrifying than the apocalypse. The survival instinct from the depths of his bloodline instantly overwhelmed all reason and calculation. In the moment before Father Zhu's Seven Wolves belt was raised, Zhu Yunyang jolted, sprang up from the chair like lightning, and grabbed Lu Ming's hand beside him. His expression was unprecedentedly righteous and solemn. His voice was incredibly sincere and earnest. His eyes sparkled with the fervent glow of dedication to the nation. I'll join. I'm willing to dedicate everything I have for the country, for the people. Lu Ming. Lu Qian. Sometimes, no matter how favorable the conditions, they can't compare to the effectiveness of a Seven Wolves belt. Father Zhu satisfactorily put his belt back, snorted. Wouldn't it have been over if you did this earlier? Had to force your old man to take action. Turning to Lu Ming, he said, Hello, leader. If this brat of mine doesn't behave, just tell me, I'll discipline him. Lu Qian struggled to hold back laughter, her shoulders shaking. Oh! Bai Chenyue moved the massive supplies into her space, directing Bumblebee and Sadako to arrange them neatly. Seeing the initial form of her apocalypse base taking shape, she felt incredibly secure inside. She changed clothes, put on her mask properly, and went out. Although she already had sufficient supplies, the money she previously exchanged for gold wasn't completely spent, and she wanted to stock up on some miscellaneous supplies along the way. When she arrived at the largest nearby grain and oil wholesale market, she went straight to the innermost grain and oil store. Boss! Bai Chenyue knocked on the counter. I want 500 barrels of rapeseed oil, 100 bags of flour. The boss rubbed his hands awkwardly, lowering his voice. Miss, it's not that I won't sell to you, but the rules have changed. Now one person can buy at most 20 barrels. Any more, and you have to get an approval slip from the municipal center. As he spoke, he gestured with his chin toward the entrance. There, two uniformed people wearing red armbands were patrolling, their sharp eyes scanning every wholesale customer. Bai Chenyue followed his gaze and understood. Also, prices change daily now. It's hard for us to restock, everything's gone up, and there are purchase limits. The boss's voice was full of helplessness. Bai Chenyue nodded, didn't trouble him further, turned and headed to another larger store in the market. Before even entering, she saw a fresh notice posted at the door, black characters on white paper, topped with a bright red official seal, particularly eye-catching. To ensure market supply and stabilize grain prices, effective immediately, a declaration and approval system is implemented for bulk grain and oil purchases. A manager in a suit was sternly explaining something to a man who looked like a big client. Sorry, Manager Zhang, really can't do it. Not just 100 barrels, even if you wanted 21 barrels, you'd need approval documents from the municipal center. This is a firm rule, documents issued a week ago. No exceptions for anyone. That Manager Zhang was hopping mad but had no choice, could only leave cursing and grumbling with his people. Bai Chenyue stood in place watching this scene without a trace of disappointment. As expected, the state has stepped in. The citywide control was much faster and more thorough than she had imagined. For some reason, it made her feel inexplicably reassured. Bai Chenyue turned and left without any reluctance. Walking on the road, She overheard a conversation between a mother and son. Fine raindrops fell from the sky, dampening the woman's hair and eyebrows. Her face showed clear exhaustion as she patiently coaxed her son beside her, who carried a little yellow duck backpack and stubbornly refused to move. "Hurry up, we'll be late." The little boy pouted, looking very unhappy. "I don't want to go to school, my clothes are all wet." The woman sighed, her tone full of helplessness. "Be good. Mom has been particularly busy with work lately. After dropping you off, I need to rush back to the company for a meeting." She muttered to herself, yet also seemed to be complaining to someone. "This awful weather, who knows how long it will keep raining. The day after tomorrow I have to go on a business trip to the mountainous areas of southern Guizhou. I heard there was a mudslide there just 2 days ago. If this rain keeps up..." "Ah." The woman's voice gradually trailed off, full of worry. Bai Chenyue's footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. Mountainous areas. Mudslide. 2 words that opened her sealed memories from her previous life. This continuous overcast rain covering the globe was just the appetizer. What was truly deadly were the secondary disasters it triggered. Landslides, mudslides, urban waterlogging, river embankment breaches. Chapter 138. Signs of the Apocalypse. Bai Chenyue raised her eyes and looked at the mother and son still struggling in the rain. The mother's face was filled with anxiety about the future. The child's face showed dissatisfaction with the present. Neither of them knew that there was no future left. Bai Chenyue withdrew her gaze and walked past them expressionlessly. The rain was cold. She tightened her grip on the umbrella handle, wrapped her coat tighter around herself and quickened her pace. She wanted to survive. 5 days until the apocalypse arrived. Bai Chenyue was at home watching videos about operating agricultural machinery when her phone suddenly buzzed and vibrated. Weibo, Tushio, major news apps. All the headline positions of every application were dominated by the same breaking news in bold red letters. National highest level emergency alert. Attention all citizens. According to joint monitoring by meteorological departments from multiple countries worldwide, Earth is experiencing an unprecedented global climate anomaly of unknown cause. In the coming period, there is a high probability of sustained, extremely heavy rainfall and secondary disasters occurring globally. To protect the life, safety, and property of all citizens, the nation is immediately entering the highest level emergency response status. The following emergency initiatives are now issued to all citizens. 1. All citizens must immediately cease non-essential travel and return home. 2. Households should immediately begin stockpiling at least 3 months' worth of living supplies, including but not limited to drinking water, staple foods, rice flour, canned goods, compressed biscuits and other long storage foods, common medicines, warm clothing, batteries, candles, fuel, etc. 3. The nation will make every effort to ensure market supply. Hoarding and price gouging are strictly prohibited, and violators will be prosecuted for endangering national security. Military and police personnel have been deployed to major cities to maintain social order. Please do not panic, do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. Trust the nation, trust the government. We will surely overcome this difficulty together. Countless people clicked open videos, watching the familiar yet serious face on the news broadcast, listening to the emotionless official announcement. Is this a joke? Today is an April Fool's Day. What's going on? Was the account hacked? Global climate anomaly? Are we filming the day after tomorrow? Or 2012? Brief moments of shock and disbelief were completely replaced within minutes by a more primitive, more terrifying emotion: panic. When people discovered that it wasn't just one app, but every single application on their phones capable of pushing notifications was delivering the same message in the most prominent way possible, the thread called rationality snapped instantly. Family groups, company groups, friend groups. Bai Chenyue turned off her phone screen, walked to the window, and pulled aside a corner of the curtain. The residential complex's parking lot, empty just minutes ago, was now staging a dramatic race for exit lanes. Car lights flashed chaotically, horns blared incessantly, several cars even suffered minor scratches from exiting too hastily, but the drivers just stuck their heads out the windows to exchange insults before stomping on the gas and charging into the rain curtain without looking back. More people couldn't even wait to drive, holding umbrellas or even directly braving the rain. running frantically toward the direction outside the complex. Everyone was going to stockpile supplies. At the entrance of the largest chain supermarket, a dense crowd of people pushed inward like madmen, the glass doors shattering under the shoving. Someone tripped and was instantly swallowed by the human tide behind them, letting out a brief scream. Stop pushing, there's enough for everyone. The supermarket employees' hoarse shouts were completely drowned out by the roaring crowd. In front of the shelves, people weren't selecting goods, they were grabbing supplies. One middle-aged woman, fighting for the last box of instant noodles, literally wrestled with a young man, completely disregarding her dignity. I got this first. Let go. Bullshit. Whoever grabs it gets it. While the two were fighting, another middle-aged man quietly snatched the instant noodles and walked away. Which bastard stole my noodles? The woman realized the noodles were gone and began cursing loudly. The young man took the opportunity to get up, push his cart, and continue joining the bulk-buying army. Just then, several dark green military trucks pulled up in the square, their doors opening as squads of soldiers in camouflage uniforms, armed with live ammunition, quickly jumped out in synchronized movements, carrying an air of solemn authority. They quickly set up a security cordon at the supermarket entrance, while another team entered the supermarket directly. Everyone, follow instructions. Form lines. One at a time. The voice coming from the loudspeaker was cold, authoritative, and carried undeniable coercive power. The chaotic crowd instantly quieted when they saw the dark muzzles of the guns. Those who had been fighting over a barrel of oil just moments ago instinctively released their grips and retreated fearfully. The national emergency alert was issued to help everyone prepare, not to create chaos. An officer-like figure stood on higher ground, his voice booming. All goods are now subject to purchase limits immediately. Each person using their ID card is limited to 10 bags of rice 50 jin, 10 bags of flour 50 jin, 10 barrels of cooking oil 5L. All merchants who dare to engage in price gouging or hoarding will be prosecuted for endangering national security. On-site investigation, immediate execution. The words immediate execution poured like a bucket of ice water over everyone's heads, extinguishing the last traces of wishful thinking and madness in their hearts. The crowd began forming long lines under the soldiers' direction. Order, under the deterrence of violence, was forcibly established. By evening, the rain outside fell even heavier, bean-sized raindrops pounding against the glass with loud pattering sounds. Yet Lin Xiaolu's room was filled with tranquility. She was squatting on the floor, carefully folding clean clothes and placing them into her portable space backpack. She was about to report to the national team soon. Sister Lu Qian had specifically called to tell her to prepare for long-term training. Just thinking about training together with other players made Lin Xiaolu feel somewhat nervous. She was naturally timid and physically weak. In the game, she had only survived through luck and the top-ranked expert strategies. If she really had to fight someone, she wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Lin Xiaolu walked to the living room where 3 men and 1 woman were sitting together on the sofa. These 4 were precisely her parents and 2 older brothers who had just urgently returned from various places around the world. Seeing them, Lin Xiaolu was especially surprised and happy. She had been thinking about what excuse to use to trick her parents and brothers into returning home, so she could bring them all to the national team. Dad, Mom, big brother, second brother, you're back? Lin Xiaolu came bouncing over happily. That's great. I have something I want to tell you. Mother Lin grabbed her small hand, looking her up and down, her eyes reddening. My good daughter, you weren't scared today, were you? Don't be afraid, with your parents and brothers here. Even if the sky falls, we'll protect you. She had received internal information today that terrified her. Thinking of her daughter alone at home, she feared something might happen. After discussing with her husband and sons, they hurried back home immediately. Lin Xiaolu? ? She hadn't left the house all day. Where was this coming from? Chapter 139. The apocalypse is coming. Father, I've exhausted every connection I could find, but it's useless. This is a top-level directive. All supplies are now under unified military distribution with the strictest purchase restrictions. Our corporation's procurement channels have all been frozen. The eldest brother Lin Zimo, who managed a vast business empire and usually remained unflappable even when Mount Tai collapsed before him, had just ended a call and was frowning deeply. Father Lin slumped onto the sofa, his face full of worry. This man who had dominated the business world for half his life was experiencing profound helplessness for the first time. I just reached out to several old friends too, and it's the same everywhere. Forget rice, flour, oil and other staples. Now even a single packet of salt requires ID verification, and is limited per person. What's happening? Is the sky falling? Father, my situation is identical. All channels have been cut off. The team I sent abroad for procurement has been restricted by local authorities, and we can't transport anything back. Second brother Lin Zixuan was a film emperor who had swept the nation with his popularity and collected awards until his hands were full. He put down the phone he'd been using to contact his industry connections and shook his head despondently. Lin Xiaolu said softly, "Father, mother, big brother, second brother, please don't worry." Father Lin also spoke gravely. "Xiaolu, from now on don't go outside. It's dangerous out there. Your father and brothers will figure out the supply situation." Big brother Lin Zimo patted her shoulder. "Little sister, don't worry. Big brother already has people working on solutions abroad. We'll manage to get supplies somehow." Second brother Lin Zixuan forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood. "So what if we're short on food? Even if I quit being a celebrity, I could go work construction and still provide for you." Mother Lin tightly held Lin Xiaolu's hand. "Good child, our whole family is here together. We can get through any crisis situation." Listening to her family members offering comfort one after another, Lin Xiaolu felt warmth flooding her heart. Her parents and brothers, who were usually only seen through money but rarely in person, were all here now. She shook her head and looked at them seriously. "There's no need for all that trouble. Our family already has supplies, and we have a tremendous amount." "A lot." Lin Zimo frowned. "Those snacks aren't enough. You don't understand how serious the situation is." "Not just snacks. I've already purchased a great deal," Lin Xiaolu said earnestly. Father Lin sighed, assuming his daughter was just trying to comfort them. If even they couldn't purchase much, how much could a freshman college student possibly stockpile? All right, Father knows you're being considerate." Seeing the clear expressions of disbelief, "And you must be joking," on her family's faces, Lin Xiaolu knew that words alone were inadequate. Lin Xiaolu didn't explain further, simply turning and walking toward the storage warehouse in the villa's backyard. "Come with me and you'll understand." The four family members exchanged glances, completely baffled as they followed her. She led the four puzzled individuals to the villa's basement level. Originally designed as a wine cellar and home theater, this space covered several hundred square meters. When Lin Xiaolu opened the door, the scene inside made the four people following her gasp in astonishment. No wine racks, no audiovisual equipment. What met their eyes were supplies piled mountain high, neatly arranged and organized. On the left side stood rows of shelves reaching to the ceiling, completely filled with various brands of canned goods, compressed biscuits and self-heating meals. The quantity was staggering enough to make one's scalp tingle. On the right side were bagged rice and flour stacked like small hills, alongside barrels of cooking oil. At a rough glance, there had to be thousands of barrels. Further inside were boxed mineral water, medicines, batteries, warm clothing, and more. There were even several brand new diesel generators. "This?" Father Lin pointed with trembling fingers at the mountain of supplies before them, but couldn't form a complete sentence. Both brothers stood petrified on the spot. Mother Lin covered her mouth, her voice hoarse and strained. "How much is all this?" Lin Zixuan's voice actually trembled. "With all the purchase restrictions outside now, where did you get so much stuff?" Lin Xiaolu nodded as if discussing some trivial matter. "I started buying before the national restrictions began. Some of it I had people purchase from abroad. Besides this location, there's another house completely filled with supplies too." The four family members' gazes toward Lin Xiaolu completely transformed. "Little sister, tell your brother the truth." His tone was unprecedentedly serious. "Do you know something we don't?" Lin Xiaolu knew she couldn't keep hiding it anymore. She spoke word by word. "Father, mother, big brother, second brother. The national emergency alert isn't just because of simple climate anomalies. Rather, the apocalypse is coming." "What?" All four exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with absurdity and disbelief. Good child, have you been under too much stress lately? Have you been reading too many novels? Mother Lin nervously felt her daughter's forehead. No fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Apocalypse? What kind of international joke is that? Lin Zixuan also thought his sister was speaking nonsense. Father Lin spoke with some severity. You can't just say things like that randomly. It's true. Not long ago, a game called Chosen Game appeared. I was selected and became one of the players. Father Lin, Mother Lin, and the two brothers listened as if falling into fog, feeling like they were hearing some absurd science fiction story. A game? Players? All of this exceeded the cognitive framework they'd built over decades. No wonder they couldn't understand. What connection could natural disasters possibly have with games? Seeing their still dazed expressions, Lin Xiaolu sighed. For family members who had never encountered any of this, no amount of verbal explanation could match the impact of seeing it with their own eyes. Lin Xiaolu opened her panel. The others only saw her tapping a few times in empty air. Then a backpack suddenly appeared in her hand. The four? Then they saw their daughter, little sister, pull out a transparent ball from the backpack? Under the four family members' confused gazes, Lin Xiaolu reached out a finger and gently popped the bubble. Pop! A light sound. No explosion, no smoke. The next moment, a scene they would remember for the rest of their lives occurred. Brilliant light exploded outwards, countless points of light gathering, stretching, and taking shape. A magnificently divine, snow-white horse with a pair of enormous wings materialized out of thin air before them. The heavenly horse snorted gently and amiably, using its clear sapphire-like eyes to curiously survey its surroundings. Dead silence. Father Lin, Mother Lin, Lin Zimo, and Lin Zixuan, four people, four mouths all gaping wide enough to fit eggs inside. Their brains had completely crashed at that moment, all language functions temporarily going offline. Lin Xiaolu felt this still wasn't enough and shouted, "Turn back into a bubble." The heavenly horse disappeared, transforming back into a bubble. The four? Not even magic could be this outrageous, right? Lin Xiaolu said solemnly. Everything I said is true. Chapter 140. Don't doubt its authenticity. Listen to me carefully, every single word I'm about to say is true. Don't doubt its authenticity. This has already been confirmed by the government. In the Chosen Game, there's a very, very powerful player who informed the government about the impending apocalypse in advance. Lin Xiaolu met her family's complex gazes filled with shock, disbelief, and absurdity. Her eyes, which had always been timid like a fawn's, now burned with a bright, resolute light she'd never shown before. And because I joined the special team the government established for players, I learned about the apocalypse ahead of time. She looked around at her family, each one the most important person in her life. I've accepted the government's invitation and will be reporting to the base soon. Her gaze was unwavering. The government has promised that family members of players who join them will receive the highest level of protection. When the time comes, you'll all come with me. Each word came out crystal clear. The four members of the Lin family stood frozen as if under a paralysis spell, mechanically turning their stiff necks. Their eyes slowly shifted from the bubble containing the heavenly horse to their youngest daughter, little sister, who had always been timid, fragile, and needed the entire family's protection. An absurd yet terrifyingly real thought erupted like a volcano, simultaneously exploding in all four of their minds. The tables have turned. There was a time when they were her shelter from the storm. Now their little princess was going to support the entire family? Is that horse real? Film Emperor Lin Zixuan stammered, breaking the eerie silence in the living room. He pointed at the heavenly horse, his hand shaking uncontrollably, his expression more dramatic than when he'd won his acting awards. He'd starred in fantasy dramas, played celestial immortals suspended by wires, flown on swords, commanded winds and summoned rains. But those computer effects were pure deception compared to this living, breathing, warm-blooded mythical creature blinking its large eyes right before them. Lin Xiaolu nodded. Chosen Game? Players. Big brother Lin Zimo swallowed hard. As a materialist, his worldview was undergoing an 18-magnitude earthquake that left him dizzy and disoriented. Are you saying you've become one of those legendary superhumans? Lin Xiaolu thought about the healing ability she'd acquired, hesitated for a moment, then replied, "You could say that." Mother Lin was speechless. She kept looking back and forth between the magnificent heavenly horse and her daughter, feeling like she was in a dream. A bizarre, nonsensical nightmare that felt so real it made her hair stand on end. Father Lin, as the head of the household, was the first to recover from the massive shock. His eyes darted between the heavenly horse and his daughter before finally settling on Lin Xiaolu's calm face. "Xiaolu, tell us everything you know, exactly as it happened." His voice was hoarse but carried undeniable determination. Lin Xiaolu nodded. Over the next while, she explained how she'd been inexplicably selected by the chosen game, transported to Mushroom Star, collected 500 pounds of mushrooms there, narrowly escaped with her life, then been mysteriously transported a second time to the second game in Noah City, and the recently concluded 3-child stars trial. She repeatedly mentioned the godlike powerful, always ahead of everyone top-ranked expert, "Who's that guy?" She also explained why she'd been frantically stockpiling supplies, precisely because she sensed that the top-ranked expert's crazy hoarding meant they must know something inside information. That's why she'd followed the top-ranked expert's lead and stockpiled quite a bit of supplies herself. The 4 Lin family members went from initial shock, to midway horror, to final dead silence, their expressions changing repeatedly. They'd each been busy with their own affairs recently and hadn't had time to ask their little sister-daughter more questions. Even when she asked them for money, they never imagined she was using it for stockpiling supplies. She'd been quietly brewing up something huge all along. No wonder the government told everyone to stockpile 3 months' worth of supplies in advance, but they still underestimated human nature. Once panic spreads, chaos will still break out. What happens after 3 months? Lin Zixuan asked the most critical question. What do we do when the food runs out? The government has already built shelters, and will gradually transfer people into them. There will be corresponding policies later. The government won't just watch people starve. Lin Xiaolu explained as Sister Yan had told her. What about us? Mother Lin's voice choked with tears as she tightly grasped her daughter's hand. Sweetheart, is it dangerous for you to enter the game? Could you get hurt? The thought of her pampered daughter, whom she couldn't bear to scold with harsh words, struggling to survive in a game made her heart twist into knots. Mom, I'll be fine. Lin Xiaolu clasped her mother's cold hand and comforted her softly. I've been lucky and got a very powerful skill. Nothing will happen to me. A gentle light appeared in her palm, filled with the aura of life. This is the healing skill I acquired. It can treat wounds. Seeing that miraculous light, Father and Mother Lin grew very curious, and her 2 brothers also crowded around. Lin Xiaolu pulled out a fruit knife, intending to cut her own hand to demonstrate for them. Don't! Big brother Lin Zimo reacted swiftly, grabbing her wrist with a furrowed brow. Don't cut your own hand. It hurts. His tone brooked no argument. The next moment, he took the knife from his little sister's hand, scanned around, and finally settled his gaze precisely on his second brother Lin Zixuan beside him. Then with lightning speed he grabbed Lin Zixuan's hand. Hand raised, knife descended. Hiss! A thin long blood mark bloomed on the back of Lin Zixuan's hand, bright red blood beads eagerly welling up. Lin Zixuan? ? The sharp pain and shock left him completely bewildered. You're so noble. You're so wonderful. You care about our sister. But why cut my hand? Do you think I don't feel pain? Before he could protest, Lin Xiaolu had already taken his hand. Second brother, bear with it a moment. She covered it with both hands, the gentle light from her palms enveloping the wound. The still bleeding wound wriggled and healed at a visible pace, the bloodstains vanishing into thin air until not even a scar remained, smooth and perfect as before. As if the wound they'd just seen was an illusion. Astonishment! Even more shocking than when they saw the heavenly horse. Lin Zixuan dumbly held up his hand, turning it over and over, even pinching it hard with his other hand to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Oh my God! When he looked at his sister again, his gaze was as if beholding a deity. Earlier you said you joined the national team. Father Lin was concerned about a different issue. And you have such a powerful ability. Is it safe? Could they treat you like a lab rat for experiments?